truly alive, who knows what life is and how to behave good,
Being real.
they all seek this. They are
Yeah, but he
attracted
doesn't have
towards
any
these
open.
things. Yeah,
This is the problem. Listen,
but
get.
the
He's
problem,
pretty.
yeah,
Listen,
the
get.
problem
This is what
is,
he's saying. Get this is
yeah,
what he's saying. He's saying he's not open-minded, but he wants to be in a forum where there's open-minded people. And he said he'll never be like us. I know the Earth is round. You guys are fucking morons. Is what he's saying without saying that. But I want to
yeah,
hang
I
out with you
know.
guys, but you guys
He's
sound
in
so alive. It's just fucking just so stupid, dude.
he's in he's in a
Exactly.
very
Exactly.
he's in a prolonged cognitive dissonance. You
Let me just say that the very fact that
But he's a grown-ass man. He's not
that
16.
his presence
Yeah,
is in this room. No, right. His very presence is abhorrent to me at the moment because he's saying he will never accept the earth as flat, but yet it's not difficult to understand the evidence. It is child's play. It's child's play. It's not required of a
yeah,
high intellect to understand where we are today. It's not. So for him to say that he's never going to accept it is an insult to us, really. It's insulting.
Exactly. It's very insulting.
yeah.
But he wants to
Yeah.
hang out with us.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird.
And
Man.
insult us every second he's here.
I will say this. I never said I want to be friends with everyone in the room.
You just. Oh man. This guy.
Well, if we can't be friends, then what are we going to be then? What are the other options? Tell me.
I don't know. The other option is we're just people that live on whatever the
No,
hell.
that's not an option. People that live.
Why not?
When you are not friends, when two people cannot be friends,
Mm.
You know what though?
what else can they be?
You know what though? Get right. You asking that question is on point, but the other thing you got to recognize is like I've never not been friends with anyone that I've talked to in the room. Like, if anything, I've tried to be friends with everyone I have had a one-on-one conversation with the whole night tonight. Even you, Get. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
but then
not
you
an
go into your spiral. I'm not going to believe the earth is flat. I'm never going to accept it, and that's just. You see,
Jen,
it's not. It's
Jen,
not up-
here's the
let me
thing, though,
finish. Hang on,
Jen.
let me just finish, Branch. I don't want to mute you. Just finish. Listen up. It's not up to you. The truth is the truth. So all you're showing is your ignorance and stupidity. That's all you're doing.
Jen,
Okay.
Jen, would you rather, Jen, that I actually say that there's a chance I may be converted, and
my God.
and lie about it, just so we can actually talk? I mean, the fact that I just tell you what's
you
up.
just don't need to be here. It's a simple way to put it. Because
Hey,
Nobody
it's-
wants to convert you, asshole. Remember that. The conversion, every time you say conversion, makes me just want to ban you. Fuck off, guy.
oh, you
We're not
may
a
be able to
cult.
convert me.
We're not a fucking cult. We're not here to convert you. Fuck you.
Right, well, here's the thing. But personally, I'm saying that I would always be a globe earther, but that doesn't mean.
he's probably just some damn troll, man.
Well, if you guys presented something,
Yeah, sure. If you
that would
present,
totally blow my mind.
no.
Branch,
If you
Branch,
present,
wait a minute. Branch,
No.
tell me, can you hear me, Branch?
I can hear you, bro.
Okay, I want you to tell me quickly the formula for the calculation for the gravity force now.
It's GMM over, what is it, R to the power 3 or something? It's like KK, yeah, something like that.
Oh, yeah, radius square, yeah. Radius 3,
Something like
that's a cube, yeah, it's different. But you were close, okay, so. But anyway, if you were to, out there in the woods, you had no internet and you tried to calculate it, you wouldn't be able because you didn't know it.
No.
So yeah.
Would I need to in the woods?
Of course, you need
Would it
it.
help?
Of course, you need it. You need it everywhere.
Make fire?
Duh. You see, this is the problem. You say words like being converted, or you said, I don't accept to
Yeah.
be a flat earther. And this means that you don't want to learn. All we are pointing people at is natural sciences. What they say. Ad literam. Ad literam, by the book.
I'll say
Not-
this, bro. If you
No.
if you
We're not talking about interpretations like what could that mean if this word would mean this other thing or that, and those are stories.
Oh yeah, I
You
get
have
that.
the
But what I'm
dictionary,
saying,
you have the meanings, you have the definitions, which are very specific, clear.
all right. What I'm saying
Crystal
though is
clear.
this, yes.
So
If you was
that's
to
what
provide
we are
me some
pointing
proof,
people at.
you provided me some proof that I couldn't deny. I would switch.
You're a comedian.
The problem
You're a
is
comedian.
that all the facts in the world you can deny. This is the problem of truth. Truth can be denied easily. Can be denied by anyone.
And all you guys say is nah when you're showing some real shit.
Yeah.
Nah, like little bitches, Branch. Don't you think we go through
No,
this
no, no.
every day
Hold
with
up.
friends?
I ain't
This is
saying
the
no.
reality.
You always
What
say
I'm saying is that
nah. Branch.
So how do you rationalize long distance observation in your mind? How does that work in
He,
your mind?
he doesn't. He's gonna give you a nah. I don't see them like that. I see a curve. That's what he's gonna tell you. You're a fucking bitch. Right, Branch? Right, Branch?
don't mute me and then ask me a question.
No. Don't overtalk people, then I won't mute you.
Oh,
That's what
you
you like to
muted
do. Yeah, because you're
Ask the
overtalking me
question.
as I'm talking. You're
Well,
you're
you know
trying to.
what? You know what, bro?
Oh, see, there you go. Hey, I love doing that. Too funny. He's in mid sentence. He's like, you know what, bro?
He must be getting paid. Listen. He must be getting paid because anybody would have left by now. Anybody with any backbone
He's
would have fucking
making
did.
money out of this.
He
Yeah.
has to be, dude.
Must be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Drinking beer and fucking.
As many times as Vlad has muted his ass, I would have been gone the first time. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, fuck this, I'm out of here. You know, this guy keeps coming back.
He's one of those. He loves the abuse, bro. Like he's one of those. Right, Branch? You like being abused, eh? You're like one of those little cucks. Yeah, Branch?
I give him this. He's a very sophisticated troll.
Well, that's what. Do you not see his picture? It's a troll. It's an icon of a troll. It's those trolls
is it
with
really?
long hair. Yeah, man.
I didn't even look at that.
That's his picture. That's like he's the biggest troll, and like people don't get that. Is that for real?
My bad. Holy shit! Look at
It's a troll. It's like a picture of a blue fucking troll. That's it.
No fucking way. I didn't see that.
Yeah, man.
What's up, Vlad?
What's up, brother?
What's up?
Dude, my name is Branch. It comes from a
Your
cartoon.
name
that's called-
doesn't mean shit to me.
Trolls, yeah.
I
Trolls.
don't care about your life story, Branch.
Or feelings.
Or
Maybe you can
feelings, yeah.
sing. Maybe
Yeah,
you can sing a song.
Nobody
Branch.
cares about your history or your feelings or your story
Issues.
time, your issues. Like Branch, Can you show me some curvature, Branch? Like that's the one thing I asked from the Globers is because they have
Dakin.
Do you work on
Dakin,
commission? Is it
Dakin,
commission or salary? What do you get?
Dakin Frost.
Dakin
Dakin.
Frost, Dakin Frost. This guy's addressing my gamer tag. Oh man, you're addressing me as a gamer. That's cool. Okay, so you don't want to address me as a gamer, but okay, let's go. Deacon Frost is
Just
here.
saying,
What's up?
bro.
You can't even read my name properly. Why do you read it Dakan, not Deacon?
I'm just saying. I'm done talking. I'm done talking.
Why you done
keep
talking?
muting me every time.
You're done talking.
Every time I submit a stage.
Let me help you with that since you're done talking.
Is he begging us to miss him?
I don't know, T. I don't know what he wants, man. I just don't want to let him finish, you know. This is too funny. Well, I like 7:30 in the morning. I wake up, I smoke a joint, and do this. It's funny. I love it. It's good. Right, Branch? You know, instead of fucking drinking and like the alcoholic like you are, you should smoke some weed, man. You know, get off the booze. You know, smoke a joint. You know. Well, look, he muted himself. He's ready to just shut up now. Cool. Your Branch, did I hurt your feelings, man? Come on, man. Don't act like this, man. Come on, man. Branch, I thought we were friends, man. I hurt his feelings, man. Oh, shit. I think he's crying. Or is it me? Am I deafened? Am I muted? What's going on? Mic check?
You're good. You're good.
Now we can hear you. You're good.
Okay, good. Who's this Avid guy? Are you a flat earther or a globe earther guy?
I don't know. Can I be agnostic?
Oh shit, depending on what you're gonna say.
I agree with a lot of the kind of conspiracy stuff you guys say, and I find it super interesting.
Whoa. What conspiracy stuff, bro?
I mean, if it's like a story that goes against the mainstream, it's a conspiracy, right? Colloquially.
Okay.
Well, technically, two people somewhere in the back office making an agreement is a conspiracy, right?
Yeah, exactly. So when I say like something is a conspiracy, it doesn't necessarily mean I think it's not true. Like George Bush saying there were weapons of mass destruction, and then we find out there are no weapons of mass destruction. That was a conspiracy. It just is a conspiracy that was true.
Right. For example, them blowing up 9/11. 9/11 did. I mean, George W. Bush did 9/11. Like that's a conspiracy, but it's 100% fact. You know what I mean?
I
100% fact, undeniable fact. You just haven't looked into it good enough, bro. Trust me.
I think I need to. I remember.
Listen. It's just as 100% fact as flat Earth, bro. So, like, let me blow your mind with flat Earth, and the rest you'll see. It's like you'll have the eyes.
Bill Gates was involved in the 9/11 from the 80s or 70s.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
You know how we know he was involved? You know how we know?
I'm on the edge of my seat. I need to know. Please tell me.
Bro. Okay, so when you go into like Microsoft Word, right? The program he developed or his developer, right? And there's a special code, right? You know, in like a font, you choose a special font and then you type in a special keyword, and then you see what was it? 2 towers. No, an airplane, 2 towers, a skull, and a Jewish sign, the Star of David.
Yeah.
You can still do this. You can still fucking do it to this day because I've tried this. Hey, get. What's the code? I forgot the code. Give them the code. Let them do it.
The font is Windings.
Yeah. The font is Windings.
Yeah, and you punch in the flight number that hit the tower. Q
Wait, hold on, my bad.
33 New York cities.
I don't have
NYC.
Microsoft Word right now. I've been using Google Docs for a while.
I can post you a picture of that.
Yeah,
There
give him
are
give him the
quite a lot
picture.
of
Yeah, because I couldn't believe my shit. Listen, Get showed me this. I couldn't believe it. I had to do it myself. So I went on. To this day, you can still do this. Go if you get Word, change it to Windings, or you just get the font Windings. You don't need to You don't need Word. You just need the font itself. And then you type in the flight number. You get two fucking towers, an airplane, skull, and the fucking Star of David. And it's in such a position where it's like the airplane's flying into the towers and followed by death, and then it was the Star of David after at the end, showing you who did it. Now, why in the fuck would that be? Why in the fuck would that be there?
Yep. There it is.
I've got no
I
idea,
posted it.
but
Can you see it?
how do you know that the Jews did it?
The live stream voice text. I didn't see it in live stream voice text. Hey, listen. Whoa. Keep the J word on the low here, right?
All right.
Doesn't even matter who did it.
It's just I told you it was fucking Bush. And yes, he's a Zionist. They're all fucking Zionists. Why would they do
true,
it?
yeah.
Why would they do it? Well, they make fucking America go into the Middle East and fucking slaughter their enemy, which is the Arab people, the Muslims. Right? That's why they fucking did it. It's that easy. Isn't that so easy? It's so easy, man. I don't understand how hard it is to understand that shit. When then it comes down to your weapons of mass destruction. So they lied there, they lied here, they lied fucking everywhere. And then if they've been lying since the beginning, so obviously they lied about the Earth being a ball. You know what I mean? And then go look into that. And then you'll realize they've been lying about fucking everything. And what you think you know is true is actually not true. Down to today, what's the biggest lie today? Well, you see the whole Fauci scandals, right? Well, I knew this shit from the beginning, and I was telling everybody around me, like, these guys are fucking lying. It's all a fucking lie. There's no fucking virus. Don't take that fucking vaccine. You're gonna die, motherfuckers. And I've been saying this since the beginning, ever since they started saying the first fucking time they said coronavirus on TV. And I said that's fucking fake. 100% that's a lie. They're bringing it in here. It's gonna be bullshit. Okay, Avid? Is your mind getting blown yet?
I was gonna say something, but I don't remember. It was something about Zionism, but I forgot.
Fuck that. We don't care about the Jews here. Just you gotta understand who the enemy is. No, because it's not the whole group of fucking people that are doing that, right? There's select few, but yeah, they're not necessarily, they don't practice their Judaism, right? That little Judaism with the Torah, no. They practice fucking Satanism. They practice the Talmudic Judaism, which, Kabbalah, the shit, the blood sacrifice stuff. You know what I mean? So there's a big difference. You know, and they disguise themselves as Jews. They try to disguise themselves as white people and Jews, right? And whenever the white people they do a whole bunch of shit, they blame it on the white people after too. That's what they do. Just like the Germans in World War II. They blamed it all on the Germans when Germans had nothing to do with anything. It was all the fucking Jews the whole way through.
Yeah.
Oh man, does everyone here is this like common knowledge in the Flat Earth Society? I don't know.
That they lied to us about history?
No.
Yeah, it's common knowledge that they lied to us about history and everything else, yes.
Yeah, Flat Earth Society. I told you about that, Aviat, right?
Or not yeah, I meant like the Flat Earth community. I didn't mean to associate you guys with this society. I'm sorry.
Listen,
do you think truth is pleasing all the time?
No, I don't think truth is pleasing all the time. I think truth is often really frustrating.
But don't you think like if there's a lie there and you know they lie about that, don't you think they would lie about other things, right?
I think I'd be really easy to prove. Like, you would get me like really convinced on something if you showed me like the finances of how people benefited from it, because that's always like really like
Look at the Rothschilds. Look, this guy. Look at the Rothschilds and how they've benefited. They're the richest fucking family in the world, and then they did all of it. You know what I mean? Do you not know who the Rothschilds are, man? The Queen of England bows down to these people. You know
And
what I
it
mean?
isn't about money, right? Money is they print the money. They print it.
Right? Like the
Isn't even about
Vatican, like the Queen of England bows down to and they own all of it. They own the World Bank. They own the currency. They print the fucking paper. Right? They wipe their ass with this paper, but they make us fight over it. Wars
Right.
and shit. And they give the money to Hitler. They literally gave the money to Hitler because Hitler was a Jew too, right? So they funded his war, right? Ford engines were in the tanks. Telecommunication wires were run by fucking Telus in Germany, right? So you got Americans doing a whole bunch of shit for Germany, right? And then they're propping up a guy named fucking Stalin. And Stalin, guess what? He's also Jew. He's not Russian. And guess what? The same bank that's funding fucking Hitler, the same bank is funding Stalin. And then you got a double funded war, and now they just kill each other. Funded by the Rothschilds, this whole thing. You know, yeah, I can't believe this type of history they don't teach you in high school or fucking school because they don't want to give you this history. They don't want you to know the truth.
Yeah, I mean, some of that I would say that I was familiar with, and some that I would say I wasn't.
Well, the more you know, the more dots you'll connect, and that's what I'm saying. The best thing you'll ever know is the Earth is flat because use that as a filter.
What do you mean you use it as a filter?
I mean, like if something doesn't jive, like you do the equation, right? And then your base has to be the Earth, right? Where do we live? We live on Earth. Right? So if it doesn't, you get what I'm saying? So if your base is fucking flawed, the rest of your logic is flawed.
Okay.
All right. So do you want to know why the Earth is flat?
Sure.
Because we directly measure it to be flat. Do you understand those words?
Yeah. I get what you mean. When you said, do you want to know why the Earth was flat? I was like, I thought you meant like why they were telling us it wasn't flat.
No. Oh, so you're just jumping to the why question. Why would they lie at that point? I mean, so you understand that they're lying. Now you're jumping all the way to why do they lie? Now, how the fuck would I know why would they lie? Well, there's a lot of reasons. They control you. You're a sheep. And the money factor, not only do they take the taxation step, like, buddy, we're getting ass raped, all of us. We're sheep and we're getting ass raped. That's why they lie. Does that make sense?
Yeah. When you say they, do you also include like big business?
Depending if they sold their soul, like Zuckerberg, yeah. Like people like Zuckerberg, fucking people that own Twitter, they're all in the same boat. They sell their soul.
Dude, I'm also. Let's include like every corporation there. Like fuck Target, fuck Walmart, fuck.
No. They're involved. They sell their soul.
Okay,
they have no
cool.
choice. There's certain people, like let's say the CEO, the people that control those big corporations, right? Like it's all in Wall Street, right? There's people the stocks, like people that own parts of the shares of the company, blah blah blah. But we're talking about the people that own like 51% of those companies, right? They might own the company, but they're forced to do shit, right? In order for them to be in that position or in that state, like a form of stature, like Walmart being. Well, Walmart's owned by Hillary Clinton, anyways. All right. So
wait, it is? I thought it was owned by the Walmart.
You didn't know that? I think they own most shares. Yeah, I think it's Hillary Clinton that owns Walmart. They hide it too. They hide their wealth. Yeah, man.
That's true. Hillary is really good at hiding her wealth. That's what's fucking frustrating when I talk to libs.
Yeah, well, libs are all communists, man, and communism is evil.
Oh, I wish libs were all communists.
No, they're all communists. All fucking evil, leftist, communist fucks. There's just a spectrum of communism. They all want to take.
What do you think communism is?
Well, you're talking to a Russian. I was born in the communist fucking. Communism is evil. That's all I gotta say.
All right.
Communism. And whenever somebody says fucking communism, run, or socialism, or any derivative of that kind of fucking nature of leftism, fucking run. It's pure garbage.
I mean,
kill
you would
them.
agree with a lot of the positions they would hold.
Nope.
Because I feel like you guys hold a lot of positions that
Nope.
leftists hold. The skepticisms of the government, the skepticisms of big business.
No. That's all lies. Communism is all about big government, man. What are you talking about? Leftism is all about giving control up to these fucking the big government. That's what communism is. That's what being left is, bro.
I would say that there's a lot of left-leaning people that would disagree with that.
No. Karl Marx was all about fucking that, bro. What are you talking about?
We don't care about leftist or rightist. They are both wings of the same bird.
Yes, they are. On top of that, yeah. If you're gonna get into the political spectrum of it all, if you go into the rhinos are just as bad as the fucking lefters. Individually,
yes, that's right. That's why you have to. That's exactly why you should just not involve yourself in either of the parties. Step out of that, because that is just a trap for your mind and your soul and body.
Yeah, we don't believe in any politician or politics.
Yeah, get out of there, because to defend the economy is to defend your doom. That's all you're doing.
It's a adult theater show.
As like a neo-Marxist, I would agree with that statement that you just said, that to defend the economy is to defend like something that doesn't represent you or your interests or anything you have control of. I think that's all. Like I agree with you completely.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're just hastening your demise.
I can't believe it. Like
I'm a neo-Marxist.
I can't believe it. Fuck Karl Marx. That guy's a piece of shit.
Nah, he's pretty cool. He's my homie.
Here's his full. Do you know his full name? Do you know the full name of fucking Karl Marx?
So I've heard some like crazy things. I just call him Karl Marx.
What's his full name?
Moses Mordecai Levi.
Yeah. Sure.
Marx, the biggest fucking Jew in human history.
I thought we were.
And he's buried in Highgate Cemetery, London.
The father of democracy and communism.
That's it. This guy,
I can't believe I lived 5 minutes from his grave.
This cocksucker killed more than 40 million of my people within a certain span of my year because of this asshole. And you're gonna tell me communism is good? I can't believe it, bro. Like, how do you not know fucking history? That's what I hate about fucking liberals and leftists. They don't know fuck all, and they come in here thinking they know some shit. And then they're gonna go into the leftists. Now he's gonna say, "Oh, why are you talking about like that about the Jews?" Well, guess what? I'm just being honest, and I just explained myself already. I'm not saying I'm not putting all the Jews into one place. I've had friends, fucking Jews. I worked for Jews. You know, there's certain Jews that have nothing to do with this. I'm specifically saying there's a specific set. They're called the Satanist Jews. They're the synagogue of Satan. They fucking sacrifice children. They drink their blood, and this is well fucking known. It's all over Hollywood.
Well documented.
It's well documented in Hollywood. You know what I mean? This shit's being blown up by a mainstream right now, actually. So, I mean,
been blown up.
Majority of churches
6 years.
in Europe,
solid.
Yeah, man. And who owns all that shit? It's all the Jews that own that. So, I mean, if you're involved in all that shit and you're Jewish, so I mean, you're gonna put yourself in that basket, right?
Sure.
That's right. You've got to tell the truth. You can't not tell the truth. The truth is the truth, man.
That's it. Not my fucking problem that you guys are fucking pedophiles and all of a sudden you're all Jews too. I mean, shit. Is that my fucking problem? No. Is it my problem that you're all fucking Jews and you're all communists? Is that my problem? No. Is it my problem you guys fucked up California? No. That's not my problem. You guys did all that, and then you guys are gonna start crying about shit. Wow, we need more fucking funding from the government. Give us more fucking handouts, please. Wow. Let me do my heroin and fucking leave the needles in the park so the kids fucking run into them. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like, shit.
The silver lining in all this is that no asteroid is going to come and smash us to smithereens.
Exactly.
Hey, that's pretty optimistic. I'll take it.
I can't believe you said You're a fucking Marxist. That's so fucking sickening, bro. Makes me sick.
I mean, can I just, to stay consistent here, I'd just like to say, like, I don't trust what I learned in school, right? That's part of why I would say I'm in the server, is because I learned in school that Karl Marx hated freedom. And then I read a little bit of Karl Marx, and he says, my number one goal is to make more freedom. How would we make a society that was more freedom? We wouldn't have a state.
Yeah,
Karl Marx hated the state. Karl Marx hated the government. And then Stalin totally diverts his writings.
I can explain you. I can explain you how he hated the state. In Ukraine, the Red Army took all the tools from all the villagers and people. They took their land. They took all the grains they found, flour, everything. And if they had any agricultural tools, they broke them, all of them. All this in a summer, and in winter, people had nothing to eat in Ukraine. And in Ukraine, you get very harsh winter, very cold. And people were brought to hunger, and then they took the children of these people outside of the village. They cooked them, they made a soup, and then they brought soup to these hungry villagers, and they gave them, oh, take this meal and have a good meal, because we are good, compassionate, we want to help you. Yeah,
that's your fucking communist for you right there.
Yeah. This is what communism did in Ukraine.
It's not even funny, bro. This is my fucking.
And Ukraine even today is made of very damaged people.
Yeah, damn, that's terrible.
If you go there, these people have been terrorized so worse for generations to generations, that if you go there, they will not treat you like you expect to, in a humane way.
Now look what's happening in the United States, bro. You got the two fucking Karl Marx fucking commie fucking groups, right? You got the Antifa cocksuckers, and then you got the fucking BLM cocksuckers. And then if you look who's backing and funding both of them, oh, it's motherfucking George Soros, another fucking Satanist, communist cocksucker that he is. Yeah, Hungarian Jew. Satanist fucking Jew, exactly.
He's a Zionist, to be honest.
Yeah. Right. So do you see how just the connections, how they're made? Like and these are the same people that run the educational system, and these are the same people that fucking feed you the globe lie. You know, they feed you the mainstream. They always they keep you as a fucking sheep because they benefit off of your slavery.
I mean, so going back to everything, I agree. They lie to you and they benefit off of your slavery. It's something I would say that the bourgeois, right, the owning class,
they don't own
gets
shit
the profit from your labor.
They don't own shit. That's what you can classify them as that because that's what you're used to. But those cocksuckers are underneath me, bro. They might fucking seem like they put on gold and shit. They dress and they fucking comport themselves. No, they're fucking shit. I'll wipe my ass with their faces, bro. You know, and who the fuck are they? They're not God, man. There's only one fucking thing that I bow down to, is that's fucking God. And those cocksuckers are trying to step in between me and God. They're trying to step in between me and God and everybody else and God. They're cutting God away from everybody. That's these cocksuckers what they're doing. That's the fucking communists.
Yeah, that's awful.
Well, that's what communists do. What do you think they fucking did in my country? Burnt all the fucking churches, burnt all the books. So the fucking first thing they did, they killed off anybody that was against them, right? Right away, right?
Yeah, I think it's terrible.
Killed all the burnt all the fucking books, burnt all the churches. You weren't allowed to practice any form of religion. You did what we said, right?
Yeah,
and then after all that was done, all the useful idiots that were working for them, they also got killed because those guys were too dangerous to keep around, right? So until the people were just fucking enslaved into complete fucking slavery. They were all broken, and you couldn't do fuck all. That's what communism does to you.
That's terrible. Well, I would define communism as a classless, stateless, moneyless society. I would say we've never had communism.
Yes, you did.
I would say that
your definitions don't mean shit. Like whatever way you define, you're just playing semantics, right?
No, it's important, right? The guy that wrote
Venezuela,
what it was.
Soviet Union, Cuba, bro. Have you ever seen the fucking how the people live there, bro? Yeah, okay. You lived in America all your life. You never lived outside of America. And then you're gonna start fucking, and this is what fucking pissed me off. All these white kids that come from suburban areas that have fucking amazing lives, that the fucking parents buy them cars and shit. They have luxury all their life. They end up being communists.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Yeah. That's so fucking spiraled out of control. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
You never grew up in a fucking communist fucking place where you can get fucking kidnapped, raped, and murdered at any age. Like, literally.
Yeah.
I would say all these places you've named have governments, they have states, they're not communist. And I think that the person that creates the word should
and they always have the social, like, you know? They always USSR, bro. What do you think one of those S's stand for, man? Union.
Yeah, sure.
Union. Every time they have the word union in something, like you got Soviet Union, right? You got the fucking United Nations Union.
Yeah.
You know, they always now the United States of America Union right there. You see, every time they have that fucking that's communism, bro.
Sure. So,
communism.
United Kingdom.
In the early 1900s, soon after Marx's death, the idea of communism and socialism was really popular.
Read in a book. Yeah, cool story.
Sure. And
why are you trying to spread fairy tales?
Okay, I mean that's fine. Do you guys want to talk about something else?
Yeah, flat Earth.
You should let him speak at least.
No.
You interrupt.
No, it's fine. I don't want to.
5 seconds.
He's a communist.
What?
Bro. He's a self-proclaimed communist. Fuck off.
So, you're not a Mali, right?
What?
Oh, no worry. Somebody tried to fucking be like concern troll for some reason.
Hysterix, what's up?
Yeah, man. The hot seat's on you now. Are you a Glober or flat earther, bro?
Flat Earth.
Yeah, give me 3 reasons why it's flat.
To be honest, it's religious.
Say what? You're religious. You're a religious flat earther?
Yeah.
That's terrible.
You're a religious flat earther, and you're concerned.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck's wrong with you, bro, man? Anyways. Well, we're talking to a communist, bro, and then you're coming in here telling me, oh, I should respect them in a certain way. I'm like, bro, this guy fucking supports the murdering of children. and then he laughs at this shit, and then you come in here and try to interrupt and fucking white knight for this kid. Buddy,
I denounce the murdering of children. I also denounce the USSR, and I hate China.
Yeah, okay there, buddy. So you keep saying what you gotta keep saying.
I didn't say
you're Marxist. You're fucking Marxist. You studied the views of Marxism, and then you agree with shit like that, and then you think it's all cool and dandy. When I'm just showing you the works of Marxism throughout history, and then you're like, oh, it's all cool.
Yeah. I have a question.
It's weird that you want to talk about history
evolution?
and then you don't want to talk about
One
history.
moment. I have a question.
What's up?
Do you believe in evolution?
I don't know, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, these things go hand in hand, you know, evolution with communism. They are always hand in hand, the same package.
Yeah. This is why it's such an easy left and right thing, you know what I mean? That's why I start with left and right. You can really determine somebody who's just by doing the left and right politics. Me, myself, I'm personally right-leaning, right? Like, if I were involved in politics, I would be the right-leaning. Like I'm all cool with drugs and stuff, right? But there's limits to certain things, even when it comes down to just drugs, because there's a spectrum of drugs, right? Like whatever, irrelevant. What I'm just saying is, but I'm still right leaning, right? But
Sure.
when you're talking to people like you, like your left leaning ways come out and everything you say about your shit, it's like, and it comes in the package, like Get says, like once you believe into one thing, it branches off and it connects and the dots can get connected, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like, bro, I fucking hate people like you. It's just you guys are disgusting. Fucking
I
hate
agree. You're
communists.
an awful human piece of shit.
Oh, see, look at that. See, and it's coming out. It's coming out.
I mean, it's all in like witty banter, right? Like you don't like me, I don't like you. I don't want to hide it. I'm not gonna like pretend to be civil about it.
Well, thank God, because most of you cocksuckers are always trying to fucking hide it. Isn't that crazy? Most of you guys are trying to come in here pretend like you guys are like some fucking victims and shit. And you guys are trying to befriend us. But as a matter of fact, you guys are just the fucking snakes in the grass, fucking sheep. I mean, yeah, wolves in sheep's clothing, trying to pretend to be our friends just to fucking stab us in the backs. And that's what it always turns out to be. You know what I mean? Isn't that
Sure.
crazy?
There's
That's why you have
honestly
knives
that's
in
just
your name.
Discord in
Isn't that
general though.
interesting?
And
Crazy.
I've been like very upfront and honest here. The reason why I'm here, and I'm gonna continue to say this, is I think it's fascinating that I agree with you guys on a lot of things. That like we'll talk about like overarching things and come out agreeing. And I find that really interesting. And I don't feel that way about other communities that I've spoken to. And it's kind of like my own personal like discovery here of like why do I feel like I have similar like agreements with you guys? Why maybe there's things that you guys say that I could like learn
We're on the
from,
side of
maybe
the
it's things I
truth.
could learn
You
about myself.
understand that? We are on the side
Sure.
of the truth. And then you cannot avoid the truth. And that's why even the most staunch fucking Globers, they keep coming back. They always want to. We ban people from here, and they just beg to keep coming back to here. You know what I mean? Even if they just keep saying, repeating the same goddamn bullshit about refraction, and they believe that light bends in such a way that you can see over curvature, right? And the fucking heads are so fucking twisted that they believe into lies like this, right? Shit that is physically impossible to prove, right? But they keep coming back just to talk to us. Isn't that crazy?
I think that is crazy. I think it's a waste of time.
Yeah, one of those guys is in here right now, but he knows to keep his fucking mouth shut. So I mean, it's just fucking weird, man.
Yeah. Well, no,
I mean, you guys are interesting.
Branch left. He fucking got got muted and he left.
So,
But I mean, the thing is, the fact.
what makes you believe that we live on a wet spinning ball, floating in the vacuum of space?
The easy answer: he's a communist. That's why.
Yeah.
That's my answer.
Is he
Because I'm a
muted?
communist.
Yeah, I don't want to attack you because you do sound. You're not like the guy before. So I don't want to. I came at that dude. I'm not going to come at you. I'm just saying.
Didn't Marx talk about flat Earth?
No, I don't think he did. But if he did, that would be interesting. I haven't read all of Capital. Maybe somewhere in book 3 of Capital he talks about it, but nobody's read book 3 of Capital.
I will give you an advice before judging Vlad or so. Take it easy. He's very harsh on new people that come in here because, you see, we debate this, not debate, we actually tell people that we are not a community, that we are not a religious community. We don't function with beliefs. Yeah. So
yeah, we're not going to door to door knocking on fucking people's doors, spreading shit.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that here. I mean, it's not a. People want to say, "Oh, you're a cult." No, a cult needs followers, wants followers. No, we're just here, just sharing information. That's the difference. We're not out there throwing shit at people.
What we do, the flat Earth, is a known fact. It is what natural science shows us, and experiments and tests. We did laser measuring tests, and it shows flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are empirical proofs.
Yeah.
And undeniable.
You
Undeniable.
can deny it. You can deny it, but if you will deny it, then that will make you a clown.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. Okay. So, do you know, for example, in mankind's history, who and when and by which method proved that the Earth is flat, curved, a ball?
Fuck. Roger. Who did I say earlier? Not Socrates, but some Greek guy.
Eratosthenes.
All right, now stop right there.
Yeah.
Stop right there. Look how little you know about what you believe. Think about it. Right there. Look how little you know about what you believe.
Fraud. I agree 100% with that.
Yeah.
That criticism of my position. I think that's a very, very salient point that I don't know really what I'm talking about. I don't think I could make an argument one way or another that I don't know enough about the subject matter to have a strong opinion of it one way or the other. But it's a lot of science that I have to learn.
That's a good position to hold. That's a good position to hold. You
Yeah.
don't know enough, and therefore you don't have enough to say. You know, so I mean, I get that.
This first
So then
question
it comes down to
was about the curvature, and the second question we usually ask is about the rotation, the spin.
Yeah, it never made any sense to me.
Yeah, which man in human history proved that the Earth is rotating around its axis and around the sun?
The heliocentric model came around, I think, like the 17 or 1800s, right? But was there spinning in that? I don't even know.
It was an occult religion in those times. It wasn't actually public knowledge at that time.
Yeah, and what's public to like one country might not be public to another for sure.
It was an occult, like something very, very secret, hidden, you know. People did not go outside and tell to everybody, hey, we're living on a spinning ball. No, if people did that, the church were taking them and burned them alive on a stake, you know.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So okay. No problem. We don't have curvature and we don't have spin. Now, do you know of any experiment or test where you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
No, I don't.
Because you need this to prove that we are in the world a pressurized system. We have the air we breathe, 14 psi air pressure, next to a vacuum of space, you know, without
Oh yeah, I get what you
solid
mean.
barrier, solid container. Yeah. So if you can't prove this, then it means that vacuum, infinite vacuum of space, does not exist.
Could it be like a density thing? Because like
Yeah, but still, so how's it going to be next to a vacuum? You know, you understand? How are you going to do that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost. That one would be way above my head. I would just say my gut says like gases float on each other. There's a density there somewhere, but Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
how
but
that
they're
interacts with
inside
like the
something. You know,
vacuum.
whenever you see that, like, you ever seen a layered drink? Like, same thing. It's the same thing with gases. It's layered, but it's inside a container. So you can't have a drink that's layered without a freaking glass. You know.
Yeah. Well, there's obviously gas around us.
Well, yes, there is gas around us, air. It's a cocktail, a mix of gases. But you see, when you take this gas and you put it in a tank, like 14 psi, just like the air outside, and you measure the gas pressure at the bottom and at the top, you have a very small pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the top you will have a lower pressure in comparison to the bottom. And this is because of the ground attraction, which in ordinary school they teach you this is gravity, the down vector, the cause for the down vector. But if you go to MIT University in USA, one of the most prominent universities, at physics classes, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the cause of the down vector.
Fuck, that's
They
fascinating.
don't,
Could you send me that in a
yeah,
message?
they don't teach the student gravity. Actually, the physics teacher, he tells the students that what they've learned before, up to the point they got to MIT, he tells them what you've learned is ordinary teaching, religion. And he says that gravity belongs exclusively to astrophysics and cosmology. It does not belong to the world the physic world we experience. Because physics is the science that deals with everything that we can see, and not everything that we can see, everything that is around us, that is within our reach. We can physically touch it and manipulate it. This is why physics is called a science, because you can experiment with it.
Yeah.
It follows the scientific method. Yeah. But astrophysics does not. Astrophysics is like fortune telling. You look up in the sky, you see some lights, and then you make wild guesses like palm reading or fortune telling.
Yeah. It's confusing to me that like they say like certain waves of light behave differently on like a micro scale versus a macro scale. Like light is made out of protons, but when you look at like how an individual proton fires, it's either like a
not protons.
Yeah. Sorry. But like how it can either be like a particle or a wavelength. Like that shit
Yeah,
gets
they
really
say
confusing. It doesn't make
it
any
has
sense.
a dual state.
You're talking about quantum, how it works in the quantum, basically.
Dude, I barely know
about the double slit experiment.
Yeah. I think it's kind of what I'm referencing.
Yeah, that experiment shows that light is actually a wave.
When you it changes how you observe it. If you observe it, and if you don't observe it, it's different.
God, that's fascinating.
So if you don't observe it, then you imagine it?
No, you can measure it, but if you don't observe it directly.
Yeah, like they don't directly observe it, but they measure it, and then they observe it while they measure it, and it's different, and like shit like that. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
and I don't think there's an explanation for that at the moment. But it has to do with quantum mechanics.
Yeah, I know. The observer interferes with the experiment.
Yeah.
It's like
what do you think
What are
about
your
that?
guys'
once you look in the box, it's a different story.
What are your guys' opinions on like higher dimensions and stuff like fifth, sixth dimension and stuff like string theory?
String theory is Mikio Kaku's theory, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yep. Not is it really his, or is he just one of the proponents that talks about it a lot?
I
think he's probably one of the proponents.
Yeah. I know that he is very into it, but that theory is actually very much like what's in the Bible, the spoken word, vibrations.
String theory, it hasn't been proven, right? If I remember.
Yeah.
It's just a concept.
Yeah, I think it's like a useful concept for imagining like some sort of like weird phenomenon somewhere, either like on the macro or micro level. And
again, this is what astrophysicists do. They just have a lot of imagination and propose a lot of concepts that cannot be proven. So it's just BS. Another story.
Yeah.
But it also presupposes a medium between the two objects causing spooky action at a distance.
Yeah. You see, when you make these virtual constructs, like using mathematics and logic, you can make them on paper with a pen, or you can also make them with a computer, simulating in a cyber world, realm, which is not physical. It's just some images, So,
if I can just address, I don't know how to say that, Aviat. Yes. You were asking about dimensionalities.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I was.
So, one of the most interesting things about this realm is that the Bible and some of the extra biblical texts, they talk about the firmament and that there are multiple layers to the firmament, and that God sits in the seventh heaven. So there's a first heaven and a second heaven, and the first heaven is where the stars are, and then second heaven is where the angels are, and then it progressively goes up in like this hierarchy. The way that we've been sold the concept of dimensionality is that we're on this spinning ball that came out of nothingness. So therefore, the likelihood that nothingness could have occurred 1,000 other times with slight variations, and maybe they're overlapping dimensions and all of this nonsense, is the figment of the imagination just on steroids. Whereas I think what's more likely is that you've got this one chance here. This is your testing ground, and you either pass and you go to the next level up, or you fail and you go to the next level down. But in terms of extraterrestrial or extraterrane, some flat earthers ascribe to an infinite plane. So imagine that this land is much, much larger, but we are only knowing what they used to term the known world. So this is the world that we know of. This is the amount of land that we're allowed to know about. And they term that our known world. And then potentially there could be people staying on other continents that we're not allowed to know about. And then when they come and travel here, because of these vast distances that they've created in their minds in terms of how big the universe is, they now have to try and create new things like warping of space-time and traveling through wormholes and all this other stuff to try and close that distance, which would be illogical and actually infeasible. You couldn't travel for 4,000 years at the light speed to reach our nearest star. You'd be 4,000 years old.
Right.
So the dimensionality thing is very much part of this whole imagination in this realm of spinning nothingness that has no point or purpose. But when you realize that you're at the center of the creation, effectively Earth is like the basement floor, and everything above our heads is for us to see, to give us signs and seasons. We know that when that star reaches that point in the sky again, it's the equinox. And we know when this constellation reaches that point, we've entered the next age. Or so it's all for signs and seasons, what's above our head. And we're at the center of this creation. And you've got this one shot, and you actually will be held accountable. But they don't want that idea. So they say maybe there's 1,000 dimensions, and in each one you made a slightly different decision. Therefore, the decision you make in this one matters not.
For example, why did Maxwell corrected Ampere's law?
Who's Maxwell?
A guy, he made
James Maxwell.
Wait, say that again.
Yeah, James Clerk Maxwell. James Clerk Maxwell.
Yeah.
He did experiments with magnetic fields and stuff.
Yeah.
And how magnetic
yeah.
radiation works.
I never heard of him before.
Yeah. Well, if you search, you will find a whole chapter in physics books which say, this is the title of the chapter, if I'm not mistaken, how Maxwell fixed Ampere's law. And what he did in his formula equation, he made like he said that the positive Gaussian plane can actually be a vacuum, like nothing, an infinite space of nothing, and that's where you get all this positive charge from. Because when we measure the voltage in the atmosphere, we can detect, we can measure the air's voltage according to the altitude. So the higher you go in altitude, the air's voltage increases. Like 100 meters, you have 100 volts, 200 meters, you have 200 volts, 300, and so on. And for this voltage current to exist, it must come from a plane. Like we are in an electric field between two Gaussian planes. The ground is known to be the negative plane, yeah? And the point on top of it, above it, there must be the positive one.
The sky, the wind, the air.
Yeah.
Jet, I just want to correct one thing there. You said in terms of the voltage going up, 100% accurate, but when you called it a voltage current is normally referring to amps. But the voltage is the potential. So the potential is increasing, and then the moment that circuit is basically connected, then it allows current to flow in the form of amps.
The resistance is also decreasing.
Yeah.
But also the ampage is tiny. So even though that it does go up by 100 volts, there's no real usable current yet. There's just an increasing probability. But I work in power. I work in solar. I'm using batteries every day. Every battery has a positive and a negative terminal. If I connect my negative terminal, I cannot leave the positive dangling in the air, and I close the circuit.
Yeah, exactly.
So if the Earth is the negative terminal of this battery system, this positive negative system, there has to be a positive terminal somewhere to complete the provable current flow that we experience every day in our lives, through electricity and lightning and all this other stuff that goes on. There has to be a positive and a negative. So if the ground is the negative, there has to exist a positive, and no amount of open space can be the positive terminal. There has to be a connection point to a terminal.
The ground can be the positive.
The ground is the negative. Provably the negative.
No, ground can be. No, it could be all the way the other way around.
Not true, because once it's grounded, it's basically equalized.
Now,
So anything above ground is.
Could I ask you a question? So you said that something has to be the positive. Does, like, if you could steel man what the status quo position is, or if you could do, like, we not know what the positive is, even the status quo position, like, are they not telling us? Like, I guess.
All right, I hear your point. I would say that the standard narrative, or the traditional standard narrative that we're given, is that the air molecules are bumping against each other, causing friction, and that friction is building up a positive charge.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the ground potentially would be at, like, maybe a really large number in terms of its negativity. Those tiny positive ionic charges from friction would be 0.000000000 of a charge. So it's not the positive surface we're looking for when you would need to close this network or the circuit.
Why do you got to connect the ground then?
For grounding.
Yeah, why do you have to connect the ground at all?
To basically eradicate the electromagnetic interference. So it's the electrostatic that's being collected in the air.
Why would you do that?
The electrostatic that's generally in the air, the thing that shocks you when you touch the doorknob. If you're wearing your slippers and you're all ground, so you aren't grounded, you're picking up electrostatic potential. And then the moment that you create a grounding opportunity, you create a current
We're
flow.
talking about a machine, not me and you.
Okay, but you said why do things need to be connected to the ground?
Yeah,
It's to prevent
machines and vehicles and shit.
It's to prevent the electrostatic buildup that can be discharged when it then does get in contact with ground. So for a home,
so
everything is
instead of finding
connected.
the excess energy, you want to prevent it and push it away. I mean, I don't get it.
So aeroplanes, when they land, they do have a grounding cable, and the grounding cable touches a certain point that allows them to discharge that electrostatic that they've collected while flying. So, but when you've got like a house,
how much energy extra do they have?
I think
Why
he's
they got so
trying to
much
ask
extra energy?
why,
They got
why
to get rid
is
of it.
electrostatic bad?
Aren't they using it
Or
up
why
to
do we
the air
need
the whole
to get
time?
rid of
They
it?
like using this energy?
electrostatic is slightly different to electromagnetic. So electrostatic can blow terminals, and it can blow capacitors and transformers on motherboards. So they want to try and
How do you
get rid of the.
Sorry?
How you not getting it from ground?
Sorry, you were breaking up. I didn't catch that.
I said, how do you know the connection to ground isn't what's giving you your power in the end result?
Which connection to the ground?
Like your physical connection? Like your body to the ground?
Well, that
Like
is
when you're wearing shoes with rubber, or which kind of connection?
So the electron flow diagram that we use to describe the flow of current it's a circle, it's a path, it's a circuit. When the circuit is closed, it's flowing. When the circuit's open, it's broken, it's not flowing. But that arrow could go the other way. So I agree with you. How do we know that it's not flowing from ground up? How do we know? Like lightning tends to create the negative moves upward until it equalizes and then the current is transferred. But you often see lightning starting from the ground moving upward in ultra slow mo, like when you actually look at the initial blast, or sometimes they meet halfway, comes up from the ground and comes down from the cloud and they meet halfway and they create an established path.
Connection. Yeah.
So in our very simplistic minds, we like to look at the diagram and we say it flows from the positive to the negative. But how do we know that for certain if it is if it's a circuit, if it's circular?
Well, yeah, I have read many years ago that actually when they came up with these electrical formulas and stuff like that to explain how electricity travels, they were not able to be sure which way the electrons are traveling, from positive to negative or from the negative to positive. So they just picked one, and they also attributed the positive sign and the negative, but it can be the other way around, but that still doesn't make it like electricity doesn't exist. It does exist. It is real.
What's amazing is that this entire realm is magnetically driven.
Yeah.
We've got the North Pole at the center. Everything is about magnetic fields and about declinations to magnetic fields. And then in school, they don't even teach you about Maxwell, and they don't even teach the most they teach you about a magnet is you stick it on your fridge and it holds a piece of paper on your fridge.
Yeah.
And the real applications to magnetism and specifically Mercury, when exposed to a magnetic field, tends to want to vortex. It wants to make a rotational path. And that's mostly why I think that they've disallowed mercury as a substance to the public. They say, yes, it's very harmful, and yes, it is a very deadly substance, and that's why they put it into our injections that we give to our newborns. But effectively, you're not allowed to play with the substance because there's some relationship between magnetic fields and mercury, which I think the ancients knew very well, and they don't want us to really be looking into magnetic relationships or creating this transfer of energy from the etheric field into our field. Even with solar panels, like the current narrative is that, the aluminium is being vibrated by the sunlight frequency just at the right amount to and the silica wafers for them to release an electron and effectively collect an electron from the sky, so that they're still in a state of balance, but an electron flow begins to be generated. So they've gotten better and better at making panels, a 60-cell panel, and now up to 72 cells, and now 75 and 80-cell panels. But still, when you look at what the cell is doing, people stand there and scratch their head, and they say, it's catching electricity. I don't know where, just it's catching it. And it's being transferred out of some other field into this one, because just putting up 12 panels over a year, you produce 3-4 megawatts from your 6 panels. So it's remarkable how much is there. And when you weigh the panel after many years of operation, it's still the same weight. So if it was giving off electrons, and electrons have mass, it would it should have
It's still
declined by
absorbed
some
from the
percentile.
environment. Yeah, yeah,
It should be measurable, but it's not.
yeah.
So it hasn't lost anything, but it's given
Yeah.
you
True.
so much. So there's still a lot about this realm that they don't want us to know, especially around the magnetism and the relationship
And
with
also
electricity.
about electrostatics. Yeah. Mic check.
Yeah.
So I was looking, because according to Ampere's law, positive plane from above must be something physical matter. It cannot come from nothing.
Well, again, it can be demonstrated, like I say, if I take a battery and I don't connect to the positive terminal and I just dangle that in the air, I can't complete the circuit until it connects to the terminal. So if I extrapolated that and I held the positive terminal maybe at half a mile, it still couldn't complete that current flow. So if they say that the air is producing this collision-induced static that creates the positive sufficient to create this flow, then I shouldn't need the other side of a battery. I could just use the negative side of a battery and then just hold it in the air, and then the circuit's completed. But it's not. It's demonstrably not that way, but yet the textbook tells you it's that way.
I would be curious to experiment with superfluid liquid helium. I think this kind of liquid can actually provide that opposite charge, the positive charge. So
But Aviat, did you have some more questions, man?
Shoot, sorry it took me a minute to respond. No, I'm fine. I'm just vibing.
So like Jet was saying to you now, that those three questions that we ask are kind of like the three fundamental things to that concept. So, for example, if I wanted to describe an elephant, I would use the word trunk, and I would say like giant mammal, or largest land-walking mammal, or I would use very fundamental descriptions so that you'd eventually say, okay, elephant, got you. Now, in this ball model, it's like the three foundational pillars are, for it to be a ball, it has to curve somewhere. And that curve must be measurable. Then if day and night is because the sun is stationary and we're spinning, there must be a way to prove it spins. And then thirdly, they tell us it's this infinite vacuum all around us. So there must be a way. So here on the Earth, I can't show you gas pressure without putting it in a container. I can't give you high pressure helium or hydrogen without a container around the gas. I can't just give you a ball of high pressure hydrogen. So the same way, if we here presently have this high pressure gas, there must be something containing us. Otherwise, that gas would just move outward and want to equalize. And that's a fundamental law.
Yes,
so those three foundational columns, if one falls away, your mind kind of says, okay, well, it can still balance on the other two. And then you kick the second one away. Now, this thing was a triangle, but now it's balancing on just one little foundation. and then you kick the third one away, and it's like, what foundation?
Sure. And I
Guess
don't
what?
know anything about the second one. The first one,
For
you guys had like a really cool rebuttal to my like little fun math story that I remembered from like middle school or high school.
yeah.
And I wouldn't have the slightest answer on the third. It sounds like complicated high-end science to me. My answer would be, I don't know, gravity maybe. Gravity or density? One of the two, maybe a combination of both.
Okay, before we go to gravity and
I-
density, I would like to tell you about Eratosthenes, why he was wrong. Because if you go and search what they teach in school, they will tell you that Eratosthenes put like 2 sticks in the ground and he measured the shadows and angles, and he from there assumed he was measuring a curved surface, yeah, and the next assumption he made, he said that the sun light rays travel parallel when they reach Earth, which means that the sun is a collimated light source, and collimated light sources would be the most fascinating technological achievement if mankind will ever achieve this. We could make the most amazing technologies
What's the
if
difference
we achieve
between
this kind of
pollinated light
you see,
and normal light?
collimated light source means that the light rays from that light source are traveling parallel, and they also travel infinite distances. Their intensity never decreases. You know, you can make a flashlight, you light it, and you see forever.
Oh, okay.
You know, yeah.
The
Right, so-
opposite would be radial. So like when you draw a picture of the sun and you draw all the little lines going out like a clock, that's radial, coming from a center, going in all directions. And collimated would be like columns of light. It only moves in that one path, and it doesn't grow or expand at any point.
They are parallel. Yeah.
Flat Earth Scholar, you're a really nice dude. I hope we never disagree because I like you. You're cool. All right.
No, you're
okay.
cool, man. I like that you're being really honest with the topic. You know, it's the first thing when you start to look at this is you have to do a lot of thinking in your mind and a lot of like spatial reasoning. You have to almost like hold this picture in your mind and turn it around and look at it from behind and trying to explain what you can see in your mind to someone else. Like I find it quite challenging, but it's also exhilarating when the other person can acknowledge what you've said. And a lot of people that come in here, they throw a question out, and as soon as you start answering it, they just throw the next one and the next one and the next one. They never want to actually listen to what's being said or really understand or try to understand. You know, it's like the enemy of knowing is thinking you already know the truth. But at least if you come in and say, hey, you know, if I can be proven wrong, great, then tomorrow I'm not wrong. Like if you can prove why I'm wrong today, I'm going to correct what I say tomorrow. And all of us here are generally on this journey of we want to be shown if we're wrong. We want to be corrected. Yeah. It's not the opposite where we want to be seen as we know everything. It's a process of like we're learning together. We're fellow or co-researchers. We're all researching a topic, and as soon as I find something fascinating, I'll chuck it in the mix. And then there's a guy who's a specialist in light, and then he in what they call spectral photometry. And then he'll throw in stuff that's specific to his trade. And then there's engineers, and there's pilots, and there's military guys, and everyone's coming forward and saying, you know what you said made a lot of sense. And here's what I've been working with for the last 30 years, which never made sense. I wonder if it can fill some of the puzzle pieces. It's like with this journey, you're looking at this large puzzle piece, and we don't have any of the pieces. So we're trying to put this thing together with very fractured pieces of information. But even with the smallest amount of information, you can already disprove that a lot of what they tell us is actually really ludicrous. We've got stone cold proof that the Earth's radius is wrong. It's called the black swan. Yeah. So effectively, if you're on an object, the way to measure an object is through actual measurement. So if I took a square, I would measure that it's 6 inches by 6 inches, and I know it's a square because I've measured it, right? So measurement is very crucial in determining shape. So when you take the shape like a ball, you can measure at what rate it must curve away from you. So a ball with a radius of 3959, which they say that we're on, it must curve away from you from the first mile by 8 inches squared. But effectively, in our minds, we were always told the Earth's so big, you'd never see the curve. That's why everything looks flat. But when you actually look at the mathematics, it says from the first mile, you should notice 8 inches of deviation. And by the third mile, a 6-foot observer should be completely hidden under the curve. So now think about something around you that's 3 miles away, and then think about the thing that's 5 miles and 10 miles behind it that you can still see. So,
I live in the mountains. There's rocks in the way of everything. But yeah, I get what you mean.
So when you go to the ocean, you'll often watch a boat sail out, and you'll be like, okay, it must be sailing over the curvature soon. And then you just watch this thing sail away and sail away and it just goes further and further and further out. And if you start to raise your altitude a little bit, and you thought the boat had already gone over the curve, you can then see it's still a flat top, like looking at a tabletop. But this boat has just gone further and further and further away. Now, when you go down to 1 foot observer, the horizon should be no further than 1.2 miles. So if you lay down on your stomach at the ocean next time, the horizon has to be no further than 1.2 miles from your observation.
Geometrical obstruction, yeah.
Because at that point, it should start curving, and that should form the horizon. So when you go and look and you lie down on the beach and you see that you can still see maybe 10 kilometers, or in miles, like 7 miles. When you start to see radically past that distance, they did a calculation on this thing and called it the black swan, and effectively found that we could see more than 10 times what we should see if we were on this ball with a radius of. So we presented it to one of the professors, one of the globe professors, and he said, well, best all you've done is disprove the radius, so maybe the ball's bigger. But the ball can't be bigger because everything is based on how fast that ball turns, how that ball moves around the sun. All our orbital trajectories of all our satellites and everything are based on this radius and this quote-unquote known circumference. So you can't just expand or contract this rock. It's a rock. It's a physical thing. So we should be able to measure it. But we can't measure curve. So it's really a fascinating journey of trying to find these little puzzle pieces, and every guy's got his own specialty in this field, but we're we're coming to this with an open mind, saying, "Hey, maybe what we were told wasn't the truth. Maybe we should come in like an investigator and not just get told, oh, it's Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide, nothing to see here, kids." Maybe we should go into the room and say, did he really? Could someone else have been in here? And when you start to look at the story like that, you just find gaping holes everywhere. The same with this globe earth religion.
And you also said about gravity, so I would like to tell you that you probably heard about gravity field, gravitational field, and
Wait,
gravity force.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to cut you off. I have to go. I just didn't want to be rude, and leave without saying bye to anybody. But yeah, it was. Thanks for the conversations. You all were really cool, except V. Fuck that guy. And I look forward to talking to everyone later.
No, about Vlad, yeah. Just know what he told you. What he told you about Marxism and that stuff is actually very true, and you should research more about it, because you've been given only their narrative, their beautified story about it. You don't know the reality of it, actually. So yeah, and you can find it if you search it. You will find it and see that he wasn't talking, just like that. So do come back. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, Elijah. And everybody else, of course.
Good morning, Roger. Hello, everyone.
Hey, Crit, you there, man?
Is nobody talking, or are you guys talking?
It's pretty silent.
I was about to say you're talking, and now I'm talking.
Well, it was so quiet. I was like, maybe I can't hear no one. Maybe it's like my end, you know? I've never heard 24/7 this quiet ever.
It was yesterday.
Really?
It's a fun evening where people have things to do, and nobody wants to talk.
I see a lot of people in here, but just a lot of people just muted. They mute themselves. Happy Friday, everybody. Payday.
The start of the Sabbath. The 6th day of the week is ending.
Yep.
I went hard into the Numpty clips last night, man. Woof.
Were they good?
Yes. If you haven't gotten into them, I'd suggest starting the playlist.
No, well, I know he put them up yesterday, but I hadn't checked those out from yesterday.
I literally just want to throw my wallet his direction. It is so worth it. Well, the editing's great. The context is all there. I mean, it's all spot on. I like it. Great editing.
Tonight he's going to debate someone.
No, a debate requires that you have experiments and facts and such.
Oh, well, they're just talking. They're just going to argue.
The Globies have nothing.
This is more of an argument then. Tonight.
Well, the kid started out because I was there when they first. It was like a documentary or a bio. The kid was dancing around what he was trying to say it was. But it's him trying to just record what is. So I don't know what his channel or whatever he is doing it for. He said it was for personal and blah, blah, blah.
I'll check it out. I'm going to go listen to this yesterday's Numpty clip. You guys have a good one.
All right, take care.
Maybe I'll be back. Later.
You there, Branch?
Yeah, what's up, Crit?
I noticed you're not on Gems anymore.
I don't know. I just wanted to say what's up.
I'm not either. I got kicked like yesterday or years ago.
Oh wait, I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said.
Yeah,
What
on
did you say?
Gems. You're not on Gems anymore.
Oh, I'm not. No, are you?
No, I'm not either. They kicked me yesterday, or a couple days. I think I don't know. 2 days ago, I think it was now, or 3 days ago, something like that.
I think I haven't been in there for like about a month, bro.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know this.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just got sick of it.
What have you been up to?
Are you sick of lies, or are you just sick of those guys?
The moderation is so bad. It's like
I wasn't asking you, Crit. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think I'm just sick of idiots that essentially make themselves feel better by belittling others. You know? It's not like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Fuck it. I mean, like, I come here and I belittle you guys, right? Sometimes. So, you know, kind of in the same boat as any other global.
I don't know if you know this, but like RZA left and Curve left, and it's like a ghost town there now. No one talks. It's just dead air, like all the time.
Well, RZA left and Tao left before I did.
What's the
Yeah,
guy's name?
Curve left like.
What's the guy's name with the YouTube that sounds like he smokes all the cigarettes?
Yeah, that's Curved.
Oh shit, that's you know, not as happy as I thought I'd be hearing that. I don't want
Dude, me and Curve.
Oh man, I want people to communicate. You know.
Me and Curve, like, we literally hate each other.
Curve's an uncontrolled diabetic. That's really what he is. You can just tell, like through the day, the ups and downs. You know, like he'll talk normal for like an hour, and then be foaming at the mouth, lunatic. And I'm like, dude, go test your blood sugar. You know, like you're not doing okay right now.
Well, I wouldn't say that, dude. What I would say about Curve is that, like, I think there's like, he doesn't like stupidity, right? And he sees Flat Earth as pure stupidity, right? But I think that the reason why he left Flat Earth or left Gem Server is just because this whole server is, I don't know, it's just not what it used to be. You know? I think the entire objective of the server has changed fundamentally, and I think that's what pissed Curved off.
I don't know. What do you mean by that? I'm kind of curious. What was the objective before, and what's the objective now?
Well, I think before the objective was, it was a bunch of globers just chilling. And I think what it's become now is basically to create a dialogue regardless of who's right or wrong, for the sake of creating a dialogue.
I think it's evolved into something that's not what it was originally about anymore. And I think James Server's lost something because of that. I'm not trying to talk him down, but I would agree with you on the same principles, Branch.
Yeah, I mean, again, I never agreed with like the general consensus of Jem's room, but you know, I had my buddies in the room, and a lot of people agreed to me and my perspective on it, which was, you know, fuck y'all, have fun with it. It was always my perspective. It's a weird situation, bro. And then, you know, it's like you guys need to also recognize that Flat Earth itself is going through I don't know, a slight dimming down of being in the limelight. That makes sense.
Why do you think that is?
I think that
I'll put it this
YouTube's
way. I'll put it this way. YouTube has already, for I don't know, at least 4 years now, they've already cut off or attempted to cut off Flat Earth in its general in a real sense, like not in this pseudo. Now we're gonna talk about it as YouTubers who are sanctioned to talk about it because it makes us money, and we're gonna call Flat Earth dumb. And these same 100 links have been the same 100 links for 4 years. Yeah, that's obviously getting boring. But in terms of Flat Earth, let's parallel it to 9/11. I don't think anyone would ever really say, well, the conversation for 9/11 is dimming down, because it's a truth that happened.
Right.
And
but Elijah, I mean, I think where I'm coming from is this, yeah, like, so right, or if you are right at a time where YouTube started, you know, dimming it down as far as hits go and all of that. I think that also there was a big split between the Flat Earth communities, right? And there was a certain group of Flat Earthers that then decided to take their Flat Earth, if you want, methodology outside of YouTube and focus more on mainstream methods and things like that. And I think that what happened then is that it actually created an enormous split within the community, right? So, you know, you got people like you got people that were getting mainstream, if you want, acknowledgement about Flat Earth, but they weren't in direct if you want, communication with the people in the front lines, right? So, for example, like people like who is it, Mark Sargent, right? He gets acknowledged for who he is, and he gets certain, if you want, contracts or things like that outside of Flat Earth, but he has no acknowledgement or even understanding of what's happening within the Flat Earth community at the moment. And it created an enormous rift. And it was essentially triggered through YouTube splitting. Because what triggered Mark Sargent to leave YouTube was the change in monetization. You know, he was like, fuck this, I gotta figure out a better way to not only monetize his point of view, but also make a bigger impact, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's more to do with like TOS on certain platforms than it has to do with the actual information and how it's being distributed throughout the populace.
Yeah.
And of course, without their
But you know what's
tabulations,
so
how
interesting?
could we even know? You
Elijah,
get what
Elijah,
well, hold on.
I get what you're saying, bro. And
Hold on. All I'm saying is all of that stuff, Mark Sargent, these mainstream people, like the way that was tabulated was going to be the way it was going to be from the mainstream standpoint. But on the real reality, not TV standpoint, every time I'm in here talking to a Globe Earther casually, someone stops me on the street and goes, "Yeah, man, yeah," as if it's something that people know but don't really talk about, like 9/11. That's why.
but I get you, bro. But like, okay, so personally, right? Within this room, I get what you're saying, yeah. And like, I mean, like, I've been in a situation where I was in the room just chilling when, like, who was it, Jose?
No,
called
that's
up.
that's not what I mean. Not within this room. I'm saying I would have.
I know.
I would have a conversation in the room, and people on a weekly basis in earshot of me out in the real world.
Elijah, let me please let me finish what I was about to say. Yeah, like I remember, like, I understand what you're trying to say when you talk about people like Mark Sargent, right? Just because being in the room when like Jose is calling Mark Sargent and literally telling him, "Why the fuck are you such a show?" Right? So I understand that, like, even within the cultures, that there's a certain amount of hate towards certain people, right? And I get it. I mean, Mark Sargent has sold the fuck out. My bad. Okay.
Yeah, because I've expressed it twice, and I've tried 2 times to draw a parallel between 9/11 and Flat Earth. Twice. And so my overall point is, I don't care about the mainstream. I never did. Most Flat Earthers don't. They never did. Right? So what I'm talking about is individuals who are maybe not like me, or maybe not like you, or maybe not like the main players in all of this, if you will. Right? I'm talking about the casual, normal person that we're talking about. Like, none of that is tabulated. The things that happen in the real world, that's not accounted for. So what I'm saying is, for example, when I'm having conversations casually about Flat Earth, and there's a normal person who's not exposed to this conversation on the street, they'll say, "Right on." They'll say, "I agree with you." They'll say, "Fuck yeah, man, keep doing what you're doing, keep talking about what you're talking about." So what I'm saying is, in the real world, I'm getting feedback when on mainstream, going off of mainstream, I might believe that there should be no feedback. That, people are like, the Flat Earth conversation is dying down. No one really cares. It's just this, some cult that's like, a very minute amount of people. But that's not what I'm getting when I'm having conversations in the real world. It's reminiscent of conversations about 9/11. Nobody really talks about it, but when you bring it up, people know what's up.
Yeah, and you're probably right, because like honestly, I haven't researched it enough as I should have. like potentially my view on it is like you know, when I view these people that do these activism type of things, right? And they do a whole European tour and things like that, right? I get it that it was a good thing to do, and I also understand that, you know, because of COVID, it had to come to an end. But there's also a part of me that when I did watch all of the activism that I saw through these organized activism events, I kind of saw it as it didn't really go anywhere. And personally, Elijah, I'm not trying to like say it was bad, but that's just my personal view on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, replace flat Earth with any other topic. These people on a soapbox. I mean, they've been around since medieval times, screaming on deaf ears.
Well, Elijah, let me ask you a question, Elijah.
So what I'm saying is, it's not really exclusive to the topic. It's like the choice to be this person that goes out and speaks the truth. That's not exclusive to flat Earth. Any topic that has been, you know, and not really talked about, people who go out there in the streets and do this kind of evangelism type of thing, it's never seen as popular, ever. It has nothing to do with flat Earth, really.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's all. I've always found this very interesting, right? Because like Elijah,
what activism you talking about, Branch? In Europe, have you seen the riots in Europe, in Spain?
No, okay. What I'm talking about is just like,
okay. Let me tell you. They were all fake. That thing you call activism is actors hired by the government to go out on the street and act like vandals and hooligans. Yeah, they made fires all around the city, and all the fires in the city, they were fenced. They had fences. Yeah, those construction building fence which delimited the traffic and stuff like that. They took those fences and all the fires were fenced. Yeah. And then at night you have the police cars, vans, yeah, roaming around, circling all the downtown, patrolling, you know, like in high speed, and fire trucks driving by all those fires, but none of them stops to actually put the fire off. They let them burn from 9 o'clock up to 12 o'clock. Yeah.
All right, Gabby Gat, please. Like, I get where you're coming from, yeah. But please understand that, you know, what I'm discussing is like the whole, you know, there was an enormous, if you want, there was actually a pretty decent sized group of people that did a tour of Europe, right? And that's what I'm discussing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, there was a Flat Earth Europe tour that did occur, and I get what you're saying, that maybe they didn't have the same righteousness that you do in this room, but they did do it, right? You know what I'm talking about? That little group that did it. So I think it was like David what's his name? Like, no, of like Hinkle, like of Hisbury or something like that. He was the guy who, you know, had his, like, who ran it, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, whatever. What do you want to say?
I'm just saying, man. They literally did a tour of Europe,
Yeah.
and I mean, I think it's interesting because, like,
What's so wrong about doing a tour of Europe?
nothing. There's nothing wrong with it. It almost
Yeah.
seems to me like you don't like them doing it, which is why you're almost trying to tell me there's something I shouldn't be talking about.
Yeah, but did they vandalize anything? Like they did something antisocial?
No. No, not at all.
You see?
Dude.
You see, but these actors from the government with these riots in December and January this year, yeah, where you had all these demonstrations everywhere.
Get.
Yeah.
He didn't bring any of that up though.
Ah.
He's talking about the flat Earth movement, so to speak, and how it's becoming less popular from his vantage.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the effect of.
Well, it's not even that. I think like Elijah, right? Like, you know, I think what's interesting is like, there's a lot of people in this room that don't want to be part of the movement that other people want Flat Earth to be. You know, like it has been that way for a very long time, right? Like the whole Mark Sargent thing. I don't think that this room within itself is pro Mark Sargent. Not even close. Right? And now, based on that, I also think this room is not pro fucking let's go all around Europe and spread the truth. Because I think that a lot of people who are actually flat earthers, they understand you cannot spread the truth to someone over a meeting. You know, if you're standing next, like basically, if you're standing outside a shop and you meet some motherfucker, it's very hard to actually portray what the fuck Flat Earth's about and actually create a situation where they're actually gonna want to look into it.
It's actually very
in a matter of a meeting.
It's actually very easy. For me, it may not be easy for everyone, but it's easy for me. I have going based on seeing other people's interactions, because they make them public. My interactions aren't public. And I would say I have one of the highest success rates for getting.
Like, have you ever
for getting people to look into this?
Elijah, so are you trying to tell me, Elijah? So like, you're trying to tell me like you've literally just met one person, in a scenario like what these guys do, where they have a whole fucking like flat Earth situation going on, and you converted someone.
Why would I do that? I mean,
I'm just saying that's what they're trying to do.
I could do that, but check this out. Most guys, this is gonna be a weird. Just follow me for a second. Most guys don't get laid. Most guys are a big billboard sign saying, "Hey, I want to have sex tonight." And oftentimes, for the normal guy, that is very, 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 very unsuccessful.
Absolutely.
In my day, I never had a problem going to the bar, leaving with someone. That night, if that's what I wanted to do, it was almost a certainty.
Yeah, bro, I'm the same way.
And the reason is because of communication.
I'll tell you the reason why.
What I'm saying is I'm not standing outside with a catch-all net saying, "Hey, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm doing. No,
Elijah,
that's not what it's
I
about.
would actually like to say, this. Yeah, I think the reason why was because you didn't really care. Like the one thing women pick up on is when a guy gives a shit about what the fuck he's doing. So if you're trying to hook up with a girl at a hotel bar, the best way to do it is not to care about it. Right?
So the same goes for flat Earth and not actually setting. I'm all for the setup, people setting up things. I might even do it one day. But the point is, when I speak to people, it's almost like I don't really care that majority of the world believes that it's a globe. I don't really care that most people have opinions about this and about that. I don't care. People wonder why I so matter of factly know that the earth is flat. And if they're curious, I have a way of telling them. And when I tell them in this matter of fact way, it is very receptive. Much more receptive than
Elijah.
Much.
Elijah, bro, look. Personally, I think you're one of the coolest motherfuckers in this room, yeah? But I will tell you this. We're never gonna agree on this.
I'm not trying to get you to agree. We're having a conversation about people, right?
And it's not actually
So
you know what?
Hold on.
Let me restate that. It's gonna be very hard for you to make
that
me agree.
statement itself, it makes you a clown then.
All right.
No,
Okay,
hold on.
like I said,
hold
I'm
on,
gonna.
Brent, I forget what he said. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah, what's up?
We're not in a debate, right? I'm not trying to convince you. I'm telling you my experience. There's no agree to disagree about it. Right or wrong?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, bro. Like, I'll be honest with you, it's like the way I see it, the way I see life is that if you want to believe the earth is flat and your life is better off by believing the earth is flat, then regardless. No. Hold on. This is how I really see it. Yeah. Regardless of whether or not the earth is flat or not, if your life is gonna be better thinking the earth is flat, fuck it, do it. Because so what? Regardless of what the fuck the truth is, the only thing that really matters is your life and how you feel about it. And if again, that's really how I see life. Believe whatever you want to believe.
Well, that's the thing, we don't believe it.
A lying life is life. A life of lies is life. What the hell are you talking about, Branch?
I mean, there is.
I know that ignorance is bliss. I know you like to be ignorant, Branch, but we don't.
And honestly, and don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted.
This is not.
I'm looking at all of you flat earthers.
The truth.
I'm looking at all of you flat earthers as the guys that are twisting life. Right?
How are we twisting it? I mean, how are we twisting it? We're just trying to find the truth. And what we notice is that they've been lying to us all this freaking time. You haven't noticed.
But see, El Bariqua and Get Beget. Here's the disconnect here. Because most oftentimes flat earthers don't try to communicate with the staunch globers, right? So his perspective is not as black and white as we would like it to be. So when he's speaking his truth, even though we know there is the truth, that his truth, her truth is really a subjective thing that's really doesn't work. But
Yeah, exactly. It's objective. It's not objective.
The point that I'm trying to make is he's not talking about information. If he was talking about information, we could deal with that. He's talking about the flat earth movement, so-called. I mean, it does exist, unfortunately. The Mark Sargents of the world, these people that are also a part of the conversation. His overall outlook on that in the mainstream view. That's all he has to go on because he's not talking about information. And so there's no reason to attack him on the basis of information when he's not even talking about that.
Well, that's what we need to get him to go to information, not.
How many are you going to force him? I mean, how are you going to do it? You're going to tie his hands down he's Branch. What are you going to do? He's not.
I don't have a vagina, bro. If I had a vagina, you may be able to, but I don't.
What the fuck are you here?
Even if I did have a vagina, why would that make a difference? I don't know. Either.
I don't know why. I mean, maybe he thinks some of us are cool. I don't know.
Well, I would tell you this.
This is lunacy, bro.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not lunacy at all. What was lunacy is why you guys are so against anything I say, just because I am not willing to be a flat earther.
We don't give a shit if you're a flat earther. We're just asking you to do your own research.
No, but
you don't really care about the research. You just care about what they told you and what you believe in.
No. The reason I say this, it's like, seriously, bro, like, you're literally hating on me because I'm not willing to be a flat earther, even though I'm totally cool.
That's not true. No one said that. You were imagining things.
Yeah, and when you tell us, like in a lie,
I can empathize. I can empathize with him.
With the straw man?
I can see where he's coming from. Look at the difference between the conversation he and I was having and the conversation the three of you guys are having. How could you not see a difference and then note it?
Somebody comes up with lies about
saying that we have a belief system and we're here practically like a religion.
Justifying. Yeah. But when you say because, you're just justifying.
No, I'm not justifying.
No. You're justifying it in the face of the point that I'm making. Because what you're saying is irrelevant to the point. Him saying, oh, we believe that the earth is flat and all, I heard him say that. I know why he's saying that. Because he's not even really.
Yeah, I know that too.
He's not really talking about the we that's even in this room. He's talking about the we that's a collective. But you are talking about something specific. And because of that, and because of him being a globe earther and saying certain key phrases, you are, in his eyes, hating on him.
If there was a flat earther saying the same shit, I would freaking.
Yeah, because he called himself we, and that means he's Satan.
Yeah,
how many people?
Hold on, we get. How many people that say they're flat earthers say that we believe in this and this and that? Have we not jumped up?
Yeah, regardless of who is saying it, if somebody starts lying about me or giving me a straw man, telling me what I am thinking or why I'm doing things, I'm not gonna appreciate it, regardless of his beliefs.
Yeah.
But this is kind of what we're. This is kind of hold on.
But don't just hate.
Just give me a second. This is kind of what he means when he's like the people who have to, in a sense, take up arms. I didn't hear him say that I believe in flat earth because he said we believe in flat earth. I don't care what he thinks. That's the whole point of the analogy with the girl in the bar, right? If you were here for it. I don't really care that he is stereotyping me, possibly. I'm not going to take it personally. I know that's what we do in the room when people come in to debate. He's not here for that because he's been here forever. So I'm not talking to him as a new individual who's showing these same characteristics. I'm talking to him as the Branch that I've known for at least a year.
Yeah, but he's been here for at least a year, and he should know better than to accuse all of us
Hey,
of
bro,
stuff that didn't happen.
I've been
It's
here for
just-
about 4 years. 4 years.
Yeah,
And I've talked.
regardless.
Yeah, and I've talked to Branch this a few hours ago, and it was about payments. It was
Yeah,
a cool,
Roger.
cool conversation. But so I've been listening to Branch all day, and he sounds like a cool guy. But the moment he entered the room, Branch, you told us, I want to live in a lie. The more they lie to me, the better, right? And then what do you suppose that we do with this, right? What is it a troll argument? Is it something you say to troll? Or
What he's doing, he's willing to live a lie, and he comes between a group of people, of judgmental people, and he's asking them not to judge you.
What Elijah's trying to tell you is this, yeah? Don't always take a book by its cover, and if you do take a book by its cover, always read it.
But you told us you want to live in a lie.
Didn't you read the book to me an hour ago?
If he hold on, Roger, if he told you he wants to live in a lie,
right?
What is? Why aren't you letting him?
I don't care if he lives in a lie. I just care about his assumption about all of us not being nice to some Globers.
If he says he wants to live in a lie, what words thereafter would be so abhorrent to you that you take it personally? Because the
I'm
moment
not taking it personally.
1 hour ago, Branch was.
Hold on. That's my point. If you weren't taking it personally, then you don't care what he says after he says, "I want to live in a lie." If he says, "I want to live in a lie," I'm not going to speak truth for the next hour. And then he says something about flat earthers. Why do you even feel the need to respond with any kind of energy? It's like
because he asked it an hour ago. He cried in here. He doesn't understand life and he doesn't know why.
But what does that have to do with you?
Well, he cried an hour ago in here to me. All this, I don't understand life. Why do I have these problems? Why is this and that?
So now look.
Yeah,
That's a greater conversation, right? Thank you. That's a greater conversation because we don't look. Listen, if I want to trigger someone, I'll call the globe Earth a religion, right? That is very triggering to someone. I'd say this place is created. It's very triggering to someone, and they might not admit it. But when they're asking, what is this life about? It's because it's probably because they're thinking about it. And that goes deeper than the material, aka the flat earth conversation, which is the material part of it all.
I personally think what Elijah's trying to say is like on so many levels more about just never ever judge a book by its cover. If anything,
we're not judging a book by its cover.
Okay,
don't judge all of us.
This is what
Stop
you're
judging
doing
a book
again.
by its cover, please.
The problem is this. Look, the moment I speak, you get on a defensive.
No, I'm just correcting your errors here and showing and pointing you out that you are doing what you are telling. You are doing what you are saying that we are doing.
I would like to suggest everyone involved in this conversation go back and listen to ourselves
Yeah,
over the
I
last
heard you.
30
You
minutes.
you were being really nice and kind to him, and I
It's not
appreciate
about
that.
being. It's not about being kind to him.
I
It's
appreciate
not
that you
about
were
being
thinking about
kind.
him in
Stop.
this case, but I am
Stop.
thinking about the
Stop.
audience.
Stop. Stop.
You should listen for once.
Stop. I am listening. That's the whole thing about it, right? I'm listening. I'm responding appropriately to the situation. Sounds like you guys are looking for a fight.
No, I don't want
Now,
to fight
you might not.
anyone.
You
No,
might
no,
not
no,
agree
don't,
with
no,
that. But
don't,
you might
don't,
not agree
don't
with
go
that.
mind reading here.
You might not agree with that. I'm only reading the room. If you go back and listen to the playback, you're going to hear me trying to say, why argue with a person who wants to think what they think? You guys are saying because
Who's
this,
worse,
because
then,
that,
Elijah?
because we have, because this, because that, because we have an audience, because we're here to speak truth. All of these things are exactly proving my point.
Yeah, I didn't catch that part. First of all, Elijah, but but then who's worse, continuing to speak to the person that's delusional, or the person that's speaking to a delusional person? The delusional person, or the person that's speaking to the delusional person?
Well, I mean, children are delusional, and we were delusioned about what age?
But children, you teach the children not to be delusional.
No, no, we were delusioned by this deception at what age?
Childs, yeah, children.
Right. So
40 years
do you
old.
not think that we were intellectually stunted? Our intellectual growth. So when
No
we,
doubt.
So
No
when
doubt.
we, so when we uncover these things, we are effectively, sorry, Branch, talking to people who have to go back into the mindset that they were indoctrinated, which is often a child state.
But Branch does not want to come on.
If you guys don't understand, if you guys don't understand that, we have an issue.
I get exactly what Elijah's trying to say. Listen, what Elijah's saying is this, basically, yeah?
I agree with you on this one.
A child's understanding of life essentially first comes from his parents. Right? So, when you talk about indoctrination starts with the parents. Right? That's Elijah's trying to.
They uphold it. Yes, they do.
Right. And regardless of school, regardless of anything else, and even if school teaches them something different, the parents are what essentially indoctrinates a child. That's real fucking talk. There's no doubt about it.
I uphold it, but
The
I
child
think
becomes what the parents are.
I think it starts before that because before my daughter went to school, I didn't even taught her about the globe or anything like that. But yet, when I started looking into flat Earth, she already knew that the Earth was a globe before she went to school, and I didn't teach her about the Earth.
Well, you may not have, but your lack of teaching towards your child.
Well, I mean, at the time, I did.
Your child.
At the time, I did. I believe the Earth was.
When I say it's all about the parents,
that's a justification. His point is valid. I mean, keep it real.
No. What I mean, his point. Well, at the time, I didn't know the Earth was a flat stationary plane.
Right.
So I mean,
you were the indoctrinated teaching the next indoctrinated.
Well, I understand this. I didn't teach her about the globe.
The same as
TV
me.
did.
But his point, he responded to that point. You didn't have the mental fortitude to teach her otherwise. That wouldn't have happened. And there's no shame in that because I'm the same. We are the same. We're all the same. This is shame.
I wasn't talking about the same thing. So I mean, after I was unindoctrinated.
So his point is valid then.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm not saying that. But now, once I got indoctrinated, then I started teaching my kids the truth and to make up a decision for himself.
At that point, though, was it too late?
No, because they definitely understand now the truth.
Okay.
It's not too. How could it be too late when, say, Jen, for example, found out in his 50s? It's never too late.
Exactly.
Well, the reason I say it's too late is because sometimes, like, once a kid gets indoctrinated, they're gonna, they're gonna be like, "Nah, Dad, shit's a globe. You're tripping." Some kids do that, depending on the age and how fast you got to them.
Some kids do, but guess what? Because there's something in their life that won't allow them to think this place is created and there's a purpose for them being here, number one. And number two, the parents in their life weren't the authority figure. And that's what must be in a family structure. You must be the authoritative figure. Otherwise, the world will be that authoritative figure. And the world is already set up to give your child what the world wants to give your child.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So if you're an authority figure, you can break the indoctrination because your word is law.
Right, to a child, a parent's word really is law. And it is very hard to say it's not. I mean, like, even if you think about it, like, even if you consider religion, the only reason that children are certain religion is because their parents made them that religion. So yeah, I totally agree with you. When's the last time you heard a child say a specific religion because they actually thought about it and became that religion? Like,
but at the same time, think about this. One of the first questions a child will ask is, how are we standing on the bottom of a ball? Because even kids know that that's absurd. This is why they question it. It's just we just tell them to think what we want them to think. At the time, we might say the word, gravity. And case closed. What is gravity? Well, it's the thing that keeps you sticking on a ball. There's no proof there. It's just an assertion. It's just like, okay, so I'm standing on a ball and you're telling me that I can stand on a ball because of this thing. And so
it's interesting. It's interesting, right, Elijah? Because, like, the one thing I understand about children and the questions they ask parents and stuff, like, they usually ask about, like, religious things. Well, they don't even. Actually, they don't. They ask about,
they ask things like what happens after what happens when you die. What is that?
Stuff like that, right? It's not like.
They only ask that when they experience somebody dying, and not ever would they ask that.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Normally, you won't see a kid be like, "Hey, Mom, am I living on a globe?" Like, I've never seen a kid ask that, like, ever.
Of course they do. Well, of course they do. When the teacher,
not in this age and age, they don't. The reason why is because the TV is indoctrinating them. If you let your kid watch so much TV, they're always showing a globe here, globe there, Sesame Street. Back in the days when they used to go with the Martians at the bloop, 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 bloop. What were they doing? They were indoctrinating kids. Before they went into school, they already knew they lived in the globe.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll be very curious to see, like, I'll be very curious to see, like, people that, like, children are homeschooled, if they actually ask those questions.
I mean, unless the parent is actually, they have different knowledge than what they ask to teach the kids. Because, I mean, even this whole year that my child were being not homeschooled, but schooled online, they were teaching them that the moon causes the waves that, and still teaching them Newton as gravity, and which is not even the current rhetoric. That's just it's retarded. I was like, that's not even the current. Now, when I was hearing that, I was just laughing. I was like, what's going on? They're not even teaching their current suicide.
How do you deal with that though? Like when essentially for your kid to pass, certain tests and shit like that, they gotta believe in something you don't believe in. How did you deal with it?
You just teach them. Well, you gotta learn it, but doesn't mean you have to believe what they're telling you.
Yeah, that's not true. Think about the English test you had. You had to read the story that was obviously fictional, and then you had to answer questions based on the scenario that was set up. So the mechanism is there for a child to understand how to learn from something that isn't actual, right? So it's not always the case that, well, I'm learning this, therefore I must believe it. No, you don't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they need to know and tell right and wrong.
All they need to know is what they need to be successful. And honestly, well, we don't really have to get into that. Thing that's for me most important is you teach a kid how to be disciplined and save from the time that they're 5. They most definitely will never be broke.
People do this on a daily basis, man. We play video games, but we're not. It's fictional, but it doesn't mean we it's not the belief that comes to us, Branch. So
no, I mean, there's a big difference between playing video games and
it's just another story.
I'm just saying, there's a big difference, though, right? Between playing video games and what you take in from schooling.
Romeo and Juliet. What else did you read in school that's fiction? Cat in the Hat. They have to answer stories for all these. Or they have to answer questions for all these stories, but they know it's not true. I mean, something like that Elijah said was so many. Yeah, it's.
Honestly, dude, when you talk about Cat in the Hat and when you talk about realism because of Cat in the Hat, the only thing I can think about is, are you fucking for reals? Like, that's not even close what we're talking about, bro. Cat in the Hat.
No. I'm saying you have to answer these questions of these books that they read you.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you have a kid that believes Cat in the Hat is real life, there's a whole different thing going on, right?
In a child's mind, Santa Claus is real at a particular portion of their life, right? The Tooth Fairy is real. Now, especially for suburban children or children that live in a rural area, because they have a chimney.
Nemo was talking about that yesterday, that a lot of these people, it's their fault. They presented, Frosty the Snowman, the Easter Bunny, Santa Claus,
flying reindeer,
and now they think they're able to just accept other bullshit because an authority figure said so.
Yeah, that authority. Sorry. Are you speaking, Elijah?
Yeah, Elijah, we can't hear you, bro.
Earlier, I was saying mute, but he was speaking, and now he's speaking.
Elijah,
I think it's a glitch.
I just wanted to say with Branch, generally once you've been a Glober for as long as you have, It's about who the authority is that's delivering the information. It's not about actually listening to the content. So it's not judging the book by its cover. We're actually looking at the content in the book and judging the book by the content, whereas it needs to go in the right filing order as to what. So it's the book spine is the story that you're looking at, whereas we're trying to show you that on page this, it says flat non-rotating as a preset assumption. It's not our interpretation, it's what the book actually
Me to tell you why, and then you talk over my like. Do you want to talk over my answer, or do you want to wait for me to give it?
Go ahead, give it.
Okay. Have you ever experienced the globe?
I thought you were why you asking me questions, but I thought you were just gonna give it.
Have you ever experienced the globe?
Yes.
When?
Always, every day.
How?
I live on the globe and I experience it every day.
No, I'm asking you how you experience the globe.
I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
How do you know I haven't?
What, have you been to space?
I've seen... You know what? I'll tell you this, yeah? Even way before this whole flat earth thing even was a thing, yeah? One of my uncles, and it's like actually a good family friend, but we call him uncle, yeah? He took a flight on the Concorde. And he was just like, you know what? These are some pictures I took from the Concorde. Even before this, I'm talking about I was a kid, yeah? It's like, look at this. This is what I took from the Concorde. Holy fuck. Now thinking back on that, you think that shit look flat?
I don't think it's an answer to my question.
He's like in a passive way saying, look, I feel you on the evidence and all that, bro, but I'm going to believe what I want. I've heard him say this about 4 times now.
No, but I'm not questioning that, Elijah. He said, nobody affects my thinking on whether it's a globe. Very specific statement. Now, he hasn't experienced a globe. Everyone knows that that's the case. So therefore, that statement is factually incorrect. Because if he's never experienced it, and he believes it anyway, then that can only come from the influence of another person.
And he just mentioned his uncle.
Yeah, but his uncle, he just said that was an experience that he remembers it looking flat.
So it's influence.
That's not his experience.
Well, that's true too. Well, actually, no, that's just true, period. And you're also right.
So the point I'm trying to get to is that Branch is making sorry, I'll finish and then I'll shut up, I promise. Branch is making factually incorrect statement after factually incorrect statement, and it's very annoying. That's what people are getting wound up by.
Okay. I mean, honestly,
Well,
I've only been...
He started with saying, and I forget who said it, was it Roger or... It started off with saying that he said, I'm going to live in the lie. So my question to everyone else was, well then, why are you taking what he says personal as if you have to have this debate with him? You can't debate someone's feelings. If they're not willing to engage in the information, why do you take it personally? That was my question.
Well, Crypto's actually saying, it's talking about the point that he just said.
I hear what he's saying. He's talking about facts. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
My question is, why are we addressing something that just wants to be delusional? Somebody that wants to be delusional. When he wants to be living a lie, then go live your life, man. Go live a life. What's the point of coming in here where we all we want to speak about is facts and truth and information?
Again, it's like, it's not so much about me. I think this is being more about what you guys have been presenting yourselves at in relation towards me.
Now, you want to live a lie. We here want to live in truth. We want to speak about information.
Now that Elijah,
not about belief.
Elijah put it forth that way, you can't just jump on it and be like, that's the way you guys have been. This is very obvious to all of us.
We always, if you, sorry, Branch, but if anybody here wants to live a lie, they could go do it somewhere else. We here speak about truth. I mean, that's all we care about. If you don't want to speak about the information, and all you want to speak about is delusional information, you can go do it somewhere else. It's Jim Panda.
But when did he propose that one of his beliefs were actual? And
When he spoke as a matter of fact about all of us, repeatedly.
Okay, when was this? I know when.
When I piped up and you talked over me to stop me from talking, that's when.
I stopped you from straw manning my point. That's what I was trying to stop you, because you were responding to something that I said, and I was trying to correct you. Again, we could go back and play the live, and I'm the first to say I'm wrong if I'm wrong. We can do that. Shall we do that?
Can I just make the distinction between belief and knowing something? If someone says that they're a PhD, you can believe them. It requires no effort. You just say, okay, and you move on with your life. But to actually go and check to see if they are a PhD graduate requires time and effort. And when you know that they are a PhD graduate, you no longer have to believe that they're a graduate. You know they're a graduate. And that's the crux of this matter, is that a lot of people just simply believe things because it's the easier of the two options. But what we've tried to do is go through each fact to try and know. And when you actually discover that there is a knowing to this place, and that there isn't just belief from both sides, when there is actually knowing, and the only belief generally is a photo. So because you've seen on a monitor screen or a television screen is why you believe that belief. Whereas when you actually go and look, you can know that it's flat.
Solid point. Let me address the situation one last time. Based on the conversation, I had already picked up that Branch, although he may stereotype flat earthers and thus stereotype some of us in here or all of us in here, Branch is not talking about us. How do I know that? Because he's talking about the community at large as a whole. He's talking about Mark Sargent. He's talking about the politics of it all. Once he started talking about that, I knew not to take it personally, because he's not talking about me or you, though he might be stereotyping me or you based on his belief, based on the mainstream. That's how the conversation actually went.
So what's the point of this conversation then?
Other than to have a casual conversation with Branch, there really was no
We can move on to the new guy then.
The point could have been, hey, we wanted to debate. And that's what I was saying. I was like, well, Branch is not trying to debate. That was my whole point. And if I didn't get any pushback, this conversation would have ended a long time ago.
Fair enough. We got a new guy here called Sneezy Dwarf. Hey, Sneezy Dwarf, you have control of your mic. And he's left.
Hey guys, one thing I gotta say is that Elijah's on point, man. Elijah's on point. And seriously, like, what I don't understand is what Elijah doesn't understand is, like, why you guys so so fast to argue that you forget what the argument's actually about.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that I addressed something that you directly said. So, you know, maybe you can address that. I don't really care for like meta discussions about discussions. I like to actually just get on with having the discussion.
I prefer the meta, bro. Prefer the meta.
Isn't that just a waste of time?
Well, isn't personal discussions when we're talking about something bigger than us as a people a lot more worthwhile discussion?
What are you talking about?
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
I'll say it, Branch. I think you're scared that this place might be created and that you knew all along on the inside that there were morals that you might have to have stuck by that you didn't stick by.
Ding ding ding
That's
ding
your
ding
fault.
ding 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 ding.
But the crux
And
of it
Elijah
is
wins 100
this place
points.
the crux of it is this place being created, which means we would have to stick to things that are tangible and not things that are meta. But if
Yeah,
you
I mean,
wanna
I get
have
what you're
that
saying.
conversation, I can't push you. You know?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I think that that there's almost a line between meta and just straight discussion, right? And I think that what meta really falls into is something that occurs after a pure discussion.
So
the thing that's
meta-
hard is having a discussion in this room.
Meta falls into philosophy, and philosophy
Right.
is not settled. So you're going to have an
But what
opinion,
I'm saying-
someone else is going to have another, and then you're just going to
What-
go round and round.
What I'm saying
Yeah,
is very hard to have a pure discussion in this room.
You want to talk about philosophy? We here just talking.
I mean, essentially, anyone who has a
You know
opposing
why-
view.
I'm sorry to cut you off. You know why I'm taking up for Branch in the way that I am?
Because you're feeling sorry for him.
Nope.
No, that
Because
is why.
Yeah.
Nope. No, it's
Yeah,
not
it
why.
is.
I'll tell you why, unless you want to continue to tell me why.
Well, I don't need you to tell me, but carry on.
Great. So sit down. The reason that
Already
I'm
was.
sticking up for him, fair enough. The reason is because the same cry was made by my best friend. Though he'd been listening to me for I don't know how much time before I got here, when I introduced him to this place, it completely turned him off to the conversation. I don't fault. I'm not really. Well,
No, you feel sorry for him. You feel sorry for him.
it is. No, it's not about
Elijah.
Come on, it is.
It's about.
You described him as a
Elijah,
child
I
earlier,
appreciate-
It's
Elijah,
I know what's going on.
I'm almost done.
Elijah,
I'm almost
Elijah,
done.
I appreciate what you're doing.
I'm almost done because it's not about you, right? It's about this. I'll call it a spirit. It's about the way things. Because Brent is saying, "Well, it's hard to have a conversation," and all I'm hearing is what my best friend told me. All I'm hearing is, who's another person? I brought this flat earther in at one point, and Jedi and Miggy were around. I know he's a flat earther. I mean, he's what I would call. I would think he's crazy. I'm the normie to his conspiratard, whatever, right? And he got turned off because he couldn't have a conversation because they were trying to have the conversation of, well, it's flat or it's this or it's that. It was a specific structure. And even though he was saying, listen, I'm a flat earther, this is what I want to discuss. The point is, we don't do that. This place isn't for that. When someone points it out, why do we have to feel away? No, this place is for educating people who have a religious belief in the heliocentric model. That's what this place is for. So when people say it's hard to have a conversation, sometimes it is. And sometimes people get lost.
And sometimes Elijah has 100% success rate with picking up people. So he decided that today is the day.
Nah, not at all. Like Elijah has always had my back.
No, but I mean, he's communicating with you. He's actually getting across.
Yeah, but like he's
been a productive.
He's making out like this is what happened today. But I mean, I disagree with him 100%. He's always had my back. He a lot of times he doesn't express it, but you know, there's a few people in the room that actually get what the fuck I'm saying sometimes.
I doubt that. You don't seem to say very much, Branch. I've said this to you before. You seem to say things without actually saying anything. The content of what you're saying is lacking. I've told you this before.
All right. Well, here's the thing. You know, if I was
vague.
straight to it, 100% linearly all the time, then this whole conversation be boring as fuck. Yeah.
So speaking vaguely is an attempt to
facts the
entertain.
whole time.
Is you want to entertain us? That's why you're here.
Yeah,
It's not even that. It's not even that. There's a reason why I'm still in the flat Earth game. I must find it interesting personally, but not just that. There must be some other reason, right? I don't just come here to fucking troll.
I just don't come here.
I think Elijah said that well, where he said, deep down inside, you know, there's something about this information.
I'm just
and there's
saying, bro.
something about being created.
Nobody would be doing this thing. Or like, what is it? I've been in this shit for 4 years. Nobody would do this shit for 4 years just if they were here to troll, right? That's a long time to troll.
Do you think that flat earthers would do this just to troll?
I know some flat earthers out there doing this just to troll.
But that was a clever way to deflect from actually answer the question. Of course, there are some flat earthers, maybe Ranty, right? Maybe. But that's not really what he asked, is it?
Like, what was you asking? My bad.
Well, you were just saying that you've been on here for 4 years and you wouldn't be here just to troll. That there's definitely this is probably the most interesting topic that I've ever delved into. And I think that that's also what captures the Globers, is that they deny it emphatically, but they're there every day to have a discussion with people who they think are delusional, which isn't normally the normal way to think about things. You don't go and invest time into things that are not constructive or productive for your life. But they often claim that no flat earther believes what they're saying because they're not listening to what's being said. They just want to assume that where the information is coming from is weak, because then they can disregard everything that was said thereafter.
You know what? One of the most startling revelations that happened in my life was from someone very close to me. And we argue all the time when it comes to what truth is. All the time. And at some point, this person said to me, after because we met, and it was like, as long as you're not like a religious person, as long as you're not like all the God stuff, and I'm not into that, going to church, blah, 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 blah. Like, after all this time, this person has said recently, I know that there's a creator, and I'm just afraid of what my outcome will be.
To believe in the
I
creator.
no longer feel I don't attack these people because I don't know how that feels, how deep that goes. But these are people that are choosing not to acknowledge the creator, and then there's a small glimpse of truth where they say, yeah, I know there's a creator, and I'm not willing to face it. That's not that I got my own shit, to deal with the creator, right? I can't take that on. That's too much of a load for me. So when I hear certain people that don't speak in absolutes and they speak very vague, it's often this kind of person who will at some point admit, maybe there's more than meets the eye, and maybe I don't want to go down that road. I'm like, all right, whatever.
Yep. I get it. Like, when it comes to believing in a creator, you got to recognize what that comes with. And I understand that Flat Earth has a lot of reasoning behind something that's created by a creator. My personal view, though, doesn't necessarily, if you want, align with having a creator and the Earth being flat. Just me. Although I do believe in the creator.
I wouldn't expect any other answer, Branch. I would not.
I mean, Elijah, I gotta say, I appreciate you backing me up tonight. And the one thing that I don't like is people getting on your ass because you did so. I think that one thing Elijah did.
I don't think anybody's getting on my ass. It's not about that. Like, everybody wants to have a specific conversation. They're bored and tired of this conversation. Even as we're speaking right now, this is boring. I get it. That's what they're about. They're not. We're not in opposition, really. We're just restless.
Also, Elijah's a big boy. I would just say Elijah's a big boy. He can handle himself. So I don't really see.
We could definitely move on to the new people that are here, people that are VC verified and who that were actually left. But Ardian 435. I see your VC verified.
Yo, what up?
Is this your first time here?
No, not first time, but just listening.
What brings you to the server, my friend? Just listening on Flat Earth conversation.
Again, what? Couldn't hear you.
He said it just here to listen.
Yeah, I'm just here to listen.
What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I want to be unbiased.
Can I say?
Go ahead.
I promise I'm gonna shut up.
I have to serve it. I have to deafen right quick.
All right. I'm only gonna say these two things. No one's unbiased or biased to what a tree is. A tree just is. So that's number one. And all I really wanted to know was, if you were listening for the last 30, 40 minutes, how does it make you feel?
I came in like 4 minutes ago.
Okay, then that doesn't matter. A tree is a tree. There's no bias or unbiased or whatever. That's really irrelevant to objects.
True.
Yep. So anyway.
But if you ask me, is the tree made out of wood or out of metal, then you're asking me a specific question. So I'm trying to say I'm unbiased. I want to see both sides. The one who says it's metal and the one who says it's wood, or whatever.
And let's continue that tree analogy. You can also put a tape around it, and you could measure a circumference, or you could measure the angular rate of drop around the tree, or you could also cut the tree into a board and measure that the tree is flat.
I think I think the analogy actually holds more respect when you're talking about God, right? So if you believe in a God, yeah. Now, whether or not the tree is made of wood or not is a question.
I didn't catch the question. Sorry, what?
Yeah,
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in God?
Why do you really? Why?
I do believe in a God. Yeah.
Okay, so if there is a God, then you must assume that the place we live on, creation of God.
Brent, I'm not trying to go on mute
Yeah,
just
okay,
to
so?
see the conversation go so far from my point. A tree is a tree. We already know that trees are made of wood because we know the trees are made of wood. Like a tree.
That's a circular argument,
and all
though.
of its woodsy. No, it's not it's not an argument. It's self-evident because we know what trees are. It's not an argument. It's not a debate. It's not biased or unbiased.
Statement
It
of
is what it is.
statement of fact. Yeah.
Yeah, but my point is that we are using the tree as an analogy for the Earth. And I would not say, I don't think you will sit here and say you know, or anybody knows what the Earth is. That's why we have this debate, right?
Oh no. Hold on a second though. Again, I think we need Elijah to really. Okay, so I'm not sure if this is what Elijah meant or not, but I believe it does have a lot to do on what your beliefs on a higher level means, right? So basically, do you believe that your entire understanding of life was something that just took chance, or do you think it was something that a higher being?
That's not what I'm saying at all. And Branch, please take a back seat. No offense, because everyone's trying to engage in this particular conversation. No, like a tree is a tree. Period.
Yeah.
Like
and the Earth is the Earth.
A tree has certain properties, right? The Earth is the Earth. It has certain properties. However, a globe is a model, and if the Earth were the globe, then the Earth would have certain globular properties.
If we would be an ant on a tree, we would call the tree a model as well.
No, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Based on the model, the Earth would give certain properties to our experience. That's it. The end. The question is, does it have these properties or does it not? That's the only question you want to be answering.
You kind of are like, I hear wind or something and your mic's kind of going low, but what exactly do you want to know?
The question is, does Earth have these qualities or these properties or does it not?
That we can go ahead and measure it? Is that what you said?
These are the only thing that matters is if the Earth has properties of the globe that the model dictates.
Don't think the model dictates it, but yeah, I can follow you to a certain.
The model definitely does dictate what a globe is.
Again, the property. I think you have just a fallacy there. I don't think first came the model.
I don't have a fallacy. The model.
Okay, that's really easy to say. Do you want to listen to what I am trying to say, or?
Well, you're not responding to me. You're hand waving what I'm saying instead of investigating what I'm saying.
I am really hard trying to understand what you are trying to say.
For example, the horizon is geometric, meaning Earth measure, meaning based on the math dictated by the model, the horizon is at a specific distance. That would be the property of a globe if it were true. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon if the globe were real.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I mean by properties. Curvature,
Yeah.
convexity.
I see what you mean now. The thing is, though, I still disagree on one thing with you. I don't think the globe came first and then came the properties. It was more properties and then came the model, and
The
then
globe
they,
most
because
definitely-
of
the
that,
globe
were
most
continuing.
definitely came first.
Why?
The globe
Why
most
are you
definitely came-
interrupting?
Because you're wrong.
Okay, so am I. Why interrupt, though?
Well, because you're not giving any. You're just saying what you believe. but
So
you're
are
not
you.
Backing. You're not backing.
I
it
am
up
trying
with-
to do that. But you
So
cannot
just
know
post- So just post your evidence in the chat. You're giving lip service.
Again, first the people, how the globe was like made the belief of a globe. First the people thought it was flat, actually, on based what they could see. And then based on new measurements and experiments that the Greeks did, then they came to the conclusion that it must be a globe.
Who told you this? Who told you? Give me the citation.
Do you want me to
for
show you
where-
the experiments that they did?
Give me the citation that will say what you're
Yeah.
telling me. That I know it's not something you're making up. That is something that's actual said somewhere, so that I can scrutinize the information.
Sure, sure. Give me a couple seconds.
Because I will tell you, it was philosophy, and a bunch of people got together and said, "Well, the most perfect shape is a sphere. Therefore, we must live on a sphere," because that's how they felt. And then they reverse engineered over time, however they did it, to come up with a model to how they live on a sphere. After having thought, well, a sphere is the perfect shape, therefore we must be on that shape, therefore. And then the globe model comes into existence.
Elijah, what about the percussion? I don't even want to go there. My bad. I'll shut up.
Ryan, you're breathing in your mic.
Yes, Roger.
Yeah.
Whoever, please take over. I'm not trying to take over the conversation. I'm just talking because
Sure.
Alberico muted. Nobody else is around.
I was just wondering if our friend Ardian435, who is that Macedonian flag? No, it's not, is it? It might be.
The Albanian.
Albania, okay, yeah, close enough. Well, close enough for me. Can you elaborate? The Greeks knew the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Perfect. Yeah, just waiting for you then.
Like when they.
I mean, I could talk vaguely, but you guys want citations, so I have to.
Yeah, they took shadows. I'm assuming you're talking about the shadows of Styx, right?
Yeah, there was that, and they also did one with the.
Yeah, we're very just to let you know. Just let you know, we're extremely familiar with. Yeah, when you're done, Branch, I'll go ahead.
Okay. When you look at certain, like what the Greeks did, they spent a lot of time looking at the skies, right? And they did see that the internal planets, they don't move in a cyclical manner.
So you got any
So anyway,
citations?
Yeah, that's got nothing to do with anything. Sorry, Roger. I wanted to go ahead after.
He's derailing.
The only
I know he's derailing. He's finished. So can I do what I was going to do, which is go after him?
Yeah.
So
of course, go ahead.
So Ardian, Eratosthenes, we're very familiar with. So if you think you know the story, maybe you can just go ahead without a citation, because I'm not too worried about that. So what do you think Eratosthenes proved and how?
No, I'll find the whole experiment. That's much easier.
We know the experiment, the observation.
I mean, I can talk you through it in detail, or Roger can. It's up to you.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
then
what's
tell-
wrong with just
Sure, man, then tell me the experiment and
It's an observation, right? So it's not an experiment, just an
Exactly.
observation. Okay, so you have allegedly Aristophanes, right? Allegedly, because there's no primary sources of it. He just slipped into our curriculum in the 1980s. Nobody ever knew about it, but that's that, right? The point is, he hired a guy, right? He hired a guy to step out the distance between Cyrene and Alexandria.
no, that's not the experiment I'm talking about. That's one they did as well, but there was a different one as well. That's the one with the sticks that you are talking about.
Well, yeah, that's the most famous globe argument about how they proved that the Earth was a globe, right? That's what we're talking about.
Doesn't mean that's what he was talking about, though, bro. Let's see what he's talking about.
French, I'd rather not having you interrupt every time.
All right, my bad.
You're also not a mod.
So Ardian, what did you wanted to tell us about the Greeks?
Look, bro, I'm trying my best to find it. My keyboard's really loud, and I cannot do both at the same time. Guys can interact with each other. Give me like 1 or 2 minutes, and then I'll be done.
Okay. So about Aristophanes, let me just tell it for the audience, right? He hired a guy that stepped out the distance between Cyrene and Alexandria, right? So a guy on foot walked from Cyrene to Alexandria and measured it correctly, which is weird. Okay. Then he observed the sun at solar noon, casting no shadow in a well. And then somebody at the other at Cyrene had a stick, and then he observed that there wasn't a shadow with a certain angle to it. Then he postulated that he could calculate the circumference of the Earth with this observation. Are you familiar with that, Ardian?
Absolutely, am I familiar with that?
Hmm?
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil Crypto's.
You know, I'm looking forward to this. Rubbing my hand.
It's in a nutshell, right? So you got a few weird things, right? He hired a guy to step out the distance, which is how would you do that? Second point is there's no primary source of Aristophanes. Nobody ever mentioned him.
By the way, my bad. I was wrong. It was done an experiment in the 1700s, not the Greek ancient times. I got it twisted up. Regardless, my point I was just trying to make was that these people had some kinds of observations, and then based on those observations, they made a model, and then based on that model, they predicted other shit, which is the
We're
thing
more
that
looking
you
for the
were
who and the how, not the backstory.
Yeah, what was that 1700s thing you just mentioned?
It was about the experiment to find out G. What is it called?
The Cavendish.
Cavendish, exactly.
Yeah. So in the first line, he states that he was measuring the density of Earth, assuming it was a ball in the first place, right?
But what about Mars, dude? What about Mars, right? Why is it?
Branch,
the Greeks,
please.
really?
Please, Branch.
Seriously.
No,
quick question,
no.
yeah?
We're talking to Ardian, right? We've talked to you the whole bloody day. So, Ardian, how is measuring the density of a presupposed globe proving that it is a globe? You talked about circular arguments, right?
No, you are putting now words into the experiment. Nobody does the experiment to find out density. I think that's just misleading.
Okay. Let me pull it up for you. 1 second.
Again, the experiment
That's the
is
title.
That's the title, indeed.
That's the title of the experiment.
Again, even if
that was a good pull, Roger, to point out that was actually circular.
even if that was the case, even if he wanted to prove density or whatever with it, it turned out to prove gravity. Just because something has a title doesn't
because
mean...
it wasn't an experiment. How did you? Why are we talking about gravity? I mean, again, how does?
I said that I was wrong.
Okay, so how is presupposing a globe, right, and then trying to figure out the density of this presupposed globe, prove it is a globe?
Because even if, I will just go with it, I will not fact check it, even if that would be the case, it doesn't change anything. The guy was trying out to find out density, figured out that the Earth is rotating, figured out that the gravity pull of it.
He didn't.
Therefore,
he didn't do that.
There's only two options. Either the Earth is moving up through space, or there's gravity.
No, he didn't do that. He didn't measure rotation, right? He measured an effect by having two balls, right? So if you want to, we can go into the weeds with this, right? But we were actually trying to prove the globe, right? By measuring the surface of the Earth. And you told us it were the Greeks.
Again, I agreed on that I was wrong.
Okay, well, that's fine.
I do not know why you're like a dog that is biting on it.
I'm not a dog.
Let go of it. No, let go of me, man. I admitted that I was wrong on that one.
Okay, I'm not attacking you, right? Maybe it seems like this, but I'm not attacking you. The point is...
No, I don't feel attacked.
Okay, awesome. So I'm not attacking you for the second time. The point is... This Cavendish observation did not prove a globe, right? Did not prove gravity either way, right? So we are
now with the first one I agree with you. It didn't directly prove the globe, but it proved gravity for sure.
It didn't, right? So tell me how.
Then tell me how. You are claiming
I don't make the claim, right? I don't make the claim.
Well, we already have the proof for how it did. Do you want me to tell you? Okay,
Yes,
do you want me to tell you the whole calculation and everything?
No, I want to tell you how it went through the scientific method.
Okay.
So what was his hypothesis?
His hypothesis, I don't know, man. I would have to check into it. I don't know everything in my head. You must be more, since you know that it's about density and everything, you must know better than me, I will assume.
I'm not making the claim, bro. So
okay.
I'm not trying to prove gravity here, right?
Okay, then I will do it and then you disprove it. Okay. Give me a couple seconds. That's a cheap way out, by the way. Just letting you know.
No,
you know exactly what exactly what I'm about to say. So regardless.
Can you define this thing that's called gravity, please?
No. He's on one point. No.
It's not a cheap way out, bro. It's about the burden of proof, right? So
sorry, is that Paul?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that Is that Paul?
Yes, Paul. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing? Welcome.
Pretty good. He said that he proved gravity. I'd like for him to define it so we know that he's proving the right thing. Please define gravity for us.
Gravity is the fourth dimension that we know as an effect we call gravity, which is the bending of space-time.
Okay, so you're trying to prove the bending of space-time. Yeah, I would love to see your proof of the bending of space-time. What is space-time?
Space-time is the fourth dimension.
He was just describing Cavendish's balls as the proof of bending of space-time.
No, he wanted to have proof of what is gravity, he said, and I defined to him what gravity is.
But you were talking about the Cavendish, which was supposedly the proof of gravity, because you said it proved gravity, but now you're talking about space-time. But two balls attracting would be
Am I jumping too fast? Should I go through 10 years of explanation first? What people did?
Can you just, in a summary, how does two balls attracting one another prove space-time?
I was about to do that, but you guys ask me every single time something new. And look, I'm not only like my only subject on Earth isn't. I don't hyper focus on gravity experiments and all that shit. I had it in school. All that it was back then. It's in somewhere. I would have to refresh it.
This is why I said let him look for the hypothesis.
Exactly.
I
would appreciate that.
He can't do more than one thing at a time because you can't chew gum and speak at the same time.
Well, hang on a second. It's important.
No, Paul. Paul. Can you please wait
to define it?
Paul, can you please wait? He's on another question, Paul. Can you please wait until he finished with the first question? That was it. Roger asked him, or was it?
Yeah,
Drake?
the hypothesis for Cavendish.
You can have Adam right after he looks for the hypothesis.
I mean, you guys don't have to wait for me. I feel like.
Oh, we will. Don't worry.
Okay. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, but thank you.
You're all right, man. You're okay. We can speak among ourselves.
Well, look at it this way. You could feel a lot more uncomfortable. For instance, if you're in a room with Joe Biden.
I'd rather be with him than in sex offender.
Come on, man.
But he is a sex offender.
Come on.
Sitting on Uncle Biden's lap.
Yeah, and he's allegedly, but Trump is literally was like denounced by
I don't think you're going to find many people who like any authorities in here, so don't worry too much about that.
Well, I just, since he's looking it up and we're talking amongst ourselves, I mean, I always have a method of my madness. Now, so far, you're talking about Cavendish, but he defined gravity as the fourth dimension. I have never heard that before. So it sounds like he's come up with some new kind of thing. And he talked about space-time. And the definition he gave of space-time is what I've never heard before. So there's a lot of things that are going on here that if you go at each one of these pieces, it'll start falling apart immediately. But if you guys want to go for a Cavendish hypothesis, go right ahead. That's my opinion.
Well, he's.
We know we ain't.
He's firmly planted in vagueness, and what I mean by that is, as normies, we have these catchphrases that we are emotionally tied to, and we're like, well, I guess I don't know the details, but I'm pretty sure that it's a thing, kind of thing, right? And this is what should be apparent to you because it's happened a number of times where you've conceded certain points, right? And so ultimately, when you find out, yes, we do know, because you said, well, obviously you know more about it than me since you already knew that they were talking about the density, right? Well, that's going to happen a lot in this conversation. And my question to you is, why are you so married to what you know if you're being met with opposition that's actually justified? Justified meaning, okay, great. So you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, very great point. Because these things that they claim all fit on one globe model. And everything else that we observe and happens fits on the globe model.
Okay.
If you find something that goes against what you think goes against, or we think goes against the globe model, right? That might be the case, but still, 99.99% of stuff still fits into that model. Regardless, we will need to ditch it then if we don't have an explanation for it.
That's what you're here to have scrutinized, right?
Yeah, and so the other thing is,
if that was, hold on, if that was 100% true.
You interrupted me, bro, but sure, I will hold on. You can speak.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to have interrupted you, but the thing is, you're saying things that are so you already come here under the assumption that, well, the globe model works with everything that we observe. That's why everyone believes.
I said 99.9%.
Right. And we're saying that that's not true. So the only thing left to do is for you to ask questions like, okay, what do you mean by that? What do you mean it's not 99.9% accurate? What are you talking about? What information do you have? What
I already know most of it.
What you mean, like Cavendish?
No, I mean already most of the stuff that doesn't work on the globe model, that we have like observations of stuff which makes no sense, like exceptions and stuff that goes out of place regardless. My point is, though, we still have the model, and that is why I was talking, that covers 99.9% of the other shit, which fits on it and makes sense on it. Wait, it might not. Okay, wait. That is perfectly fine, your opinion. But
no, I don't want it. I don't want it to be opinion. I want us to.
I want stuff as well, but I'm not getting it. So regardless, I want now.
Hold on. Are you going to engage?
Oh my god! I will not continue talking. Fuck it.
Well, it's a simple question. Are you going to engage? You think that 99% of it is accurate. Are you going to give us like 10 examples that we can unpack, or are you going to just assert it? Because if that's the case, you may as well stop talking.
Are you gonna let me speak for more than 2 sentences in a row?
Did you hear what I said? We already know that you came here.
And you don't, okay.
Go ahead, speak.
Wow, thanks. Holy shit.
Well, you asked.
For?
You asked, so I said,
sentence?
go ahead, speak. Go ahead.
So, my point is that the other stuff fits on the globe model and makes sense on it, like 99%. And I'm
you already told us.
I'm not being, yeah. Can you guys let me go to the second fucking sentence? Okay. Thanks. So now the point is that regardless if the 99% is true or not, I'm just making I'm just throwing the number around. The thing is, though, that I see the problem with is the other model doesn't fucking make two things at the same time on it, and that is my problem.
Ardian, listen this. 2% fits to globe.
Only okay, if that's what you think,
Okay.
that's fine. But
No,
then
I don't
not
think that
even
I know
1%.
that. No, I don't think that I know that.
Okay, then you know it. But the thing is that if you
Provide one example. Okay, mountains. How we measure mountains?
how we measure mountains, I don't fucking know, man. I would assume with atomic clocks.
Yeah, how we measure mountains, man?
With atomic clocks, I would assume.
No, you said that it fits everything 99%. Now I'm telling that it fits
I
only
threw a
2%.
number around, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, it's not 99%, it's 2% or maybe 1%.
I literally said that I'm just making the number up.
I also made the number up. Sorry, Elijah.
Sasha. I, through gritted teeth, was waiting for him to finish so that I could respond.
Okay, thanks, bro. So now the thing that I'm trying to say is that, yeah, that model is in some cases like not working, or we find exceptions or stuff that's going out of place. Okay, I give you that. The problem is, though, the other model, the flat earth model, makes even less sense. So I'm like confused. The globe earth model makes in some cases no sense. It's not the way it should be. But the flat earth model, like, we cannot even explain seasons with it without contradicting time zones.
That's not true.
Okay.
That is true.
I've never seen the flat Earth model.
I was waiting so hard.
Thanks. You can go ahead, bro. You can go ahead. Thank you for that.
So point number one is I'd like to know these 99.9. I'd like to get some examples so that we could actually get to the crux of it. And number two, to your second point, the reason that you're confused is because Flat Earth has been strawmanned with a model. There actually is no model. So if you can accept that there is no model and then you have qualms with that, that's fair enough. But you can't then say, well, here's things that don't work on a flat Earth because there's no model to stand it up next to and say, well, this doesn't work on this. There's no such thing.
Okay. So
Do you think?
when we-
Do you think the flat Earth model is a pancake in space?
I think that the flat Earth model is vaguely saying flat. Yeah, because that's
Why
why
does
it's
it
in
matter?
the name.
But why does it matter? There is no model.
I
So,
mean,
for
if you
instance,
say,
like, why seasons work? I don't know.
Again, if we say that the flat, like the Earth is flat, right? We need somehow to have like a stance on. We cannot just say, oh, we are flat Earthers, but at the same time we have no complete understanding.
There's a reason that we say it's flat. I don't want to hear your criticism of flat Earth because criticism. Listen to what I'm saying, right? Because I listen to what you were saying.
Yeah.
Criticism of flat Earth as a whole is different from having a conversation about the actual.
The actual. I think you like that.
Yeah.
You broke up there, Elijah. Just repeat.
I think he's not back yet. He most likely is gonna dip completely and then come back.
Yeah.
So I think if what you guys are saying, then you are not flat earthers, you are just anti-sphere. That's it.
Sorry?
What?
No. We measure the Earth to be a level thing because we are unable.
Now
to
you are
measure
contradicting what he said.
You're interrupting. Hang on, let me finish. We are unable to measure the curvature of this supposed spherical oblate spheroid ball of 24,901 miles. Whenever we've checked, we find everywhere to be level, especially the 71% of the Earth's ocean. Water always lies level. So wherever we measure there, we measure no curvature. And as you know, and you've known as a little boy, water always lies level on the surface. Level. It never curves onto the exterior of a curvature ball or anything with curvature. It just rolls off. That is the characteristic and the properties of water. Seeks to find its level, rolls naturally as it's made from its molecules. So you have to explain how this Earth can be a spinning ball. You haven't done.
Why would I?
Zero evidence. That's the problem.
Because that's your belief.
Again, you guys are saying that's my belief. Never said that.
Look. I set it up the way that I set it up.
Yeah, he's contradicting what you said.
Number one, we don't have a model. Number two,
talk for yourself.
Number two, you said that the globe is 99.9% accurate, coinciding with reality.
And literally in the next sentence I said that that's just a number. Don't get too worked on it.
Okay, but surely you must have some examples.
Yeah, like sun rising, like lunar eclipse, like Sonnenfinsternis,
we can take them one at a time, right? Because you obviously have a belief, but just like Cavendish, we have to crack these walnuts open.
I don't have a belief.
Do you want to start? Fine, you disagree. We'll see though. So do you want to start with sunrises and sunsets? Do you want to start with eclipses? Which one? Because we can do it all. We've got all day, but we have to do it in detail one at a time.
Yeah, and that's my problem at the same time. Because that's exactly what I wanted to say. You can only make working models, working reasons for what is going a certain way by going one at a time. Because if we have day and night cycle, and if we put seasons in this day and night circle with the sun, everything starts collapsing. It doesn't work on a non-spherical Earth. That's my problem. Because I only am observing.
That's not really a problem. That's not really a problem because I don't know what you're basing that off of. Maybe the
I'm saying that
maybe the equator, maybe some number that you have to input to calculate. on this kind of surface, this wouldn't work. I don't know where exactly the problem is.
I can point you out where the problem is.
But what I do know is that in order for day and night cycles to work on a globe, the radius has to be 3,959 miles. I do know that, and I do know that the radius cannot be that because it's been falsified. That's what I do know.
Yeah. Again, I'm saying that you will be able to find certain things that make no sense, maybe, and I agree with that, as I said. But my problem is, on the flat Earth, there's more things that make no sense. That's my problem.
No, I'm sorry, I can't accept that.
But nobody accepts it. But when you say that, I don't know what information that's based off of. Seeing is that I don't have a model, right?
Okay.
So that would mean that you would have to produce this thing with numbers and all that would explain to me how day and night cycles don't work on this ultimately straw man that you would have to present.
Again, I'm not saying that day and night circles won't work. That's not my point. You will be able to make some sort of like system of a model where day and night will work. My problem comes with the next thing, because a model needs to explain the other ones as well, and that is always the problem. As I said, you can individually check everything and make an model on how it's working. But the problem is
we don't have a model.
Okay,
we don't have a
I
model.
literally let you speak non-stop. Holy shit, man!
Yeah,
Can
but
you guys
you're not going. You're going around in circles, sir.
I'm not strawmanning
you're
anything.
going around in circles.
Yes, you are.
That is your
talking
belief,
in
man.
circles.
I don't want to turn you down, Jin. I don't want to turn you down, Jin. Please stop.
You're about to get muted, Adrian, if you don't
Turn
shut.
myself back up. You are talking.
Why am I about to get muted? I was speaking. What?
You
I
are
listened.
being. Listen up. You are being asked to vote. You're 99.9% correct. Whatever you have, please bring that forward, and then we can take it step by step. Each point you make. Let's go with that, please. I want some forward direction here. So you want to talk about the eclipse, the sunrise?
Yeah. So again,
whatever.
on the globe Earth, right? We have multiple systems, observations that fit with it. We do have certain observations that do not fit with it. But at least the majority, like for example, that we can see in some spots further than we should be because of curvature and because of other things that you guys claim, which makes sense, not gonna lie. But my problem is that the flat Earth, when it's not a sphere, whatever body it is, other than a sphere, cannot explain sunsets and sunrising, cannot explain seasons, and cannot explain daytime.
We can explain
Wait,
these.
let me finish, please.
Okay.
Cannot explain them all at once. They can explain them all singularly, like going individually at it, but not all of them at once. And that is what the globe can. And that's my problem with being a
The
flat
globe cannot do that.
The globe can't do that either.
Please let crypto.
Get a mic to.
Yeah. Actually, it's something I often berate globers for is the compartmentalization of their explanations. So it is ironic that you come here telling us that the globe explains everything in one model when it doesn't.
I'm literally saying it doesn't. You guys just want to put words into my mouth, I swear.
You just said that the globe explains all of the phenomena.
That I listed, yes.
Okay.
Not all that exists.
Okay, so would you like to address what I said?
You said that the globe Earth does not explain everything, which I agree with.
What else did I say?
Good point.
Yeah, okay. So I was talking about the compartmentalization of explanations of phenomena. And I was about to give you an example, but you wanted to start talking.
These are very big words, I'll be honest. I don't understand what you just said. You need to speak more simply.
Can I get a mic check, guys?
Yeah, mic check. So compartmentalization. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and answer his question, and then you can go ahead and speak. Yeah. So compartmentalization is when you put things into separate departments and you separate them.
Compartments.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah. So you got a compartment here, a compartment. So that's. So I'll give you an example, right? So, does light how does light travel from a circular source? Sorry, from a spherical source.
How does light travel from a circular source?
A spherical source. I misspoke. So if there's a ball of light, do those light rays travel from that source parallel, divergent, or convergent?
Continental, like 90 degree of the surface.
So perpendicular, right? So if it's a sphere, then those light rays will diverge, correct?
Well, actually, I take it back. It goes into every single way from the surface.
Yeah, diverge. Diverge is the word.
Yeah. So it diverges, right? So every single light ray is perpendicular from the surface, correct?
I'm gonna just say yes because I don't know these words, but
fair. So yeah, perpendicular just means 90 degrees to the surface. Yeah.
No, I disagree with that. I'm saying
that's
that
subjective.
No, it's not.
That is the definition of perpendicular.
That's also what you said.
And I backtracked on it. I literally backtracked 1 second ago. I said, no, I take it back. It goes into every single way of the surface.
Which is, again, perpendicular, and it's divergent. You're going to the natural way, divergent of the ball.
I haven't even got to the point I'm actually trying to make, which is quite frustrating. Okay, so the point is that the globe will have different explanations based on diverging, converging, or parallel rays based on the phenomena you're looking at, right? So when you actually see light in the sky, let's say you see the sun and you see clouds, you see diverging rays. The rays appear to splay out from the light source, right? But when we talk about Eratosthenes, the light source has to be giving out parallel rays in order to be able to measure the degrees of the shadows in order to establish the radius. And then when we talk about eclipses and the path of totality only being 70 miles wide, suddenly now the light rays have to be converging in order to explain why the path of totality is so small in relation to the moon. So this is what I'm talking about. The globe model has to have different contradictory explanations for the different phenomena, and that's why it doesn't work.
Or, well, the sun is very far away, and that's why the rays of it are parallel.
And converging and diverging when convenient.
Well, we will have to see into that, but okay. I don't know exactly
Bro, rays can't be doing all three at once.
You are claiming that they're doing all three. I would want to see
I'm not. I'm saying that the globe needs them to.
In which cases?
The three I just told you.
Yeah, in the live stream. It's in the live stream. Look in the live stream,
What are you doing?
Measuring the circumference of calculating the circumference of the Earth, parallel. Explaining how solar eclipses work, convergent.
Aristotle.
I don't know what the third would be, but
what you actually see, and all
this
light
is your proof. Wait,
traveling from every source ever diverges.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
So you think that the sun only shoots parallel beams?
No, we do not think that.
You're not listening.
I'm looking at the graph.
This isn't about what I think. This would be true if I didn't exist. Okay, understand that. This would be true if I didn't exist. So any reference to me is stupid. I'm telling you the contradictions within the globe model. It requires diverging, converging, and parallel rays when convenient.
In which case, I'm seeing one right now where they are diverging.
I just told you them, and Elijah repeated them to you.
And the reason Crypto's bringing this up is because you said that we're trying to make ad hoc explanations, or the only way that the flat earth could work is if you never look at something consistently, and you said that the ball or the globe model was always consistent, to which Crypto then said he'll give you an example. He'll give you an example of one whereby it is not consistent. And now we've posted pictures to show you, just in reference to that one thing where you said what we normally say about the guys who can't understand this. There's ad hoc explanations for one thing, and then when we prove that that's wrong, you jump to the other side and use another ad hoc explanation for something else.
Can I say something regarding this sphere light scene? Because it's very interesting what you said. So for example, when I look at a light bulb, I clearly know that some part of it is spherical, and I'm standing in a part of my room. I look at it and I see the surface of the light bulb. That means that the rays from every point that I see go straight to my eye, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to see it. And when I change the location, my location, I still am able to see the same light bulb. That means that all the rays from the same points are now going to another point. So I think that what he meant when he said in all the direction, it's not perpendicular to the surface. It means from every point you can go you can find some rays that go perpendicular and in other direction as well. So probably that's what
divergent
he
rays.
That's divergent.
That's because
divergent rays.
Right. That's basically what divergent rays is, because from the source, the light is going to emanate omnidirectionally from the source of a spherical object.
Like spokes in a bicycle wheel. They will go from the center outward in all directions. And like the guy just said now, it matters not if I walk around the sun, there will be a ray hitting me, enough for me to see the object. But it doesn't mean every ray is hitting me parallel. They're all going out radially like a
Can I
bicycle
ask
wheel.
something? What you guys showed me now, like this sun model with like the parallel lines and the I don't know in English what it's called, but basically like the other one, the not parallel. Where exactly are the observations on Earth where like people say that the other one is like you showed me now where like non-parallel rays are, and I agree with that. But can you show me an observation where we need parallel, completely lined parallel when it's like not?
Yeah, in real life, we only ever observe diverging rays.
Yeah.
So the other two are ad hoc fantasy to explain a model.
Can I ask you something?
Is anybody using parallel lines to explain a model?
Eratosthenes.
Estão a ouvir?
And you also claimed that the sun was so far away that we now experience only parallel rays. Do you remember?
We don't experience only parallel
Seasons
rays.
require parallel sun rays. Seasons require parallel sun rays. Okay?
On the globe.
So the whole model is dependent on these parallel sun rays. Yet we don't observe it.
No, seasons do. No, that's a lie. That's straight up a lie.
It is not a lie.
It's the base assumption. It's the assumption that the rays are parallel, and then the Earth.
How do seasons work? Can you explain that to me then? The guy,
in the globe model, in the globe model, the sun is 93 million miles away, and when the sun rays hit the Earth, they are practically parallel, and because of the tilt, the 66.6 degrees tilt of the Earth, right? You get different angles of these parallel sun rays hitting the surface of the Earth. This is what the globe model says, right? So the assumption is that the Earth is a globe tilted on its axis.
You are adding the parallel, by the way. It's not like they don't need to be parallel. The thing is that when the Earth is tilted, where the side is where the like colder area is on each season, the place is gonna be more
because of the angle of the parallel sun rays hitting the curved surface. Right?
They don't need to be parallel.
But
why are you adding parallel? The season is still the seasons still get explained even if they are not parallel. What? They don't need to be parallel.
They are in your model, right?
They do not need to be parallel to explain seasons, though.
Then the angle would be different. Then the angle would be different.
How would it be different?
Because then the sun rays would be divergent or convergent, whatever you want to assume, right? Then the angle would be different, hitting a curved surface.
Yeah,
right? Okay.
Yeah.
So they need. So for your model to work, they need to be parallel, and the Earth needs to be tilted on its axis, and it needs to turn.
No,
Right?
that you are misunderstanding it completely.
Origin?
The thing is that, okay, I want to answer to him. The thing is that the surface of the angled place, right? There is one place that is not angled, that is facing towards the sun, and that area is going to get a much lower degree of angles of sun rays that is going to hit it.
Yes,
and they're going
because
to
of-
reflect. They're going to
because of-
deflect in a much lower angle degree. The ones
Because
that
of
is
the-
on the tilted side. Wait, I let you speak as well. The ones on the tilted side are going to have a much higher deflection rate, even if the rays are not parallel. There you go. That's how seasons is explained.
Because if the sun rays were actually divergent, right, then they will hit different angles on the curved
That's
surface
not true.
instead of
That's
when
not how
it
it
is
works.
parallel. They need to be
Can I
parallel
just-
to work. Yes, sure, sir.
Rays,
Go ahead.
if they, sure, yeah, the guy who wants to speak, I cut you last time off.
Sorry, thanks. It's a similar thing like just now when we were talking about the Cavendish experiment, or quote unquote, and then we raised the point that there was density in the title of this experiment. It's exactly the same point. How do you measure an angle? Do you need one straight line and then you measure the deviation from that straight line? Is that how you measure an angle?
Einfallswinkel ist gleich Ausfallswinkel. I don't fucking know how to tell you in English.
So
You don't need to spell it
effectively,
because you can't say
if-
it. Learn
if-
the language.
Going in angle is going out angle.
so the inside angle would be similar to the exterior angle if you're talking about a triangle and you've got a base tangent. Yes, correct. But the point I'm trying to say is that you need that base tangent, and exactly like Roger was trying to say, is that baseline in your model, in how they assume the angles, those lines have to be parallel to measure the deviation from, to determine what those angles are now hitting the sun, hitting the earth at. So you can't have one angle getting smaller and then the next angle being different to the next one, and then the next one being different to the first two, and then the fourth angle being different, and then still claim that the angle of the light is causing the season. The angle can only change if the baseline is constant. Then the angle can change off of the baseline.
I don't know
Do you
what
get that?
baseline exactly means, but the thing
A
is,
straight line.
a straight line. Thank you. So
A straight line.
So to measure an
When the-
angle, you need a straight line at the bottom. You need a straight line at the bottom. Then you use your protractor and you measure how many degrees away from that straight line.
Yeah. So again,
You agree with that, right? So we're talking
yeah,
about the straight line.
that is literally Einfallswinkel is gleich Ausfallswinkel, right? Like the angle that it takes in, the straight line, that's the angle it's going to take out, correct?
Okay,
That's
but
what you
we're
are
talking about the straight line. You can only measure an angle off of a straight line.
Yeah, I agree with that. Straight line.
Okay, and those straight lines are called parallel lines when there's
No, that's not true.
multiple of them.
No.
There's not only one sun ray hitting the earth, correct? There's multiple sun rays all hitting the earth together.
Yes.
So
Yes,
if
at
those
different
straight
angles.
lines were all at the same time. No, because
All at
you said
different
the season,
angles.
you said the season when there's less temperature is because all the angles were a sharper angle or a more acute angle.
Yeah.
Now, that angle that the sun is hitting at has to be consistent across the entire amount of rays hitting.
No.
Which means all those rays have to be the same line to have the same angle, striking that continent.
Okay, I'll let
and
you finish.
giving
Tell me
that
when you're done.
country, giving the entire piece of land the same temperature is what you call the seasonality change. It's not per light ray you get a different temperature, which is what you're trying to argue, that every light ray can come in different angle, but yet the whole country can experience the same moderate temperature.
I will respond once you are done. you done?
Ryan.
Who has the dog in
Ryan
the
is hot
background?
micing. Ryan is hot micing. Ryan.
Oh, I can mute him.
Yeah, I was about to do it.
Right.
So
Okay, I would want to. Could I respond to that, please, after whole monologue?
Yeah, go ahead. I've just muted Ryan. Don't worry. Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the sun does not only shoot parallel sunbeams out. The sun shoots parallel sunbeams out and also non-parallel. The thing is, when you have the Earth tilted, it doesn't matter if they are parallel or not, because the angle is going to be changed regardless. If you have a light source and you take a mirror and you're going to change the angle of the mirror, you're going to see that the light is, even though not all of them are parallel, they are still going to shoot into an angle into it, and it's going to reflect it into an angle. And the more tilted it is, the more the angle is going to be. So the reason why the angle
of a single light or all of the lights?
All of the lights are going to be more narrow at the spots where it's angled, not narrow, are more wide at the spots where it's angled, and all the lights are going to be more narrow at the spots where it's flat. The surface, parallel the surface is my bet. So again, I do not see why the sunbeams have to be parallel for seasons to work. That's just not true.
Artie, could I say one thing to you? Could I say one thing to you, Artie, and I'll be real quick. So
go ahead.
Speaking of measurements, speaking of models, speaking of all these things, taking it back to Elijah's first point, one of his first points. If we falsified the radius, which is a measurement, the claim, what do you do with that? How are you getting away from that? How are you just...
Sorry, I was 1 second AFK. Can you repeat that?
All right, speaking of models, because I've heard model like I don't know how many times in measurements, right? I've heard model and measurements many times. Going back to one of Elijah's original points, if the radius has been falsified, what do you do with that? How are we speaking about how are we speaking about anything else other than that right now?
You are again derailing, because I already admitted, and the second you have something that goes against the model, we need to throw the model away. But my problem is...
He just doesn't understand the brevity of the statement, that's all.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying we need to throw if something is not holding up to what it's supposed to be, you need to throw it away.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
you ever made a model?
You don't get it yet. Okay.
Centric model.
Again, and that's why I'm saying the thing is that the other models make even less sense. That's what I said from the beginning.
We don't have a model. We don't have a model. If we haven't seen the entire measurement, if we have not seen the entire measurement, I'm just trying to get in for the past 25 minutes.
Yeah, you are getting older.
The thing is, if we haven't claimed a model, and you're saying we have a model, so you're assuming something to begin. You're just presuming that, because we haven't claimed that. We haven't seen all the dimensions of this. We can't claim that, right? You understand that. So don't say that one more time. Like, please don't say that again. Don't say our model. We do not have a model. You have a model.
There's
you
definitely
have an idea of a model, right? And you saying that all these things work on this model, 99.9%. It's just a number you're throwing out, right? So if it's a number you're throwing out, and you're not even going to give me 1% of an example, right? You're not going to give me even part of an example. Start from something that's true. Don't start from something you're just throwing out, right? I mean, if you really want to get to the point, get to the point.
Yeah.
You're walking around in circles, man.
I'm sorry, but I'm not walking in circles around at all. You guys asking me non-stop questions, and I was talking right now about fucking seasons. Now we are again at me defending models. But okay, I will do it anyways. My point is...
But the point is a red herring.
Okay, the point is he asked me something.
No,
can I respond?
Stop. Slow down.
Stop responding? Sure, man.
Yes, just stop. Your point is a red herring. No one said that the light from a sphere has to be parallel. That's what you're for whatever reason, rebutting. No one said that. We're saying that the light that hits the earth in the model, they say that the light rays that reach the earth are, in effect, parallel.
Hi. Yeah, good so.
Not the light not the sunlight in totality. The part that hits the earth is hitting the earth parallel. That is what the model states. Your point is a red herring.
So now, can you provide some more evidence, please, of this 99.9% correct model that you call it,
Well,
please?
I just want to know he understands that his point is a red herring because he's actually not addressing the issue at all. And we've talked about it this long, so what's the point?
Yes, but light traveling through a vacuum keeps its divergency angle because there is no prism effect or lensing to affect the light.
Right, Andy. Must I open?
And all this without establishing the curvature of the earth, mind you. We've gone all down this red herring route, covered in red herrings, and we haven't really established the earth actually being curved yet. Hasn't established this basic premise. Hasn't been
That's what
established.
I'm trying to get on right there. The curve.
Yeah. Because that's where we
They
need
make
to be.
they make a real riding horse out of a mosquito. Yeah.
Fucking right. That is well said. I was going to say they flog a dead horse, but I think that was even better.
I'm just trying to figure out how they think shadows can prove the shape of the earth. Like, okay, you got shadows, one's bigger than you. Well, like, it's amazing. That's the only reason why they think sun rays come in parallel or convergent.
Yeah.
It's the shadow.
After what Crypto said, anyone with a shred of integrity would say you're absolutely right. He explained the three bloody anomalies with that model. Yeah, the convergence, invergence, and the what's the other one? The parallel lines. Okay, to explain. Right. I mean, after that, you just got to say yes. That's correct. That's not right, because it has to be this for this situation. The rays have to be doing this for this situation, and the rays have to be doing that. And we only observe one diversional rays. That's all we ever observe, ever. Right. So
I'll be honest with you guys. Sometimes you make really good points, but sometimes you sound ridiculous.
Oh, well, I hope you don't think it's me that's sounding ridiculous, because I can shove that ridiculous right down your throat very quickly.
Okay, Ardian, what was ridiculous?
Right. Yeah.
What was ridiculous?
Yeah.
To say that the quote-unquote globe earther are making a mosquito into an elephant when the flat earth are literally doing the same thing, I think it's quite hilarious.
Well, don't respond. I mean, there's no reason to respond emotionally to this. No reason at all.
I'm not. What?
I'm not talking. I'm not talking
I wasn't about
to you.
saying
I'm talking to the flat earthers who will fucking.
Yeah, Elijah, I understand. Yeah,
got you, Elijah.
The actual point is, now that you're speaking again, would you like to respond to what I last said to you?
No, because you said you don't want me to respond, and I'm fine with that.
Now he's asking you to respond.
Now I'm asking you to respond.
Well, and now it's too late.
Unable to defend the impossible. I see.
So here's the thing.
Coming out now.
Here's the thing. We've asked.
I want to speak when I want to speak, not when other people tell me to speak. That's it.
We've asked you for an example of somewhere within this 99.9%. We asked for an example. For whatever reason, we started talking about, because you said, for all intents and purposes, the model works on the globe. It works for the most part.
Yeah, it is.
And then we said no, it doesn't. So
And
then we
that is
said,
just a
can
claim.
we get into the deep? Right, it's just a claim for now. So we're trying to get into the details of it all, and you're dancing better than Michael Jackson.
I swear, if you sit here and tell me that I went from the race, explaining them and going deeper into seasons of the earth, and then I jump to the models back, you are straight up lying. I wanted to stick
why you
on
shouting
the
now?
topic
Why you
because
shouting?
you literally were the guy who came. No, it wasn't you. A guy came in and told me, why did you say this about models? What I was talking about 20 minutes ago. So you guys are coming in here, throwing questions at me on all kinds of different questions. And then you tell me that I'm dancing around when I want to stick on one topic. I wanted to stick on it. Regardless, when I wanted to respond to it, you told me not to respond. And here you are now saying, why don't you respond? You guys are fucking
Okay,
hypocritical.
have you finished? Have you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
But Jen, we can't meet him with that kind of aggression because
Yeah, no, I know, I'm just
the,
teasing
the
him,
little
that's all,
bit,
you
the
know.
little bit that I've met him with, he's shut down. So when a globe earther spirals, what is another way that we can respond to it? Like, instead of making them shut down, how do we open up this oyster?
Yeah, one stick kick in the nuts, but that's not allowed. Okay.
I
Okay,
just want to
that's
talk
the
about.
24
I just want to talk
that-
about what you want to talk about.
I just want to ask him a question, if I may.
It's the $1 million question. How do you get someone to deal with their cognitive dissonance in a comfortable way?
Yeah, Don, if you weren't here, the thing is, like, we're trying to get him to want to have a conversation. We're not even there yet. He has an assertion and a belief, a religious belief, that the earth is a sphere and everything within that model coincides with reality. All I did was ask
You
him,
are putting
okay, well,
words into my mouth,
all I
literally.
He can't even stand by that. He can't even stand by that.
I am not
This is
saying
what I-
that I am
this
a
is what I'm
globe
saying.
earther. From the beginning, I said that I'm not.
Did I
I'm
say
saying-
that? Did I say that you were?
Yeah, you said it's my
When
belief.
when did I say that you were?
You said it's my belief that the earth is round when it's not.
I said that you have a belief that the model coincides with reality, which is what you said.
No,
Yes or
there's
no?
another. There's a more specification. that you need to add to it.
99.99%, you said.
Exactly, to most of it, not completely.
So why are we parsing words like this?
For 1%.
Because it's important.
Why are we parsing words for the 0.1% that is not
Because it's
accurate?
important. Because if it would be 100%, then it would mean that I completely believe in it, and there's it.
Powerful.
But the 1% is literally implying that I do not go fully with it.
The force.
Elijah.
The magic force.
What's the 1%?
Elijah.
Yeah, I want to know what's the 1% you don't believe.
No, but
Exactly.
you guys don't.
Please.
But you guys don't understand that he's fixing
Well, I don't understand.
Look. Listen to what I'm telling you because I'm trying to address you guys now. Not an argument, okay? What you guys are failing to realize is that he's mixing two things together. So when he says 99.9%, he's talking about his faith because it can't be 100%. Because in his mind, then he would be making a definitive statement.
One last thread.
That's not the same as saying that the model is 99.9% accurate. Those are not the same things.
Yeah, I hear you.
He has
Elijah.
99% faith in his model, not that the model is 99.9% accurate.
Well, 99.9% is the best you can get.
Guys, he's hanging on by one thread. This is what he's kind of indicating.
Yeah. Very
I think
thin.
it's cool. I think it's cool he said that.
Okay.
But it's not. It's really that he's just super sure. Not 100% sure, but super sure.
Yeah.
99.9% sure that the model is
a globe.
I don't even know what to say to not get you to stop this conversation because the train is trying to pull into the station. But you're not letting it. And I don't know how to. What do you want to talk about? That's true. That's 100% definitive. Do you
laser
think that,
instrument?
like, what can we do?
My problem is that the way like in my opinion, you guys are not flat earthers. In my opinion, you all are anti-globers. That's it. So the problem is.
Okay.
The problem is
great.
that when
that's
okay.
an astute observation. I'm glad that you've come to the realization that I told you an hour ago that we were straw man with a model labeled flat
You are
Earth.
strawmanning
I'm so
yourself by
glad-
that, man.
I'm so glad that you finally understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, but you are strawmanning yourself when you put flat into the name. You know?
Don't worry about it.
My name isn't Flat Earth. My name is Elijah.
Yeah, but your mods are flat earther. Your votes.
So what?
So that's yours again. You're strawmanning yourself.
You're wasting time. Don't worry about it.
I play video games, and the
Oh,
character is not. What difference does it make?
I ride
Again.
the bike.
When I want to say that I'm against Israel, I don't say I'm against Jews because then I'm misrepresenting myself. When you say that you are against
Why
the
does
globe
this- but why
Earth,
does this
then why
matter?
would you say you are a flat Earth?
But why hold on. Why does this matter? At the end of the day, I'm
It
not.
doesn't. It doesn't. I agree, but that is what confused me.
Listen, I'm not against the globe because
It's
in
just
order
not
for
a
me to
globe.
be against something, it has to exist, right?
The theory of it. Are you happy now?
I'm not against the theory. I'm not against the idea. I have entertained the idea. I'm trying to get you to entertain the idea, but you will not.
Again, I would if I would have another model. That's my problem.
No. Why not
Yes.
just entertain the model that you have?
Entertaining means going with it, right?
No, entertaining
No.
means having a conversation about its parts.
I was literally doing that until you guys pulled me back to about something else when we were talking about sun rays. I don't get it. You guys love to say that I'm jumping around, but you are doing it. You are purposely doing it to me.
Listen. Here's the thing that I'm doing to you directly.
Not you. You were chill, to be honest.
No, I'm telling you what I'm doing to you directly. Right? Don't get me twisted with anyone else. I'm telling you that the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles, has been falsified. That being said, I also understand that the heliocentric model that everyone religiously believes in, it's all tied into
The radius.
that one number.
Yeah.
All of it. You want to ask me
fake.
how? That's a conversation we could have. But the bottom line is, without the radius, none of these mathematical assumptions can occur.
None.
None of them. The distance to the sun, how big the sun is, how big the Earth, the moon is, how big the Earth is. Orbits
How far
around
Mars
the
is.
sun.
Elijah, can I ask him a
Orbits
question?
I mean, I was in the middle of going on a tirade.
My bad, bud.
I see what you mean. Could you just send me a blog about it or something so I can read into it? You don't need to tell me every little thing.
Okay, well, like I said,
He's trying to have
day and night, because the things that you brought up, day and night cycles, right?
Mm-hmm.
It requires the radius of the Earth to
No, I
mathematically
believe you. Can you
describe-
just send me like a blog where it says all of that? I believe you that you are not talking out of your ass. I will just want to see it
What?
so I
You
can
would-
read
that's-
into
and
it
that's-
myself.
And that's the whole point. I'm telling you this, right? But if you look up anything pertaining to the model, anything, that assumption is going to be there. Like, you can, I'll give you examples.
No, I get it. I get what you mean. I do understand you.
But I will give you examples, but also
I don't need
whenever
examples,
you and
honestly.
well, you just asked me. You said, "Can you give me?"
No, I just want a block of where you are talking about this, where everything, all these examples are listed and everything in more detailed explained. Yeah, send it to me. I would want to read it with the radius and all that.
Well, it's a lot of information. In fact, it's on a Google Drive. Okay, cool. Yeah, you'll be busy for a week on this.
Sure.
Okay, I sent it to you. Hopefully you can open it.
I'm sorry, Don. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to talk about the temperatures in the tropics with him, if he can explain to me on his globe model. So for the summer in Australia, right, the average temperature there is 86.
I don't know why you guys want me always to defend the globe Earth. I'm not here to defend it. I don't get it. Why you guys are like doing this?
Well, you're asking how the weather works and everything else on the flat Earth. I thought you would know on the globe.
No, I'm saying that it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. But since you guys say that's not your model, why the fuck would I defend the model that I don't want to defend it in first place?
It doesn't make sense on a globe either. If you want to.
Okay, I do not disagree with that. That might be the case.
Hey Don, you want an example? Here's one.
What's that?
From not Don, sorry, Ardian. Here's one from Washington University. Click that. Like.math.washington.edu, which deals with the horizon, and it gives you the assumption of R, which is the radius of the Earth.
By the way, this branch guy is texting me and saying that he would want to get unmuted. I don't know.
Who cares what he says? He shouldn't be asking you to get unmuted because you can't unmute him.
What did he do, man? I mean, I was in here the whole time.
I'm not worried about it. I'm starting trolling. So how far is the horizon? After the first paragraph, it says, we start by making the simplified assumption that the Earth is a sphere with the radius R. And what is the radius? 3959. Starts with that assumption.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The document that you sent to me, like, it doesn't work. Can I have a block or something, or like a post?
Well, see, the thing is,
Here. Let me just post it. Let me just copy this.
Branch is saying because he.
Don't worry about what Branch say. Don't worry about what.
I mean,
Branch
it's
say.
kind of censoring all
Branch is supposed to be talking. We told Branch he couldn't fucking talk. So what the hell is he doing talking?
We got it under control.
Hold on.
This is an echo chamber, guys. I'll be honest.
Ardian, shut the fuck up, Ardian. Here's the post that you wanted. I posted it at 53 minutes after the hour. That's from the second sentence of that page.
Again, first of all, don't tell me to shut the fuck up. Secondly, I think this is an echo chamber.
I could get fucking server meet you. Want that?
You can, but
there we go.
Get rid of the damn concerned trollers.
Hey, Ardian, are you trying to tell me you don't know how to open up an MP4 document from Google Drive? Because that's a source of information right there for you.
Well,
I DM'd it to you.
Look, here's something I want to say, right? Look. You're going to have a group one day, if you're like me. You're going to have a group of people asking you how the Earth is flat. You're going to have 1, 2, or 3 individuals that are like him. Everyone else is just going to be trying to figure out what's happening, meaning they'll be observing the interactions between you and them. And there might even be people that already agree with you. But here's the thing. Since we do have an audience, there is a way that you can kind of communicate to the audience that you know what you're talking about. He's attempting to make it not look like we know what we're talking about.
Exactly.
By dragging us down these roads of ambiguity. All of the shit that doesn't matter, that elicits like a response, like anger, that would make someone who's saying, "Oh, this is an echo chamber," to someone who's not really into this, they can say, "Well, it is an echo chamber," right? We don't have to respond to them.
I think we could just move on, though. We could just move on because he's just being an asshole.
Actually, I'd say that science itself is an echo chamber.
Imrel,
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how you doing, Imrel?
I'm fine, pretty fine.
What brings you to the server, my friend?
Well, it's very, how to say, entertaining to hear this conversation. So I have like a lot of follow-up questions during it, but like I don't want to interrupt when someone else was trying to present what he thought. For example, like now that person is muted, I want to say like it's more about the concept of a model. Like, is it seen as, once again, not trying to offend anyone, but is it seen to like as something good or bad or unimportant to have a model? Like,
so models are reification fallacies. Really. So you're trying to make something about reality, which if you haven't actually traversed the whole Earth, you can't really make a model. You're just basing it on information, flawed information.
So, because for example, maybe I understand differently the word model, because for me, for example, if I have my town, like an actual town, and I know that this house is built here and this one is there, so that would be a reality. But when I look at the map, so the map is a model of my house. It doesn't represent that some like buildings are higher than other ones. It doesn't represent maybe some small things. It's just a model. So it's not representing reality, but it might help me to understand how it works. But
your analogy is flawed, because a map is not a model of the land.
Yeah, that's why I said that how I understand the word model.
Right. So it isn't a real representation of reality. So it can't be a model of reality.
What do you mean when you say model? Like, what is that? Like, besides the globers, something else, like some other example of a model.
In science, a model has to be tested, right? And this is the problem with the Glover model. It hasn't been tested. You can't test the Glover model. So it's pseudoscience.
Yes. So when you say that the globe model like is bad, it's not the model itself is bad. It's globe model because it can be tested. But you have nothing against the word model itself. Like if there is a model of an apple, for example, yes, we know it's not a real apple, but we can or for example, a model of a human being. We know that it's not an actual body, but it might help some medical student to see how some organs, even in reality, they're not exactly at the same position, but it might give the idea. But it can be tested because you can see it, you can touch
exactly.
it. Okay.
You can definitely test a human and you can actually see their actual parts.
Great.
Exactly. That's the difference between.
Can I just add something? Just add something very quick about the whole model conversation. A model was generally a ratio of the larger object. So it would be a reduced version of something larger. We would call that a model. And it's in scale and it's in proportion. Now, on this realm that we're at, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty, which means we can't go beyond the 60th degree parallel line on the south side. So we can't measure our exterior. So we realized that at any point, if we start saying our model is this large, it's fictitious. Because no one's gone and measured from one end or one extremity to another extremity, physically measured it, not calculated it by looking at sticks and shadows or some inference, an actual measured result. Then we could make a model of what we live on.
Yeah,
if we had those dimensions.
And that's why we say we don't have a model, because we have not measured the Earth. We don't know the extents, the extents of the Earth or anything like that. So that's our point.
That's just
perfect. When we try to when we test the so-called Globe Earth model, we find out that it doesn't fit reality, there is no curvature. We've measured large distance where it takes a certain amount of curvature and it's not there. So that's why we say your model is flawed. I mean, well, I'm saying your model, but the model of the globe Earth is flawed because it doesn't match reality, and they don't even have a complete model. Because if they had a complete model, they would have things floating around it, and like they say, the Earth, Moon, Sun go around it, and yada 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 orbits. There's no such model.
Okay, yeah, that's just very logical. Thank you. And another thing, is it fair to use like something from the models that we're not accepting? For example, a lot of time I've heard that like the 70% of the surface is water and water is flat. Therefore, like it's obvious that it's flat everywhere and stuff. So, for example, for me, it would be fair to say like we have a big amount of surface which is water and it's relatively flat. By relatively, I will explain what I mean. For example, when there are some tides or there is like something like this, but it's not very, how do you say? Well, it's not that important. In general, it's still flat. So even if we see the high mountains of some like canyons or stuff like that, we say relatively, we mean like it's not that important. Like it's not spherical. But for example, it's not 70% because we didn't measure it. When we say that the height of some mountains is like such number of kilometers, we didn't measure it, we just calculated it presumably. So like we can say that something is big, something is small, but we shouldn't operate with like real numbers if these numbers, they are numbers from the globe Earth model, like they're not an actual numbers that we measured.
Okay, but who measures the curvature?
No, I'm not talking about the curvature, I'm talking about the mountains, the surface and stuff like this. I say like it's just, well, we should probably avoid using some actual like percentage of water surface of the mountain heights if it wasn't measured.
Well,
all mountains are measured from sea level.
Well, they were calculated, they weren't measured.
They were measured. There were geological studies and geodesic studies conducted all throughout the late 1800s and early 1900s. There's little markers placed all around the world, and they would take from sea level up to a point, and then they would place their next marker, and then they would take the next elevation from that point, and they marked off all the territories moving up into the interior. So the mountains and stuff would have been referenced from the original sea level, and level is no side being higher or lower than another. So if it's level and water is sea level and no side is higher or lower than another, and it's 71% and everything is referenced with an altitude against sea level, then it is very precise. But then in our minds, we wrap that around the exterior of something curved.
When you say it was leveled, for example, if you take the highest mountain, probably I misspelled the name. It's Everest in my language. It's called Everest. Like so, the nearest sea to that mountain would be like more than, I guess, more than 600 kilometers. So I don't think that they actually like stood all this like. And it's not like a flat place. There are a lot of other mountains. So I think that, well, when I heard how they measure and it's not like that much people go on top of the Everest. It's not that easy. So I thought like what they did, it's they just measured the pressure on top of such mountains and they just calculated the approximate height. They didn't actually like, when you said step by step, meter by meter from the sea level, like, well, it's almost impossible to do that. And also you would have like to follow all these 600 or something kilometers from the sea level to the top of the mountain.
Right, but
no mountain is 600 kilometers high.
Which one?
Yeah.
No, Everest is about 8 kilometers.
Almost 9.
Or 8.
Almost 9,
but
yes.
You said, taking up to an altitude of 600 kilometers I don't think human beings have been that high.
he said
No,
about
I
sea
said
level,
that it's
from sea
yes, that
level
it's
to the-
very the sea, the nearest sea. It's more than 5 or okay, I might be mistaken, but it's at least few hundred kilometers from the top of the mountain. So you have to start at the sea level and move all that path, few hundred kilometers, measuring like this altitude. And well, it's not the flat surface and one mountain. It's just like a lot of mountains behind it and above it and around it. So you will have to like, it's not the easy thing to do if you're measuring it meter by meter, like of height. And it's also like you will do, even if you do a slight mistake, when you do it 6 or 800,000 times, it's added up. So that's what I meant. It's not actually measured like you can measure the length of your body. It was calculated.
So your issue is that how do they know accurately what was the height before they started measuring, saying, okay, from this, whatever, say the floor of the mountain was probably, let's say, 300 feet from sea level. How are they accurately measuring?
Yeah, I think that it's just like a calculation, and if we think about a mountain, it's not something like it's always there. There is like few rocks on top that will be erased by a wind or something. So it's like a matter, maybe a few centimeters a year, but it would be like in 100 years, it wouldn't be the same mountains, but during all my life, it still has like the same height. So I think that it's just a number that is approximately close.
With the same
calculation.
With the same
Yeah, calculation.
level
Thank you.
Okay, with the same level of scrutiny, how did they know the radius of the Earth? Because, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's important. Because the entire heliocentric model is based on 3959 being 3959, not more or less, not maybe this, not maybe that, but definitively 3959, because they use this for space travel so that people can be safe up there on the ISS as it orbits the circumference of the Earth, right?
Well, that's my point. If it's a bullshit, like it can't be like that accurate. Like it's another thing, another assumption, another calculation, another model, as we started to talk.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying like it's not wise to use like without possibility to measure it, to check it, to verify it. It's not wise to use that model.
That's the point.
That's what I'm saying.
Hang on. We cannot measure 1 degree of curvature. That's the problem. We can't measure 1 degree of the said 24,901 miles of curvature, 3,959 mile radius. We can't measure 1 degree of that.
Yes, but well, it has nothing to do with a mountain.
Well, but the mountain is on the surface of the Earth. The Earth is supposed to be a ball, an oblate spheroid. We cannot measure 1 degree of this oblate spheroid. So you talking about how they measured the mountain really was just a little bit of waste of a time, really.
Yeah, I mean,
As Elijah was saying earlier, the most important part of this
I think he's
to begin with, round 1, number 1 point, where is the curvature? That's
right.
No, we already overpassed that point. Like we already agree that the Earth is flat as long as it's observable, and now we're going further.
Good.
So we go into the mountains, and the next topic I wanted to like show up, it's surface of the water. So that was another one.
Well, before we go to
go to the surface of the water. Go ahead.
Before going to the surface of the water, what I thought I heard you say from the beginning was, you hear flat earthers say that 70% of the Earth is flat. Is flat.
It's water. It's water. Yes.
And it's like, okay, number one, we don't really know what percentage of what is
yes, what. That was exactly my second point. Yes, thank you.
But given the story, well, what we do know and what we do experience is that matter in the liquid state, it has to be contained.
Yeah.
Has to be. That's how it's defined. And the outside of a sphere is not considered to be a container. Same goes for air. In order to have some type of reading of pressure, must first be contained. All right, must be a fixed volume of some kind, right? So that's the second strike on the whole story, with us having air pressure next to the vacuum of space. But moreover, over 1/3 of the land are flat plains or level plains with
And ocean
very,
floor.
I'm getting there, with very poor drainage, right? That's what happens when you have a level surface and you have nowhere for the water to drain off to. So then on top of that, 50% of the abyssal, if the abyssal plains take up 50% of the earth, period. Underwater in general, they're just level plains. That's how it's described. And we already know the definition for plain, level. No point higher than another.
How many
So-
plates does it take to make a ball?
No lumps or curves.
An infinite.
Sorry, Lina.
Yeah, but yeah, Jenny's right. I mean, it's like, at what point do we? I mean, because all of this stuff is just what it is. I'm not making this shit up. It's just the Glober will come along and say, "Yeah, but you're thinking about it wrong." The things that we've used to define things, it's actually defined as something else once you start thinking about a globe, and like all of that is like, it's just, I mean, it's taxing and unnecessary.
Oh, okay, can I say something to that? So, like the whole hours that I've been listening to this conversation, it was mostly like, in few words, it was like the Earth is globe, not is not, it's flat, no is not. So that was like exactly the same topic. And what I think it should be done like this, like the Earth is flat, like it's observable flat, period. Let's move on. And let's discuss something else about the flat Earth. So we don't have to go back every time to the fact that the Earth is flat once we establish that it is. But it would be interesting also to see all different things about the flat Earth.
You want
What do you believe, though? You believe it's flat or round? Where are you?
He's already.
Is he a glober or is he a flatter? What is it?
No, Fraud. He's definitely established that. He said this is the point. It's observably flat. We can't get around that. It's completely as far as you can observe, other than mountains and hills and whatever. But yeah, it's observably flat. That's pretty much
yeah.
what he-
So
obviously, this is a roundabout way to ask how things work on a
Yes,
flat Earth.
correct.
Let's keep it above, right? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Could you rephrase that so I would understand that better, please? Because I'm frightened about the questions, yes or no. So,
Well, okay. At the end of the day, it's like, okay, well, we determine that our experiences that it's flat.
Yeah.
Now, there's some questions. How do certain things work?
Yes.
Right. My answer to that, to probably all of those questions, is how the fuck would I know?
So what would be the point?
Meaning scientifically speaking, when you see a phenomena, the only way to explain it scientifically is to recreate the situation so that you know what the cause of an effect is. And in this way, we can say, well, I know what's causing that. It's this, because every time I do this, that happens. That is what science, that's what natural science is, right? So when you, like, say, for example, how do eclipses work? Fuck if I know. I can't science the moon.
Yeah.
Yes.
Control it.
Except that some.
Let me give me a second. So far, he's been sticking to the Earth, though. I mean, when he went to the mountains, he's pretty much said, "Hey, the mountains, this is what they tell us, but how did they really calculate the distance between here and sea level, right?" So far, he hasn't gone to the sky, and whatever's in the ground, we could probably, explain or maybe understand, or probably find out. I think he's more interested in understanding more instead of being confrontational and trying to figure out, like, oh yeah, you don't know how to explain this or whatever.
We're here to falsify
Okay,
the model that's
okay,
being
I'm not
claimed, and to also share truths about what we observe on this plane, right? So when we talk about water, like you wanted to talk about water, when we talk about that, we can prove what we're saying. We don't have a model, but we can prove what we're saying disagrees with the claim that's being made. So when we look at water, if water is anything other than seeking its level, and at some distant miles, it's supposedly bending into convexly around the ball. If it's doing that, water weighs so much, you know. And how can you walk around at all if it bends anywhere? If no matter how big it is, right? No matter how humongous this earth is, or would be, or could be, if it was a ball of any shape, curving and bending water with such force of quadrillions of tons of water, and you can't even measure that water, how much it weighs. So if at any point it's bending and being formed into a ball, you wouldn't be able to walk around, would you?
Yeah. He understands that, North Star.
No, you don't have to convince me every time. Like I already agreed on that. No. I mean, we already agreed on that. We don't have to go back there every time.
No, but in showing proofs, we are disproving the claim. In showing truths of, he wants to speak about things that we observe. In showing those things, we are in direct disagreement with the claim that's being made. So it's going to be an obvious thing just to point it out, correct?
Yeah, he agrees with that.
We're not here just to give sound bites, right?
He agrees with that, North Star.
Yeah, I just, okay.
Went past this point.
I may be more simple than that because something like, for example, I can't go like high enough to see where the sun is or where the moon is or what is that, or like I'm not able to do that. So I don't think that it will, how would I say that? Like it will give some result if we will just speculate what and how and so on, because no one, I think that none of us can check it. But for example, there are some things that we can observe here, as well as you said, like the level water is the level, so there is no curvature. So we can just see that you see the same things that I see. We just agree on that, and we just use it in our other like conversation. There is no need to spend 1 hour to telling me about the things that I'm already agreed with you.
Great.
Yeah.
So so give us a question.
So the question about the water, like the first one was exactly the ones that you answered. Like we don't have a model, so we can't say that it's 70% or 50 or 60 or something. Like we just know that there is a huge amount of water, but we're not able to measure its surface. Like we know that it's just a lot, but we don't know. And
Right.
The real questions that like I don't quite understand, it's during the low, I think it's called the low tide. Do you understand what I mean when I say low tide? Yeah. So I've been to Mont Saint Michel. It's on the north of France. Like there is a big, like a castle, something like this, and you can go to it like by foot. But when there is the water goes up, like it's on the coast of the sea, and when the water goes up, it's completely like isolated from the mainland. So it's just like an island, and it was used to defend people who lived there in the Middle Ages and stuff like that. And then the water goes down. So my question was, where does this water goes, and why is it like going up and down?
Good question. We don't know.
Okay.
The Mississippi River is 3,000, I think, miles long. That, but anyway, it's level.
His
It doesn't go up or downhill.
That's not his question. His question was about high tides and low tides.
Yes.
How does high tides and low tides?
No, I mean know how it's happening, because probably it's like it wouldn't be possible, I think, for us to explain how, like what causes that. My question is more about like where does this water go and why it goes back? Because as far as I understand, it should go in one direction. So if it finds some level which is lower, then like if water finds, for example, you said about the Mississippi River, it flows because there is some level like at the sea level, and it's lower than the level where it starts. So it flows from high to low position, like what as every water does. So for example, if this water,
but it's level.
yeah, but it's level. Yeah. So no argue with that. So, but when this water in the sea, like when it finds some place during the low tide to go, because it can't shrink like it's water, and then it goes back. So why is it going? Like no, why? Like not causes this result, but like where does it go? It should be some place, and it's not very logical. Well, unless there is some pump that just pumping it up and down, but well, it's not very believable.
Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
I know. I was starting to wonder that myself.
Where does the water go for high tides and low tides?
Yes.
Well, thank you, El Bariqua, for being in my frame of mind right now.
Are you guys not curious why someone would ask you not to include your disproving the model that's claimed when you're answering questions about what's going on as you're making a claim? Don't you find that kind of suspicious?
Maybe that's why we've entertained it. And the quick answer is, how the hell would we know? Like that should be the only answer we ever give to these things that Globers think they have an answer for. Globe answer, the moon. Our answer, how the fuck would I know?
I would say that it's not like about flat earther, because the globe earther wouldn't know it as well. Like if you ask some person who believes in the globe earth,
but the model,
they wouldn't be able
to. Globe or flat earth? What the hell are you?
No, but we're not trying to argue with fraud. Who cares what he is? Okay.
But he's asking some dumbass questions.
At the end of the day, a globe earther doesn't know their model.
Yes, exactly.
Which makes them even more religious.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Okay.
Because they just take the faith of whomever, and they say, "Well, everybody else believes it, so I believe it. It is what it is." Yeah, they're the most religious people on the earth, right? And then you have us, who knows that there are just certain things that don't have answers, at least not yet, and probably never will. So when you ask, where does the water go? I mean, that's an interesting conversation, or maybe it just rains back into the system. I don't fucking know, bro.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just like, for example, I know that there are some questions that are not answered, and it doesn't matter if it's a globe earth or flat earth people like who think that way. There are some questions that are not answered, but there are some questions that are. And I was just asking that, like, if it's something we don't know yet, that probably it is. I'm not like saying, you see, you don't know. No, it's completely fine.
No, there's definitely a reason. There's definitely a reason that eclipses happen. We just don't know because we can't science it.
But at least
that doesn't mean that there isn't a reason. Of course, there's a reason.
But at least, for example, when we speak about the eclipse, the globe earther would say that it's a shadow, but we know that it's not a shadow. So at least we don't know why is that or why it's happening like that, but still we don't know that something is wrong. Like if they say that it's a shadow and we know it's not a shadow because the sun is not behind the earth, so we know it's not a shadow. So at least something we know it's not true. And it's enough for some level to just not believe in something we've been told. That's what you mean.
This is shit for lemon. So this not
mm-hmm.
I mean, we doesn't necessarily should like arguing all the time. We can just discuss something.
Yeah. I think his point is
this is what Branch was actually saying, that everyone was cutting my head off for agreeing. Like, this is exactly what he meant. Like, dude is not trying to debate. He's not the guy. He's just not.
And just as the last probably thing, because I should go, I posted in the text channel when we've been talking about the gravity and stuff. So all the stuff about Cavendish and stuff, it's not something that we can do. Like, it's not something that we can recreate, measure, and it's like very hard to like to verify, to experiment with that. But what I seen, and you might correct me if I am wrong, what might be an easy like experiment to check it. So if we take something that weight like precisely 10 kilograms, 10.000 kilograms, like 10,000 grams, and we weight it with electronic scale, like on the sea level. And when we take exactly the same thing, which should be solid, so we wouldn't lose anything from it, and we put it like high enough, like on top of some mountain, and we weight it there. So if there is a thing like gravity, it should be a different result, and if not, it should be the same result. Well, it's not probably something that I would do, but in my mind, when I try to like modeling this experiment, it's something that should work. What do you think about that?
But what else changed?
No, nothing. It was just about gravity.
I don't understand. But what else changed when you went to sea level and then you went up to the mountain? What's the other thing that changed?
Well, pressure probably.
Yeah, that's one big one.
Well, that's why you should measure something under some like the same circumstances. You can like pump off the air or like to the same level, like so you would have the same pressure in the scenes that you're measuring in.
We at least with the current pseudoscience is that gravity isn't a force, right? So it wouldn't be a force pulling upon it. That's one. So Cavendish in itself falls on its place because they're trying to say that two masses are attracting each other, and even Newton says that. Hey, yeah, that's an absurdity. He even said he didn't want that ascribed to him.
You know what?
And anybody that believes it, I mean, he don't think that anybody that has a minute or a small amount of philosophical understanding would definitely think this is just retarded. The person whoever is kind of retarded.
You know what I don't like about the Cavendish and Cavendish experiments? Like it's something that was like if we like track it when it was happening, it was like 250 years ago. So I think that during this time of like modern technology, people should like come up with something better than just two balls, like to measure. Like you have like lasers, you have like high tech. You can just come up with something better than the idea of two balls and like the tension and stuff like this. So something that would be easy to do.
Not only that, it doesn't even go through the scientific method. It doesn't go through science. It's just complete pseudoscience that they're trying to, make, buy into the story. Everybody could buy into the story, and they call it an experiment without actually going through. And if you look at the definition of pseudoscience, it will tell you something that something portrayed as going through the scientific method, which it didn't. So it is 100% pseudoscience.
Yeah, why would we even speak about like gravity when we don't observe it? I thought you wanted to talk about things we observe, right?
Yeah, but that's pseudoscience stuff is like.
No, I said about that because before there was a conversation about gravity, like a long conversation in Cavendish, and I said, well, it's not like useful to like when some.
Yeah, it's another argument for the globe, though, right?
They can't even agree that it's pseudoscience. So to them it's real. I mean, so there's no even point arguing with them because that's.
I thought he didn't want to talk about the globe.
Oh no, he's not. But
I thought you didn't want to talk about the globe at all. I thought you wanted to talk about reality and what we observe. We don't observe gravity, right? So why would you bring that up?
I don't even know. Did you bring it up?
Yeah, he did bring up gravity.
I did because before, like 1 hour probably and a half, there was a conversation about gravity, and I had this in my mind, and I posted that in the text channel. So now, before I go, because I have to go in a few minutes, I wanted just to, for people who were present here during that conversation about gravity, I wanted to make the statement that probably we shouldn't even care about Cavendish and stuff. Like we shouldn't waste time in describing this. Probably we should, like, if someone would like to prove the gravity, he or she should come up with some better experiment, not something that was made like 250 years ago. Like we have enough of tools to do something better than that and just discuss something. So
this is the thing. So in order for you to prove gravity, you have to be able to manipulate gravity itself. And that's where the problem is. There isn't any gravity because you can't manipulate the cause, right? So and that's scientific. So in other words, your independent variable is the cost, and your effect is whatever you see happening, and that's
anybody live in Louisiana? That's what I'm at right now.
I live close to. I live in Texas, like probably like 6 hours away.
I thought we could meet up and go to something far away.
Yeah, so that's the issue with gravity. So you have to form a hypothesis and have your independent, dependent, and controlled variable. The independent is the phenomenon. I mean, the dependent is the phenomenon you see, and then you're trying to figure out what's the cause of it. That's the independent variable. Then we have controlled variables. So that's you got to start with that. Observe a natural phenomenon. That's the first step of a scientific method. So you have a variable.
Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
I think he dipped too. We have somebody else called Sid Faz. Sid Faz, I'm gonna mute you. You there, Sid Faz? Fabs? Hey Sid, I saw you unmuted yourself.
Oh, thank you. Finally. Holy shit, man.
How are you doing, man? What brings you to our server?
That is some phenomenal back engine.
Was it his? I was trying to. Yeah, I'm gonna mute you, man. If you're gonna have that on there, because we don't want to get server strike. Yeah, that song would definitely get you server strike.
Plus, we don't want that shit stuck in our head.
I'm gonna be singing it all day long. And I see what you mean, Elijah. I'm guilty of that as well. I don't know if you're here, Elijah.
Yep, I'm still here.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean by everybody.
That's all I was trying to say. That's all I was trying to say.
I'm gonna try Sit Fast one more time, see if he turned off the music. Hey, Sit Fast, you turn off the music?
No.
All right, we got Beer Man.
What's up, man? What's up, dude?
What's going on? Not much, man. What brings you to our server?
Yeah, I hopped in here. I can't even remember where I got in here. But yeah, anyways, guys, I'm Beer Man from Cape Town, South Africa.
South Africa?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course he is.
Go ahead, Crypto.
So good. No, I haven't got much to say, really. Other than, have you been to any braais recently?
Your voice.
I think you had to go look that up.
So, Beer Man, do you think it's flat?
Dude, I'm convinced it's flat now. I've been watching. Hold on. I'm just helping my wife here. Give me 2 minutes. Hold up.
Sure. No worries. Curious to know.
There we go. Sorry, man. We got this fucking load shedding shit here in South Africa. So I got my generator on now, and just had to help my wife out with the little gas stove. Anyway, so yeah, I would say I'm convinced it's flat, but I'm 100% sure we don't live on a ball that's spinning through fucking Earth, going at these ridiculously high speeds.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Like,
So yeah, I don't know the shape of our Earth. I haven't tested it myself, but I wouldn't say I know that the Earth is flat, but I believe the Earth is flat, if that makes sense. I am going to buy myself a P900 so I can test it myself, that I can tell everyone that I know the Earth is flat.
Sweet.
That's some serious gourmet shit.
So yeah, that's where I am.
Cool. Yeah.
So yeah, I've been watching a lot of David Weiss. I find him incredibly thorough with his stuff. And Rose 777, Crow 777, all that stuff. I got into the whole double sun thing, and that makes a ton of sense. And I find that extremely interesting. And I'm starting to believe that we are not seeing the real sun. I think we're seeing a reflection of the moon, of the sun and moon above the firmament.
Not get into that double sun stuff, bro.
What's that?
What he be talking about?
Do not get into that double sun stuff, bro.
I don't know.
It sounds like he's made the same observations that I've made, but I want to know what he's saying, because I don't be saying there's double sun shit.
So I don't
Y'all
think
never
there's
heard
two
of Crow
suns.
777?
Am I on the what with Crow?
I didn't know he was on this stuff though. That's all.
Crow is all about that double sun. He's got multiple recent episodes. I'm surprised you guys aren't more up on it.
Yo, bro, send me.
Do you understand what's actually happening though?
So, can you explain it? Can you?
Yeah.
Damn, I'm getting on the train. Y'all suck. Oh no, this is my topic.
Oh, okay, then you go for it, dude. You go for it, dude.
No, I'm on the train. I'm about
He wants to listen.
All right, cool. Because I'm still new to this. I'm still fucking new to this, but I find it extremely interesting. And I
Just
think
stay on
maybe some
flat
fresh
Earth
eyes
stuff,
will help.
dude. Just stay on flat Earth stuff. Don't get on like craziness, man.
No. So
that double sun's gonna lead you into like that dude that's looking in that what is it, that bowl, and he sees like moons and
no, that the dome. That's where I get it from. So I don't know if you saw that video that I think it's Chris Mautre or something like that. He live streamed it, where he actually shows how he sees it. And
can you post the link?
Yeah, I can post the link.
Chris
Hold on.
Chris Van Matre is really good.
Yeah, that guy. That's the one. I'll get it for you guys. Hold on. And you'll get an idea what I'm talking about. But okay, let me first chat to you guys first. I can't multitask. I'm a male. So let me explain how I understand what's going on here. So I think
so there's floating cities too. Come on, dude.
No. So the sun is outside the firmament, and it's shining obviously onto the dome, and it's shining onto the dome, which is we're seeing that reflection. And that's why he sees it from
firmament, bro. Come on, that's what the Globers say, dude.
No. Hold on, like just outside, not millions of miles. I'm saying just like a few, say 100 meters, just 100 meters or whatever.
Space then, bro.
No. So I think the firmament is probably say 50 meters thick or 100 meters thick, with full of water. I don't know, and they within there, and then above that is more water maybe. I don't know, but they did a test where they shined a light onto a dome and they see that double sun, which is awesome because you only see the one sun with a polarization. If you got that reflection, have a look at the video.
So
Hold on.
what medium is the sun in? See, that's the thing, bro. It's gonna have to.
I think it's.
Actually, sorry to interrupt really quickly. I do believe that David Weiss takes the position that what we are seeing with the sun is a projection. I was listening to him talk
Exactly.
just the other day, and that's his stance. So
Let me get that video for you guys.
Yeah, but
so continue, gentlemen. I just wanted to put that in there.
But you got to take it with a grain of salt, dude. It's just conjecture. It's speculation. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Once you get on the bandwagon with somebody, bro, they'll take you down a road you're not sure you want to go down. I'm just telling you.
I'm still new to it.
I'm still interested. I'm still interested though. I want to see the link.
Where do I post this?
Live stream. Oh, let me give you or a mod. Can a mod give him a VC verify if we could post a link? Crypto.
You
Sorry
darn
about that.
French. You French people. You.
Can you give Beerman a VC verify?
Maybe.
Dude, I'm legit. Don't worry. I'm a chill dude. I'm 35 years old from Cape Town, South Africa. I'm no troll.
That's what they all say.
I'm super excited.
You let
Yeah.
baboons in your house and they eat up all your food. Yeah.
No. I live on the coast.
We need to.
Yeah, that's what the baboons are.
We need people in this server that are from Africa, regardless if
All
you're
right.
globally.
All right, you got VC verified.
We need some. All right,
Okay.
we need some black people from Africa now. We're getting all you damn South Africa.
So wait, where do I
I don't
post
know what
this?
the actual black people in Africa think.
So on the you right now you're on the live stream, right? And there's a hashtag live stream voice text on top of that.
Oh yeah, see that?
Yeah, that.
Okay,
there.
cool. Okay, there we go. So I got so many notifications on this Discord now. I don't even know where to look. So that should be the link. Let me test it. Okay, there's a timestamp on it. So yeah, just obviously rewind or whatever. Very interesting video, guys.
I don't know what you into, man, but I want to part of it.
Hello. I can't even remember where I got the link from to join you.
I popped in because I only got but so much time to say this. Fraud, shut the fuck up. Secondly, it's definitely outside. Otherwise, if there's two bodies independent of themselves, I don't think that's happening. I think that Crow 777 and all these people, if they're saying what I think they're saying and their observations are my observations, I mean, I would speculate the light source is outside of the firmament. Yes. Or at least outside of this layer.
Right, it's like there's different layers of the firmament. Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So there's where the water is,
yeah.
And then there's another. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
So it's like somewhat of a reflection.
Outside would be, I don't know. It'd have to be in a different medium, like a totally. And that's something we wouldn't know about. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't go past the firmament. So I don't know about that.
Nigga, Crow Triple.
So you're saying
so we're all on the same page then. That's what's up.
Pardon me.
Right, because like if the guy conducting the experiment, you gotta understand he's doing that from within an atmosphere. So you can't properly conduct an experiment if you don't know the medium that the light source is in. You know what I'm saying? So that's why
That's true.
For me, you know.
That's true.
I'll see if I can find that experiment where they use the just a piece of glass, like a cake stand thing, obviously not reverse, but basically like a dome, and they shine the light source in, and it actually explains how the sun gets projected and how they see it from different, how the separation from the apparent sun and the real sun differs from different parts of where they're at. I'll see if I can find that. Dude, I've been binge watching this shit now for the past 2 weeks. I started getting into this about 2 years ago. Believed it. I was like, and then about 2 months ago, I got back into it, and about 2 weeks now, I've been full on into it. And I bought David's app, and I'm full on into it now. I completely fucking disagree the heliocentric model.
Dude, I'm going underground, but yo, check out the pictures that I posted. Some of them were taken from still shots from videos that I've taken, and some are from others here in the server.
Is that the moon above the sun?
No, that's just the sun.
Now, how did you get those double fucking suns there?
Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. I just took the video. That's all.
Yeah, that's insane. We don't see that shit here.
Yo, Mr. Cape Town.
Yo.
Are you into biblical scriptures and stuff?
Yeah, so in South Africa, we are very religious here, especially Christianity. And I think that's one. Okay, I hate this country with a passion. However, I'm grateful that I was brought up here because we weren't we're no longer a first world country. My generation is no longer first world. When my parents were here, yes, it was. But because of that, we haven't had this whole celebrity bullshit, you know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, we didn't get indoctrinated with a lot of science and crap like that. We still, I think today still in school, they do Bible studies or Bible class once a week or once a day, or whatever. I'm 35 years old, so I'm not too sure if they still do it, but still Christianity is big. So I've been brought up that way. I follow it. I don't go to church, but I'm a believer. Put it that way.
That's all right. I mean, if you ever want to have more of a discussion on that, I'd be more than welcome. The only reason I ask is just that with the topic that you're bringing up, if you're interested, there's a book called The Apocalypse of Abraham. That will actually elucidate a lot of detail in terms of the multiple firmament layers. Because the other books, like Genesis talks about it. I mean, when it refers to Messiah ascending through the heavens multiple, you get that. I think even Paul talks about the third heaven, but in terms of a detailed description from all the way up.
Oh, I know about the different levels of heaven. We've got a auntie, my wife's, I would say, godmother. She actually baptized me in 2007, 2008, and she explained to me the whole different heavens and stuff. She explained it a little bit differently, but now that you mention the different firmament levels, that actually is making a bit more sense. So I've got a notepad open here. So whatever suggestions you guys have, I'm putting it in my little notepad here.
Yeah, so you got that Apocalypse of Abraham.
Yeah, got it.
If you want, I can send you a link, but it should be pretty easy to find.
All right. Is it
and
I would
PDF?
recommend
reading multiple different translations because some of the verses will differ, so you can get a more. Because we're reading in English from 3 different languages that were translated, the Giaz, the Hebrew, and etc. So it's just so you covered all the bases. I would just read as much as you can.
Awesome, thanks. I appreciate it.
No problem. But someone else wanted to say something. Elbow, were you saying something?
No, I wasn't.
But yeah, thanks you guys for welcoming me so nicely. I appreciate it. I was actually on. Oh fuck my phone! Sorry guys. I was on. You guys know Maddox? Does the evolution versus ID intelligent design debates? John, oh man, what's his name now? John. He's got a new name. Hold on. I was actually on his live stream this morning. Where's that now?
Quantum Erase?
I'll get it for you in a sec. Yeah, Maddox versus AST on Modern Day Debate. So he did a after show, and I joined there, and we were chatting a bit about evidence with intelligent design versus evolution, which I highly disagree with. I do not agree with evolution at all. Never have.
this nonsense.
That's good. That's good.
I heard a few British guys in here. So one of the arguments I brought up was like a Reliant Robin, which I think was made in Britain or designed and made in Britain. If evolution, for instance, they explain evolution being, you know, little changes here and there, but it's still the same thing, but it changes over time. Why do we, like Kent Hovind does that whole argument, like what a skateboard changed into a car. So I said, why don't you see a Reliant Robin with 4 wheels? If it was such a cool design then, they could just evolved it into a 4-wheel vehicle, but you don't see that. And then the other thing was, they say, but show us God, show us the designer, show us who made the flat earth. And then they say, well, there's no evidence for God or whatever. And I say, well, there's no evidence who built the pyramids. Are you saying it evolved from a pebble? Just because you can't show who built something, or you can't smell, taste, see, or whatever this person that it created, it doesn't mean he doesn't exist. This whole world is clearly designed.
But check it out. Yeah, in my mind, here's how it works. There's such intricate designs everywhere we look in life. It's all on the design. You can't have designs like that and systems that work like they do here on Earth without there being a designer.
Exactly.
It cannot be. So the information, so I like what QE says about this on his video. If you haven't watched this part, you ought to. So you cannot have information from nowhere. And I suggest you go ahead and watch that on Globe Terminator. Watch QE's thing about the existence of the creator, scientific proof there's the creator exists.
Well, I mean, we're dealing with irrational and people that are in denial. I mean, these are intelligent people. You understand? So they will never accept it because they believe that they know better than us and we're stupid. I mean, it's hard. I mean, I don't know. You just can't reach people. I have like friends that it doesn't matter what I show them, what you show. I mean, when you show somebody something and they're like. And they still give you that shit. It's like, dude, I don't know what else to do, man. I'm like, pray. I'm gonna need to pray for the dude. That's about it, you know.
Yeah, so it's literally out of our hands. That's the way I feel about it. Like those people, there's going to be ones that come around. That only happens internally. So like we could say things all we want here, and it probably does do some people good, and they probably do get the seed planted, and then go on to search for themselves. But the most complex thing is that you have people that won't let go of it for different reasons. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's rarely ever, the reason they're holding on to it is rarely ever because of the facts. That's the whole thing. So it's only to uphold their belief system. That's the only reason to do it.
So it's like I said, I looked into this about 2 or 3 years ago, and then I just stopped. And the reason why I stopped is the first person I just said, have a look at this with me, was my best friend. And he wrote me off. Just the fact that I suggested it. Yeah. So I started looking under the covers, and then I just stopped. I just thought, is it really worth it? And then I had a calling, and I started searching again, and then I came across David's video, and I was like, nah, obviously someone's telling me to look at this stuff and start believing this. So yeah, and there we go. And that's why I'm back, and I'm full on into it now.
Woohoo!
We have a new person, Thomas 40. Hey Thomas, I unmuted you, man. Welcome to the server.
What's up?
Man, what brings you to the server?
I got invited here, and it just seems like it's a really good community.
Sweet. So what do you think of the shape of the earth? Think it's a sphere?
Well, personally, I think I don't really have that big a strong opinion on it, but from the way I've grown up, just the people I've grown up with, I think it's possibly a sphere, and I had a question for you guys. So
I like what you said there, dude, real quick. You said, I like growing up. See, that's key. You know what I'm saying? Growing up, that's exactly how we all were. Growing up, that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
So I like that.
Thanks. And I just had a question about the concentration of the sun. So, if the Earth was flat, and the concentration of sun, how would it affect? Because there's hot areas, like in Africa, like Central Africa, and then there's cold areas like the antipodes, like the North and South Poles. I was just wondering how that would affect on flat Earth.
We don't actually have a South Pole.
Well,
There's a
not a South
magnetic
Pole,
North
but
Pole.
what is known as the antipodes.
Yeah.
So,
So are
do
you
you know where I'm
saying?
coming
So
from?
have you looked into like the difference between the southern areas and the north? Like how different they are as far as life?
I've not really researched that much. I'm just coming from a general standpoint here.
Okay. So what is your take? Do you think the Earth is a sphere?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you want a Bitcoin? Then prove that to David, and you'll get a Bitcoin.
Yeah,
I'm yet to
Bitcoin,
see proof of it.
Yeah, someone will give you actual Bitcoin. Yeah, exactly. So think about it like this, man. You have 3 buckets, and what
Yeah.
you're going to do is you're going to put the proof in these 3 buckets. So the way you're going to do it is you're going to do a bucket where the proof is only works on globe. One bucket is only works on flat Earth, and the third bucket is works on both. And I want you to go do some looking and find any kind of verifiable proof that you can empirically check, like double check things, like measurements are like that, where you can double check it again over and over and over again, and it shows the same results irrefutably, right?
I actually had another point.
Well, hold on.
Sorry,
Not done
sorry.
with the bucket yet. So go out and try to find anything that's actual proof that only works on the globe.
All right. I had another point, and then I'll leave you be. But there's another thing. Some people said I think the argument of if the world's flat, you can see, like, as the eye can see itself flat. I was wondering, seen a video where this guy, like people building houses, the Earth isn't exactly flat, like it's like, I don't know, like the angle's like 0.00000.19, and it's like the circle, how a circle has Google amount of sides. I just think that's what the Earth's kind of like, how if you've got one point on the Earth and then another like a meter away, so you're standing at one point and then someone else is standing a meter away from you, and then you both have direct lines to the center of the Earth, the angle, so if it's like a triangle, how one of the points is center of the Earth and the other 2 points are you and your friend, so the angles of you and your friend would not be exactly 90 degrees. It would be like 89 point.
Yeah, you got a good point. And see, walls should be this way too. So that means it should be measurably easy to measure this day and age with the technology we have available to us. To measure tops of buildings, they would be wider at the top, because a big, huge building, those opposite walls would be pointing down at an angle. Like, so that means plumb bobs move to a different area of a city, it should show an angle. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
But anyway,
let's start with the first.
That's not a very good proof, though. I mean, that's not really. It's not a very good proof at all. So the whole thing about it is that there's been no measured curvature on Earth ever in all of history. I defy you to go find any proof that is contrary to that. So it's never been measured ever. Isn't that kind of astonishing? It should be.
I guess. I had one last point. It's a quick one. Surely, if we see in the sky, like astronomers, and they see the other planets are sphere-shaped, wouldn't that hence the Earth maybe is sphere-shaped?
No, you can't look up into the sky and determine anything about what you're standing on. It doesn't correlate at all. It's incoherent information. It's not even along the same lines of reality. Like, that's looking up into the sky at a light which we can only see in 2D. Do you realize that? You'd have to have stereographic vision in order. You'd have to have stereo vision to be able to see anything up in the sky.
Also, do you understand? Okay, I only understand a partial bit of the heliocentric model, but do you know the speeds that you are rotating at?
I don't know.
At the equator?
Start of it.
1,000 miles per hour. And do you know how fast you're going orbiting around the sun?
A day?
66,600 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how fast you're chasing the sun?
No.
5 million miles per hour. 500,000 miles per hour, sorry. Miles per hour.
Yeah.
Do you know how fast you're going in a different direction chasing the sun?
No.
1.3 million miles per hour. And we feel nothing. That is the heliocentric model. That is not made up. That's not flat Earth model. This is the heliocentric model.
Can you not also look at geostationary satellites? And if you think about them, they're 36,000 kilometers in the sky, and you think about them as a sort of triangle shape. I don't think they'd ever be in this formation, but if they were triangle shaped, and then that's how we communicate easier, is because if you think the Earth is a sphere, and there's more than 3, but geostationary satellites, and they orbit at a period of a day, then they would be constantly they wouldn't move at the same speed as the Earth, but they'd stay at the same point above the Earth if it was a sphere.
Yeah, look, they're not. They're in a place. We're told they're in a place that cannot exist in reality.
And you don't. Yeah, and you don't use satellites to communicate. You use underground wires. I mean, underwater wires.
Yeah.
And balloon satellites.
And drones.
Yeah.
You know, look at something.
But do you understand? You understand the speeds that
I don't think you understand.
Hold on.
The speeds.
Yeah. I was gonna go to that. The speeds that Beerman's just explained to you, and you think those things will be floating up there? Yeah. You think those things will just be stationary right there?
Right. Yeah, you could just take the first primary motion, which is on the axis. Look at that one at the equator. To get your head wrapped around this. You know how sensitive your vestibular system is in your inner ear. You know every single angle you tilt your head in any direction, and any kind of momentum in any of those angular directions, right? It does this all day long, as long as we're conscious. It's working. It's doing its job.
And then the question becomes, how did they measure all these speeds?
Mm-hmm. When were they measured first? Yep, that's the whole thing. When did they measure sphericity of Earth? Because it has to show convexity. It's supposed to be a ball. They gave us the size, which I think they really screwed up by giving us the size. Oh, those people will never look. Can you imagine the backroom meeting about that? These people will never look. They'll never be smart enough to measure this on their own.
Dude, we just teach them as kids, and then by the time we teach them 2 + 2 is 4, they were never going to question it.
They won't get it until about like 2015 or something. They're like, "Oops, they did."
So do you guys have the? Do you guys have the Nikon camera, the P900 or P1000?
There's a few people that hear it that have.
Lots of people
I'm looking at getting one, but I find that the 950 is the most affordable one out of the two. Is the 950 very similar? If I'm not mistaken, it should be an upgrade without GPS of the 900.
Yeah, so it probably has at least the zoom. What is it? 83.
83
times for the 900. So it's.
All right, because I just started a business in February, which is doing very well, by the way. So I'm a bit stingy with my money at the moment. So it's something I want to get. I want to get myself. Like I said, explain when I just joined this chat, is that at the moment I believe I live on a flat Earth, but I want to know that I live on a flat Earth. So I want to test it for myself. if that makes sense.
That's a good thing to do. You can easily do that at the coast with a camera like that. Even
So
lesser cameras
Yeah.
than that, you can see amazing things.
I've been doing it myself in the sense of I go to a place that's about 40 kilometers away and I can see Table Mountain still. 100% no problem with my cell phone zoom camera. And there should be about 186 meters of curvature. And I still see Table Mountain 100%. And the other thing I did on the golf course about 3 weeks ago, the sun was out and the moon was out, but the moon was crescent. And I was like, how the fuck is that possible? No ways. Come on.
Yeah, it's not possible. Just like a full moon at night, a full moon at midnight isn't possible.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, well, it's been nice speaking to you guys, but I've got to go. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Hey, right on. Go ahead and try to fill up that globe only bucket, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. See you later.
See you when you come back. Shoot, as broke as I am, I'd even give $100 if someone could come up with something substantial to put in the globe only bucket.
I'm putting money aside for my P950.
Yeah.
So the business is doing well, but I'm just being stingy. Every cent I'm trying to put into the business all the time.
Okay, well, don't forget where you came from. Don't forget the little people that helped you along the way. So throw me a P900 when you can, and you're doing really well. Don't forget.
Yeah, dude, I will never forget. Dude, this has been a life changer, like big time. So of course I will never forget.
I'm just kidding, man. I've never really asked for help. Wow.
That's Ryan's dog. I'm on push to talk. Yeah.
Wow, there's a huge bird.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan Eartherton, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I play a military game called Squad, so I'm just always on push to talk. I won't have that issue. I think Ryan was on normal pickup chat.
Yeah. Sounded like this big bird I see over in the park where it's about 5 feet tall. With a big, huge beak. Well,
Squad only works on a flat Earth.
Well, yeah. Like,
yeah,
this
well.
bird, listen, it's one of these birds. I shit you not. It's 5 feet tall. And its legs lift up to the front. And you would think a bird like that is like, where would you think a bird like that would be thriving? Like,
Hold up, I'm just replying to some DMs here.
I'm sorry, I don't know how I got on these weird birds. Anyway. But I'll just finish it. So these birds, you would think of them as being near the coastline in marshes. That's where they're from. These birds I see around here have changed. They eat baby squirrels. I've seen them do it. It's astonishing.
Something nobody ever talks about in this discussion is the idea that rockets can travel from balls that are moving over 1 million miles an hour. The real big problem with this idea is that the rocket would have to overcome the speed of the ball traveling in this vacuum medium. Okay, thank you, Elijah. I wanted to see where you at. And what's crazy is, think about it. These rockets would have to have the ability to go over 1.5 million miles an hour in the vacuum. You know, when they launch up, you know, I'm sure people have noticed that in the military, planes are launched sometimes from the air. Actually, rocket planes are, like the X-15. If you were to drop an aircraft faster than its speed that it's able to handle, it would slow down after you drop the aircraft, right? Like if you dropped the 747, which has like a top speed of Mach 1, and you dropped it from 1,500 miles an hour, it would have to slow down to that 760 mile an hour speed of sound, its maximum speed of sound. So if there's a rocket supposedly on the moon, remember the moon's even traveling faster than us. It's supposedly traveling at over 1.5 million miles an hour because the Earth is traveling over 1 million miles an hour around the Great Attractor and so far and so forth. So the rockets leaving these bodies would have to be able to fly faster than the movement around the Great Attractor. And nobody ever talks about this. Nobody ever mentions it. It's not even in the realm of talking. Yeah.
I've said this before, like somewhere around when I thought of the whole, and I was first, just to let y'all know, because I went to Jim Candace and all that with Wixit and my boy Crack Dillon, talking about the vestibular system, because I was like, how the fuck did they make that 3-day trip there and back? But anyway, on top of that, seeing is that you're leaving the Earth's momentum. The Earth has its own momentum. The moon has its momentum. So midway through that flight, how are you keeping up with the momentum of the moon to catch up and land on it? How?
You'd have to have 5 million times more powerful rockets to do anything like that.
Yeah, and the vestibular system at that point would kill the individual.
Yeah, the vestibular system would boil and disintegrate in about 1/1000th of a second, but no big deal.
You would die. You would have uncontrolled vomiting until there was nothing left. You'd go into
your brains would be across the sky at about 1 million mile, distance of brain splatter. There's absolutely, it's an insane religion.
I would love to know how the moon picks up the ocean for the tides, but it cannot pick me up. And I would also, love to know why the moon does not get pulled by the sun when it's on the other side between the Earth and the sun.
Well, you know how you get goosebumps?
That's the moon. That's the moon.
No, it's not. I don't get goosebumps on a full moon. Where is that?
Yeah, true.
Where is that? I'm standing at the beach. All right, low tide, high tide, whatever the fuck. Where's the difference? Where's my goosebumps?
Yeah.
I'm glad it got around back to this because I was listening earlier when the guy was talking about tides, and I'm not sure who's familiar with it in here, but there's this thing that happens in a localized manner, where you'll have the coast will just be at whatever level it's currently at. You go out from the coast and you can sometimes even see it from certain beaches, and there will be localized swells or localized tides in the middle of the ocean that are higher than the surrounding area.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just one example like that just shows you that the whole notion of some chick in the sky controlling the water is just ridiculous. Hopefully that wasn't too long a ramble, but if anyone knows more about that,
well, why isn't it affecting the Great Lakes? Like, let's say Lake Superior. It's freaking huge. Lake Baikal in Russia.
Yeah. All lakes. It doesn't influence any lakes.
Yeah, it doesn't affect lakes, rivers, ponds.
Well, you had this Glober yesterday, right? Saying, well, it's 1 centimeter. It's doing 1 centimeter. Or it was was it with Indio? I think it was Indio talking at this chatterbox, right? That they claim it's 1 or 2 centimeters. That's within the error, the measuring error.
No.
Yeah, they like to grasp onto their globe, right?
It's 2 inches and 40 kilometers or something.
So you guys reckon I'm doing okay for a newbie, eh?
Yeah, you're gonna buy that camera, huh? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yo, I can't get out of my mind that we have a member by the name of Jimbo, and prayers up to him, by the way.
Yeah, prayers to Jimbo. Yeah.
What happened to Jimbo?
What happened?
Nothing happened to him specifically, but he's all right. But prayers up to him for his situation. Just message him, and So here's the thing. Jimbo is always talking about how the P900 It's trash. Like there's so many also affordable ways to get a better zoom,
Right.
better quality.
Yeah, he does
How
always
much
say
do they
that.
cost?
The P900,
Yeah.
you can get one for 1,000.
You can get a used one for like 500.
Yeah,
Maybe
wouldn't it just be
4.
easier to get a decent telescope with an adapter and just shove your whatever camera on?
Apparently, a telescope doesn't do it justice. Apparently, a P900 is better than a telescope.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, but if you get like what did
Until
he
I know
say?
more, I'll just have to
33
say
millimeter.
citation, please.
Did he say like a 33 millimeter lens and some type of adapter on whatever camera you would be?
Yeah, like a
There are
Canon.
lenses.
Canon.
Yeah.
Canon makes a couple of good ones. There's some cheaper cameras you can just put freaking lens on it.
Yeah, but that lens
I
is
think-
fucking expensive.
I think there's
Yeah.
supposed to be a feature. I was listening to the What on Earth Happened documentary, and he brought up the P900 in relation to viewing stars, and there's supposed to be some feature of the P900 that's different than other cameras. But for other things, like what Jimbo says, it's probably more than applicable that another camera would be just as well. And I don't remember what that feature was on the camera, so my apologies.
Well, let me go look it up. I'm interested now.
I don't know, something to
But
do
my
with, I don't know
initial-
if it's distortion of some sort, or I'm not sure. Sorry, I wasn't trying to kill the convo, guys. Go ahead.
No. It's, I'm trying to catch up on the DMs here, guys. I cannot multitask. And I got a bit of verbal diarrhea because I'm still so excited about this now.
So back to the irrelevant topic that no one's going to discuss anyway because it'll just confuse Globers. But I would ask them, how fast was that lander moving when it landed back on Earth? You're going to have a problem answering that question.
It's all relative, isn't it?
Yeah, relative to the to the space, which I can't even say is still. It's just there's nothing there. Relative to space, it was moving 1.8 million miles an hour to stay with Earth. Yeah.
Oh, I would have thought it's just relative to who you ask and when you ask them.
Actually, that's true. Yes. Ask a billion Globers, get a billion different relative answers. Yeah.
Right, because I mean, one of the funniest examples of that is, was it Buzz Aldrin or whatever? Like, did you see this? Yes. And then the little girl asks him, and he's like, well, actually, we didn't go. So,
That's still debated. Flat Earthers still debate that, saying that Buzz Aldrin didn't say that, but I think he did too. I don't understand why you would say he didn't.
they have
say
a
that.
recording.
Because
They have a
he said, right, he
recording
goes,
of it.
he says, we didn't go, and it's good to know why we didn't go. I mean, that's not complicated.
We didn't go
Yeah.
there.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, this was being that.
Sorry, Jenny, go ahead.
Oh no, it's all good. I was just gonna say we were just talking about this the other day, and I do believe Nemorbet is one of the people that do not see it as an admission of anything. I just find it interesting to discuss. I'm pretty sure you guys want to move on.
Oh, wait, I have a question. Why? This is the only thing that baffled me a bit is the Antarctic now. Why do they always go to the? What I always see is that they always go to the point south of South America. They never go to the one on the east, on now the globe model on the east, west, whatever. If you had to look at it from the top, they don't go to the left side of Antarctica. They don't go to the right or the north side of Antarctica. It's always right at the bottom, south of South America.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's something that baffles me a bit.
That's probably called. They have different maps than we do. That's my guess.
All right. So I've only seen one video where someone went to the. If you look at the map from the top to the right hand side, I've seen them once reference that point. Otherwise, it's always south, or right at the bottom of the map, and that's the only thing that bothers me a bit.
If you find stuff like that interesting, if you look at 46 minutes after the hour, I posted 2 documentaries. One on Earth Happened and The Lost History of Flat Earth. It's a Google Drive. I've been watching it from there rather than on YouTube. But really fascinating stuff in there, guys. Like, especially with The Lost History of Flat Earth, it talks more about like the big picture and how flat Earth is important kind of stuff.
All right, cool.
But yeah, back to what you were saying.
I love how people always complain about education. If you don't have a PhD, you should keep your mouth shut. So I'm well educated. Oh, I think I'm well educated. I got an IT engineering qualification. I got project management and business studies.
Oh.
And it doesn't mean. Yeah, I got a business of my own now, but it doesn't mean because you're educated, because you're uneducated, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
Or you cannot believe, like you have to believe in the ball earth because you're educated. That makes zero sense.
Right.
That's just something else that bothers me.
Have you heard of Brian Mullins?
No.
Oh, geez. All right. Do you have access to YouTube right now?
I do, yes.
Search balls out physics. Balls, plural, balls out physics. Brian Mullins.
Oh, yeah, I got it. The first one. Balls Out Physics, episode 2.0.
Yeah. You might find those interesting videos as well. He's an engineer.
Right.
And he goes into how it's impossible for a plane to land on a runway that's facing north and south.
Oh, yeah.
So, that's one of many. And I forget who the person is, but somebody is trying to get his experiment idea that he thought of quite a couple years ago. And it's called Forcing the Line. So that's something that could be interesting for you as well, being an engineer. It's called Forcing the Line.
All right, I'll check that. So I've saved this one now. I've also been. I'm quite a lazy reader. I'm not a big fan of reading, so I've been listening to the reading of the Iron Republic, and I find that damn interesting.
It's what?
Have you guys read the Iron Republic?
Yes, the Iron Republic. That's the one.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. Then there's Worlds Beyond the Poles and the Land of the Smoky Gods. And
and they had technology that they didn't have yet, and they're mentioning it. He's describing it. It's like, holy crap.
Yeah.
It was written in 1902. It's written in 1902, and he's talking about carriages without horses, silent. So technically a little Tesla.
The Lost History of Flat Earth documentary, it goes over ancient buildings that are proposed to be from the previous reset. And it talks about the technology, the free energy buildings and all the different seemingly coincidental looking machinery that these cathedrals would be. One I found really interesting, the cathode, where they put in the stained glass. They repurposed the building, is what they did.
Oh man, the documentaries are. Oh, I binged. It was great. I'll have to watch it again.
Clearly, I've been binging. I'll never forget the word cathode and cathedral now.
I know, and the documentary is just so. I mean, it's not thorough on each point or anything, but to me, in my opinion, it drives it home. If anything else, it calls to question. And, it's up to that person to investigate it for themselves. So I think it's great stuff. But it brings up a lot of different topics. The mud flood.
I know. Isn't that eye-opening? Yeah, I watched the entire
such
thing.
Good stuff. Such good stuff. I mean, it's kind of like Flat Earth Rewind or something, like what they put on YouTube, like what we've all been looking at for the last 5-7 years or whatever, depending on the person. Yeah. And it's just kind of like everything put together. It's like, really, it's like, wow. I mean, it's a lot of time, but it's a long.
Yeah, go.
Oh, it's a really long documentary, but actually both of them are cut up into segments. If you want to just watch part of like a TV series, if you will. But yeah, so
for me is.
All right, what is it called? Jenny? Or what's it called?
Oh, I think it's like 46 minutes after the hour. I posted a Google Drive of 2 documentaries, one of which is cut up into segments, and I think the other one is just the full version. But the segmented version, it's on YouTube. Can't remember if they're both. They both may be segmented.
So what I wanted to say was, I'm surprised that people that they listen, but they don't listen. I'm just surprised that they're not even open to the idea of the world not being round. You got so much evidence, and it makes so much more sense on a flat Earth. And when you listen to the whole heliocentric model, it's like, holy shit, how did I believe that? Come on, something's wrong here, and they're not open to listen. That's what's mind-boggling to me.
Well, the simple truth is we don't have anything new to tell them. The reason it makes sense is because, well, holy shit, we've experienced water our entire lives. And what happens to water if it's on an incline, if it's in a level area, like we know these things, right? We know the difference between moving and not moving. So when we point out these obvious things, they're like, no fucking way. Like, but it's like, no, we don't have anything new to tell you other than, what you experienced is just about all there is. Unless you have evidence for the grander claims that they're making, using explanations as justifications for why you don't experience what you're being told you live on.
Yeah. It's really mind-boggling how they can still believe it. What fathoms me is that 1.3 million miles per hour going in that direction. It's like, come on, gravity can handle that? I'm sorry, it cannot. I can piss against gravity. So yeah, it's just shocking. And I finally woke up, and I'm grateful for it.
What did they think dry is?
What do they think? What is?
That means wet in the globe world.
When you said you could piss in the face of gravity. Well, to be real, you can pee on the floor, and then come back, and the puddle will be gone.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it went up.
Exactly. Is nasty.
That proves that.
But it can hold the oceans. It can hold the oceans, though.
Yeah, sure.
That's evolution, Elijah.
Oh man, it's shocking. I can't believe I believed it.
It is shocking. That's
It's
true.
it's
It
too
changed.
much. It's too
It
much.
changed from a puddle of pee to not being a puddle of pee. That proves evolution.
And you know what sucks? I'm on a 4x4 community forum, and I feel so bad about it. I'm on a 4x4 community forum, and they were chatting about something, and they were talking about random shit about vehicles and how things changed over time. And I myself drive a Jeep Wrangler, and we're talking about how great the Jeep Wrangler is, and this and that, and then it changed to back in the day, people believed the Earth was flat, and now it's round, and we can prove it's round. And I was like, duh, the Earth is round. That was one of my comments. I must actually find that comment again on this 4x4 community forum. I must actually go delete it because it's so bad that I said that. But I only thought of that now, obviously, when I realized about this stuff. But yeah, I must actually see if I can find that. I feel so bad making that comment.
Attention, attention. A reward is going to be put out for the globe proof. Tell all your friends.
You guys are getting paid?
Bring in that proof. We're gonna give a reward.
All right, then keep your secrets.
Mhm.
And then we just started talking about how, oh, word, um, all these people, from 2,000 years ago knew it was a globe. What the hell is the story about Columbus about then? You there?
Impossible.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just searching my stuff here.
It's just as valid as
So
Santa Claus.
in school, I was told everyone thought that the Earth was flat, but when Christopher Columbus sailed, he didn't fall off the edge. And that's
I know,
when people knew that it was a globe. So my question is, what the fuck about Eratosthenes and Aristotle and all of these people then? Right? Fuck them. Right? I mean, if it took Christopher Columbus to do it.
Yeah, but you realize the only thing they were doing is they thought when a ship went into the horizon to the vanishing point, they assumed it's going off the edge or some shit. They that's the fairy tale that we were told actually, right? And then they said no,
Could
since
you
he
imagine?
didn't fall off the edge, and came back, so it's not flat, it's round. That is so freaking ridiculous, man. I'm telling you. It's an extension of the freaking Santa Claus fairy tale. And that's what they're going to go with. No one in the right mind would use Columbus. You can... That is freaking hilarious, man. "2021, people are still quoting Columbus as having discovered the globe."
Oh man, that is hilarious. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Don't do it on the floor, even though it will.
Yeah.
Eventually.
No, I won't.
Not advised.
No. I'll do it in that space vacuum. I'll be right back.
So yeah, you bring me a navigator that believes they're sailing on a continuous curved water. Show me one.
So how fast is Halley's Comet moving again?
You're gonna make me look it up, huh? Okay, I'll Google it.
Okay, just let's think about this now. We got a really big problem. Again, no one ever talks about these things because we forgot to check. Yeah, so the Halley's Comet is moving about 1/20th the speed at the Earth's slowest. The Earth is actually moving 20 times faster, roughly. And for some reason, Halley's Comet keeps catching up with the Earth every so many years. That's might be an issue. 122,000 miles an hour versus 1.5 million miles an hour. That might have a differential.
But you know what? It always comes from above somewhere.
I want these questions to exist to ask people that are globers that think that things moving, 100 times slower can catch up with something moving 100 times faster. I mean, that's what they have to believe. That's not my claim. They don't even understand their own claim anyway. Obviously, every single time a glober comes in here, you have to first teach them their own religion. But my point is that these comets aren't even moving at 500,000 miles an hour, and they keep catching up to Earth that's moving at 3 times that speed. 122,000 miles is what they say Halley's Comet is moving at. The other comets they say are moving at much slower speeds. We shouldn't even have comets. We are the comet.
So
yes,
I'm back, by the
open
way.
your mind.
So you know what they do with the speed thing, though? They just change it because they have this relativism going on. So they can just switch it back to where, nope, you don't, because now
No, wait a minute.
Way or
Sonny,
something.
Sonny, watch this. Sonny, watch this. Sonny, watch this. Somebody mentioned this earlier. People keep mentioning these psychotic things that they're taught about. They call them geostationary satellites. Well, that's weird because we're moving at 1.5 million miles an hour, and you're saying the satellite is following us, but it's not moving. You want to think about that for a second?
Yeah, that's what they're actually saying. Yeah.
It's so psychotic.
Yeah,
It is
so
worse
that's
than
why-
Scientology.
yeah, listen, they can psychotically weasel out of the speed thing. They do it all the time, but they can't weasel out that the comets only come from above forever and ever and ever. Ever since people were looking, where you don't.
And every week on the news, we get a new article that says we might get hit by an asteroid. That's on our News 24, all the time. This week, there's close encounter with Earth with an asteroid.
They forgot to switch. Now it should be UFOs. That was a few years ago.
man.
With the asteroid scare. Remember, they had all those movies.
Oh no, we got it every week, almost every week on
You
News
get it every
24.
week. Well, they're still pushing in your area then the asteroid scare fear porn.
Yeah, dude. I don't even look at the shit anymore.
Instead of masks, it'll be helmets any day now.
Shoot.
You wear your
space
seatbelt
debris.
outside your car.
Oh, I hate the mask thing, dude. Oh, I absolutely hate it. But you don't want to get imprisoned here in South Africa. So I just wear it when I go to the shop or do what I need to do. But I take it off when I walk to my vehicle. But yeah, I don't take a chance here in this country. You don't want to get locked up in this country. Not as a white male. Do not want to do it. Not being racist. I'm coming from experience in this country. I've been brought up here. You do not want to be locked up here. So I just obey where I have to. But that's about it. But if I don't have to wear it, like you guys in the US or wherever can really push your limits because your guys' law enforcement do it by the book. Our law enforcement don't do it by the book. It's everyone for themselves. Yeah.
What book?
Well, that's not
just-
the discussion we wanted.
No. I'm just saying, like, it's just the whole mask thing and this COVID thing. I think it's the biggest bullshit. I'm asthmatic, and I don't even worry about this damn thing.
Yeah, on the flat Earth. Yeah, no problems.
Yeah.
On the flat Earth. Yeah, water.
And have you seen every 100 years there's always a pandemic? 1720 was the plague in France. 1820 was cholera, I think it was. Then we had 1920 was the Spanish flu, and now we got coronavirus in 2020. Every 100 years on the T for the past 400 years.
Well, that's just evolution. That's just a coincidence. Yeah.
Ah, true. It's an eclipse.
It's actually messages.
Harry Potter.
Messages coming from the future going back into the past.
There we go.
And creating evolution. That's what
It's a script. It's a script. But yeah, really awesome to hear it coming out of your guys as well. I thought I was maybe going a bit crazy there for a bit.
Yeah, I found the Discord right at the right time also.
Okay, so how fast again are these comets going and meteorites that are hitting the Earth? Here's the thing, if there were things moving that fast in this medium, they would look like literal white lines going across. It'd be instantaneous white lines. There wouldn't be a comet choo across the sky. Oh, make a wish, honey. No, it would be instantaneous white light. Boom. From horizon to horizon, you'd have a bright white light instantaneously, and then it would fade away. And if things were moving this fast,
Turns out there is a
That's true.
and in that place, you are given the ability to think with cartoons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here's the story they give. Here it is. At 120 kilometers, 75 miles in diameter, it would be likely to be devastating, killing all land life, and also destroying marine life too, and the sea boiling for a year. Boiling, you hear that, you little froggies? Boiling away perhaps 100 meters depth of sea. Complex life would still survive deep in the sea and could recolonize the land. Humans could survive such an encounter only in space or in a nuclear submarine or perhaps caves excavated deep below the Earth's crust.
Is it? No, here's
So
the.
space is going to save us.
I have to say this
Luckily.
real quick. But remember, the reason they say this is because in their spirit of spirits, remember, they are possessed. In their spirit of spirits, they want to avoid the judgment of God, which is fire from above.
Yeah.
So that's why they want to tell you how to survive the fire from above. It's to survive the judgment of God, not meteorites and asteroids. Thank you.
Luckily, there is no chance of this in the near to medium future, whatever the hell that is. In the long term, it has a chance of about 2.54 per billion of impact with each encounter, whatever the hell that means. In an orbit that currently takes over 2,500 years to complete. How did they measure that?
Oh man, let me share some shit here from South Africa.
Wait a minute, 1,000,000 to 1 against in 1,000,000 years, or 1,000 to 1 against in 1,000,000,000 years. So probably still more likely to get hit by a comet or an asteroid.
That's ridiculous.
Than catch the Mexican beer.
So there's News 24. That's like our local online news. Well, not local, like our main online news platform. And I just searched the topic asteroid, and that was like the main articles. But it's every week we get something similar. But these are the main ones. Oh, it's ridiculous. There's a God of Chaos asteroid plummeting towards Earth on the 5th of March.
They got to feed that fear every week. You got to have people.
Oh, yeah.
Every week there's got to be something to be afraid of in the sky that you can't do anything about.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they said Halley's was moving at 124,000 miles per hour.
That is not. That's a snail compared to the Earth's speed.
I know. That's
That's not. It
crawling
would never. We'd never see. It
along.
would never catch up. There'd be nothing catching up. We would be passing the comets. Oh, there's another comet. You'd see the trail and it'd be going backwards. I mean,
yeah, because
stupid.
because we would be flying so fast past it. Yeah, exactly.
We would be like, when are we gonna hit a comet? Would be we're about to hit something. They'd be telling us we're gonna hit shit in space if this was anywhere near reality.
No, miraculously, nothing ever hits this flying projectile through space at 1.3 million miles an hour. Not even the 15,000 satellites.
Tell that to the
hovering-
dinosaurs, bro. Do you eat
Exactly.
dinosaurs,
Yeah.
bro?
Yeah. You don't understand. Yeah. It happened once before, 65 million years ago.
Hovering space junk in the millions of tons, just floating around this hurtling Earth asteroid.
I don't even think you could see something traveling at 1.3 million miles per hour. I don't even think your eyes can see it.
No, it would look like a bright light. It would look like a literal white line instantaneous.
You think so?
But you, the human being, can stand up. You, the human being, can stand up against all these forces and are still
of course
standing vertically, and water's all still and flat.
That's actually
That's
comical.
interesting because you got to realize this big thing is that they use dinosaurs not just for evolution but for the space hoax. In 1980s, Christopher Reeve, which of course he ended up in a wheelchair, not ironic or anything. So he did a special on dinosaurs that I watched as a small child. I think I was 6 years old, and mostly it's all these cool creatures. All right, big lizards, cool. That was back before feathers were put on dinosaurs to really abuse the children. So I'm watching this and everything, and then Christopher Reeve says, but then from a place distant, an asteroid hurls towards the Earth, and it shows this, rock. It shows this lava rock, hurling through space, and then it shows the dinosaurs dying, and that literally was child abuse. Like I remember being really sad and hurt seeing these, big, lizards being killed off by this space meteor. The deception is so big, it's everything, and it just destroys the mind. And I was really pissed off at Christopher Reeve for that, and that's probably why he ended up in a wheelchair and died. Thanks. In that video, they also showed a human reptile hybrid, saying that if the dinosaurs weren't wiped out, we would be reptile people, guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is called Dinosaur. Just type in Christopher Reeve Dinosaur. It's our program. This is how they programmed children in the 80s. I was one of them. And if you're wondering why I'm so pissed off all the time, that's Christopher Reeve's fault.
Yeah, I got a bit of a dirty mouth, so I wanted to say something now about evolution. Am I allowed to have a bit of a dirty mouth?
I don't. I try to keep it clean.
Can I say one swear word or twice, I think?
Only for emphasis, but the bot might get you, so be careful. If you're new, you might get. It could be. Yeah, I would be careful. It's
okay. I'll just say. Like I'll abbreviate it. So, evolution is that an amoeba was angry with himself, so he told himself to go F himself. So what he did is he went to go F himself, and he made another amoeba, and then he's like, holy crap, this is a chick. And then he went and F'd that amoeba. And then evolution started. Because there's no other way it could start. So yeah.
You forgot the rock. You forgot the rock.
No. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. That was just there.
I get it. So then the effing amoeba. So I'm tired of effing around only amoebas around here. I think I'm gonna crawl up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn into a fish first, so I can swim further. Yeah, there it is. Then I'll F all the other fish down here until, and then they'll get tired. I'll get tired of that. Now I'm gonna grow some legs, crawl up on land.
Yeah, and then the one with the biggest D got obviously the better genes, and that's how Africans came. Because they got big D's, and then humans started from Africa. Because the chicks wanted that.
Well, it's actually better than that because the DNA knows that rhinoceroses are being hunted for their horns. So now rhinoceroses, surprisingly, are being born without horns because the DNA knew that they were being killed for their ivory and hair.
There we go.
Horns. So yeah, that's a DNA knows. The evolution knows what to do. It knows why you're killing the animal, and then I didn't know rhinoceroses used to be born with horns anyway. I thought that would have been a little bit tough on the mother, but what do I know? Thanks.
It would seriously reduce the horn, the horn.
Yeah, listen,
horns damage, death due to delivery.
No, for millions of years, for millions of years, rhinos and bucks were born with horns, and their parents kept dying, and then the evolution realized what to do and fixed it. Yeah.
Oh, there was an argument this morning on the live stream where I gave a story. This is not evidence for intelligent design versus evolution, and then the person said, like, I gave this long story short with my dog that. Anyways, long story short, this person said, okay, so God saved your dog, but doesn't save the starving African Ethiopians, blah, blah, blah. So I was like, okay, well, why didn't they evolve not to require food? Like, if they're not getting food, they should evolve into something that doesn't require food, and then it wouldn't need food if their evolution is so great. That's a very long story short now. Extremely long story short. So just imagine that. So yeah, I still I find eating retarded. I hate eating. It's a waste of money because you got to go shit and use toilet paper and yeah. If evolution was true, I wish we could evolve into people that didn't need to eat. But it's not going to happen.
My question would be why evolution is so sophisticated and eloquent and amazingly bright and smart, it decided to make male and female. I would assume that it would be 1,000% easier just to have all creatures be asexual, but evolution is just too brilliant for that, and it has a mustache, and it had to create male and female.
Yeah, but didn't they say seahorse is like the most evolved something? If I'm not mistaken, I think a seahorse is the most.
Oh yeah,
fancy or something.
Evolved, yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the male carries the eggs. That's the highest form of evolution.
Yeah.
Got that guy carrying around the babies before they're born. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
So maybe we're turning all into human seahorses.
Yeah, definitely. Fuck, this is funny.
Oh, I've been corrected. It actually carries fertilized eggs. Get to work.
Ooh. They've evolved into carrying fertilized eggs now.
Yep, that's the male seahorse that has to do all the motherly work and have the bib and the bottle and everything. It's awesome, huh?
Uh-huh.
Can't you dry those out in a powder and then you rehydrate them again and they start living?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, completely dry. Like in a package.
We are evolving. It's called trans.
That's absolutely correct. Yes, if you look at the pride parades, that's the highest form of human evolution, correct?
So back to flat Earth. What's your guys' thought on the sun being electric and lighting up I can't remember the sort of gas, but it makes it blue. If you know where I'm going at with this, because apparently the sun is electricity, which is lighting up the whatever that thing is now called up in the sky.
The firmament.
No. So the actual air molecules in the sky, it turns blue, and they actually test it, where they take some sort of charge and they put it along these different gases, and the specific gas which is up there turns blue when you put this specific power towards it.
Let me get real quick, Beerman. My swimming pool does the same thing. As a child, I grew up with a swimming pool, and at night we would turn the light on, and the whole thing would glow exactly the same color as the sky during the day. So it has to do with water. Now, I can't tell you how. Any human that tells you they know how that works is a liar. There's no such thing as a human that can tell you how that works, but it works because it's water. That's what I know.
Yeah. But apparently, because of this, there's probably a specific. I'm gonna use just a random word now. Say nitrogen. I'm just giving an example now. So this nitrogen gas is what turns blue if it's in a tube, for instance, in a closed tube. If that nitrogen's in there and electricity comes near it, it turns blue. So that could be in water, for instance. And that specific thing is what's making the sky look blue, and that's why it's black when it's obviously nighttime, because there's no sun electricity shining on it. So that's, I don't know if you guys have heard that theory. No, I take it as that as a no. If I can find the videos, I'll post it eventually when I see you guys again.
Well, I'm biased, so I would have a personal bias with this. So I would have to say that since humans can't know, I would say, what does God say? And God said is that it is the open firmament of the air, because he separated the waters from the waters. And that's why we have a blue sky. So that's as far as we can go. I don't call that speculation, because actually that's the only answer that makes sense. I would just say that that is the truth that we experience, that we have waters in the skies. And that's actually why they deceived us about the space deception, is to destroy the idea that heaven is above. And that's why this deception is so evil.
That's true, yeah.
Yo, I have actually heard, my dude, it's kind of in similar line with the neon lighting, right?
Yeah, something with the neon lighting. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. The only thing I would add in trying to make sense of it all is, when you read, if you're going to put it together with scripture, right? When you read Genesis, the sun and the moon were made on the fourth day, but the light and the dark were separated on the first day. I think it's first or second. Either way, before. So that to me indicates that there's a distinction between daylight and sunlight.
Yes.
So worth considering. I could point to other examples of that, but I just figure just take those words for what they are initially, and then you could go from there. If you're interested, I could talk about other stuff. I just don't want to dwell on it for too long, because, you know.
No worries.
We'll be here all day.
Dude, I'm still learning this stuff. I'm very new into it. I've understood the whole concept, but I've never dug this deep into it, because I'm full on into it now. So I'm still learning, and that's why I'm asking and talking a lot of shit. You got to bear with me. I just want to grab as much info as I can now.
Good. I want to test you a little bit, Beer Man. Go ahead, Elijah. I'll wait.
Yeah.
Just one last thing in association with the neon thing. So, not necessarily that's like that it's completely wrong, but I think if you're going to consider it, like what thing you were saying about the water, I think that, especially if you're going to go from biblical, you have to address the words first and then the speculation later. But there could be a link between the colors in terms of why we get like the neon thing you were talking about, or the electricity and the gas, right? I think that could connect to why we see, not necessarily the only option, but why we see like purple sky at night or in the morning and different things like that.
All right.
So that was just the last thing. Just because I know, I mean, you just look at it, right? They're clearly similar. Whether they're the same,
Yeah.
They're clearly similar visually. But that was it. Go ahead.
Well, blue and black make purple, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I just thought I'd add that to the neon thing. But EXO, go ahead. You were saying.
Yeah, I do want to say that. On top of that, though, since that's an interesting topic, I have seen this personally. So I'm not saying I understand or know how or why, but at a distance, the sunlight changes colors. So at a great distance, the color that I saw was a bright red. When the sun had gone down, the light emanating off the ocean was red. So when we look up in the sky and we see clouds that are pinkish and reddish, it's because the light is literally red that's emanating from a great distance off of the earth, obviously. I believe it's literally not necessarily the sun. I think the light that is closest to the clouds would be reflecting off the earth, and it's above water when I saw it. But that's a side topic. There's too many observations that you'd have to make. But the sun doesn't change color, obviously, right? But as it goes away, the atmosphere, the open air of the firmament does change the colors of the spectrum of colors, right? The prism. But I wanted to ask you real quick, Beer Man, if I prove that the earth is flat, do I have to answer any other questions about anything regarding the
Not at all. No.
Very
So
good. Excellent. Good job. That's
Yeah,
right.
no,
I
not at all.
want to put that out there because remember, since you're new to this, since you haven't been doing this for 6 years or 7 years like some of us, my point is that remember, every single person that you approach with this topic is going to ask you about everything but the shape of the Earth, the sun, moon, and stars, comets, galaxies, quasars, and magical black holes. That's what they want to talk about, which automatically, if I prove the Earth is flat, everything else is automatically destroyed, and I need no explanation. I just want you to know that. Thank you.
Yeah, 100%. So I don't know if you were here when I just joined the chat about an hour ago. Were you? No. Hey?
No, he might have been.
I don't think so. I think I want to go.
Okay, so let me show you where I stand with this whole thing. So I now know or believe that we don't live on a spinning ball hurtling through space at all those ridiculous speeds. So that's where I was like, okay, what the hell are we living on? So I'm going to put it at the stance that I say I believe we live on a flat Earth because I haven't yet tested it myself. But I do know that we don't live on a ball. Does that make sense? So until I buy myself a P900 and test the stuff myself, I'm just going to say I believe that we live on a flat Earth until I can say I know that I live on a flat Earth.
Right. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. And I don't force anybody to say anything. But yeah, once you realize it, it's a wonderful thing. You know, Jen CBR, Elijah, myself, the other Elijah, we actually... I think so. I'm going to speak for them, but we do love the fact that we can tell people for a fact that it is a flat plane of existence.
See, that's where I want to get. So, like I said to the other guys, I just started a business. It's doing very well, but I'm very stingy with my money. But I want to buy myself a P950 or 900 or even a 1000.
900,
yeah. So the 950 is the upgrade, but it's cheaper. Yeah, the 950 is a bit cheaper than the 900.
But
For some weird reason.
What I would say to you is this. What I would say to you, since that you're frugal with your money and you're very prudent, it would be a good idea just to look for a second-hand P900, which you can pick up for about $300, $350 for a second-hand one now. If you look, okay?
But to get that, the shipping's expensive.
Well, there's layers to this, right? Like all of these things are necessary because of our insecurity with our interaction with people. Ultimately, you've never experienced the globe. There's all the proof you need. You don't need a proof of the negative.
That's why I'm on your guys' side. That's why I'm on this side as well. I want to, for myself, say I know. I want to see it. I want to say I know. And I want to tell that person to shut the F up.
I know. Just to go back to the sorry, Elijah, go ahead.
I was just saying, I get it.
Yeah, right. Okay, well, just to go back to your talking about the shipping. Well, look where you are first. Then look on Amazon and other sites that would offer you used P900s. Okay, the difference between the P900 and the 1000 is obviously when you see it, the physical appearance of said canvas. But the 1000 good for when you're doing like wildlife, action shots. The 1000 comes into itself there. But if you're gazing at the stars and looking, then you want the 900 is the one. It's the pocket telescope, as you were saying earlier. It's like a telescope. That's the one you want. Okay.
All right.
That's the tool. The weapon of choice for a flat earther would be the P900, and that's good enough. It's good enough.
So the 1000 is 125 times. Yeah, the 1000 is 125 times, and the 900 is 83 times, and the 950 is also 83 times. The only difference what I found is that with the 900 and the 950 is that the 950 doesn't have GPS, which is fine. And surprisingly enough, it's 3/4 of the price of a 900 for some weird reason.
I would just go for the P900. It's a proven weapon. It works well. And I would definitely go second hand rather than new. Because it's now, how many years has it been around now? You got the 1000 out, so automatically the 900 has gone down in price. Okay, and if you scout around, you would definitely find a bargain. Look into Japan as well, because you can get some bargains. Okay, so
I'm definitely looking. I'm definitely looking. It's
Yeah,
very
you
scarce
don't-
here in our country, but I am looking. But yeah, I'll definitely check Amazon
Well, that's
out.
right. Yeah. It will be scarce, probably where you are. Then, yeah. See, because you're in. Where are you? South Africa?
South Africa, yeah, Cape Town, South Africa.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah. I heard you saying that you hate the country, right? Because of, I think, the way it's being run at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't belong here as white Europeans. We don't belong here, and we've been told we don't belong
I
here.
think. Yeah, I think your ancestors left behind a bad legacy, which you now have to pick up the pieces. And if you're honest to yourself, sorry,
the Afrikaans ancestors left a bad legacy. I'm third generation. I'm here, but I'm that one generation too far.
I'm talking accurate to history and what's been going on. And if I were in your shoes, let's say I am you, I would look at the history. I could see there's some wrongdoings there. So some understandings have to be put into place. Yeah. And
100% I understand it.
It's what it is. It is what it is at the moment. I'd be going hell for leather in trying to unite whites and blacks together and live on and come under a serious understanding of what's gone on was wrong. Let's live together. Let's share our knowledge. Let's build a beautiful Africa that we want to build in that sense, which includes me and everybody together and my ancestors. Okay?
Yeah.
It's just understanding. That's all it is. I don't like it when I hear a one-sided story and it's just what's going on at present without actually mentioning the legacy that brought this situation that's happening now about. You see?
Yeah. We don't have a racial issue in this country. We've got a culture clash in this country. But let's stick with flat Earth. I just want to put it out there. I just want to put it out there. We don't have a racial issue. I've got black friends. There's many black people and white people that get along very well. We've got a culture clash in this country. If it is a racial issue, we would hate black people and you would hate white people. We don't have that. We have a culture clash.
Yeah. I'm of the idea that we've got to get on, and that's how I've lived my life.
Yeah,
those who don't want to get on, well, I leave them in the gutter.
I'm just stoked that I'm finally into this now. This whole flat Earth thing. So
yeah, I can tell that you're over the moon, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
I've been further than Neil.
Yeah. Because you really are over the moon.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, man.
And then someone asked me early on if I'm what religion or do I do the whole Bible thing. So yes, I do. And but the only thing is that I still drink my beers, and that's where I got my name from. I love my beer, and that's how I got Beer Man from. I was playing games, and then I was like, be right back, I'm going to get a beer. And then they're like, dude, you're a real beer man. And I'm going to do it to you guys for the first time now. I'm going to be right back. I was going to get another beer. So yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, beer right back.
Great way to introduce yourself.
I like it.
Amazing. Cheers.
Just do it!
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome.
I heard that. So yeah, that's how I got my name from. If you guys ever wondered where Beer Man comes from.
Right. Okay. So you love your beers.
Oh yeah, dude, I love my beer.
Yes.
Love my beer.
I like when it comes to beers, I'm into the Heineken, the Grolsch, the
Grolsch is good.
Corona beer. Yeah, Grolsch, Heineken, Corona beer, and in Japan here, where I'm talking to you from now, they have one called the Kirin beer, which is my favorite. Yeah.
Yeah, we got a local craft beer, CBC, Cape Town Brewery something. Great beer. but it's a bit expensive, or it's like double the price of a normal beer. Otherwise, I'd just drink our South African beer, Castle, and Castle Light. Great beer.
Yeah, I haven't had a beer this year yet, though.
Oh, wow. I've had like, damn. Oh, no, let's not even get into those numbers. Probably further than the moon if I had to put all my beer cans.
Yeah.
5 years.
I've had about 2 bottles of wine this year, but that's about all. Red wine from Chile, South America. That's my other drink, wine, not red wine.
Yeah, red wine is good. I don't do white wine.
Yeah, no. I don't like white wine that much myself. Back in the day, though, I used to drink white wine with the kind of like the English/European, which is some light crackers, some cheese, grapes, apples, soft cheese spreads, and the white wine. I used to do it like that. Yeah, that used to be. I used to enjoy the wine that way. Back in the 90s. Mid-80s, 90s, yeah, I used to have a little bit of the old cheeses and
can I upload? No.
Crackers, rye Vita.
I was going to try upload a pic of myself here, but it's sort of my profile pic as well. I'm a thin ass dude. I cannot get fat, and I drink a lot of beer, but I surf as well. I'm pretty active.
Yeah, but then again, if you're pretty active, I was going to say, if you're pretty active and then you're living in a hot climate, then it's easy to retain your body stature and your weight and that. Yeah. When you're in the colder climates, then you need to have a little bit more body fat on to isolate oneself from the cold. You see. Mind you, I'm pretty active myself.
Nice. It's good.
I mean, look at it. It's currently 3:10, just gone 3:10 in the morning here in Japan. I'm talking to you now.
Oh, wow.
Currently doing the laundrette. So at
8:11, yeah.
Right. So I'm already into Saturday morning already. Almost 4 hours into Saturday morning. And then I shall go to the laundrette. I shall then do my exercises in the morning, return home, set the kids up and that, and then later on in the day, after work in the afternoon, I should go for my second round of exercises and then relax for the rest of the weekend.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
So I played my wife a few videos yesterday, and we did one. I just listened. Yeah, she was busy on the phone. I said, "No, give me that phone." I took a phone from her, and I said, "You're gonna watch this with me." And we watched one of the David Weiss videos. I made her watch it. I just made her, but she's also like been into it, sort of believed it, and then she's like, "Love, we are gonna explore a bit more now." So. Which is pretty cool, like in the sense of just we're gonna go out more, and it's really made us get out a bit more, which is pretty awesome.
That's it. Now you're gonna really connect with nature in its real sense. And if you're, like you said, you're religious, so you'll be making your religious connection with that as well through the biblical book called the Bible. That's good enough. That's your way, and that's excellent.
Yeah.
And then if you have time to actually do a bit of camping and that and enjoy fishing and
dude, I love my camping. I camp a lot. I love my camping.
Yeah. Then you're truly going to be living. That's it. And then obviously later on in time you will be spreading the news about how the earth is not a spinning ball. Yeah, and that is your job. Your responsibility as a human being, doing something, giving back to humanity where humanity has been led astray. You're trying to bring them back to reality. And that is the human disposition, isn't it? One of wanting everyone to get along, know the truth as far as we can tell, and live in harmony and move on and protect this earth for future generations to come. That's it.
Exactly.
We are not to be making bombs and blowing ourselves up. That is just a ridiculous game. There is no need for it at all. No need whatsoever. It's only because humanity has been led astray at the moment. That's why
there is a need. They need those bombs to blow up the buildings that don't go along with their version of history. And they need those bombs to convince people.
Yeah, if you look at it like that, in their crazy world, a bizarro world, yeah, of course, costing trillions of dollars.
What I find interesting, though, this chat has got plus minus 20, maybe 30 people in it. Everyone's mic's muted. It feels like I'm the only one talking here with like 3 or 4 other guys. Is everyone else just listening and like, I don't know?
yeah. Generally, that's what happens. They're all listening. They're all listening, and then they'll chime in when they feel they're ready to chime in because they've heard it all before. So they're just listening.
Okay, cool. So if I talk too much, you must just let me know.
I'm enjoying the new voice. If you're here to learn or understand, then we need to hear what you have to say.
Okay, cool.
Most people are just lying also in wait to whether or not someone is going to be worth talking to. You seem like you're worth talking to. So
yeah,
fantastic. That's good.
I'm making breakfast. I'm listening.
All right, cool. So I'm making valid points, and I'm being constructive. I think that.
That's right, and as soon as that stops happening, people will chime in. And
all right,
that's
cool.
fine. So you just feel free, relax. You're welcome. You're at home now. You're a flat earther, or almost a flat earther, should I say? Because you want to go out and confirm.
I definitely believe it.
So
I just want to prove it to myself.
Yeah.
Prove it to myself.
All you have to do is prove that what they claim is wrong. Then it's falsified, and therefore, okay. And now a new, better claim has to be brought forth.
Oh yeah, so I definitely disagree with what they say. I don't believe we live on a ball spinning through space. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's just stupid. Yeah. After I thought about it, it's like, how the hell did I believe this? And so now it's basically, I just want to say, like, okay, I want to go and prove that it's flat, because it could be any other shape. It could be a hexagon for all I know now. But what I've been told, it's flat. So I want to see that now.
What you just said, like, how could I have ever believed it? I believe you, right? I got it totally. But did you ever think, when you were believing in Santa Claus, when you woke up from that, did you ever think to yourself, man, I can't believe I ever believed it? No, your main thought is like, I know why I believed in that. It's because people above me tricked me.
That is so fucking true.
And so once you realize that they're just tricking you, it's like, oh, well, yeah, okay, fuck that, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I never bought into that. I never bought into the Father Christmas thing. For as far as I can remember, being in elementary school, I knew Father Christmas wasn't real. I knew the presents did not come from any chimney, and he didn't get into our house and put the Christmas presents there. No.
Oh, hold that thought. Our power just came back on. I'm gonna go switch my generator off, and get back onto my normal power. So I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
I got something to say about Father Christmas as a kid. So I'll be right back.
Go ahead. That's living in Africa for you. So they have a power outage, and then the generator kicks in. That reminds me, when I was in Nigeria, we had the same thing. We had a Honda generator, and I'm talking 1971, 72, when I was there last, as a kid, and I used to maintain that generator. To tell you how much I was into bikes and engines and that was my responsibility. And that was basically emptying out the dirty oil, so the oil change, oil filter change. That's what I used to do. Generator, yes. That hadn't changed that much. It was still the same thing, red and white, red body, white cover on top. I used to do that. That used to come in. So when the power went out, I'd go out there into the back of the shed and start it up, pull it, and then it would start up, and then flick the switch, and then the power would come on. As the revs went up, the lights got brighter and brighter, and then that's that. And then as it's going on to reserve, it starts to dull and shine, and then you quickly flick it onto reserve, and then fill up with fuel until the power came on. Yeah, those were the days.
They actually have scheduled power outages there, Jin, because they can't generate the electricity that people need. So you get like a schedule, but they don't adhere to the schedule. And then you can find yourself coming home from work, and you want to have a bath, cook a meal, use your computer, and then you're just stuck. So I don't think there are people in South Africa at this point who don't have a backup generator or something.
Yeah, it makes sense there. It's a shame that they're not able to reusable power, thermal. I mean, there's ways they could be doing. They should be doing this by now. A little bit slow there. That's something that's disappointing, really. That they're still having generator problems that we were having in the 70s in Nigeria, but they're still having that problem today. It's a shame, really. This is where they're not linking together, sharing ideas, and then using technology and using natural technology. This shouldn't be happening now, really. So it's a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, compared to the the total population number, as far as they know, because a lot of people there are born and they never get registered, so that they don't really know, what the population is. But the taxpayers make up around 6% of the actual population number. So they have a problem. They can't maintain or renew their infrastructure because they're not getting, the tax coffers are perpetually empty.
Yeah, but you know me, I am not for this economic system crap anyway. Because if I was a leader in South Africa, I'd just be printing the money. The money would be printed. I don't care. I don't care if it devalues the so-called economy. It's a stupid game of Monopoly. It's leaning to one side anyway. The general public do not benefit. I just don't support it at all, at one iota. So I just see it as another problem that's devaluing the earth. So we don't really have to play the game. There's enough resources, and we can do it. We can actually build this earth regardless and do away with the economy. And it shouldn't be about amassing wealth as such. There's no need for that. You see, the wealth is abundant on this earth already. It's just allocating it and sharing it in a balanced, harmonious, cohesive way that, there is no need for an economy. The economy is the thing that's devaluing the earth as such. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, if we could replace all these corrupt, inefficient leaders that we have.
This is why you've got to have that word. The revolution has to happen. Otherwise, it's not going to be happening. We're not going to get rid of these horrible people that are in control, devaluing the earth, playing their stupid little games. I mean, when you have to go and vote for a system that's actually devaluing you, I can't see the logic in that. You're supporting the thing that's destroying the earth, and you with it. No, can't do that. Meanwhile, they lie about the earth being a ball spinning in space, sending rockets up there, more money to the taxpayer. What a waste of money there. So no. There is a better way, for sure.
So Jim, we left off on the Christmas thing, and I remember as a kid, I used to obviously believe in Father Christmas. I think I was about 5 years old. We were at some preschool, and Father Christmas gave us our presents. Obviously, our mothers bought them, but we didn't think that. Yeah. And I remember it as if it happened a week ago, where I said I saw the reindeer and Father Christmas leaving the house, the roof. It just shows you how programmed you are to make up your own beliefs. And that's how you're saying, but I see the sun going over the horizon. I see this happening. I see that happening. Because that's what we believe. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it makes so much sense as an adult when you wake up, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, and I woke up a long time ago that, this Santa was just not real. He never came to our house.
Lucky
so
you.
I used to laugh at my friends when they used to say Santa came in. I used to say, your mum and dad bought the damn present. Shut up. You know what I mean?
Oh, well done.
No. Santa came. I said, no, your mum and dad bought that. Okay, no Santa's coming to your house. So I never got into the Santa thing, ever did.
And the Tooth Fairy?
Again, that's another one I never got into. We're going to put back in the day when I was a boy, it would have been a sixpence under the pillow. So when I actually did put my tooth under there, right, no sixpence came. I said, well, there's no tooth fairy then, obviously. I didn't get a sixpence. Sixpence is 6 pennies. It came in a very small coin known as a sixpence, okay? And that's what you get, supposedly, for your tooth.
Yeah.
I've got no sixpence. That's another lie. Yeah, the Santa Claus is a lie. Tooth fairy is a lie. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually I sell my business. I sell e-commerce stuff, a lot of tech stuff and pet products and things like that online. And I use a platform, Takealot. So it's similar to Amazon, but it's our South African platform, Takealot. And Takealot's support sucks so bad. You create, for instance, a ticket, only a month later you get a reply. And my previous because of my previous work and stuff, I used to deal quite high up in corporate environments, so I knew a lot of people. And I got hold of the CEO of Takealot, and I've got these guys in contact with when I need support on the platform. And I do this whole support thing, and I said, listen, yeah, when emailing Takealot support, it's like emailing Santa Claus. They do not exist.
Yeah.
It feels like I have a conversation with Santa Claus. So
yeah, it doesn't help when it's like that. Does make doing business much more difficult, I suppose, in terms of revenue. Yeah, I can understand that. Time lost chasing up bloody lost communications.
It's the same kind of system. Like, I left cookies out for them. Somebody ate them. Explain that. Yeah, well, these presidents weren't here last night, but here they are. Explain that. You know, like I wrote him a letter, and look, I got the things that I put in my list. So
you have to believe it. It's like it's like putting sticks in the ground and measuring the shadows. The Earth is round. I mean, come on. Why don't I get a reply? It's yeah.
It certainly never came to our house, I'll tell you that much.
Oh man, I actually find the globe very comical now.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's a hideous joke. It debunks itself. You can't live on a ball. It's silly. When you ask children, right, which is safer to live, a ball that is spinning past, or a plate that's flat, level, and not moving at all, which is safer to live on? And they all point to the plate.
Of course.
Yeah.
And obviously I'm going to have questions. And it's not to try protect the globe. It's just to try explain the flat Earth or whatever else it is.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why I still have questions. And that was my Antarctic question early on. Why do they always go South America? Never really anywhere else. That was the one question I've always had. And yeah. I've seen them go
from South Africa, I think, as well, and occasionally, and Australia, occasionally.
Yeah, so that's the sort of thing I'm still researching now, and I found one to the right from the top of the flat Earth. So that's the only reason why I really have questions. I've seen globers always question, and then they if you cannot answer it, it's a globe. It's a globe, 100%. It's a globe. But every other question you can answer. Yeah. And I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy.
Yeah, no. They're in denial, completely and utterly in denial. That's why they do that, you see. As soon as you can't answer a question, right, they switch back to the globe instantly. They're just waiting to get back onto that fantasy ball.
Yeah, so I'm not that guy.
Clearly they cannot prove. Clearly they are unable to prove at all because it doesn't exist. And, that measurement of curvature is just not there. Not to mention the actual rotation. And then when you figure out how Earth can be a ball in the vacuum of space with the air contained without a barrier to contain it and keep it, contained from the vacuum of space, then you know for sure there is no space.
So that's actually, I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm so glad you brought that up because I got an experiment we all can eventually actually do. So they say you cannot do it because we're on Earth. So we can do it because we're on Earth. It's so logical how to do this. All you have to do is create a little vacuum box on Earth, put a little bit of oxygen in it, or air, whatever, atmosphere, a little bit of it, with a temperature gauge, a pressure gauge on the top, and a pressure gauge at the bottom. And gravity, according to the ball Earth, should pull that atmosphere down. So there should be no pressure at the top, and there should be pressure at the bottom. And that, can you see what I'm doing? Can you picture what I'm saying? And that'll prove it. That'll prove it. But it will never work. It'll always find it's what's the word that they use? It'll always, equalize in the whole box. Gravity will never pull that. You can leave it there you can keep it there for 20,000 years. It'll always stay in the equilibrium, whatever you want to call it. So when they say you can't prove it on Earth, impossible. That is the ultimate test to prove that we don't live in a space vacuum.
Yeah. No, we clearly don't live in a vacuum. Clearly we don't. It's clearly obvious.
It's impossible.
Living in the vacuum of space, it's impossible. Yeah, most certainly, it's impossible.
And if they can lie about that, and they can lie about 1,000 other things, we're not living on a ball.
Everything. Like I said to my family years ago now, I said, there's no way an asteroid is coming to hit us. It's never going to happen. It never happened before, and it's never happened before, and it never will happen. So the idea that the asteroid came in 65 million years ago and destroyed the Earth and, ended life for the dinosaurs, that's just a fantasy. It never happened.
Have you guys watched the that documentary on "There's No Forests on Earth"? Or "There's No Forests on Flat Earth"?
No trees on Earth or something. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
very, very interesting as well.
Very.
So I watched half of it. The second half was a bit fantasy for me, but the first half very interesting.
Beerman, hello.
But,
what's up?
Again, I don't think the rocks are trees. That's for sure. I will never believe that.
I think some of those tree-shaped look pretty tree-like to me.
Can I?
But yeah, go for
it. Am I interrupting something or not?
No, go for it. Ask me.
Please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just didn't fully understand. Could you please repeat and explain that scene that you said about the box and the gas, just for me to understand what do you mean?
Yeah, sure. So think of take a cardboard box, say 1 meter cube, a cube meter box.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Perspex, and it's a vacuum. It's a vacuum on Earth. All right. And you fill it up with a tiny bit of air. Just say 1 liter of air into that cube meter box. According to the globers, gravity pulls our atmosphere down. All right. So that's why we don't have that. That's why the vacuum's not sucking it up. So according to them, we should have there should be a vacuum above that air, that atmosphere in that box. So think of that box as the little Earth, if that makes sense.
And
so then there should be.
When you say 1 liter, you mean 1 liter, which is 1 liter under the normal pressure.
So just 1 liter of air. So you take.
Yeah, when you say 1 liter, I mean it's a liter of it would be better to say 3 grams or something like this. So I'm nowhere near physics or things like that. I'm just saying less than what that thing can take on full pressure, just a little bit of air. It should go to the bottom. And there should be a vacuum on top of it, if that makes sense. So basically you just have 1 meter box, and you can not even have a vacuum. You just grab the half of the air inside. So according to the globers, the air that is still there, it should take the bottom half.
Correct. Correct.
Okay,
perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's actually a better way to explain it. Yeah, suck half of that air out, then half of it should be in the box. The other half should be empty, according to them, with a gradient.
Do you think? I'm just not sure if it would work that well with gases, because what would usually happen if you have, for example, if you just take 1 cubic meter of air in a normal cube, it will be like it will be everywhere the same air. Yes?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
But for example, if we say that its density, for example, if we take a ball of helium, it will go up. If we take a ball of
that makes sense. Okay. So yeah, I see where you're getting at. So yeah, my analogy is then blown out. So there we go. This is why I say I'm still new to it, guys. I'm still very new to it.
It might be just, I don't know if you can do something like this.
But if you think about it, air's at the bottom. That's the most dense. That's why it's right at the bottom. The helium in that is at top. So they're still at the top.
Because, for example, if you take 1 liter or 1 cubic meter of air, it's kind of the same. Because, for example, the CO2 gas, it's 1.5 times more dense than the air itself. So usually if you have it, it goes down. But for example, when we breathe, it's not just on the bottom of the floor, it's everywhere. So that's why I think that the air is moving all the time. It would be hard to do it with the gas.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But
well,
it
fair
was
enough.
but it was a very nice idea.
All right. Fair enough.
Yo, back to that trees thing. I just posted a video of a guy who found a tree that has a 9-mile base at the bottom, and evidence of branches and leaves nearby bigger than the Sears Tower. You know, leaves bigger than the Sears Tower. So check it out.
Let me have a look here.
Did everyone went quiet?
Yeah, but you're watching the video.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm fast forwarding a bit, but it's very interesting. Oh wow, at 7 minutes gets very, very interesting. So I'm going to pause it at 7:36 here. You know, this is not hard to believe. If you can believe that they landed on Mars in Greenland, how can you not believe this?
Damn, this video is actually very good, eh?
it's a cedar tree. Or
Still busy with the video, I see. Nah, I've watched it already.
We could literally be the tiny creation.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I think. I think it's quite possible. How would we know the difference?
Yeah. Think of a goldfish. If you put a goldfish in a tank, it's gonna think that you created this world for him.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know what the fuck else is out there.
Well, think about it. Like, it's kind of biblical. The giant thing didn't work out.
Yeah.
And so we're like the 2.0 or the 3.0 creation. Who knows? Like,
yeah. Have you seen those giant books made in Tartaria?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yes. And all those buildings. Yeah, that's overwhelming now. I even did a video about a mud flood building right here in my city in California.
Nice.
Yeah, and so what I think about this area is this is where it all kind of one of the areas where it kind of let out all of the floods, created these huge freaking valleys, wide, flat valleys with really steep sides.
Yeah.
Going all the way to the ocean. So it like let out here. It ended here. So I see some evidence of mud flood buildings. There's no reason to build a building. I don't care what kind it is. Underground, an entire story.
Yeah.
There's no reason for it. And leave the windows. So you have to dig holes around the windows? Why wouldn't you do that?
No.
Like even here. Here, I'll put this video. It's quite amazing. There's mostly churches, but like churches and like other buildings that are about the same time. There's no reason if one building is mud flooded that the building next to it as part of the same complex is mud flooded too.
Yeah, I found about 2 years ago, and I cannot find it anymore, is an old encyclopedia from the 19th or 20th century. I think it's the 1940s or 1950s, where they took a satellite image of the Earth, and it was totally different to what it looks like now. And I cannot find that encyclopedia anymore. So I've seen a few of them, but it's not the one I'm looking for. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. It's just a very old encyclopedia, the first ever photo taken of the Earth from space or some shit like that.
It could be from the SR, was it the SR-71?
I'm not too sure. If I see it, it was a YouTube video where it was a woman, if I'm not mistaken, and she paged this encyclopedia, and I cannot find that video anymore. And that was for me like, wow, extremely wow. That was probably the only real image taken from very high up.
Look, the first NASA videos, what I heard is they're flying at like from the X1 or the SR-71, they're flying like 300,000 feet, and the first black and white images show a completely flat horizon.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know about like where they actually are claiming they're going, if that's true, if they're up that high, I don't know, but whatever they're showing.
But this is before NASA. This picture was before NASA, and this is like, wow, man.
Okay.
And if I can find that again, I wish I could share that, because that was the big wow moment for me when I first got into this 2 years ago. And I could never find it again. And obviously, I forgot about the whole flat Earth, and now I'm back into it.
I think I've seen that before as well.
But good luck finding it. I think YouTube's removed it. I've even gone through my history, and I've got the same account for the past 15 years. I've gone through, like, it took me days going through video for video for video, and I cannot find that video. I think it's just been removed. I want to see if I can find the video that got me back into this. Do you guys watch Modern Day Debate? And this is that double sun video. So, the debate, and this is what. Oh no, fuck! Wait, my bad. Oh, you posted a video. I thought that was me. So yeah, that video I posted is the video that got me back looking into this stuff. Obviously, just change the timestamp.
Here's a timestamp from. Here's a screenshot. Actually, not only looks flat, it looks like there's a little goes downward, like.
Oh man, that is so fake. What the fuck is that?
It's primarily all flat. It's just off to the sides of the lens where it starts distorting.
Oh, is this from Earth? From space? Oh yeah, that's dead straight. I'll take a
Yeah.
screenshot of that and fucking measure with paint.
Yeah, it's from the video above. So I just took a screenshot from that. Supposedly one of the first ones. That's one of them. But I've seen some footage in that looks like they've done some kind of a template, honestly.
So I've got paint open now. I'm gonna check if this is.
Yeah, I think that's what they used to do in the beginning. They used to put a template. They were caught putting a template up to the craft's window, whatever, like aircraft they were in. When they said they were going to the moon, they were just in an aircraft. So out the portal, they were caught holding a freaking template up to the freaking window. So that's what they used to do first.
Oh yeah, I took a I took a screenshot as well. I took your screenshot. I measured it. It's dead flat.
Yeah, you see, you just notice a little off to the sides, but see, you're at the extreme.
Oh,
edges, and
yeah,
everything in
that's-
between the edges
dead
is
straight.
completely
Yeah.
straight. Of course, because of the way our eyes work, right? It's like an aperture in itself, so it has this conical
Of
kind
course.
of view. Mm-hmm. So thanks, whoever, like. But that whole video is full of the gang from probably like JPL and all the freaking Nazi scientists that came over. Oh, they were so wonderful. They were only making V2 bombs in slave camps, bombing London.
Oh man,
that's all. Now they're in NASA, and now they're great. They're heroes.
Yeah, of course they're heroes.
Even though they were doing sex, magic, freaking occult worship rituals out in the desert in the same exact place where they created Area 51. So now you know where the origin of that is.
Ah.
Conjuring up freaking demons in the desert. Jack Parsons Lab. Okay, check this out, bro. I don't know if you put this timeline together. So
Oh, was
think
it
about-
was it
Hey,
on
hold
this chat
Hold
or
on.
was it on my? Oh, okay, cool. I was
Go
asking
ahead.
if it was this chat or was it the chat this morning that I had with Maddox, where we spoke about CERN and where it was located. Was it here or there? Okay, no, it wasn't here. I think it was this morning.
I wasn't
Okay,
talking
cool.
about that. Yeah, so I'm
Alright.
talking about like you look into Richard, like the timeline of Richard E. Byrd, like all his like adventures in the South, in Antarctic. Then you look at the timeline of like when when NASA was created. Shortly thereafter, after they did Project Dominic, which they bombed the hell out of the sky with whatever they say, like TNT, blowing it, trying to map the firmament, because that's right after Richard E. Byrd. So if you just put these things together, you go like, so
course.
okay, so it looks like he discovered firmament. Like it seems like he discovered some kind of barrier.
Yeah.
But before that, there's land as big as America. Further.
Yeah, beyond it. Yeah.
And I think he spoke too soon.
I also think he spoke too
And he-
soon.
And he went on the Longines Chronicle, and he told everybody that there's more land as big as that with all the resources you could possibly use, mountains of coal that the U.S. could run on for decades,
Yeah.
hundreds of years even.
But now, how does what I don't understand is how does that explain the Iron Republic? Because what is that guy's name? That those two guys, the captain and then some dude. He was running for president or something, and then he got the whole world hated him or the whole country hated him. So he said, "No, fuck this, I'm leaving," and he
Listen,
left.
here's my theory on some of that makes it very clouded. Here's how I think it went. So if you look at Richard E. Byrd, when he was flying in the 20s up to the north and claims it through one of his alleged records or diaries, logbooks, right?
Yeah.
He flew into a vortex, flew his aircraft, and met other people. So he was a 33rd degree Mason, the youngest rear admiral in all of U.S. naval history.
Oh, I never knew he was a Mason.
Yes. Yes. And so he was going to be like some dude. He was going to be a sci-fi writer. Got that part?
Ah.
Yeah, he was going to be the next great sci-fi writer.
I never knew that.
Then the Navy went and sent him to the Antarctic, and he did like 3 different expeditions there, right? High jump and fishbowl.
Yeah.
And deep freeze. So like all of those, and then it abruptly stops for no reason. They took 4,000 men or something, like 150 ships or something, with him. A whole naval expedition, and the 3-month or 6-month expedition is supposed to take 6 months. They leave in like 2 months or something. They leave in like 5 weeks.
Oh wow, yeah.
We'll pull out. Then the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, 100%.
Then the creation of NASA.
Yeah, NASA was right after that.
Then, so you got to put these together. L. Ron Hubbard, Walt Disney, Aleister Crowley, and one of his greatest disciples, Jack Parsons. The space program, along with your friend and mine, Werner
Sorry,
von
what was it about the
Braun
Disney?
und Werner von Braun.
Hey, Sonny.
Yep.
What was that thing about Disney?
Disney and Werner von Braun. You haven't seen the pictures of them together? Like, why are
What
they
about it?
Like, what about it? Why are those two meeting? What do they have in common? Movie production and actual spacecraft?
Amazing. So because Disney made Von Braun, that means what exactly?
Wait, Disney owns a lot of shit that's part of the space stuff, though.
I'm going through a whole timeline. So if you're not following along, you're coming in on like the 12th page. So, I'm sorry you missed the first part. So it's about the connections through the timeline of these people. That's nothing more. I'm not making any bold statements. It doesn't change Earth being, Earth's flat. It's not changing any of that stuff. It's
Right,
just
but you're saying because they met, it means something, yes?
No, but when you have NASA, so listen, when you have NASA, Stanley Kubrick, so the head of NASA, Stanley Kubrick, Walt Disney, and other military officials, meeting together, movie makers, all Freemasons, creating movies, with the Nazis.
So what Nazis? There's no Nazis anymore. What are you talking about?
Werner von Braun was a Nazi.
What do you mean? Was in the Nazi party?
He became the head of NASA. Yeah, he had a V2 rocket place.
My question was he a member of the Nazi
slave labor camp, building his rockets? Yeah,
right.
Carrying the bodies out. Right.
So
that guy becomes a national hero, the head of NASA.
I'm not sure he was the head of NASA. He was the head of the project. So no, wasn't. So he was the head of NASA.
He definitely he was directing the whole thing.
So he was the head of NASA or not?
Dude, what are you going to ask for? You need credentials or something?
I'm asking, you're saying that he controlled or he was the head of NASA. And I'm saying, I'm not sure that's true. He was the head of a few projects in NASA.
Okay, citation then.
Oh, I don't know. You're saying all sorts of things as well.
I wasn't making any claims, though. You're the one you just made a claim. So, okay, you show your citation since you're making the claim.
Okay.
About that he's
fair enough.
Nazi and in charge or not.
I didn't say he wasn't. It's not.
Okay.
Talking about NASA.
Do you think you live on a globe, bro?
Yeah.
Really? What proof do you have?
Things I filmed.
Things you filmed. When was it measured before you filmed it?
Measured?
You set a standard. Yeah. The globe needs to be to set a standard in order to go into space. All the orbital.
I said
everything relies on the sphericity of Earth. Everything relies on the radius value. When was it measured?
I never measured. I said things I filmed.
So I know. Okay, so you didn't measure it. Filming is not measuring. So when was
I
it?
didn't say I measured. I said
But let's hear what he filmed. I find this very interesting. Let's hear what he filmed.
Yeah. Let's see.
Where can I show it? Can I show it here? Where can I put it?
DM it. You can direct message to me, and I'll look at it.
I would love to see this.
Or if it's online, you can.
Because you may just become a millionaire, or not a millionaire, or millionaire in South African rand, but you may
Really?
just earn
So
2
you-
bitcoins. Yeah, you just
Do you,
may
think
just
you think because I filmed something that shows
yeah
curvature, you're saying this is something unique that was never done before, and I can
Yep,
make a lot of money out of it?
You would be the first.
exactly. Yeah, you'll be the first one.
Really?
Yeah, you'll earn 2 bitcoins.
But there are many people who filmed ships go behind the horizon.
Yeah, and then zoom back
I would
in.
love to see that.
And
I
then
would
no
love to
ball.
see it.
All you have to do is zoom back in. That cannot occur on a ball.
Oh, I see. That's amazing. That's exactly what I have. I have zoom, and you don't see anything, and then I zoom more, and I still don't see anything.
No, and then you zoom back in, and you see the entire ship, all the way to the
No.
water line,
No,
minus the mirror.
Where can I show you those videos? Where can I show you those
I would
videos?
love to see it.
The lensing
Where?
layer directly above
Where can
with
I
the
show
mirroring.
you? Where can I show you?
Okay, DM it to me. Click. You see my name on there, Sonny? Right click on me, and it says message. Right click on my name and message me. Send it to me there.
That's what I was going to ask you, Sonny. This guy already started talking 6 Spider. He obviously thinks he lives on a spinning up like Paroid. Continue.
Okay, I'll send you a friend request, and then I'll send.
No
you a
need.
message.
No need. It's on the way to you. It's on the way to you.
Okay. No worries.
It's 100 megabytes.
Okay.
Quiet. All of a sudden.
Yeah, we're just waiting.
Well, I sent it only to one person. Can you guys see it? No.
Not yet.
Hold on a second. I think I might need to download it. Hold on, let me take a look here.
So while we're waiting for that, like, okay, so you say that you see it going over the horizon, but how do you explain the ones that we do not see going over the horizon? And
Simple.
not
Simple. They
not
stay
using
close.
refraction.
Simple.
With what?
They stay close to you. Ta-da!
They stay close?
Yeah.
Ah, at the dumb moment. All right.
Sunny, you should
says
see
that-
it.
Nah, it says we don't have access.
Sunny?
Yeah, hold on. I probably have to.
No worries.
Actually, let me look at 6 Spider here. You're only VC verified. Is there is there a moderator or somebody here that can give him post? I trust he's not going to put anything stupid.
Can you see it, Sonny?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, it's
All right,
and-
so that's fine.
and-
yeah.
And Sunny, what do you say?
I showed there's distortion at the horizon, just like we always
Really?
see. There's a
So
lensing
do you see
effect
that
in a certain area. Hold on, I wasn't done. There's a lensing effect and a mirroring effect that occurs under certain circumstances. In that's in the gases above the surface of water are the thickest area that causes more of the lensing effect.
How come I see the feet of the people? I can see dogs running there. How is that possible?
Welcome to flat Earth. You're right. It's not sphere. That's why it's not a sphere.
Dude, look at the height of the boat. What are you talking about? Half of it is gone. You see people.
Listen, on another day.
Yes.
Then you would see all the way to the waterline. So I want you to see a ship till it disappears completely. Show the video.
I have that.
Disappearing completely.
I want to see that. But I want to know the explanation. Why do we sometimes see it so far?
Because it's dependent on the apparent.
I know.
Horizon.
I want to hear his explanation.
Tani, please explain. Tani, please explain. How come we don't see the bottom of the boat, but I see people walking there? How is that possible?
On the next day, you could see it differently. So I'll tell you how to prove it. Go to a stretch of beach 5 miles away over water and zoom into the shoreline and see little 1 and 2 and 3 foot waves where there should be 16 feet of drop. You could do that without a camera. You could do it with binoculars.
Yeah, but his point is that it shouldn't be possible anytime.
That's not true because the horizon is only apparent and it changes hour to hour, day to day.
No, refraction is a sufficient explanation. This is a fairly big problem for flat Earth.
No, it isn't. You have a problem. You have no geometric horizon that is required by the ball. Where's your geometric horizon?
What is that? What is the geometric horizon?
Oh my God. The sphere edge? You don't know what the sphere edge is?
I don't know. I didn't know spheres have edges.
The edge of a sphere? Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what that is. Okay.
The video that Roger posted is relevant.
I rest my case. He doesn't know what the horizon is.
Sonny, did you explain how come I see the boat? How come I don't see the bottom of the boat, but I see legs of people walking?
On the deck that's higher up than the waterline? Yes, because of the lensing effect of the area.
Look at the height of the boat.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It'll change day to day, dude. Look, I have a screenshot right here that I can see islands with a known distance to oil rigs. That's 29 miles. That would make the radius.
Okay, where can I put my videos?
Exponentially bigger. 29.
Wait. I have FedEx.
I'll tell you where you can stick your videos.
You're fucking rude. You interrupt every time someone's talking. Really?
Do you want me to tell you where to stick your videos?
Yeah, that was funny, Jay.
Tell him, please. Tell him. Please do.
But Sonny, where's the bottom of that boat? It must be a globe. Come on, man.
There you can see the boat. You don't have any information on how high the observer was or how far that ship is. None whatsoever. So where's the pedigree information? You don't have any technical information that would make it a measurement. You need
Roger's video at 12 after the hour shows why we can't use measurements of distant shores to make any definitive conclusions because it changes so much. See 12 minutes after the hour.
So the Earth is breathing in and out?
So those measurements are inaccurate. You must use some other thing to determine whether the Earth is flat or round.
What things?
Other than I don't know, but not squinting at the horizon. That's not going to help.
What are you talking about, squinting at the horizon?
Yeah, I mean, you base all of these measurements based on faulty,
Sorry, Matthew. Are you saying that we can't see ships going over the horizon? Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
I just want a definitive answer. If you see a ship disappear, is it going over the horizon or not?
It is.
Right. So therefore, if it's not going over the horizon, if we can't see a ship going over the horizon, then it's flat.
It's not. It doesn't.
Right. Now you can't have it both ways, Matthew.
I can have it both ways.
No,
I say that it doesn't matter. My claim is that it doesn't matter.
No.
If you look at Roger's video that he posted 12 minutes after the hour...
It's totally irrelevant. Videos are totally irrelevant. It's a simple fact of logic. You can either say, we can see the curve of the Earth, or we can't. It's either one or the other.
We cannot.
Right. So you can't see ships going over the horizon then?
Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
No, if you can't see the curve of the Earth, you can't see it going over the horizon.
So if you can't tell, how could you measure it?
You use other logic and reason based on other evidence.
Oh, you measure with logic and reason? What does that look like? Is that a logic ruler?
Yeah. So squinting at the horizon isn't going to tell you one way or the other.
A logic ruler. Think about what you're saying, Matthew.
Use logic and reason. You use your mind and smarts.
Yeah, I want you to tell me how it equates to a measurement.
Oh, you can't
Sunny,
measure.
do you mind putting the
don't
video
measure.
that I gave you? Do you mind putting it in the live stream voice context? Voice
Then
text
it's
thing?
stupid to say that it's curved and it can never be measured, but you insisting it's curved anyway, even though
It's
it's
gotta
never
be-
measured.
It's got to be one or the other. We can't measure it by squinting at the horizon. No.
I don't know what you're talking about squinting at the horizon. I have no idea.
All your measurements are based on looking over lakes and looking over things like right next to refracted water.
Like
so it's not gonna be any
lasers
good.
over completely horizontal water. Yes.
Yeah,
you're
that's
right. Thanks.
that's not going to help.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So a zoomed in P900 is squinting at the horizon.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
If you look at Roger's video at 12 past the hour, that makes sense. Welcome to Globe Earth.
So why are all the astronomers squinting at the horizon and saying it's billions and billions of light years away? How did they get those measurements?
By not
Easy.
looking through the refracted part of the atmosphere.
By not thinking and not using logic.
By
One or
using
the other.
logic and being smart. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's fucking ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's what most smart people think.
Well,
What
most people think because they're clever. We got the
Yeah,
popularity on our side.
Yeah,
That makes it true.
Exactly. That's right.
The majority makes it true because we.
Sunny, do you mind putting the video that I gave you? Do you mind uploading it, please?
Yeah, hold on.
And where do you upload it? To which room? Do we have any admins here? No, huh? Matthew, you Globe?
Yes, I've been here for a while though, so I know
good.
their arguments.
Okay.
Matthew, do you believe that NASA tells the truth about what they're doing?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, you should be able to download that on your by yourself. And wait a minute, it says 0 bytes. That's not right. What the heck? I say someone just let him drop it in there. Give him the.
Yeah, I can't download it.
Come on, Sunny, you can do it.
Six Spider, you should be able to pop it on YouTube or something, and then or Imager, and then just give us a link. IMGR or whatever.
Oh, not that. You know where I can put it? I can put it in.
IMGR.com.
Not streamer. No, not Imgur. Rumble? Was it Rumble? No. No. What is the free video upload service? Come on, not Rumble.
That's hilarious.
No one knows of a streaming. Like, how can I do that? If I could start video here, I could show you as well. But
you can upload videos to imgur.com, I think, without an account.
No, I need a video. I know you can upload videos to there. Oh, I can do that in Imgur. I call it Imgur.
Totally looks like an edit. That totally looks like a video splice because
That's amazing that the first reaction is that you think that my video is fake.
It's not. No, it's not. You have no data. You have no data where it's taken from.
It doesn't matter.
Or how far.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. What about that mountain?
Doesn't matter.
The mountains. I want the mountains. How far are the mountains behind?
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
Doesn't matter.
It does
Look at the boat and the people.
It does matter.
Does not matter.
No pedigree information, so it could be anywhere. Where was it?
No data. Yeah, you have nothing to put in the blanks. No data.
I can give you all the data. It's not, but that's not the problem.
Cool. Then give us the data, right?
Well, I need to show you everything first, right?
No, well, give us the data.
Those people could be standing on a breakwater or something for all we know. Like, and then that boat is down in a channel going out of the harbor.
Give us the data, right? Then then we can discuss it, right? But if you don't give us the data, then we're just looking at something you what is it, right? So
that's true.
Yeah. So Six Spider, have you ever been on a ship?
Yes, I've been on a ship. Have you been on a beach before?
I don't mean the little kiddie rides at like Disney World or some kiddie amusement park. I don't mean that kind of ship.
What kind of beach are we talking?
You know, the beach that you bend over and give her some. Hey, beach. Now, come on, Matthew. Look, either give these observations of a curved Earth, or shut your mouth.
I need a streamer service.
Oh, sure. There's
somewhere to upload videos. Where do I upload videos? Free.
And just tell us what the observation is. What have you seen?
Upload some video. Well, you see curvature. Ta-da!
Where from?
Where is it? Where
do you see it?
Where
location?
Is the curve?
Location is called Spanish. The location, the beach that you're looking at, is called the Spanish Banks in British Columbia.
Related to Tyrone.
We've already been told. Matthew has already told us you cannot see the curve from sea level, haven't you, Matthew?
I did. You can see see a result.
No,
you can see the result of a curve. You don't see the curve.
Oh, the results of a curve.
Yeah,
right. So not actually the curve. Cool.
Or the sun setting over the ocean.
So what you're assuming is curve is what you see.
I'm not assuming it because you can see the result.
Because you're not seeing actual curve.
What?
Yeah. He said the sun. He said the sun setting. You're right. It is the sun that is setting.
The result of curve.
I have to say, I'm still new here, but you guys are getting to know the beer man. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get another beer.
I think you should.
Okay. Cheers to those who can drink without consequences, or the ones that think they can still drink without consequences.
Nobody can drink without consequence.
Well, I'm just drinking the result of a beer.
No, you feel the result of the beer.
No, not the beer itself. I'm drinking the result of the beer.
I'm just drinking the aftertaste of a beer from 3 years ago.
Right. Well, that sounds minging.
As long as you're funny.
Look, why we not interested in suns? The sun is not important. It is important, but not in relation to the Earth and what shape it is.
True.
Okay, where do I put the video? Where do I put the link?
In the live stream voice text.
What is your link? Just tell us what it is.
Well, I need to give you the link.
The video he was telling me
Tell
about.
us what the video is.
It's a video,
The video
of
is a ship.
I already saw it. It's a video of a ship.
Why would we want to see a ship?
Because he's going to show us some doctored photo. It looks like I don't know what. There's no.
We already know
data
that you
on
can't
this.
see ships go over the horizon, so forget it.
He's not even saying they are.
You know what amazing, Sunny, is that you cannot explain what you saw, and your answer is it's fake. You actually think I faked it, correct?
Okay, then show the pedigree information.
What's pedigree information? What's that? What's pedigree?
What's the height of the people where they're standing, and what's the height of the level of whatever water the ship is in?
The level of the water is the level of the water, right?
So water's level?
Yeah. Well, no, that's not what I said.
Yeah, you did. Too late.
I said the level of the water is the level
don't worry
of the
about
water.
it.
Level
Look,
water.
Just tell us what your video shows. Tell us what your picture shows.
Very simple. My
Just
video
right.
shows here. Everybody, just relax. Here, I'm explaining exactly what we're seeing. I'm explaining
I'm
what
new
we're
to
seeing.
this. Yeah, I'm desperate. I'm new to
I'm
this.
filming.
I need to see this.
I'm filming a body of water called the ocean. And in this ocean, there's a beach that goes up to 1 kilometer into the ocean because the tide is low. So you can actually walk on the beach. Okay? Now, beyond that beach, it's still the same water, but it's much further away. So the boats that are over there are further away from the people. Well, you'll see the differences and you'll understand that the boat is obviously lower, which means the body of water is curved.
Yeah,
Right.
where's
Yeah,
the
that's
body
not
of
true.
water? That's not proof of anything.
Matthew, can you answer that, please?
Tides, fetch, and
Matthew's
pitch,
left. Matthew's left.
winds,
Sorry?
tides, wave,
No,
winds,
no. It's all right.
tides,
I thought somebody
waves.
else was here. Yeah. We already know that we can't see ships going over the horizon. We've done that.
Okay, my question is, how far is that building or boat, whatever that thing is at the back? I paused in the beginning. How far is that boat from those people?
The boat is about, I would say, up to 4 kilometers from those.
4 kilometers. So 4
I
kilometers.
say I know. Actually, no. I would say less.
He doesn't have a clue.
How
It's a
far
total
How far are we from the people?
5 to 7 kilometers.
So
Because the
about
beach
14
is
kilometers.
because the beach is 2 kilometers width.
Okay, so dude, don't get me wrong. I'm new to this. My first time in this channel as well.
Yeah,
I'm still learning this.
Me too. Me too.
So if I'm looking here, we got about 20 meters of curvature.
No,
in 14
I
kilometers.
didn't tell you what's my height. I didn't tell you what was my height.
Yeah,
I didn't
that's
say
too
that.
bad. Why don't you tell us then? You playing hard to
I'll
get?
tell you. No, 5 meters. There you go.
5 meters.
Your height.
You're
is
5 meters tall.
Yeah.
Or are you
No,
talking about the
the observation. Oh, Jesus, 5 meters tall.
Yeah. I know that's a silly height to be, right? So don't go Dunning-Kruger on me.
That's not what Dunning-Kruger means.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Why don't you define Dunning-Kruger?
12 to 14 kilometers from the boat, right?
I want this guy to define Dunning-Kruger for us because he thinks that how I just used it isn't correct. Please go ahead. Come on, Six Spider, you're the expert. Please tell us what
No,
Dunning-Kruger
I'm not
is.
telling you. Okay, so I uploaded another video for you guys.
Stop speaking until
Sorry, my
you
bad.
can. Yeah. You can just stay on mute until you want to tell me that. You ready?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you want to give it another go? How do you define Dunning-Kruger?
Dunning-Kruger is when you present when you present yourself as knowledgeable in one subject when you're not. That's it. So what you said is got nothing to
Not
do with
really.
it because you said no one is 5 meter height. I said
Well, no, you didn't actually define it properly. The reason that I called you Dunning-Kruger is because you didn't
oh,
understand.
you called
an obvious-
me.
Yeah. You're
Sorry. I didn't hear. You heard.
Yeah,
You said me.
You
Sorry.
were objectively demonstrating the Dunning-Kruger effect because you didn't understand an obvious joke.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Because you've assumed that we're all stupid. I can already tell by your demeanor that you're assuming we're stupid.
You think the same of me, so it doesn't really matter.
No, I don't actually.
So,
I
did
got
you
a
see the
question.
video that I loaded? Did you see the?
Yeah. I got a serious question.
Why would
So
I
it's
bother
not 5 meters. That was my bad. I was not.
Why
5 meter
would I
observation.
bother having a conversation
Yeah.
with you if I thought you were stupid? Think about that. Wouldn't that be a waste of everyone's time?
I agree. I never said
I've got a serious question.
So that's a stupid straw man, isn't it?
I've got a serious
Sure.
question. Okay, so Spider, you said that you're not 5
Yes.
meters. How high were you?
In
Or
the second
what-
video, you can see because I'm zooming out. It's about a meter or 2 meters.
A meter.
Let me see
Okay.
again. No. Wait. Let's be sure about it. Okay, so
I've got
I'm
questions, dude. I'm learning this. I'm still
No,
learning.
I'm about a meter. I'm about a meter above sea
Okay,
level
meter.
in those videos.
So we should.
Yeah.
So and that ship is what, about 13 kilometers, 14
Let's
kilometers
not.
away.
You know what? Let's not talk about the ship because the ship I can't tell exactly, but the people that you see there are between 5 to 7 kilometers away.
Okay, but that's going to be sort of useless if I don't know how far the ship is, because I just want to see more or less what we should be seeing.
Perfect.
Why
Perfect. So
why the bottom of the ship is missing? Because
Perfect.
I'm giving,
so if you don't think the Earth is a globe, so you can use Google Maps, right? Because if you're a glober, if you're a flat earther, you can use Google Earth.
No.
Well, check it out, dude. Hold on.
Sorry?
Hold on. You said you were 1 meter off the surface?
Yeah.
Is that
you can see it in the second video.
3 feet. So about the distance you were saying to the people on the beach is about 4 miles.
4 kilometers.
5 to 4 kilometers, yeah. Sorry, no. You're 5 to 7 kilometers.
So
5 to
7 kilometers is about 4 miles, right? So, okay, good.
I would say the boat is about 10 kilometers away.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Yeah,
At that height of the observer,
yeah, the legs should be gone.
The distance to the horizon is only 2 miles. And the target hidden height at that distance would be 2.3 feet. That means you would only see the people you would see their knees and above, or even higher.
I don't see the knees and above. I see much more. And I think
Wait. That's the point. You said you're seeing their feet.
Yeah.
Their feet would not be visible.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at.
They would not be
What is your
visible.
calculation? What is your calculation for the drop?
The drop is from the Earth curve calculator. It's of based on a spherical radius of 6,371 kilometers. That's your.
Are you using the mild square thing? What's the
No, we use the normal Earth curvature calculator.
I'm using 1.2 the square root of 1.225 times the.
Okay,
height.
so long story short, what is the flat Earth explanation to see that? What is your explanation?
Other than you are seeing things that you could not see on the globe? That would be required. It would be blocked. You can see.
You see, and that's exactly what I said. Think about it. The people are 5 to 7 kilometers away from me. Right?
You're talking past each other, guys.
I'm 1 meter. So the drop
you're not
should
addressing
be...
the same. You're not addressing the same point. And Six Spider, you probably need to turn your earphones up a little bit, because I don't feel like you're actually hearing other people when they talk. So you're talking past each other. What he's asking, Sonny, is specifically, why is that effect happening? And you're saying to him, if you can see feet, therefore it's not a globe. So you've not really answered what he's asked. Now, what I would ask to you, Six Spider, is to say to you, why do you think that this effect is only possible with Earth curve?
Very simple. Because I see people very clearly, I see the boat behind it very clearly. Since I see...
No. I didn't ask if Earth curve explains this. You're just reasserting the same assertion. I didn't ask that.
You ask, how do I know this is on a globe? And I'm saying...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I asked you why you think it's only possible on a globe.
Because the boat is lower.
Yeah, that's not an answer to my question. That's not an answer.
You asked, how do I know it's on... What do you mean? You can see the boat is lower. How is that?
I like this. Beer man, shut up.
Okay.
You're just reasserting the same thing over and over again. I'm not asking you if it works within your conceptualization. I'm asking why it's only possible with your conception, i.e., the exclusion of all other possible explanations.
How can I answer that?
You have to exclude. You have to make it exclusionary, and you haven't. That's the problem.
Because you can see the boat is dropping in height, which means there is some sort of a drop somewhere. So a flat cannot be. It cannot be flat.
Or it could be some sort of other optical phenomena, which, if we can demonstrate on a flat surface, could well be the case.
No.
Now, you're in luck, because we can demonstrate this on a flat surface.
Really?
Therefore, yes, we can. Therefore, what you're saying is bollocks.
Oh, I see. So did you see the second video when I zoom out?
I've seen hundreds of these videos.
Did you see the video that I just posted?
Bro, they're all the same.
Did you see? Then you didn't. See the
Bottom
video.
of boat disappears, therefore curve. It's the same argument.
You didn't see the video. Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, is it based on the fact that a boat disappears from the bottom, and you've asserted that there's a curve?
No, it's on the.
Okay.
It's on what you see is people walking on boats.
And
the boat is so lower than the people, which means it's obviously lower, which means it it dropped with the curve.
Or it's an optical effect.
No.
And how do you know which?
No.
How
It's
do you
not
know?
an optical effect. I just told you, you can see people so much higher than the sailboat. They're literally walking on the boat itself.
I heard that bit.
How is that an optical illusion?
Because if you can recreate that on a flat surface, then it's possible over a flat surface.
Okay, please recreate it on a flat surface.
Fine.
Where people are 5 kilometers away, and then there's a boat that is further away, right? And that is lower than the people.
Yeah, please look in live stream.
Looking.
Can I ask something?
What is that?
Yeah, go ahead, Ben. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't.
No, all good. I had a question. I'm just saying that the ship's windows and the humans are more or less in proportion, which is telling me that that ship is not that far away, which is
correct.
Telling me that there is some sort of optical illusion here. Dude, listen here. I'm still new to this, so I am not saying anti this, anti that, anti this. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm asking questions. I'm just saying something is amiss here. Because
the boat is
of
not
that
that
optical.
big. Because
According to your video, that boat is massive. If it's got
that's
that
exactly
far
what I'm
down.
about to say. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm trying to upload an image and it won't let me. So the boat itself, this is not a regular tanker. Okay, it's a very thin boat, but the whole bottom part is gone. Obviously, I'll try to find the boat page for you.
According to your video, that boat is humongous if it's gone that fucking far down.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's a very low boat. It's called a suction something. They're sucking.
I would love to see the original image of this boat because
just a
do
second.
you understand my concerns as a person that's new to this?
Yeah, a lot of.
And I think the guys that are big into flat Earth will appreciate my argument here.
There you go. Here's the boat. This is the boat. I give you the link to it. So the boat itself is not huge, okay? It is not a huge boat. But if you look there, you'll see that a whole bottom is missing. By a
whole red
lot.
part.
Now, since the boat is seen so clearly, and I have more videos, I have lots of videos of that in different days, different conditions, and it's always the same.
Dude, no offense, that's a very small boat. Dude, I'm a skeptic here, dude. No offense.
I understand you're skeptic and you're new here. I understand that, and still, you guys cannot explain how this is possible on a flat plane.
We're so far in the weeds, right? So this boat can, if you scroll down some pictures of this boat, it's laying really low in the water, right, with almost all the red gone.
Yeah, where is the red?
Because it's full of sludge, right? It's a working boat, right? Or what is it? Containers. So you can see it's lower in some cases because it has stuff on board.
Okay, what about the second video that I sent you with the sailboat? What about that one? The bottom of the sailboat is what?
We're going into the weeds because you don't have any pedigree information, right? You're just saying stuff. We don't know anything. You're just saying
I just told you where I was. I told you. I'm watching the boat. I'm standing. You can all do it. You can all do it in Google Earth.
Right?
If you're well, I can tell you where I'm filming it. Do you want to know or you do not want to know? I can tell.
You said we have no explanation. Hold on. You said we have no. He said we have no explanation. We do. There's an RC boat video. You play that? The same effect is happening on a 500-foot lake.
I was going to say, I thought Crypto pretty much covered this. Like, we can demonstrate this effect on a flat surface. So,
Yeah, no offense, dude. I'm not convinced that boat ship thing, whatever you want to call it, is very small, and those humans are basically in proportion with it. That doesn't get me. But dude, I'm open to it. I'm like I said, I'm still new to this. I just think that ship is very, very small. And
hey, 9,000. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. I cut you.
Can I just? You said. Okay, hold on. You said the observer height was like a meter.
Yeah.
Well, that you should not even be able to see that much of the people, because the horizon that's supposed to be blocking things would be in front of that if the people are 5 or 7 kilometers away.
What? No.
Yeah.
Well,
So this guy's
from a 1 meter height.
You see them.
Yeah, but exactly. But look, for a 1 meter height, the geometric horizon is at like 3.5 kilometers.
I don't know what a geometric horizon is.
Where's the second?
Well, that would be the edge of the ball that you think is hiding.
You're a globalist and you don't know what a geometric horizon is?
Do you know?
Yeah, don't worry. It doesn't actually exist. So
it's never been seen.
Exactly. No one knows what it is except for you guys somehow. So what is it?
That's great. We agree.
It's never been seen.
That's fine, Sunny. That's fine. Yeah. Then we agree. Geometry
Welcome
is
to
not
Flat
the
Earth.
horizon. I'm happy with that.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
No. That's it, or geometric horizon. That's it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Do you know what a geometric horizon is?
Wait. Let's ask this question. Is not your claim that the reason why the bottom of the boat can't be seen is because the physical Earth curvature is obstructing the bottom of the boat, meaning it's geometric? Is that not your assertion here?
That is. What did you say? Because it's on the bottom first. Then
is your claim that you can't see the bottom of the boat is because the physical Earth curvature is obstructing the view of the bottom of the boat first?
Correct.
Oh, that would be the geometric horizon.
So what you call geometric horizon is basically something that obscure other objects.
What you call the physical Earth curve obstruction of the bottom of the boat is also known as the geometric horizon of the curvature of the Earth.
I think it's only known to like that to you guys. No?
No, actually, we didn't invent that term. That term was actually invented by Globers.
Okay, so this is how I also got into it. Sorry, no, I was going to jump in here. So it's very difficult to say like how far that on the second video that sailboat is. So I can see, for instance, Table Mountain. I'm in Cape Town, South Africa. So Eisdefontein is about 35 or 40 kilometers as the crow flies to Table Mountain, and I can see the full Table Mountain. There's supposed to be, I think, 200 meters of hidden mountain. I see the whole thing. I see the city of Cape Town, everything from Eisdefontein, and I can actually see it a little bit with my eyes, but I use my cell phone to zoom in, and I can see the whole of Table Mountain.
What's the distance?
It's about 35 kilometers. Let's go in between. It's between 30 or 40 kilometers. So let's go in between 35. I'll give you the fucking benefit of the doubt. Let's go 30 kilometers. It's called Eisdefontein and Table Mountain.
Okay, where's your picture? Did you take a picture?
Oh no, I didn't. This is before I was doing this whole research thing. If I'm not, it might be a photo in my house that we got of this whole picture of us, and I noticed it, and then we went with the parents and we just zoomed in. We played around with the whole thing. So this is why I said to the guys, this is my first time here. I said I want to buy P900 because I want to prove this shit, and I want to do the same observations myself because I remember doing that thing because we were just playing around. Dude, I never even knew about fucking flat Earth those days, and I remember seeing that. We got a photo in our house of that, not a digital photo, an actual printed out photo of that. So I'm just saying that was this is what got me into this whole damn thing. So this is why I'm saying I'm a skeptic, and I'm just surprised that I saw that.
I don't think that's what you saw.
No. You can even go onto Google Earth. I tested it yesterday because this is, I'm like I said, I'm still very fucking new into it. You can go on Google Earth and you can zoom in from Google Earth and see Table Mountain from Azefontein. I'll give you the links. Hold on.
Cool.
Yeah. So what about
another video?
What about this? What about this image I just posted at 42 minutes after? It's a film. It's photo taken in infrared, which takes out, from what I hear, 99% of any effects of the air gases. So you're seeing all of the water all the way up to the foothills.
Yeah, you're
and
absolutely
all the way
right.
back
You're
out
right.
further. It's actually 273 miles along the
Amazing.
Z-axis.
What height is the observer?
Yeah, it tells you right there. It's right there. It tells you. The
Where?
observer height is 9,000 feet. There should be a 12,800 foot wall of water between the viewer and the mountain in France. In fact, the
and you
mountains
see it all. Yeah, absolutely. I agree
the
with you.
mountains in the mountains in the distance are only 5,700 feet tall. They should be below more than a mile of curvature.
Again, what is the height of the observer?
It's right there in the voice text. Are you even looking, bro?
No, I'm looking. I'm asking you to make sure that you understand that because it was taken from height, yes, you see it all. So
then go do the math yourself. How are you able to see the mountains at all if they're supposed to be a mile under the freaking curvature? You don't even know what geometric curvature is.
I'm going to annoy you by asking again.
God, you're fucking rude. You're rude. Stop interrupting. You're rude.
Sorry.
Stop it.
He doesn't want to listen to the development.
I lied. 65 kilometers.
He doesn't want to listen to the demolition of his argument.
No, of course not.
Can I share my screen? I don't think I can.
No.
Fuck.
I think this guy
It's
needs
60.
to be like
It's
Juan.
65 kilometers, and I can see Table Mountain on Google Earth. 100%.
in Google Earth, if you look to the bottom right, it says eye altitude. What is the eye altitude there?
Let me get. Hold on. Let me go back
Speaking
to
of
Street View.
the height of the observer, check this out.
Yeah.
If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, p, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, q. That's the geometric horizon, your physical Earth curve obstruction. Okay.
Unless there's refraction, then it's all changed.
If we ever see a horizon farther than that, then the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Here you go.
Unless there's refraction.
Unless you're not using logic math here. Yeah, if you're illogical, you're senseless, you can rely on something illogical.
If the horizon is refracted, which the horizon is not an object to be refracted, then you agree that you don't have geometry of a sphere. So welcome to Flat Earth. You just gave up your geometric limitations of your sphere.
Yeah, but the problem is that refraction exists, so welcome to Globe Earth.
Yeah, but unfortunately, no geometric horizon exists. Ever.
That's okay. Yeah, that's okay.
So if that's okay in fairy tales, good for you. Okay.
We can't see
I posted another video for you guys, and you can see two sailboats. Okay, in one of them is close, and you can see the whole boat, and one of them is far, and obviously is sunken into the water. How do you explain that? There are three boats there, three sailboats. One before the people, two after the people.
Yeah. Tell us how much drop is supposed to be there between you and the observation.
So you're saying there is a drop?
No, I'm telling you to provide it. You need to provide all the exact information, the details.
I don't know.
So, sorry, it's not a measurement then.
Okay.
It's just a yes or no question. Is there a drop or no?
What I see, I see the result of a drop. Yes.
Yes.
But you can't measure it.
You don't
Correct.
need to measure it to see
you don't need to measure it.
Yeah, when you can zoom back in at something, boys and girls, That cannot happen with a geometric curve edge.
I don't know if you're going to dismiss this video. This is a very problematic video for Flat Earth. Six Spider, good job for finding it. This is very problematic.
I filmed it.
Oh, good for you.
And the place, actually, if you want to check in Google Earth, it's pretty awesome. It's West End Beach in British Columbia, looking at Spanish Banks Beach. I have lots and lots and lots for you guys.
Whatever you have is not a problem for Flat Earth. Can somebody show him the Black Swan and end this thing?
Just did.
Please explain. I uploaded a video. I uploaded a video at 12:49 where you see 3 sailboats. Please explain in Flat Earth how come I see the bottom of the close sailboat, but I don't see the bottom of the far away sailboat.
Did you see the videos that Crypto sent about the coin on the table? I think that will be the explanation of that. So there is a flat table and you move the coin far away, and at some point it looks like the bottom half of the coin disappears.
Correct.
So I think that
now
you know how resolution of the eye.
I see. Okay, so for that video with the coin, how do we check if that is actually what happens? It's very simple. Take a Lego man, put it in front of the coin, and then move the coin back. When the Lego man will be able to walk on the coin, then you have a flat Earth. But that is not what you see here.
The Ronald Deep? Yeah, who can post the image? I was going to send someone an image to show what I'm seeing here on Azefontaine.
So otherwise, then your table is curved.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I'm saying for you to check, according to what we see when the boats go behind the horizon, you need to put something in front of the boat, right? I mean, in front of the coin. You want to know if it's actually literally dropping in height. So what you're doing with the coin, just a coin, you're just demonstrating perspective. Great. But put in front of the coin, put a Lego man, then move the coin back.
So what happened to perspective in your videos and pictures, bro?
Well, perspective doesn't matter here. Because it's not perspective,
you
it's
just
actually
ignore it. So it has to do with your
it's not.
video.
It's
Then you
actually
just-
obscure. It's obscure by something else.
So perspective doesn't work anymore. It doesn't exist now because it's your video.
You're just talking
that's
about
ridiculous.
different things. No, Six Spider. You see, when I say about that coin, it does disappear
I'm
partially.
sorry, you're retarded. Did you see the video, the short meme video that EXO put up there?
No. Oh wait, which one? Which EXO? Yeah, with the black
53
swan.
minutes.
It's called
Yeah,
lens
the sailboat.
compression. Yeah, it's called lens compression. As you can see, when you're fully zoomed in, the water is more abrupt and right in front of you. And then when I zoom away, that whole horizon goes away. So lens compression only is possible on a flat surface.
What? The boat is not that far. How is that? What is that? Obviously,
Lens
it's not.
compression. That's why I can see. The problem is that we can see it. That means we don't have a problem.
Sorry. So lens compression is what? Is that in the camera or is that in my eye?
No, it is in the zoom of the camera. That's why you can see it zoom in and out, and it changes the horizon before your eyes. That's why we have these videos where we're just, trying to see if you're going to look at them. It's right there. And
So you're telling me when? So as I zoom in, I actually change the horizon when I'm zooming in.
Okay, this is the third time though. Are you not seeing the videos that are taken? Are you not looking at?
I'm looking at them right
changing the
now.
Horizon? Right, it's changing the distance of the horizon as they zoom in and out. I've been a photographer for a long time. How long have you been a photographer?
So when you zoom in, you just see clearly. It's not that you're showing more.
Okay, are you saying the video isn't real? Are you saying the video
No.
is fake or what? Okay,
No,
we're just
I
telling
never
you
said
we're
that.
accepting. What we're accepting is how you can record this in reality. That's what it is. That's lens compression. That's why we have a demonstration of it. We can see the boat when we're zoomed in, and then when we zoom out, the boat disappears and the horizon is now much closer. I'm not looking out as far because I'm zoomed out. You see, that's the point. That's how lenses work.
Yes, I have the P1000. That's how I took those videos.
Good.
I'm trying.
Well,
Exactly.
well,
Yeah,
watch.
that's
You
what
see
I'm
this?
talking. Yeah, right.
the
You have the
small-
big zoom. Wait, hold on. Right, the
sorry.
biggest zoom. You have the camera with the biggest zoom, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes, that's the point. So when you're zoomed
Oh,
in, the horizon
yes.
is actually farther out because you know why? You can see farther. So if I can see
Then why
farther,
is the boat
because I'm
lower?
zoomed in, right? Because you have a big zoom on the camera. Is the zoom looking down over a curve or is the zoom looking straight out and flat?
What?
It's a 90-degree angle. So the zoom is dependent on the horizon. That's why I can see farther on a flat surface. That's why we can demonstrate these things. So you have the largest zooming digital camera in the world. And
Yes.
that's why you can see farther than you can see with just your eyes, or even a 25 times binocular system isn't even that
Mhm.
far.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. So that's the point. When we have these lenses, guys, binoculars have existed for a long time. Monoculars have existed for even longer. They're so we can
Mhm.
see farther over the ocean, right? That's why they're invented. That's why we can
Then
see
why
farther, and
are
we're-
why the boat
that's
is lower?
right, because that's how it works on a flat surface. Your light disappears under objects before it disappears on top. Boats are shaped, right, as a boat. So the light beneath the boat is probably a little bit less than the light above the boat, and it's next to a surface. So anything close to a surface on a flat surface is going to visually be limited to that point. It's eventually going to go beyond the zoom, right? When you zoom in, though, you can see the whole boat come back. So are you thinking
No.
that a zoom is going around
No.
a curve? Because you have to be. Yes, it can.
No.
So you're just
I zoom in and it doesn't bring the boat back. It's
Okay,
in
you're
front
all-
of your face.
You don't know how your
clearly
zoom
not
works.
paying attention.
Yeah, you're
to
not listening to
53,
your reality.
53 minutes.
You-
Are you looking at 53 minutes after the hour? Are you looking at
Yeah,
that?
it's insanity. You think you're zooming around a curve, and now you're hiding from your own understanding of your ball religion.
Spider, I'm gonna send it to you privately. Hold on. Then you can have a look what I'm seeing here. With all Ace
Yeah, the
Mountain
point
thing.
is your ball requires curve. That's not going to be evaluated by a lens to see through the earth or the water if there's supposed to be a hump, right? As things get farther away, that's why you can zoom back in on them, because you can see farther with the zoom. So if you couldn't see the boat before you zoomed in, that means the horizon isn't there because I'm seeing much farther
Right.
than
Right,
my
right,
horizon without the zoom. That's why we have
Right.
zoom.
But
Yeah.
as I zoom in, I don't see more of the boat. I do not see
Okay, can
more
you show us
of
the
the
video?
boat.
Show us the video where you zoomed in and didn't. I'll give you $3,000 if you can show me the video of you zooming in on something and you can't see more of it. I'll give you $3,000 right now.
Yeah. After it's disappeared, zoom back in.
I'll
and
give you
show us
$3,000 right now. I'll give you 3,000. Let's go.
I say, when you zoom in, you don't see
Yeah,
more
you have to
or
have a
less.
demonstration. Do you have a demonstration of this so we can see it? Because we already debunked this with our. Listen, Sonny. If he's gonna make a blanket claim, he's got to show. We've already shown ours 8 minutes ago in the live stream chat. You don't have one to show us. That's the point. You don't even have a claim.
Yeah, besides the zooming in, you see the sailboat? You notice how the horizon stays right at eye level after when you zoom in?
If he
would
has a
not
gift
occur.
that shows the opposite, Sonny, he wins, and I will tell Hugo
Yeah.
he's got to shut it down.
Yeah.
So just if he
Yeah.
has a claim, let us know. Right? He doesn't have a claim right now. That's what he doesn't understand. So I don't like it when people come in here and try to treat you guys this way when he
know.
is not backing his claim, and it's inappropriate. So you got to have an actual
Exactly.
claim with evidence. You can't just try to bully people. It doesn't work.
Is there a place here where I can share my screen, can share my video?
Yeah, and you have to go down.
Well, if you upload it to YouTube, then we can trust it because then the moderators can check it first. So there, you might want to have it on YouTube. I can show you mine are on YouTube. So that's, so I don't know. We can't share screens in this room. That's why I'm saying, yeah.
If you want to have a smaller conversation, be good to go to like a chill VC, and then talk about that, and then
I'm uploading another one for you. Just a second. I have so many videos of boats and other boats where I zoom in and out and I don't see more.
So many. That's
And
like the
it's-
evolutionist says there's so much evidence for evolution, you just can't find it. Yeah, it's like the curve. There's so much curve we can't see it. So you're
It's
gonna
funny
have
you
to
say you
actually
can't
have a
find
claim.
it.
Yeah,
You're
you're gonna
maybe
have
that
to have evidence, right? So we need the evidence. Not a. I'm gonna give you, Sonny, sit down. Let me tell you a story about how good I am and how many videos I have. But I'm not gonna be able to show you the one that backs my claim. I don't think Sonny's not gonna go up for that right now.
I see. Okay, it's uploading.
So yeah, Sonny, I
I'm
just had to
uploading,
make sure that he wasn't trying to be a bully. Go ahead, Sonny.
Hey, I understand you think I'm a bully.
That's okay. I'm not going to
by
let
showing you
anybody bully me.
reality in front of your
I'm not.
face.
I'm not going to let anybody bully me with some fake curvature.
Oh, so so you're saying there's a curvature there, and you think I'm faking it? Think those are fake?
No, we don't see it.
How did you understand that from what you said? He
Yeah,
said
your
that because it's
demeanor.
fake. He said because it's fake, there is no curvature. And then you just said, "Oh, are you saying there's curvature?" No.
Yeah, this demeanor is. I don't know why, right?
It's just really weird.
I don't understand. People have this like attitude towards us. It's like if you are so convinced that you're correct, you don't have to act like this.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about me? The way I act?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
You think we haven't had guys like you before? I mean,
Can you do the thing with the coin, please, with the Lego in your own home? You can try it, right? You can put the camera on a table, take the coin, just like the one you showed before, and move the coin back, and put the Lego man in front of the coin. Do you think the coin will get lower than the Lego man?
So we've got a Lego man in front of a coin, and how can we see the coin when the Lego man's in front?
Well, obviously you move it a bit to the side. I don't mean
Okay, so the Lego
right in
man's
front of it.
slightly to the side. Well, I just want to be very accurate with what you're saying. So the Lego man and the coin are basically both in the center of your vision, but you can see both of them, right?
Right.
And then what do you want? You want the coin to move backwards and the Lego man to stay at the front, yeah?
Correct.
And what do you want to see from this?
I want to see when the Lego man will be above the coin. That the bottom of the legs of the Lego man will be above the coin.
So you want the coin to disappear completely?
No.
But if the coin disappears, then that has happened.
No.
Yes.
Because if you zoom in, the Lego man would still be above the coin. Sorry, it'd be in the same height as the coin. It will never be below the coin, right? You're saying that the laws of perspective, everything from the bottom goes to the center up, everything from the top goes to the center bottom, or to like the center of the frame, or to the horizon, right? So the coin should never go below the Lego man. That is, in a way, since it's closer, it's like below the horizon, right? Like its feet.
Well, its feet would have to be at the quote-unquote horizon, right?
And this is a big fat straw man, right?
Is this a description how tables work on a curve?
This is just a big fat straw man, right? Just claiming what we do, right?
What do you mean?
Is that what do you think we are claiming, right? That is the only cause of stuff disappearing.
No.
From
It's
the
like
bottom up.
my
No.
videos.
So-
My videos show. But here, let me explain. Can I give 1 minute? 1 minute. Let me explain. So my video shows a horizon line, right? Because you can see it, and you can see it with the people. The people are walking there, and after the horizon line, there's a boat. Now the boat is so low that the feet of the people are higher than the boat's body.
Then you haven't shown us where the horizon line is, bro.
Angular
You haven't shown us
resolution to the bottom
where
of the boat is different than your angular resolution to the people's feet on the boat. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, say that again.
The angular resolution of your eye to the bottom of the boat is different than your angular resolution to the people on the boat. Is that what you're trying to say?
There's no people on. Oh, you mean the people that are in a way walking on the boat?
I have no
they're
idea
all
what you're talking about. Can you post what you're talking about, or is this just a hypothetical?
He's got no information. Like, I want to know.
I
Is it
said
a
three
channel?
times. I said three times. The observation. I observed from English. From
Why don't you post it in the live stream text? Why don't you post your video or picture or evidence in the live stream text so everybody can follow along?
Here, listen. I need to know, is it a channel? Listen, I need to know, is it a channel between the observation and where the people are? And is it another channel, bay or beach, or what kind of water is on the other side of the people? Is that a channel? Okay. Is there two channels? Is there a point of land?
It's all the same body of water. The people are walking.
That, bro. Do you know that different things happen to water in different environments, like tides from going up and down channels, tides coming in, waves coming in, wind over water, fetch on shores? Do you know that moves water?
It's all the same.
Wind and waves move water. You're going to deny all of that?
I'm not denying any of that.
Then you need to show all the information. I need to know the humidity. I need to know if it's a channel before and after where the people are, and how far the mountains are and behind that. I need to know all the information.
You know what? I'm willing to give that, of course. And I already said where I was, what's the observation and what I'm looking at. And I can say that again.
Listen, you didn't show us anything about the observation.
What do you mean anything?
You said where it is. I need to know everything about it. Is it facing a channel of water and then a beach, or a breakwater and then another channel? What's going on?
No, you're looking in the second video that I posted. I'm zooming out and you can see exactly what it is. So basically it's all one body of water where the people are walking. There's a higher elevation of the dirt underneath. So when the tide is low, you can walk on the beach. Basically, in a way, you can say you can walk on the water into the beach or into the sea. But the boats that in behind the people and the boats that are in front of the people, it's the same body of water. And in the second video that I posted, you can. I'm zooming out. You can actually see the whole bay.
So you already said it. The sand is piled up there. It's a higher bit that the people are standing on. What is so confusing about that?
No, when the tide is low, it just shows up. It's not higher.
Of course. Then the water level's going down because of tides and waves and wind. And so what would not make a boat appear to be lower if there's a higher bit of land in front of it, bro?
Because when you look at the height of the how do you call it, the sail, the height of the sail, the height of the sail, for example, everything that is a bit high is not getting any distortion, right?
Okay,
you can see it straight.
Okay, I'll settle for this.
So when you're looking at the height,
then I figured it out. Here, let me tell you. So what I'll settle for is I need all the elevation for everything in that exact alignment of where you're facing. I need to know all the elevation heights from you until the very end where the mountains are.
You know, you're saying we're on a flat plane. So if I say...
No, I need the elevation heights. If you're going to prove that it's curved, then I need all the elevation heights.
Okay, elevation of what? What do you want? Which part?
Every elevation height from you, the observer, through where the people are in that very same direction in an exact line of sight to where the boat is and beyond, to where the foothills of the mountains are. I need all the elevation heights.
So you think, so if I give you the elevation...
No, I don't think. This is not thinking.
Okay, sorry.
I'm asking you for empirical proof of what you're saying. So I need all the elevation heights.
And I'm asking you.
Along the whole line. Let's try every...
and then we can discuss it, right? Then we can
every 50 yards. I want an elevation height every 50 yards.
So you think that if you have all the elevations from the camera to the mountain, that will explain why the boat are so low that people basically
then I want all the tide. Then I want all the tide information as well. at that time.
Can I ask? Can I ask?
The relative
Can I ask?
humidity?
Clearly,
Can I
irrelevant
ask
to the human eye
barometric pressure.
resolution to things in distance.
Okay, wait. I'm willing to basically drop it and say, sure, I don't have any of that. But my question is, if you have all that information, how is that gonna explain to you that the boat is lower than the people?
No, that's not the whole thing. It's how are you going to explain it to us?
It's for
you need to
me.
prove that. Sure, it's your claim, right? It's your claim.
What do you mean claim? I'm not claiming anything. This is a video.
You are claiming that the boats are going over the geometric horizon, right? The leading edge of the sphere. That is what you're claiming. So that is on you to provide the empirical evidence for this. And Crypto already explained, right? If you can demonstrate it on a flat plane, then it's not exclusive.
But you didn't demonstrate it on a flat plane. He didn't do it. What he did with the coin, the thing with the coin, does not demonstrate what we see here. It is not the same demonstration. Pure and simple.
The RC boat one. The one
So
with the
you're trying to say that the coin being changing its distance to being farther away, and its bottom of the coin being obstructed is not the same as your little boat thing with people in front of it, where the boats are farther in the distance and your angular distance, you can't visually resolve the bottom of the boat, much like the coin. You saying that's not similar? That's not the same?
Correct.
Okay. So your claim is then that's curvature that you're seeing in your...
What I'm claiming is that you'd need to take... Here, what we see in the video, we see two different objects in different distances, right? We see the people that are about 5 to 7 kilometers away from me. Mm-hmm. And they're walking on the ground, okay? Now, the water is right below them, like they're walking on the water, let's say it this way. So am I. I'm on water level, right? But what I'm saying, the difference between that and the coin is that if you take what you're missing in the coin,
you want something in the foreground. You want something in the foreground. Okay.
And I want and I want to see the thing in the foreground, right? I want the coin to be below it.
Right.
Good luck.
So that's just you're just reversing the burden of proof.
Right. And
it's not a reverse.
One cause, right?
No, it's not that. Wait. No, wait.
That would be the
I'm claiming cause, right? what you're claiming. What you're seeing is the same as the coin. What you're claiming that you're seeing that it's the same with the coin. I'm telling you, the coin and this are not the same. Because they are clearly not the same. Because in my videos,
so you seeing the bottom of the coin disappearing is not the same as you seeing the boat disappearing. Okay.
Correct. Because, and I'll go over it
nothing
again.
In the foreground.
There's nothing in the foreground. If you want to see if the coin is actually, if you want to see if the coin is actually dropping in height,
listen to mine. I got your point.
If you want to see the coin actually dropping in height,
I get your point.
That's what you need to do.
I heard it. I got it. Okay. Calm down.
Okay.
Now, are you trying to say that the human eye and how it works, the principles of things at distance being unable to resolve, are you saying that that's different between your photography here and the coin example? Are you saying the principles of the human eye or the camera are different, or are they the same?
Repeat the last sentence. Sorry.
Are you saying the principles of angular resolution limit with things at distance between the human eye or the camera in either example are different, or are they the same? Regardless of things in the foreground, are the principles of angular resolution at distance, are they the same or not?
I'll say not. I'm not. You know what? Explain to me what angular resolution is.
Angular resolution limit is where things at distance, right? The light from those things at distance, particularly at where they are on the horizon, are too small for the human eye or the camera to resolve. That's just a principle of optics and visual perception. So regardless of what is or isn't in the foreground, which is the case you're attempting to make, those principles are in effect at all times. So your equivocation between something not being the same, those principles are still in effect. So your question or your contention that because something is shown with not things in the foreground is non sequitur doesn't follow. It's not even relevant to the conversation or the principles of angular resolution.
The reason none of it is actually related is, again, what we see in the videos is people's feet are higher than the boat's body. Got nothing to do with resolution. It's got nothing to do with the distance either, or with what we see. What we see right now is people's feet are higher than the boat's body. The coin demonstration does not show that. It never will. So I'm saying for you to know that it's
showing the angular resolution limit.
Yes, but it doesn't drop in height. That's what I'm saying. If you put a Lego man,
it's not an actual drop in height.
Silly, bro. You're just being silly. The RC boat's at 16 minutes after. They're doing the same freaking thing.
You're attempting to claim that the people's feet in your video are actually higher than the boat.
Yes, you can see that clearly.
It's only apparent. It's not actual.
You have eyes, right? You've seen the videos?
It only looks that way. Your eyes.
The horizon is only apparent. The horizon is
human optics. It deals with the human eye's angular resolution limitation, which I've been trying to explain to you, but you're clearly ignorant of. You may need to go do some more research about it.
Sure, I'll check that. But I got a question. So how come I see the feet of the people so clearly, but I don't see the boat's body, which is much
the
bigger?
Angular resolution limit of the human eye.
Okay, so you're telling me that the boat is, 100 kilometers away?
I don't know how far the boat is. You haven't given any data on how far the boats are away.
So you're saying...
All I know is the principles of the human eye, the geometry of vision.
Got it. So you're saying because of this angular resolution stuff, we don't see the bottom of the boat, but we do see the people feet on the boat. You're saying that the angular resolution hides the body of the boat behind the feet of the people?
We don't have any of the information, bro. You stated before that these people are standing on higher ground, period. You don't have any information on the level of the water. Is it low tide, high tide, in or out?
Low tide. I said low tide because when in the low tide, people can walk.
Low tide going out. Beach. Simple, dude. You're looking at a body of water that is lower than the land that the people are standing on. What's hard to believe? And then you're ignoring perspective entirely. That stuff gets smaller with distance.
How come it's lower?
He just saying stuff. Explained it, bro. You said it was low tide. So what would you make it think that people standing at higher ground that from your perspective at a distance wouldn't see the lower level of a low tide that the ship is riding on?
Oh, I see. Amazing.
And then you're ignoring perspective completely. You're ignoring the perspective that things get smaller with distance. So you need to include that. That's why we need the distance.
Yeah, but it doesn't put them lower. It doesn't put them lower in elevation.
Things in the foreground can obstruct things in the background.
What?
Foreshortening? Yeah. Look up foreshortening.
So where's this data, right? I mean, we're arguing about
how many times? How many times? West.
He's just gonna. It's just the Glober's MO. It's observe and declare. Make an observation and declare something.
We have nothing to base upon, right? You're just claiming stuff. Oh, it's low tide. Oh, it's 5 meters with 1 meter.
Yeah. If you look at West End, listen. If you look at West End Beach, I look at it. I've been there before. It actually is all kinds of channels and things coming in and out, and bays where large amounts of wind and water has been beating up against different areas. Like points have different height of water because wind over water is going to push things up over banks. That's going to make it appear that the water. See, you don't have any of that information. I mean, so
it's quite amazing because when you take the boat, when you look at the boat, you can see the sail that is not distorted. You can take the height of the boat and just put a line of the bottom of the boat and see where it is.
Still nothing, right? We don't know anything about the distance, the height, anything. We don't know anything. Just your word about being in 5 meters or then 1 meter.
Yeah. So what about when it doesn't happen? Does that mean your geometric horizon moved?
When what doesn't happen?
When there's no atmos that is blocking your view or lensing the horizon. When that's not happening, we see 10, 20, 30 times further. Then what's your explanation for that? The Earth is breathing?
I have no idea what you said. I have no idea what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about.
So you're not familiar with like lighthouses seen at hundreds of miles, like 150 miles?
Yeah, for sure, because they're higher in elevation.
Yeah, like what? Like 300 feet max? Because otherwise they'd be up in the clouds? Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, they see them all the time, bro. They would be under miles of freaking water. But navigators use them all the time, every night, to triangulate their distance to certain places on the shore. They've been using it for centuries. What you're saying, the curvature, and you said before, like 3 times you said before, that you're not even concerned about what's a curve edge. You denied the existence of your curve edge. But you're saying there's a curve edge. Yeah, you're still doing it. I never saw somebody that was seen there so adamant about a curve edge and doesn't know or refuses to understand what a curve edge is. That a spherical surface has an edge that once you're... dude, look, it's simple. You can do this in kindergarten with your children. Like, look at a freaking beach ball. Put your eye right at the level of the surface of the top of the beach ball. Okay? Put your finger right at that top edge. Now, lower your head from that surface. What happens to where you were pointed on the other side of the ball?
Sorry, do you hear all that noise? Just a second, I'll be up.
You can't see through a freaking curve. Or around it either, or zoom in over it.
Hey, Sonny, you're going to have to get him to believe in curvature. He doesn't. That's the point. He doesn't believe in curvature. He believes he lives on a ball, but it's without curvature. You can't see it or test it. And that's what the belief system requires now, is that they don't believe what they're supposed to believe. So they don't think it should be curvature in reality. They just expect to see the ball because they've seen that on TV screens and the internet. So that's what he's going to have a problem with. You got to get him to believe in curvature first.
You guys are flat earthers. How are you going to convince me in curvature if you don't believe in curvature?
No one's trying to convince you.
See, I can't convince you that curvature exists. That's the point, because you don't believe
I didn't say I.
You're just saying it. You don't.
What I said is that
all you're doing is saying it's curved.
I said you cannot see the curve. You can see the result of the curve. I said that.
There he goes again. He doesn't believe. I told you, Sonny. He doesn't believe in curvature. I told you. Yeah,
of course there is a curve, but you can't see it in water level.
So it's blind.
You can see the. You're talking about what you see with your eyes, right?
I heard it from you. God, I heard it like 6 times. I heard it enough. So you're like blindly. You blindly believe in some scriptures that were written.
No, he's an atheist. He believes the atheism religion, where you don't have to see it, just believe it.
The doctrine. You just go to a certain doctrine and a certain book for your doctrine without looking at the background or the baseline or a place that could make it be resolved that is actually true or not. And you're missing that part completely. So you're just saying it.
So he's saying it's invisible curvature. Is that what he said?
Yeah, I guess it's not visible, can't be measured. No response to what happens when you.
You're not seeing. You're not seeing. He said, "Quote: I think you're not seeing the curvature. You're seeing the effects of curvature."
The effects of curvature.
That's not how reality works. I can see things. I live in the southwestern United States. I can see what the topography looks like for 100 miles, literally just a couple thousand feet, up. So that's not true. We can see what reality is. You are admitting you do not believe what you're seeing and that you don't even believe you can see curvature. And that solves it right there. I mean, there's really no reason to go any further with you. You don't believe your own religion.
What religion is that?
The magical ball religion. I don't have to see it. I just believe it, as you described. That one. Thanks.
The spinning space monkey ball religion.
The heliocentric religion brought to you by Jesuit priests.
It's the one you can't see, remember? The one you can't see?
Yeah, you can't
that ring
see
a bell?
it.
Yeah, you can't see it, right? That's the one you believe.
Shh, don't tell anyone. It's actually religion. Shh. That's why they're doing
this
that.
is a big challenge. I feel bad for this.
It's not a religion, and I can prove it.
Really?
I haven't provided any
Why
evidence,
don't you
though, right?
please post the definition of religion, please?
Could you imagine being an atheist in 2021 and I don't have to see it. I just believe it. This is the new wave of atheism. This is the highest.
Imagine that's funny. Imagine being a flat earther when you have pictures from space in the 21st century.
They don't even know.
You need to record this, Sonny. You need to put this in your clips. I mean, he said it several times. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't have to see it. He just believes that it exists.
I didn't say I don't have to see it. It's not true.
No, you got to, Sonny, put this in your repertoire. You did good.
You did amazing. Really. Hold me to the ground.
Okay. Can I please suggest something? But there was some guy who said that he works as a photographer for a lot of years. Is that guy still here?
Oh yeah, that's me, but I don't work. It's a gift from God.
Yeah. Could you please correct me in technical terms if I'm not right, because I'm not enthusiastic.
I don't know technical terms. I just get a lot of pictures, so it depends. I can help you with taking pictures, but if you want technicalities.
It's not the technical, it's just like when we say zoom. So for example, if we say that something is able to zoom 100 times, it means that something that, for example, 1 kilometer away, it will look like it's 10 meters away. Yes?
Yeah, depending on how close you are to the lens, it should appear like 25 times zoom would be a normal cell phone. A normal cell phone cannot even see as good as a human eye. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So, right. So there are many times your own abilities, right? But I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it because I want people already know that you can see further, right? When you zoom in, right? Right. So that means since we can see further, that kind of ends everything when it comes to wondering what type of shape we're looking at here, because we have to see flat and literally outwards, right? Just our field of view changes, right? Which is a literal interpretation by vision around us in a circle, right? But our vision goes out straight. Would you have to agree? And our eyes are able to translate that much better than even a camera lens.
Yes. So, for example, if I am correct, that guy as a Seek Spider, you have a very good camera, you said. So it's more like 100x, like zoom is more than 100. Am I correct?
125. Nikon P1000.
Yeah, okay. So, for example, what you have to do, because the problem with your videos is that it's on the edge. We don't know the distance. We don't know how far some things are. So what you can do is for example, But I mean, what you can do is to have a proof. So first of all, you have to say, well, I don't know what will I get as a result, and then you'll get a result, and that will define either you're wrong or right. So for example, you have to find some long body, I don't know, there is such long canals, but for example, a big lake or a sea or something like this, 2 islands in the sea, which are approximately, I don't know, 50 kilometers away. So it's really far away from each other. And you go on the bank of the first one and you zoom in the maximum that you can to see the bank. So for example, of the second island, which is 50 kilometers away. So if the Earth is curved, you wouldn't be able to see, for example, a big tree or a big house on that bank, because it will zoom 100 times, but you wouldn't be able to see it because of the curvature. And if you're able to see it, even if it's 50 kilometers away, it's like long enough to have that impact of the curve. Like if there is a potential curvature, you wouldn't be able to see it. But if you're able to see it, you have to accept that it's flat, like it's a surface, that nothing was in the line of your sight. Because like you would, when you, for example, when it's 50 kilometers away and you zoom in it more than 100 times, it should look like it's 500 meters away. And if it's a big tree or if it's a house or something, you will be able to see it from 500 meters. And you have to, I mean, what I want to say, you have to go further. You don't have to try like 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers. You go something where it's completely, like you're completely sure that it's not the parallax, it's not the reflection, it's not something like this. So either you see it or you don't. And that will be your proof.
And will you accept it?
Well, will you accept it? I mean, I will. Well, if unless someone else
said it
would prove
before.
my calculation.
I have lots of videos, and I understand that you guys, and I totally understand it sounds, however it sounds, weird or whatnot. But yes, I have lots of videos, and I don't. Yes, would you accept it?
I mean, personally, I would, because like I'm trying to question everything, even like the flat, the globe. So that would be kind of experiment, unless someone else would prove me like probably I am not correct with my calculation or something. I made mistakes there. But I mean, if it's like, if I understood it correctly, it should give like 50 kilometers, the distance of 50 kilometers should give you like more than 100 meters of curvature. So obviously you wouldn't be able to see it if there is that curvature, but if there is not that curvature, you will still see it because your zoom is big enough. And like, I will accept it, like personally. I don't know if everyone will accept it. Yeah, that's what I meant, Exo. When you talk about miles, 7 miles, it's a moment of speculation, because some people will say, well, it's a refraction, well, it's not long, like, so you have to go somewhere like far enough so no one will question it.
I want to do you a favor real quick, and then I got to go anyway. So let me do this real quick. I tagged you in the VC live stream text, and I put a recording that I made a few weeks ago. Maybe it was a couple months ago. So we have an estimate. The first estimate to this aircraft, I put around 1 minute and 30 seconds into the video. You're going to see the C-17 fly over my head. Excuse me. And then a couple minutes later, 2 minutes and 42 seconds, you're going to see the C-17 on the runway. Literally, if you look really closely, if you have decent eyes, even though the video is grainy because it's zoomed in digitally, it's not even a good zoom. So at 2 minutes and 42 seconds, you can see the aircraft landing on a runway 7 miles away from me, which is Fort Huachuca. So that military installation is an Air Force installation. So I already know the distance to the runway. It's about 7.1 miles exactly. So we know for sure by looking at the plane landing that the distance from the distance to target, which is the C-17, which I can still see because I'm on a hill. There's another argument there. We can see that my road is curving. But I know the distance exactly because I know the exact distance of the runway. It's an extremely large runway. It looks like it's about 1.5 miles to 2 miles long. So we actually have a good idea of size and ratio with this ability. Remember, that's only at 7 miles, that gigantic plane, which is bigger than a 777, is hardly visible, even zoomed in digitally. It's not even as good as the human eye. So the human eye barely could see it as well. I had to really squint to see that 7 miles away because it's on the runway. And I waited and waited and waited because I knew it had to land. And I got lucky, and there it is. So 2 minutes and 42 seconds, you have an exact distance to target of 7 miles away. And that shows that we have a scale of understanding as far as size. So I have an exact measurement there.
Did you say that it's like, I don't know how to call it. So it's not an optical zoom. It's a zoom that your device makes.
That would be just a normal vision zoom. That is equivalent to almost as good as a human eye, 20, almost like, 20, 30. That's what it's. So it's not quite as good as the best human vision, but that's the point. So we're just pretending we're a man, ability to look as like a man around us. That's our perspective. Of course, it's also monocular. When you're looking through a single lens in any phone, it's also like you're only using one eye, of course, because when you use two eyes, you see in a completely different spectrum, right? So again, it just shows that how good God is with his monocular system. So just to give you a reference, it was just so that you could know the distance to the aircraft, because you can see at 1 minute and 30 seconds, it's very large going over my head, less than a half mile away, you see. So that just shows people that when it goes out, it's going to get a lot smaller, and not even 10 miles away. I'm not going to be able to see the aircraft, the biggest aircraft in the world.
I see
right?
your point. Yes. So probably I was...
Right, rule of thumb, right? 10 miles away, there's no way you could see an aircraft. That's why we have radar. So when they tell you, well, I saw the ISS and it's 240 miles away, they're living in that imagination. You see, that's what this does. So at least we got.
So yeah, that's what exactly why I asked you to like correct me if I was wrong. So probably I would say that we would need a telescope for that experiment, something that like not a camera that would be digitally just like try to make it look like it's bigger. You would need some optical, like very strong optical device, and probably we should check it before we're doing it. So for example, we should like do this thing, like if you're able to see that plane with a telescope, then you should be able, like this. But it's not an easy experiment to do, Six Spider, but I think that would be like, that will convince better than just the videos of the boats that you posted. Not that I'm saying like, well, it's bad or something, but like it raises more questions that it gives answers. So we actually don't know the height of the tides, we don't know the distances, we don't know your height, and so it's a lot of details.
Okay. Okay. I don't understand still how any of that is needed to explain why the boats are lower than the people. I still don't get it.
Just drop that argument. Like you will be just trying to explain or not explain, and no one would be convinced fully of that, and no one will, like everyone who would like to think that it's because it's like a globe, they will go that way, and other people will go other way. So that's not the argument that will convince anyone. So just don't spend time on it. Like try to find something solid enough so it will prove it.
Mm-hmm.
You mean something like the Black Swan, for example?
So you, no, sorry?
You've already seen it, and you're not going to say refraction, but the Black Swan, for example, shows they're rising 10 times further than it should be. So that trumps all of your people's boats sitting above boats and all that shit you're talking about.
I see. And you don't think that the Black Swan, the distortion of the lines there, you don't think that to do anything with it?
No, that's not the
What do you mean? You said you see further away in the Black Swan, and I'm asking you, is that showing you, like, obviously there's a distortion. Obviously.
Listen.
Go ahead, What World?
The Black Swan shows that even with the spherical geometry of the curvature that you believe exists, that you're claiming in your video here, even with the people on the sandbar with the boats in the background, you're saying that's you're not seeing the curvature, you're seeing the effects of curvature. Okay, the Black Swan shows that if the spherical geometry of the Earth is correct with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, that observation of the Black Swan is taken at 1 foot observer's height. That means the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Now, the platforms in that picture are only there to demarcate distance. So there could be clowns that are wavy and refracted and dancing on top of them. That's not part of the argument. The argument is the distance to horizon. So you can obfuscate and non sequitur with how things on the platform seem to be distorted, but the horizon is clear and evident. and that is 10 times farther than it should be on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Well,
So
if you decided to ignore the distortion and why it's happening,
distortion is not the argument.
And the distortion is what's causing you to see this. Then
horizon is the argument. Where's the horizon?
Where is there a picture of this in a different day?
Doesn't matter. The horizon could be closer, but as soon as you observe the horizon farther than where it should be from the geometric limitations of the Earth with a radius of 3959 miles, as soon as that horizon is farther, the curvature and the sphere is gone. Because it must be no more than that. Because refraction only deals with objects on the horizon. The horizon is not an object. The horizon is an apparent location where
because it's a straight line. Because it's a straight line, then you don't see the distortion of it. That's very simple. But you ignoring the distortion.
I'm not ignoring the distortion.
Yes, you are. You're saying it doesn't matter.
The claim, even if the claim is the horizon is distorted or there's refraction, you've given up your argument that the curvature is geometric and physical. So either way, it's a catch-22.
What?
You can't get out of it.
What?
If you claim that the horizon is refracted, then you're also claiming that the horizon is no longer geometric or physical. Your original claim was that it's geometric and physical.
I never said that. I asked you guys what the geometric horizon is because I don't know what it is. I never said that.
What you're saying in your picture is that we're seeing the effects of curvature, physical Earth curve obstruction. That is the geometric Earth.
I don't even know what that is still. I don't know what the geometric horizon is.
Okay, do you know what geometry
when you
is?
say and when you say geometry, you mean an actual physical object.
Is that not the Earth to you?
When you say globe, do you mean a physical object?
Are you
sure? I mean, but I don't see it happening. I see the result of it, and from that, I can conclude that is a drop. Yes, but I don't have a point. You're right. When I'm looking to the horizon, I'm looking at a point. I can't say, okay, the horizon starts there, or the drop starts there. I can't do that when I'm just looking at the horizon. But when I see ships and I have other reference points, I can say, oh, yes, I can see where it is now. And I can also see the result of it because boats that are beyond that point are much lower.
You're saying that the boats are being obstructed by the physical geometric Earth curve obstruction.
By the Earth. Again, the curvature
of the Earth is obstructing those boats. You're seeing
the Earth, not the curve. Like sure, the Earth, the curve. I don't know. Sure.
Yeah. Is the Earth curved or not to you?
I was going to ask that.
Why can't you speak plainly? I don't understand.
Because I'm not. Because again, you're trying to say that I'm saying that I know where that point is, and I agree with you that I don't know where the point is. I need points of reference. And when I have them in the form of boats and people, then I see it. I see the result of it right in front of me.
You're missing the point, man. The edge of your ball from one foot observer height should be 1.2 miles away. You should see it there. That's what he's trying to tell you.
I should see something. How many miles? I don't speak miles. What was that? How many?
1 foot above the water line, you can see the horizon, the physical horizon, 1.225 miles away. I'll shut up now.
Again, I don't know that it's there and I don't see it. I need something to reference. I can't just go and say, oh, it's over there when I'm looking into the ocean. I agree with you guys. I don't know where it is.
There's the video timestamped where he puts his camera on the water down at 1 foot and zooms in. The zoom changes the angular resolution limit and you can see the horizon beyond the second platform. And there are many observations like this, but it only takes one.
But you see the horizon, but why do you see the horizon? You see the horizon because it's refracted. And you can see it clearly on the oil rigs. And I don't understand why you're ignoring it. You are ignoring it. You're saying, I see further away. Oh, never mind the distortions there. It doesn't happen on the horizon. Of course it does. It happens throughout the image. It happens at every point. You're literally ignoring it. You're saying, oh, I see the horizon, but I don't give a shit about the distortion of the oil rigs. That's kind of weird.
Because it's not the horizon.
The horizon is, to you, the horizon is the Earth blocking things in the distance. Right?
Yes, and that
so
is...
if we do the spherical trigonometry, right? If we math out the globular Earth, right? No horizon should be any more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. What's the square root of 1?
What about refraction?
What is the square root of 1?
I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know.
So you're just spouting refraction.
How many ones can you times together and get 1?
I don't know.
What's 1 times 1?
I don't know.
What's 1 divided by 1?
I don't know.
You know what 1 plus 1 is?
Nope.
Why are you being so obtuse?
Because you're ignoring the refraction, and I still don't understand why.
Dude. I wouldn't worry about it, guys. We're literally talking to someone who doesn't know what 1 divided by 1 is.
Yeah,
so
that's
at this point, we might as well
it's
just
okay.
move on.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's on the.
He's clearly here just to waste time, not to learn or even open his mind to new information. He's here just to waste time and try to trick.
You explain to me. You want to explain to me again why the horizon is further away, but without the refraction? And I asked you, do you have a picture of those oil rigs on a different day? Now, I know that there is one.
You say refraction. What are the types of refraction, or do we need to teach you that too?
Teach me, please.
Well,
I only know
what type of refraction is happening there.
I feel like we should teach him what 1 divided by 1 is first. Start with the basics.
Yeah, refraction is a little bit too advanced.
I don't know. I don't know. I know that when I'm looking at that, the whole image is distorted like crazy. And I understand that because the horizon is a straight line, or from the drop, it's a straight line. So when you bringing it up, it is still a straight line. And I don't understand why you think all of a sudden that shows something.
Because the ball...
You're ignoring that.
The ball has dimensions, right? So this bulge of water that has to be between the oil rigs and the observer has to be there. And it's not at that spot, right?
Say that again?
The ball is a physical object, right? Sure. So the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? This observation is from 1 feet, and we see the horizon beyond the oil rigs.
So the square root of 1 is 1.
So
times 1.225 is 1.225. So the horizon should never be at 1 foot. If your camera or your eye is at 1 foot, the horizon on a physical Earth sphere of a radius of 3959 miles should be no more than 1.225 miles. We see the horizon at more than 9.41 miles.
Got it.
Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Do you get it now?
I understand.
Okay.
And again, so you're saying that we see the horizon further away, right, in that image? Right?
What do you see? What do you see?
I agree with you. I see the horizon further away.
Right. So the Earth is not a ball.
No, because you're ignoring that light can bend over the water. You're ignoring refraction.
So do you have any demonstrations of this, right? Light bending over a hill. Light bending over a hill. Where can we observe this?
Are you serious? You asking me?
Yes.
You think light can't bend? can't break.
So you're saying we can look around a corner, right? Look around a hill. It's a physical obstruction, right?
No.
Yes.
I never said you can look behind a corner.
Behind a hill, right? You're saying we can look behind hills now? That's what you're saying. So the oil rigs that we are seeing are holograms. The oil rigs that we are... Right. So one second. These oil rigs, right, that we are seeing and the horizon beyond them are for you holograms. They are not really there. Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said.
No.
They're not real.
Well, because that is basically what you're claiming, right? That because of the
did
light.
I say they're not real?
No.
No. Then why are you saying that? I'm saying they're not real.
Listen. What I'm saying. Listen.
Yes. Okay. Listening.
So
listening.
The Earth has a radius, right? A set radius. And at 1 foot, the horizon cannot be more than 1.225 miles. So whatever is beyond there has to be covered by a physical bulge of water, right? Yet we see the horizon further than the second oil rig. So what you are saying is that this is actually a hologram, right? Because in reality, we are looking at a bulge of water, but the light is bending over it. So what we are seeing is not actually there. Do you follow me? So when I shoot a bullet at the target, it will not go to the target.
It's not a hologram. Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
You think that
so
why is
the horizon 10 times further, right?
Because you're looking at water. And there's humidity in the air.
Yeah, water is flat and level.
It's got no. You know it's not true. So don't just say that.
Water is always flat and level in large bodies of water. Of course. Have you never seen? Where have you seen bendy water? In a pool, in a glass, in a
wave?
Bro, I'm talking about the basic physics of water, right? It's always flat and level.
So am I.
In rest. Right? I'm not talking about waves. We use water to build, right? To level stuff.
To build, to level stuff. What does that mean? We use water to build, to level stuff. What does that mean?
Water.
You ever use a construction level? You ever
hung
a picture straight?
Sorry. I didn't understand. Sorry. Stop. I didn't understand. You're talking about a level. Yes, there is water, and it's curved there. There's a bubble.
But the bubble seeks its level, right? We use it to level stuff out. The same as water, the surface of water, right? In your glass, in a pool, in your bath, in a small lake, in a big lake, in an ocean. It's always level, right? Water doesn't conform to a ball.
It's not true. You have tides. Does that make it level?
That's not what I'm alluding to, right?
Yes, you're saying that the water are level all over, including the earth, right?
I'm talking about the basic physics of water. Why are you obfuscating like this, right? So a large body of water, right, in rest on a good day, on a beautiful day with no wind, right, will be flat and level. That water, right?
Sure.
Okay. So if water is always flat and level, how can it be a ball, right? We measure, again, the horizon is 10 times further, right? It cannot be a ball because it has to be at 1.225 miles.
Again, you're ignoring light bending and refraction. You're ignoring that it actually shows you something because the light goes with the curvature of the Earth, and that's why you see beyond that.
Then concede that we are looking at a hologram now, right? Because actually,
why do you say that?
Because the ball is a physical object, right? That's you, because the ball is a physical object, right? Yes. And if you claim that the light is bending over this hill, right?
No, I said over water.
The water conforms to a ball in your model, right? So
sure.
everything beyond this obstruction that is called Earth curvature, right, will not be seen anymore. But you claim, because the light is bending over this hill, that we are seeing it, but it's actually not there, right? It's a hologram.
No, it's still there. Of course it's there. Why you think that because I said that it's not physically there? Obviously it's there.
You're not getting it, right? Does anybody has a better explanation?
Yeah, so like this is where to show you your full logical conclusion of how bad this argument is. There's
What
people
argument?
who come
I'm
in
not
here.
saying anything.
Yeah, there's people who come in here that say that with enough refraction, you should be able to see the back of your head. Can you see the back of your head with enough refraction?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay, so why would you say you can see beyond the physical curve of the Earth because of refraction?
Because it's not my head, and the angles are much smaller, and the refraction
but you look at the angle here. You're not understanding. You're seeing miles. That's like almost it works on kilometers, but it's like 20 kilometers.
What's
You're
the problem
seeing
with that?
way too far for the Earth to be a globe of the size and shape they claim. It could still be a sphere, but it has to be huge.
So you're saying that what I see is 1-to-1, right? Because I can see further away.
It's no more than.
Okay. Can you answer
you can't
why?
see further than the geometric curve of the Earth. It would be a physical block from your line of
Unless
sight.
you have refraction, and you can test that. You can check that.
Yeah, refraction is not going to save you here. There's too much distance.
I don't understand why you're saying that, while you can see clearly that the rigs are so distorted, which tells you that obviously the refraction is very high.
Well, why can you see the rig at all?
Refraction.
No, I mean, how? But the physical curve of the Earth should block your line of sight.
You know what? You know what's amazing here?
Yeah.
Is that I've seen, and I don't know if you have, I've seen a picture of those rigs in a different day, and you do not see the second rig fully. Then what does that mean?
Does that mean like the Earth is growing and shrinking day to day?
What? I'm asking you, what do you think that means? If I'll show you the picture of those oil rigs when the second one is pretty covered by half, obscured by water, what would be your explanation?
The horizon. The horizon is apparent, it's not geometric. That's what it means.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep, you just proved our point. Hi, everybody. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that was a poignant.
I proved your point.
Hello.
When in a different day you don't see the oil rig, then it's still flat.
Yeah, so in your model, unfortunately, your horizon is geometric. It cannot move. You know what I mean? There's a specific limitation to it. So if you're seeing it further away, that means you're claiming that the geometric horizon is moving further away.
No.
But on a flat Earth, it makes sense
refraction
because we're
has nothing to
saying
do.
that
The refraction is doing
Oh,
it. The
yeah.
horizon is not moving.
I
You're
heard
right.
you say
I'm
that.
not moving.
I heard you say that a lot. Which type of refraction are you talking about?
I don't know. Light bends and it's changing what we see, and we see more.
This is someone who doesn't know what 1 divided by 1 is, so don't expect too much.
Yeah, you can keep going with that silly thing that
Did
you
you
just
say
said.
that or not?
You guys,
that was your answer, though.
You're right.
So-
You're right. That was
yeah,
my
yeah.
answer.
Was that obtuse?
Was that what?
Was
I
it
don't know that word.
obtuse?
I'm not. I don't know.
You don't know what
His
obtuse
first language
means.
is not English. I don't think he understands.
Okay.
obtuse.
You mean
It's
like
fairly
spice?
Obtuse basically means acting thick when you're not really
No,
thick.
no, obtuse. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes, I do know that word, and I guess for those number 1 questions, then yes, I was.
Okay.
See, the issue here is if you keep playing stupid, people will start to actually think you're stupid.
Okay, good tip.
That was rude.
Yeah,
Hey,
like you can stop trying to convince me because you've convinced me. You're not too bright.
Myself?
Okay, it's 5 o'clock. It's ladies' night. Go, Lulu.
Yeah.
My clock shows 4:59. You still got a minute. 4:59.
Yes, I'll be quiet.
I think Spada Hold up. I do believe that Spada is intelligent. I just don't think he's open-minded. That's what I think's going on here. Or not willing to just listen and hear what other people have to say. That's what I think's going on here.
I have to say that I'm listening, but in the case of the oil rigs, when you guys say you see further away, and I'm saying you see further away in specific conditions, it's not always. So,
but it should never occur. That's the problem. It should never be visible beyond a curve. Like if I put a pile of sand, a sand dune, in the way of the camera, you're never going to refract over the sand dune and see the oil rig. So why should it be different with water? The water
here, so
bending.
Sure. So, a few things. First, don't. I agree. If you obscuring something in a lot or by a lot, of course you won't see it. Of course, I'm not saying.
Well, let's say the sand dune is 1 foot above the camera. Would you ever see what's on the other side of the sand dune? You wouldn't.
Yes,
it doesn't.
You can. Yes, you can.
No, you can't. And you
yes,
know you
can. You can because we can demonstrate that with gas butan. You know butan gas. You know what that is?
Butane gas.
Butane gas. You know what that is? It's a very cold gas, and you can do a very small observation, or you might call it experiment. It's not really an experiment, but whatever. Anyway, take a butan gas tank or pour butan on something that obscures something, and you all of a sudden could see things that are behind that, because the refraction in the way that the light breaks when you're pouring that cold liquid on what's obscuring you or your vision, you start to see things from behind it. You actually start to see. Yeah, sure.
I'd like to see an actual experiment to prove this. So if you say you put your camera in a fish tank and you fill it with butane, and I put an obstruction in front of the camera, it will look over and see what's behind it.
No, it's not what I said at all. I said if you pour the butane gas, if you pour that liquid on the thing that is actually obscuring. So if let's say you have a glass or something in front of you. I'm not talking in front of you, by the way, a meter. I'm talking like 3 meters away from you, right? 3 meters away from you. Put a camera or by your eye with your eyes, and you pour that butane gas. It's better to be metal. You know that object will be metal, and you pour that on that object. You could see things from behind it. In the edges.
Yeah, I know which.
So what I'm saying is, So what I'm saying is that it is possible, and from that we can learn that light can bend and can go on the surface of the water. We see that, and that's what we see in the oil rigs.
Yeah, no. Yeah. What's the gas that the atmosphere is made of?
Well, not butane. What I'm saying is, if you have enough.
Okay, so then it's irrelevant.
If you have enough humidity. Yes, it is.
It's irrelevant.
Demonstrate. Right. I'm not with open mind. I got it.
So I'm just saying your experiment. Sorry. Go ahead.
My experiment demonstrates that light can bend, and that there is an actual.
Know that. You're not telling us anything, dude.
It's okay. So why do you? So how do? So you okay? So you agree that light can bend, and you still disagree.
Nobody disputes that.
But you're ignoring it in the oil rigs.
Butane gas, right? Butane gas, bro. You're just. That's a false equivalent. Yeah. That's not the same as the Atmos. No,
it demonstrates that it's possible, and it is.
You're taking something else, bro. You're taking something else, and then look with butane it does this, so it must do this also on the Earth. But that's not the same, right? You're just using something with butane gas. So it's ridiculous.
I still don't think it would work. I still don't think it would work.
Yeah, I know
that
with the red and the yellow clay, right? With the red and the yellow clay, he pours the butane over the cylinder. I've seen it, right? But it doesn't prove anything. Yeah. It proves that butane gas does something, right?
No,
that's what it proves.
That you have. No, it proves that there is refraction.
No. Let me just. Sorry, I keep interrupting you guys. I know, but
yeah, go ahead. It's ladies' night. It's ladies' night.
Yeah. So the one thing that sorry, what was his name? Spider. If you when you look at that experiment, try to look at where the supposed horizon would be in that experiment. It still isn't behind those objects that are being refracted. So you still missed the point. The point of this black swan that they've probably showed you is that the horizon is behind the supposed refracted object, which is impossible. You still don't know what refraction you're trying to say it is. You have no clue. You're just saying it is. You bring up experiments that are irrelevant, and it still proves our point, and that's what we're trying to make you see. Do you get that?
You do not see. So you're saying that the oil rigs are not distorted. Is that what you're saying? You're saying there is no refraction in that image?
Did I say that? Did I say that at all?
Do you say there is no? No.
Did I say that at all?
No.
Did I say that at all? Okay. Okay. So don't put words into my mouth. What I'm saying is the experiment you brought up still shows the supposed horizon in front of the object that's being refracted. The black swan shows that the horizon is behind the oil rigs. The oil rigs have nothing to do with the black swan, dude. It's about the horizon, which you fail to understand.
What you fail to understand is that distortion happens throughout the image. You're telling me, wait.
I don't care about the oil rigs. I don't care about the oil rigs. Tell me where the horizon is in that picture.
Yes, it's behind the second rig.
Okay, it should not be behind the second rig. Do you get that?
Actually, the funny thing is that the horizon, if you go up in elevation, it would be behind the second rig.
But it's not. It's at 1 foot observer height. It should be at 1.22 miles. That's it. It cannot be further than that. Yes, if you go up in elevation, if you're at 6 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet, it should be behind the oil rig. Okay, but it's at 1 foot observer height.
Can I ask you some? Can I ask one question about this image? Is there refraction in this image?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Can the horizon be refracted?
You're welcome. Whatever. I don't know what point you're trying to make, but
the horizon is also
high level
of course, but because it's a straight line, you don't know.
The horizon cannot be
refracted. God
damn, it can't be. If the horizon is what it is, it can't be refracted.
I understand. Okay, thank you. In a different image where we do not see the horizon, how is that possible? Why we have an image of that?
Where show me an image where you don't see the horizon. Go ahead.
Like fog?
It's not what I said. I said in this image of the oil rigs. I said there's
we see the horizon.
I said I mean obviously I mean not to see it behind the second rig. No, come on.
We see it behind the second rig. See, the horizon is a maximum distance. Maximum. There can be minimums down to just about 0 depending on the conditions. So the horizon and the calculations to it are maximums. But the problem is, because of the fixed distance of the oil rigs, we know that the horizon is way farther than the maximum calculated for an Earth of a radius that standard cosmology gives us. This is impossible unless two different things. Either A, the Earth is much larger than we're told, in which case you have issues with gravity to work out, or B, it's flat. No other choices. You can't refract out of this. It's the end of the internet.
I didn't understand any of that. Let me ask you something again. Sorry. If I'm looking at an image, I'm often looking at the same image on a different day, and the horizon looks like it's in front of the second rig, what does it tell you?
Show us an image where the horizon will ever be in front of any of those oil rigs. The horizon. Not just limit of vision, but horizon.
I've already answered that, though. I've already answered him. Even if there is an image that shows that, it shows that the horizon is apparent. It moves back and forth depending on the atmospheric condition. It is not geometric like your globe says it is.
And if it's not geometric, which it isn't, it never is in anybody's quote-unquote model, then how can anybody say it proves something about things going over a non-geometric barrier? It's nonsense.
Okay, so the girl who spoke just before, you said that the horizon moves with atmospheric condition. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
As a maximum. We said that too. Maximum.
Amazing. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that happens only on a flat plane. That the atmosphere changes how further will we see the horizon?
Nobody said it only happens in a flat plane. All we're saying is that if the Earth is a ball, then you should not see the oil rigs because of their distance. And the horizon is even farther than that. It disproves the ball. It does not prove what else shape the Earth is. It disproves that it's a ball. We're not trying to prove the Earth flat. We're just saying it isn't a ball.
Okay. Like you're still so you admit that there's distortion in the image. You admit that conditions move the horizon further away or closer, right?
Do you understand what maximum means?
But then when I understand what maximum means.
No.
Okay, conditions can't push it beyond maximum. They can't.
Then you need to talk to your friend here, and you need to decide. Okay. So
no, we're not contradicting.
Does atmospheric condition change the horizon?
It can make it nearer, but not farther than the maximum. The oil rigs are beyond the maximum. In ideal conditions, it's the farthest you can see, right? The horizon can't go any farther in ideal conditions. Okay? Since they're beyond the oil rigs, which should be behind the curve, physical obstruction, and they're not, then either your Earth diameter is way too small, or it's not a ball.
Amazing.
Let me ask you this. Maybe we misunderstand you. Do you think the horizon is physical or is it apparent?
Physical or apparent? I would say I'm talking to myself. I would say it's apparent.
Okay. So on a globe, you have to have a physical horizon. Your horizon on this globe that they tell you cannot be just apparent. It has to be physical. Because
I accept that and I correct myself.
You correct yourself as in?
I said I accept that. And let's say that now the horizon is physical. If by physical, did you mean a distance away from me?
It is a physical location where the ball starts to curve
away.
Like there is a physical horizon. Or is it apparent?
You probably didn't. I don't know if you were here in the beginning, but I said, you know what? I don't know.
I wasn't here in the beginning, so I'm asking you right now.
Yeah. So what I said in the beginning is that I don't see a drop. I see a result of a drop. Like I do not see the Earth curves down. No, I don't see that. But I see the result of it.
Explain how you can see the result of something that you can't see.
That's exactly what I just posted in the chat, by the way.
Yeah.
Stop trying to disprove the curve and explain why we see so far. Because this has been going on for 3 hours. I don't know why I'm still here. This conversation, it's crazy.
Fun. It's fun. You guys gonna?
So, are you telling me you've been having a conversation about the black swan, about the horizon for 3 hours, and you still don't get it?
Exactly. He does.
Nope.
Yeah.
We started with some videos that Flatters had.
Dude, admit it. The conversation been going for 3 hours. The same damn thing. Come on, admit it.
Listen. It's all good, man. Like everybody takes their time, and you know, in this journey. But like, you have to at least be a little bit honest. You can't be going back and forth about what your beliefs are. One second it's apparent, the next is physical, the next you don't know. Like if you're not sure, just say, you know what, I don't know. I'm gonna go look into it. It's not.
I said that, and I said, and at first, the second you said there's like a distance, and I said, oh, you know what? I correct myself. If you're talking about distance from me to what, to the start of a drop, sure. But the other thing I said is that I cannot see it by eye, telling you it's that point that I'm pointing at.
Yeah, but they're telling you it is that point. They're giving you a specific number. They're telling us it is there, right there, over there at 1.22 miles. So if we see further than 1.22 miles, then obviously it is not there at 1.22 miles, right?
If you ignore
there's no
refraction.
If. There is no. I'm not ignoring it. I asked you what refraction. You don't know. You're just saying stuff. You don't even know. So if you want to tell me specifics about what type of refraction you're talking about, then we can sit down and talk. But if you don't even know, you're just saying.
Are there? What type of? Are you talking about? Like
you tell me. You're the one.
Yeah,
you're the one. You're the one invoking refraction. You tell me. Educate me at what type of refraction causes the horizon to be 10 times further away.
I know that refraction means breaking of light. That light
How
bends,
many
right?
types? How many types? Name the types of refraction. You said that you knew what they are. You're going to tell us what the different types of refraction are.
Never said I know what they are.
So you don't know.
Don't invoke it then. If you don't know it, don't invoke it. Just
you're
say
ignoring
you don't know.
No,
I'm not ignoring it.
You're ignoring the distortion. You're ignoring
we're not.
I say the reason.
I actually told you there is a distortion of the oil rigs. Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, but I did not ignore it. I acknowledge there is distortion of the oil rigs, but I also told you this specific argument has nothing to do with the oil rigs. The oil rigs are just there to show you how far that specific for distance measurement. Basically, it has nothing to do with the oil rigs. It's about the horizon. And things usually get refracted over the horizon. The horizon itself doesn't get refracted. So unless you can tell me what type of refraction refracts the horizon, then we don't need to talk about anything. And you keep saying I'm ignoring it. You don't even know what I'm ignoring.
So you're saying
refraction is being ignored.
So you're saying that the upper, so the upper image or the upper part of the
you're not answering
is just a second. I'm saying
no. You're trying to red herring. Answer our question. How many types of refraction are there?
I don't know. So the other part, the upper part of the oil rigs is distorted, and you're saying that the lower part isn't.
No, we didn't
I
say
don't
that.
care about the oil rigs. Why do you keep bringing up the oil rigs, bro? Nobody cares about the oil rigs here. The
Because I'm not talking about the oil rigs. I'm talking about the position in the image. So you're saying the upper part of the image is distorted, right? But the lower part isn't. Is that correct?
But he said
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to you because you're still talking about the oil rigs.
Yeah, we don't want to hear about oil rigs anymore.
I won't say. Perfect.
We want you.
I won't say that. I won't say that. So there's an
We want you to
in the
tell
image.
us.
The upper part of the image is distorted. Now you're
don't
saying
care.
the lower part isn't.
Dude, we want you to tell us how many types of refraction there are.
I don't understand. You asked me 3 times and I answered.
You have not answered.
No.
All right, so since you don't know, then how can you invoke it? How can you? I don't care about the distortion in the oil rigs. How can you tell us that refraction is causing something when you don't even know what type of refraction it is?
Does refraction causes stuff to distort?
You gotta
tell me which type. Which type causes that? Let's talk about the oil rigs. Which type of refraction is causing the oil rigs to be distorted like that? Please tell me.
I don't know.
Then why are you talking about it?
About what? About the distortion? Because it's there.
Oh my gosh. Dude,
you know what? I'm sorry. Then I'm sorry.
I haven't been on here for like a week, and this is like gold right now. I'm feeling it. I'm getting my mojo back. I like it.
Are you recording so you could make fun of that later?
Oh, I never really go back to listen to the recordings, bro. So
okay.
Somebody else might be.
They're saying in the chat there's someone named SQD Bierman is new to the topic, and we should move on.
Yeah, please. Like I said, this has been going on for so damn long, and I'm trying to learn here. I'm new to this. I'm the one that recently decided, listen, I do not believe that I live in a ball spinning through spinning through space at 1.3 million miles per hour. I don't believe that. And I'm not saying that the Earth is flat, but I'm just saying that I don't believe in the ball round Earth going through space at these ridiculous speeds. And I'm just trying to learn here, but for the past 3 hours, it's been the same thing. And it's like, come on, I want to learn something new, please, guys. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, sure. We can let Spider, take a break, go drink some water, whatever. Do a little bit of research about the refraction, and we can get back to him later. Go ahead, ask your questions, I guess.
Oh no! So I just want to listen what you guys got to say. I had my say 5 hours ago. I've been here for a long time already. I'm just saying, like, I want other guys to ask questions and stuff. But yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, let's see who's here.
Like, maybe discuss. I want to hear his point of view, for instance, of why we see so far. Then, but we just keep on saying the same thing. Okay, I see the curve. Okay, you don't see the curve. I see the curve. You see the curve. I see the curve. You don't see the curve. It's like, okay, then why do we see the boat or the ship 60 kilometers away? Like, why do we see it then? I want to know his point of view that way, because we disproving him the whole time. He's disagreeing with it.
He's giving us refraction, so he's trying, but it's just not working out.
Yeah. So I had a question earlier on. Maybe you can answer this one for me. So yeah, by the way, I'm from Cape Town, South Africa. So I'm gonna mix my answer around. I got a few US friends, on Discord, so I'm used to mixing it around. So I sometimes flop it around. But anyways, my question is, why do, when they go to Antarctica, they always go to the south of South America? I've only seen it once where it's been brought up, where they go, if you look at the flat Earth map, to the right hand side of the map, that they've landed there. Why don't they go to other places? Because Antarctica is all the way around. Why don't we hear of reference to another place of Antarctica? I'm not trying to disprove it. I'm just asking why. Or do you have any more articles or something where they go to a different place of Antarctica?
Can you clarify? You're saying nobody ever goes to much of Antarctica except off the southernmost point of South America?
Yeah, so this is my research. I'm still new into this. I don't believe I live on a ball, and I'm trying to figure out where I live, and this is what I'm trying to get at. It's like, when I'm trying to find out, okay, Antarctica, what is Antarctica? My research is always, I understand flat Earth's been covered up like so badly now by Google and governments and stuff. So it's very difficult to find information. So I just want to know, like, out of all my searching, I only see them landing at the bottom of South America. But I found one article where someone mentions that they went, if I look at the flat Earth map, on the right hand side of the map. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, I think just looking at it, if that's the case, which I haven't researched how many places they've gone from main land masses to Antarctica from, but that's the closest, the shortest distance. So it makes sense from that perspective that you would take, from the farthest, these closest civilized landmass to Antarctica to make the shortest trip over the ocean. That's all I could say off the top of my head. But I don't know if people have gone from like Australia or the southern tip of Africa. I like I said, I haven't researched that, so I don't know.
Yeah, so that's where my thing is. The whole thing is, I understand the treaty in that, and if you look at the size of it, I think it's 60,000 miles, if I'm not mistaken, the circumference of Antarctica. It's going to be very difficult to, I would say, cut that border off, with the treaty. So why haven't they tried on a different route?
Well, that isn't really, we don't claim a model, so that's just one possible scenario. So it really wouldn't prove anything either way. We don't say that the AE map is necessarily the way things really are.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that answers my question, because I also say, like, the map is, I would say, 70% accurate. I'm happy with that. It's just, I don't want to. I just want to hear that you guys also say, okay, that map is not 100% proof, but it's more or less accurate. But after, like I said in the beginning,
more accurate than the Mercator. Accurate than the Mercator map, the Peterson's projection map, or the Robinson's map.
Yeah,
it's more accurate than that. Right.
Oh yeah, you've been here since I started, or since I got here. Oh, well done. How's it, man?
That's right.
So,
yeah.
So let me just explain to the ladies here as well. Like, I'm also very new to this, and I am no longer a globe believer. And I'm not going to say I'm a flat earther, or I know the Earth is flat. I'm going to say I believe the Earth is flat until I've proved it myself. So I'm in the market for a nice camera to prove it for myself, to say that I believe, that I know that the Earth is flat. But at the moment, I just believe it's flat. So that's my position.
Yeah. You don't actually need the camera to prove it, though.
Can I ask a question?
Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
You talked about maps. Is there a flat Earth map?
So that was my exact question now, and that's what they're saying, that it's not 100% accurate. So yeah, that's as far as I also understand.
Is there a 100% accurate map, flat Earth, that we can actually navigate with?
There is no
100% accurate map. But if you look, so if you look at the azimuthal equidistant map, that's a pretty good map.
Is it accurate? Can I navigate with it?
You can navigate
Gleason's
with
map,
it,
apparently, yes.
But
we really know is east, west, north, south. Yeah. I mean, if you go east a certain number of distance from a starting point, that number of distance, I don't know why I said that, but anyway, certain distance, number of miles or kilometers or whatever from a point, and you always, everyone who goes that distance from that point going east arrives at a certain destination, the same destination every time. We at least know that if we go east this far, we'll get to this certain point. And, basically anything you would know from any other, like a street map or anything else, on how people navigate the oceans, you can use the stars or the sun. All we know is our 4 cardinal directions and distances and times. What actual shape that is a question, none of us can answer until we get, if it were possible, to get far enough away from the surface to see the whole thing.
Fair enough.
So how come? Can I ask another question? How come I don't understand how navigation. Let's say there's a pilot in Australia, right? And if you look at the common, let's say common flat Earth projection, Australia is really stretched. So that pilot in Australia, does he use, like, what maps is he using? Because it is accurate. He's leaving one airport and go to another airport, and they're exactly where they say it is relations to him. So what map, what data is he using to see that?
The same maps anybody else would use. They're all flat, north, south, east, west maps and straight lines.
So you're saying a flat, because map is a flat, then we're all using the same map? I just told you, for example, if you look at the flat Earth projection, Australia is stretched.
Yeah, I know.
And now so he's not using that. So he's using, let's say, a different map. He's not using the flat Earth projection, right? Or
yeah, I mean, he's using, for navigation, like whether it's on the ocean or the sky, they can use, normally they'll use GPS, which is ground positioning system. Yes, there are buoy marker, in the ocean having antennas on them, and so they don't have to be on land. But suddenly we had an echo. Anyway, the thing is, they know that if they go a certain distance in a certain angle, they're going to arrive at a certain place. And it says nothing about the shape of the Earth. All they know, any pilot's instructions that I've seen say, is that they think of the land, the surface, whether it's land or ocean, as flat. And they just go directions and distances.
And what does it say about their navigation system, about the maps that they use?
They're all flat. They're all flat maps.
Yes, yeah, I understand. So you're saying a map is flat because it's a map,
works.
And
the maps they're using are not related to a spherical ball Earth. That's exactly what I'm trying to say to you. So whatever navigation that has ever happened on this Earth before we were born, and when maps were always made in relation to the topography, which is level, plain. It was never calculated and used as a spherical map, for a spherical ball. Those maps don't.
And what happens? Can you take, let's say, you take that flat map of Russia and Australia, and you're trying to put them together, kind of in relation. Those two flat maps. Can you do that if you're trying to put that on a sphere?
Yeah,
why would we want to do that?
Mm-hmm. The tricky thing that they've done is they took flat Earth, projected onto a sphere, and then took that and then projected it back flat again. So they took flat, made it a sphere, and then took the sphere and made it flat. So
one second point of order, illegal. And Jen, I want to remind you guys it's ladies' night. Let the ladies ask and answer questions. Thank you.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Oh, I did not know that. Sorry. Yeah, ladies' night. Woot woot.
Or making maps, we can get more accurate maps.
Jen, did you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, okay, I can hear you now. But,
thank you. Please let the ladies ask and answer questions.
Oh, sorry. Is it ladies? Oh, bloody, I forgot. Sorry, the ladies.
It's all good, Jen.
I should step right
say it 5 more times, maybe it'll stick.
Sorry, ladies.
Did you assume my gender, bro? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'll go on mute. I'm on mute.
Thank you.
If I were to try to what I hear him saying is, can I use this AE map to navigate? Nobody would do that. All the maps people use to navigate are sections. If you're going, say, across the ocean, and because if you're on land, you're going to use a regular street map. But if you're going across the ocean, you're going to navigate by GPS, sun, moon, stars, and go a certain distance. And from experience that you need X amount of fuel, and it's going to take a certain amount of time. And you really don't go by a whole Earth map of any sort. I don't know if that answers the question, but Asking us if we use an AE map to navigate. I mean, nobody would use a whole Earth map to navigate anyway.
Why do you say that? I'm in my car. I can open Google Maps, zoom out, and I'll still see a sphere, and it's still accurate to my position.
That's just their projections. I mean, it doesn't just because you can zoom out on Google Maps and see a sphere. I mean, they programmed it to do that.
But it's accurate. I can go.
No, but I can do that on a square.
No, the sphere part is not accurate.
No. I can do that on a square.
It's not accurate.
Hold on. When you zoom, hold on, Spider. When you're using your GPS, you don't go zoom out and use the whole sphere to navigate.
I did not say I'm using
like
GPS.
she said. Hold on. Yeah, but what you're talking about is navigation. You actually zoom in, and it will give you specific. Sectionally, it will give you specific distances. It doesn't give you your distance based on the sphere. It is just a computerized model that they use, and you're actually going to use that as your proof that it is a globe, like a computerized image.
I mean, I could take, if I had the time to code something that would take a flat map and zoom out to, I don't know, a dodecahedron. How's that? It doesn't prove anything just because I can make a smooth transition. It's just like morphing software. You can take any face or shape and morph it into anything else, and it looks smooth and seamless. I mean, it's how they do a lot of that CGI in Hollywood, where they'll turn some person into a monster or whatever. Transitions like that don't prove anything.
Right. I didn't talk about transition. Let's say this thing. I'm looking at Google Maps, right, and Google Earth, and I'm checking the distance between, let's say, I don't know, fucking Ontario, I don't know, Toronto to, I don't know, San Paulo something, Mexico, I have no idea, right? Now, it gives me a distance, right? A specific distance. Then I take my car and I drive that, and I come to the same distance. What does that mean? That means that the map from the globe is not accurate, or it is accurate?
It means the globe shape has nothing to do with it. Sorry, go ahead.
I just say
I was going to say exactly that. Hold on, dude. You're assuming just because you pulled up a CGI globe model and they placed a map on it, and they're telling you it's this distance, that you assume it's accurate, therefore it has to be a globe. That's illogical, dude. I can tell you right now from here to my school, it's 1 mile. Hold up, it's 1 mile away, right? From here to the school, it was 1 mile away. Does that and if I put that 1 mile into a globe, does that mean this specific 1 mile that I'm on is a globe? No, they just placed the distances on a globe model, like on a globe CGI model.
Yeah.
Do you get that?
I understand. And let's say you're not talking.
Oh, hold on. Let her finish.
Oh, did you guys hear me? Sorry, did I robot?
No, we can hear you.
Hello? Oh, cool. Yeah, and I just wanted to add too, it just means that someone measured from point A to point B. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden it's gonna create some shape magically just because point A and point B were measured, you know?
If people measure stuff on the ground first, and then they make maps, and then they can, like I said, morph it into any shape they want.
Maps. Yeah, that's how you make maps. Yeah.
And it had nothing to do with it being a globe. It doesn't mean a globe is accurate.
How come you take those maps, and when you put them on a globe, they fit perfectly?
I could put them on a square. I could put them on a soccer ball.
I have a question for Spider.
Yeah, you're missing the point. You're missing the point, man.
So you're saying that the map makers, cartographers, they measure on the ground, right? I agree. They measure on the ground, and then they build the map. And now
it's flat.
And it's flat. And now, well, depends on the distance that they make, right?
No, it doesn't.
Now let's take 15 million of those maps and put them together and put them flat on a table. Will it sit correctly?
Hold on, I have a question. Did
if you put them on a globe, will they sit correctly?
They won't fit on a globe. I can guarantee you that. They've tried. It can't be done. That's why they have all these funny shaped mats.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to pull up something that they actually use. It's the square one where they have all the continents like on one page. Have you ever seen those?
Sorry,
where it's like the sections are equidistant. Hold on, I need to pull it up so that you can see it.
Okay. While you get that, I got a question for Spider then. Spider, so I was on the golf course about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It might be a little bit longer. I got the video on my phone. The sun was out and the moon was just over Table Mountain, but it was crescent, or it had like, missing moon. It was like a half a moon or 3/4 moon. How was that possible on a spherical Earth if apparently the Earth is making a shadow on the moon? I want to know how is that possible.
Say that again.
So I was on the golf course. I was playing golf. I got the video on my phone. I can upload it as well. And actually upload it to Google Drive. I shared it with someone else. So the sun is out and I was busy playing golf in the daytime. Yeah. And a few kilometers the other direction, just above Table Mountain, the moon was visible. But the moon was only like 3/4 moon. Okay.
Yeah.
So how's that possible if the Earth is supposed to be putting the shadow on the moon?
And you think that every time is the shadow of the Earth on the moon? You think every time that the moon is a bit obscured or there's a shadow?
That's how I understand it. That's how I've been taught.
Then that's incorrect, person. That's incorrect.
Let me. Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you that.
Yeah, actually, Spider is correct on this one.
Okay, so this is just a question. It's a legitimate question.
No. So you're talking about the faces of the moon, and they don't claim that's being shadowed by that is not the shadow of the moon. It's just the faces of the moon.
Why did they
it's not the shadow of the Earth on the moon. Sorry, it's the eclipses. You're confusing them with the eclipses.
No, but now I watch a lot of modern day debate, and they always debate that is the Earth's shadow.
Then
no.
I mean, obviously we agree that it's not the Earth's shadow.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I agree with Spider on this one because he has his own reasons why he thinks it's that, but it's not that they don't claim it's the Earth's shadow. I don't know who's arguing that the moon phases are the Earth's shadows. Only the lunar eclipses are the Earth's shadows, supposedly. But even then, I don't agree. Obviously, it's not the Earth's shadow, but we have to present the proper
okay, sure. So what is the globe reason? Because I've only learned now the flat Earth reason. What is the globe reason? Because I've always thought it was the Earth's shadow. To be honest, I was brought up that way.
We can have Spider explain that.
Yeah, I would love to learn it. I love to learn both ways.
Spider, what's the causes of the moon phases?
It's very simple. It's the shadow of the moon on itself.
Huh?
Sorry. Can you explain that again?
It's the shadow of the moon on itself.
Okay, no. No, okay.
I've never heard it again explained that way. That's very interesting.
Wow. Okay, no.
Seriously? You want me to explain how a sphere casts a shadow on itself?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please explain that. How can I cast a shadow on myself?
If you never done that, that's quite weird.
No, but then you notice sphere moon. It's the moon is spherical. Okay, firstly, is the moon fucking a sphere then, or is it like a zigzag?
It's like, I mean, listen, we're all here to teach and learn to each other. So I've never heard it being explained this way. From what I know, there's a different reason why the moon has phases. So if you can explain that, how something casts a shadow on itself, that would be awesome. I've never seen it done, so that I'm curious.
Yeah, same. Yeah.
So you never seen a ball casting shadow on itself where only
Never.
half of it is lit. You never played soccer, tennis.
Maybe it's the English. Maybe it's the English. Maybe like there's a misunderstanding of how you're explaining it. But I've never seen a shadow being casted on the ball itself where the ball itself is casting the shadow.
Yeah, I've also never seen that.
Do you know how shadows work?
So the half side of the sphere that is in darkness, what does that mean? If it's in darkness, what is that?
Where's the light coming from? If it makes its own shadow, where's the light coming from?
Yeah, how's the moon lit
opposite
then?
side of the shadow?
Where is the light coming from?
From the opposite side of the shadow.
I think I can illuminate the situation.
There's a straight line. There's a straight line.
No pun intended here.
No, see, what you're saying is that there must be some light source, right? The thing isn't casting its own shadow. It's just blocking the light from something else, right?
I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to put you in this corner. It's a legitimate question. I'm trying to learn as well.
You know, if you don't mind, I could explain it.
No, hold on. I want to hear his explanation.
What was the last
question?
Well, his will be the same as mine, I believe.
Okay, cool.
I think I can just explain it a little better.
Let him finish.
What
first,
was the
and then
last
we can
question
get to
with
you.
that girl? I didn't hear it. The other girl.
Yeah, if somebody
Mine
wants
or
to
level
explain
up? Level up, I think.
Again, what I'm asking is when you say something makes its own shadow, that's impossible. You have to have an external light source, and something is blocking the light, and then there's a shadow behind it, right? We wouldn't say it makes its own shadow.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, I'm saying right, like I'm acknowledging what you said. I don't agree with it.
No,
Stick, do you mind if I explain this really quick? Because I think it might
Very
be
simple.
just that you're not using the right
Let him
Very simple.
explain his own stuff, bro. You'll get
Very
your
simple.
chance. I
There's-
will give you your chance. Trust me.
There's a light comes
go
from a star. It's called the sun. That light comes to the moon. The part that are in darkness are the shadow of the moon on itself.
Not on
sun
itself.
No, with the sun outside right next to it. I'm sorry, no, that doesn't make sense.
That-
Because I see
That's
a
not how shadows work.
No, but I've got a
hold
video
on.
of
Do you
it.
know what a shadow is? Do you know what a shadow is?
You never see a full moon fully, because when you see a full moon, we see one side of it. The other side is in darkness.
Yeah, that's
Why?
not a shadow.
Why is it in
That's not
darkness?
a
Because
shadow.
So how do you want to? You want me to say instead of shadow, I say darkness? Is that what you want?
Well, I
Then the
want
moon-
you to use the proper words for it. A shadow clearly has its own definition. Something cannot
Yes,
cast
shadow.
its own shadow on itself.
What do you mean? You never put a hand in front of you to block the sun? You never put a shadow?
Yeah, but my hand is not being shadowed upon itself. That doesn't
That's
make sense, bro.
Take a ball, take a football, put it out in a sunny
We've
day.
been over this.
Okay,
Then what is
maybe, yeah.
Look, I think he's just not using the right language. I
please
think I can
explain-
explain it pretty well if you would allow me.
Explain
No,
what is
but
this darkness.
Hold on. Listen, Spider. I don't mind you not being able to explain it, but you have to be intellectually honest and say, I don't know, or you don't know the definition, the proper English definition of it. Don't just stick to something like a freaking zealot when you don't understand it. This is so ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, femboy, go for it, bro.
Now, when you have a light source, let's just say you have a lamp in your room and you're standing at a fixed point in that room, all right? You have someone else walking around with the big beach ball and they're moving it around. It's going to appear different parts of that moon or that beach ball are going to be illuminated. So the lights that's reflected off is going to be that which is in line of sight of the light source. So the parts that are not being in line of sight of the light source, the ones that are blocked due to the angle between the beach ball and the lamp, they're going to appear dark. So there's not any light that's bouncing off of it that's being sent to Earth. That's
You
why
said
they appear
blocked.
dark.
Okay,
You said the
okay,
light is
fanboy.
blocked.
Is that a shadow?
So
Is that a
if it's
shadow?
blocked, what is causing it? It's a shadow.
Hold
because
on,
it's
Spider.
blocked.
Spider, hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Fanboy, is that a shadow being casted on itself?
If you have a light and you put it on your face, is the back of your head illuminated? Now, if someone looks at the back of your head, they might think that there's.
Is that dark part of my head being shadowed on my head?
It is a shadow, but it's not being created by something else. It's just the angle at which the light is being projected and how you're viewing it.
Yeah, it's a shadow, but what's creating that? What's blocking the sun?
Okay.
How am I putting a shadow onto myself? How do I get?
Angle.
Maybe I need to take English 101 again. I don't know, guys.
No.
But from what I know, a shadow, you cannot cast something on itself. You need the light source, and you have the shadow behind of the object behind whatever it's going to be casted on. You cannot cast a shadow onto yourself.
See, in the scenario, if you're shining a light bulb at my head, and behind me, the shadow where my head is blocking light is on the wall. My head,
yes, but also the back of your head is not illuminated,
but not casting it on itself.
The back of your head is
not being illuminated. Not being illuminated is not a shadow. Do you guys know? I'm going to pull up the definition of shadow.
We can get into the semantics if we want, but it's
not about semantics, dude. No, this is not semantics. You're saying that the moon has faces because the shadow is being casted upon itself. What shadow is being casted upon itself?
It is
exactly. You said that, and now you're defending the claim.
There is one thing that you guys are missing.
Maybe I can explain it in a different way because I think I might not
you've
have
explained
clarified.
well enough. Let me put.
We understand.
Well, I must not have explained well enough because it hasn't been conveyed.
Let's see. If you have, I'll say it again. You put a ball. You have a light on it. The shadow is not being cast on the ball. The ball is casting a shadow on a wall behind it. It doesn't cast a shadow on itself. It simply has an unlit half. That is not a shadow. That is not casting a shadow on itself. That's not how you define that.
What if there is only one light source? What if there is only one light source? Why
I
is
was
the back of
talking
your head
about
dark?
One light source. That's the example I just
haven't talked
used.
about it, but the moon is only one light source, either the sun.
I've only been talking about one light source the whole time.
If you're talking about only one light source, and you're saying that the back of your head is in darkness, that means that something is casting shadow, something is blocking the light to arrive there.
And it's the moon. It's the other side of the moon which is blocking the light.
Well, see, you guys, you don't listen to a complete answer. Is why you keep going around in circles, because you cut us off every time we try to explain it. And then you go back to the same thing again. What we're saying is, so you put a ball in the middle of the room and you shine one light source on it. Yep. There will be a shadow on the far wall behind that. Okay? But the dark side of that ball, is not casting a shadow on itself.
No, it's being casted shadow by itself.
A shadow is just something that's blocking, that's a result of blocked light.
I give up.
Yes, hold on. It is a result of blocked light. However, that blocked light is not being casted upon itself. Do you understand the difference? You're saying that when you shine a light on a ball, the dark part of that ball is the shadow casted on itself. How can the ball cast the shadow on itself? It doesn't.
It's not casting a shadow on itself. What it's doing is just not being illuminated. And,
we understand.
He didn't say it's not being illuminated. You could just... No, he didn't.
The other guy doesn't understand it. That's the problem. But all of this came from wondering about moon phases. And we just asked about what's causing moon phases, and we got into this thing where we can't even define what a shadow is. That's why we don't make progress.
If you would like, you can look up the definition of shadow, and
we know that already. We don't think you guys understand.
And I posted
Okay,
the
well, can you
definition
tell
in the
us what
chat.
the definition is? Well, let's for the benefit of the listeners, would you mind telling us?
We explained it. I don't know how many
The
ways.
dark figure cast upon a surface by a body intercepting the rays from a source of light. That's the definition of a shadow.
So I would go as far as to say that the front of in your example, in your room with the light, and you're facing the light, and the front of your face is illuminated, the back of your head is in shadow, but the actual shadow that is being cast by your silhouette against the wall behind you, that is a shadow.
Yes,
the back of your
in
head
space you wouldn't
being in
be able to
darkness and
depict
not
it from the background
illuminated
because it's all equally not illuminated.
is in darkness or in the shadow. It's not a shadow that your head casts upon itself. It's ridiculous notion.
Yep. That is exactly what I was trying to say.
Okay, well, what would you constitute the lack of illumination on the opposite side of your head?
It is in shadow because the front of your head is obscuring the light from reaching the back of your head.
Yep. And what would you constitute that as?
The back of your head isn't being
The unlit part.
Whereas the front part is. Again.
Okay, yeah, the part of your head which is not illuminated, what would you call that?
It is causing the light not to be able to reach the back of your head.
Okay, so you would call it something that is there a word for that?
It is in darkness.
Unilluminated.
Okay,
Dark.
so it's in darkness.
But that's
and
not
somebody used the term shadow, and you knew what they were talking about.
That's not what he said, dude. I'm sorry, hold on. He said that is being casted upon itself. The shadow is being casted upon itself by the object itself. We're not denying like
it like that is a poor way to explain it, in my opinion. I think that
okay,
it puts
then
a
why
different
do you
image
keep
in someone's
defending
mind.
that claim? Stop defending that claim. You can explain what a shadow is and
The
what dark
claim
side of unilluminated
is still
is,
true.
but his claim is clear. No, it's not. Is it being casted upon itself? On itself? Is the shadow being casted on itself?
You're just arguing semantics at this
You
point.
know,
Part of the room which is not illuminated.
Okay.
You accuse me of interrupting.
You know what? I think these boys are extremely shady. Okay, if we're gonna talk about shadows, let's talk about how shady these boys are. Okay, y'all are being just difficult. Y'all are being difficult. We should.
I'm sorry
The
if
moon
that's
can't
how
even
you view
exist
it.
in the medium that we're told that it's in. Okay,
I'm
that's your bigger
I'm
problem
sorry.
than
Can
what
you
you want to call the dark side of the moon. We don't
Mhm.
have time to talk about. You want to talk about the dark side of the moon? Let's listen to Pink Floyd. Okay, the moon can't even
Yeah,
exist.
I don't
in the
know what
medium.
you're.
The moon can't even exist in the medium that they tell us it's in. Okay, that's a
What
problem
medium
for
is that?
y'all, not for us. The vacuum.
Okay,
you can't have a pressurized system here on Earth uncontained
Mhm.
next to a vacuum.
Okay.
Physically
In
impossible.
in your model or in your perspective of
Don't have
the
a model.
physical world. Okay, that's why I
Natural
corrected
law.
it. In your perspective,
Natural law, not my perspective. Natural
yeah.
law.
Okay, in your interpretation of natural law, the moon is
Not our interpretation. The definition of entropy. Something we can observe, test, and replicate.
what's the definition of entropy?
High
Have a good
pressure
evening,
goes to
everybody.
low
I gotta
pressure.
go. It was fun. Thank you. Bye bye. I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Au revoir.
Who is leaving?
That was Spider.
Shadow guy.
The shadow.
Anyways, for the benefit of the listeners, can you tell me what entropy is?
High
Tell us all.
pressure going to low pressure.
Okay.
So, for example, my
Order
favorite
to disorder.
analogy. Yeah. My favorite analogy of just something that you can observe is you hotbox your car, you roll down the windows, the carbon dioxide from your blunt is going to fill the available space outside. Okay? Except in this, if we want to remodel the Earth and fit it into the analogy, it'd be like smoking a joint inside your car with the windows down and thinking that the smoke is going to stay in the car. Not to mention the car is going to be spinning on its axis at 1,000 miles per hour and then rotating around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. This is physically
Mhm.
impossible. So
Okay.
so you can argue about the moon, and the dark side of the moon, but the moon can't even exist in the medium that we're told it's in. So I would be
Why
more
can't the
concerned about
moon
that.
exist in a vacuum?
Because a vacuum can't exist itself. Because what we know for a fact here is that we have pressurized gas. We have a pressurized system. You can measure that with a barometer. Okay?
Yep.
So we know that. That's not questionable. But what they say that is our next door neighbor outside cannot exist. Because we have
In your
pressurized
mind, what's a
gas.
vacuum?
Vacuum is ultimate low pressure.
It's not in our mind either. It's just the standard definition.
Ultimate low pressure. And there's different degrees of vacuums, but outer space is the ultimate low pressure medium.
So we concede that it's not a thing that sucks. Like vacuum
I'm
of
not-
space
when did
is
I say- when did
not
I
a
say-
vacuum.
when did I
clean.
say the word suck?
I'm just asking for clarification.
No, it's just ultimate low pressure. But like
Okay,
I said,
yep.
with entropy, high pressure goes to low pressure. Always.
Mhm.
Unless
And
there's
you
a
think that
physical
it should
contain-
expand?
Unless there's a physical container, right? Like I said with the analogy of hotboxing my car. The gas is going to stay in my car. The when I say gas, I mean the carbon dioxide from a blunt is going to stay in my car until I roll the windows down. But if I
Mhm.
have no windows in my car, no physical container, then the gas is not going to stay in my car.
Yep,
It's
that's
not.
absolutely
And
right.
even gravity. I got in an argument with my grandpa, who's a PhD chemist, and he couldn't
Mhm.
even answer the question because we're told
What
that it's
question was it
gravity.
that you asked him?
How can we have a pressurized system here on Earth, uncontained next to a giant vacuum? And he said gravity. Well, the problem is entropy doesn't care about gravity, or entropy wouldn't be a thing. Because if I am even just smoking a joint outside, the gas would just always go down if gravity affected gas. Or better yet, when I roll my
Gravity-
windows down after I hotbox my car,
Mhm.
why isn't the gravity keeping the gas inside? Actually, entropy defies gravity always because
Well, entropy is just about substances being mixed homogeneously.
but it's
Order
also
to
about
disorder.
high pressure going to low. Yes, order to disorder yes. So yeah, gravity is not the container, and actually, to have gas pressure, you have to have a physical.
What's wrong with gravity?
It has no
One.
effect on gas pressure. I mean, the thing is, what we're asking is, we got this pressurized air around the Earth, next to, within a giant vacuum chamber. What is keeping the gas from dissipating into the vacuum in order to homogenize or equalize in accordance with the laws of entropy? What's keeping it from doing that? And if you say gravity, then we say, why doesn't it work on Earth? Why doesn't it contain like smoke in the car on Earth? You can't have gravity as a container here and not as a container out in space.
Mm-hmm.
So gravity isn't the answer to the question is how we can have an pressurized air next to a giant vacuum. Why isn't it dissipating and equalizing?
So
answer the question.
You would say, okay. So if I let go of a helium balloon, there's going to be a level of stratification, in the atmosphere. So less dense things go up. Why doesn't that homogenize?
If it's contained in a balloon, how can it?
Okay, let's
air
just say
is
I
not
release
contained.
helium into the air.
No. Yeah, if you release helium, it's going to dissipate, isn't it?
Yeah, why is it that we find a lot less dense gases higher up in the atmosphere, and why,
How do you
for that matter, is there less gas pressure and air pressure?
You're not even
higher up in the
answering my
he's
question.
He's trying to now talk about pressure gradients when she's literally talking about gas pressure. You have to have gas pressure in the first place before you can even have a gradient. So
yeah, where does gas pressure
do
happen in a vacuum?
Have a gradient. That's
I don't care.
Something we all agree on.
Yeah, but in order to even have the gradient, you got to have gas pressure. Okay.
And without walls, without a container, you cannot have pressure. It dissipates in all directions, doesn't care about gravity. How can the air around the Earth not dissipate into the giant vacuum of space?
So you think that if we did have gravity and we did live on a ball,
Answer! You're giving me a hypothetical as a distraction. Answer the question I just put to you very clearly.
Well, I apologize for,
Don't apologize.
trying to expound. Well,
I don't want
let's
you to
ask
expound.
the question again. Let's ask the question again.
Okay, one more time. There's air all around the Earth, right? It's under pressure. It is supposedly inside a giant vacuum and there's no container.
Mhm.
How do we still have any pressure at all?
I think you know what my answer is going to be.
Explain how. I don't care what I'm not going to guess what your answer is. Explain how this is possible.
Okay. Well, in case you don't know what my answer is going to be, I will state it. Gravity,
Just answer.
the energy that is produced by these particles that cause them to homogenize is not sufficient to override the power of gravity, keeping stuff down.
So you say gravity is a container.
No, it's not what I said.
So this is
I
my
said the Earth.
favorite part.
Yeah,
this is my favorite. This is where the argument gets to be my favorite part. So you're saying that the gas, like you just said, the gas is able to surpass the strength of gravity. But the best
No,
part
I
is,
said it's not to an infinite degree.
okay, but where it's the strongest, what's the strongest point of gravity, which is the center of the Earth, as it's leaving the center of the Earth, as it's leaving the strongest part or the strongest influence of gravity, and it's going up, and then it's now experiencing the weakest amount of gravity. It somehow stops, and now is effective.
Do you know why
when
things
it's the
go up?
weakest.
Answer the question.
Right? Yeah. Yep. Let's
Do you know why things go up?
Yeah, but let's
answer the question.
Yeah, I'm not talking about why things go
Look,
up
this
yet.
does
I'm
have
talking
this
about
does have to go both ways.
why does it?
No. Answer
This
the
shouldn't be an
question.
interrogation.
Answer the question.
No, it's an interrogation because
Please restate the question.
You're being like annoying.
We stated it like
My
50
apologies.
times.
That wasn't my intention. I hope you see it from my perspective. I only know what I know. There's things that I don't know.
And your knowledge is
and then
limited.
there's things that
Your knowledge is limited, so be respectful when people are talking to you and actually have an open mind about this information you're hearing
tried
for the
very
first
hardly
time.
to be respectable.
Okay, but listen. There's laws of physics. They're called laws for a reason. You can't violate them.
Yep.
All right?
Yep.
Law of entropy.
One of them is gravity.
No, gravity. I'm not talking about gravity right now. I'm talking about entropy. When you have pressurized gas and then you let it out into a vacuum. What's the white noise? When you have pressurized gas and you let it out into a vacuum, there's nothing that stops the gas from dissipating into the vacuum, especially when you have a tiny amount compared to a giant vacuum. You're not going to have air pressure anymore. Okay? There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no
I'm going to explain why
extenuating
things would go up if
circumstances.
you'd like.
No, did you even listen to what I just said?
No, I did. I can even restate it.
No,
if
you
would
didn't.
like.
And you started talking about why things go up.
I'm talking
Yes,
about
you're
why
saying-
things go away from gravity, why they go away in an uncontained air pressure into a giant vacuum.
In other words, going up.
Not up, away. Let's
No,
just
you're right.
be
It's
accurate.
not up is relative. If we're on a globe, there isn't an up.
Okay,
Yeah, I
so
agree.
the air is going away from the Earth because there's a giant vacuum and it's trying to equalize, right?
No, the different gases go up, and the less dense gases will go or be further away because the more dense gases have a higher gravitational pull towards the gravity.
On Earth, on the surface, where this gravity is supposedly the strongest, gases go in every direction. When you don't have them in a container, they dissipate, and you don't have pressure anymore.
Mm-hmm.
When it's strongest,
So you're saying everything should go from a high pressure system to a low pressure system, right?
Yes, that's a law of physics. It's a law of entropy.
How come water doesn't go into the atmosphere?
We're not
talking about gases.
It's the same thing. It's the same
No, it is
thing.
not the same thing. Not the same thing. Gas is
It's
not
the
water.
same
No, it is not the same
You're
principle.
saying that
No, it is
everything
not.
should move into a low pressure system just by the very nature that it's adjacent.
We're talking about gas laws
I
here.
don't
We're talking
understand
about air around the Earth. Gas laws, physics that doesn't change. Okay? So when you have pressure, gas
You'd be
under
surprised how
pressure.
similar gas and water are.
No,
Gas and
they're liquids and solids and gases are three different states of matter. They don't have the same properties.
You're right, and we can throw plasma in there. That's also
When I
a
go to
different
a
state.
bar, they give me a shot of gas. When I go to a bar, they give me a shot
Why? Don't
Go ahead.
go into other things. Just stick to what they're talking about.
I'll do my
Did I
best.
cut out? Oh.
No, I hear
Everybody went
No, we
quiet
heard
for
you.
a second. Okay. Yeah, so go ahead. Gas pressure.
Yeah, explain how it is that the Earth is covered with air under pressure, why it hasn't dissipated long ago into the vast vacuum of space. Gas laws. Explain that.
Because mass attracts mass. Now, different things of different densities have, different
Why-
masses. So they'll
Why doesn't that
stratify.
work? Why doesn't that work on Earth? Can I have gas without a container on the surface of the Earth because of gravity or different masses? Mass attracting mass? What mass is attracting smoke upwards?
Now, what's a dense gas? Something that's
You
denser
didn't
than
even
the average air.
answer me. I asked you a simple question. And the thing is that the mass attracts mass was debunked 100 years ago. According to Einstein and modern physics, Newtonian gravity isn't right. It doesn't work. It's not true. Mass does not attract mass. They gave that up 100 years ago.
You do know that Newtonian gravity isn't a term. You know the difference between a law and a theory. Law is about an observation. There's
You're
no
deflecting
postulation
again.
to explain.
Damn,
No, I'm not.
bro,
I'm explaining the differentiation.
No, you're not.
They're not
We
two
already
different
know that
types of
difference.
gravity. It is an observation that mass does
One
attract mass.
superseded
Newton's
the other.
law, Newton's
Superseded.
law does not claim to explain the phenomenon. Einstein's
No.
general theory and relativity.
You said mass attracts mass. That's Newtonian. It is not true. The so-called, I don't agree with this one either, but the theory now for last 100 years is the bending of space-time. Okay? It is not mass attracts mass. You said mass attracts mass. That is not true. Even in your quote-unquote model, it's not true. They gave that up 100 years ago. It is superseded, not both and.
Theory is about explanation.
Did you hear what I just said?
I did. I heard what you
Okay.
said. You said that the theory of
Look at the-
relativity, general's
Look at the
the
chat.
general theory of relativity supersedes that of Newton's laws of physics. It's odd that you'll cite other laws of physics, but not that one.
No, I am always citing laws of physics, actual laws. Okay? You're giving
How
an
do you
outdated law.
differentiate?
Listen, let me finish. Look in the chat at 6:12, or well, at 12 minutes after the hour about superseded. And the thing is that you said mass attracts mass. That
What
has
is it
not
that
been
you want me
true.
to look at?
Look at the chat.
Just posted.
The live stream voice
A
chat.
lot of people put stuff in there. It gets buried.
I gave you
so
the timestamp. 12 minutes
You're gonna have
after
I'll
to
the hour.
repost it. I'll repost it. There you go. I
Okay.
just reposted it.
You should read it out loud.
Yeah, read it out loud,
Clearly
please.
has
That
a
would
hard time retaining information.
Read it out loud, please. We can't hear you.
why don't you read it out loud?
You read it out loud. We cannot hear you.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
your monkey.
Well, then go away. I want my own monkey. I was promised a monkey. No, we asked you very nicely to read it out loud to make sure that you have read it. So why don't you read it?
If Mr.
It's
Love
all
has
right.
been at
He
his
doesn't
computer,
want-
Again, it's buried again. It's buried again.
You could scroll up, dude.
Just read it. Just read it. It's not that far.
You can go ahead and read it if you want.
Go ahead and read it.
Listen. I don't think he's gonna read it. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, if he's not going to read, can I ask another
Repost
question?
it and I'll read it.
Oh, all right.
For the
Just so no
third
one's
time?
conversation to progress.
Look, if you're wanting to make a point, I might recommend you read it.
No, right.
you need to read it.
I'm gonna mute you, and then we'll talk to Aviate, whatever. I'll post it again so you can read it.
Awesome. So is it the sleepwalk thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool. So I'll read it for the class, just so the conversation can progress. So Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. And then it's a quote, I'm assuming. Oh, that's a quote from Wikipedia of History of Gravitational Theory. And then quoted from libertex.org. The quote is, Newton's two crowning achievements, the law of motion and the law of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. And that's from Douglas Klein.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, guys. Enjoy your conversation.
And
No, we like to talk to you, though. We want to talk to you.
Can you kick Femboy? He has a very vulgar icon. He needs to be kicked out. The rainbow thing.
Well-
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I was going to say, was it some lips?
What? I'm sorry?
Ooh, I didn't
Was
see
his
it.
icon, was it some lips or something?
No. Female genitalia. So, not having that.
shit.
I got another question, please. I gotta go to bed soon as well. It's already 12:16 a.m. Can I ask another question?
Sure.
Okay. Why is it that when the sun is, for instance, let's look at a piece of paper now, and you got 30, let's say 20, 10, and 0, and the sun is at 20, the moon is at 10, and the Earth is at 0, and the moon orbits the Earth, and we orbit the sun, blah blah blah. Why does the sun not pull the moon away from the Earth even a little bit when it gets between the Earth and the sun? If there's that heavy gravitational pull, but nothing happens when the moon's on the other side. Like, it's always in the same orbit, and the sun has got such a heavy gravitational pull. Why does it not pull away on the heliocentric model? Yeah, that's my question. Does that make sense, what I asked?
Yep. Well,
Yeah, so
because
why doesn't
the moon doesn't like the sun as much as it likes the Earth.
No, no. Honest answer. I'm trying to learn because
You're gonna have to ask a Glober that, because I don't believe in all that.
So I'm asking this dude that, what's his name? Who was the guy that had all the answers now?
FVT or Avate, I don't know.
I don't have any answers. I just read the thing that the other guy wouldn't read because I wanted the conversation to go on.
Right.
We like
Yeah,
you
yeah,
though. We want to talk to you.
Well, I would like to say that my knowledge of science is very limited. I probably don't have the I couldn't answer that. I don't have the slightest clue.
Okay, so you don't have an answer. So don't you think it's ridiculous that nothing's actually happening? So this is why I'm going to the flat Earth side, because it's just ridiculous that nothing happens. Dude, I'm learning.
I don't know.
I'm new here, and just small little questions like this is making me realize, like, holy fuck, we don't live what we actually live in.
Sure, maybe. I don't know. I think it's a fun conversation. I think it's interesting. I think I'm going to learn a lot about science here. But I don't know much about science right now, so I can't be the globe guy that we all debate right now. I just find Have you guys ever heard of the theory of post-truth?
No.
So the theory of post-truth posits that people will choose truths to believe in. And I feel like maybe it's going to get too difficult for us to decide between misinformation that the internet's creating for us to know what's really, really true or not, right? That we don't have the correct tools to examine the universe. And we do, probably for the shape of the Earth, that's probably out there, but I don't think that's very interesting. I think the idea that how you guys have come to the conclusions of Flat Earth and every other like thing that's connected to it, I find fascinating. And that's why I joined the server, just to talk about everything else about that. But like, I don't know a lot about science, so I'm probably not the most interesting science guy to talk to.
Cool. All right. Well, there's no other globe here that can maybe help me out here. Because, yeah, this is just shit that I've been taught in school, and I'm trying to figure this out now. Because obviously this whole thing came up in 2012. It's probably been before that, but it was a massive hit in 2012, and I'm completely fascinated. And, yeah, I'm going to use a pun of words here, but I'm gravitated to Flat Earth because it just makes way more sense, dude.
Yeah, well, sorry, go ahead.
No, you can go.
No, you're our chosen glober, so yeah. Go ahead.
I have to defend the whole globe. I don't know, dude. Whenever, like, we were talking about it a couple hours ago, at the start of my day, and then I went to work, and now I'm back. But a couple hours ago, when I was last in here, and I recognize a couple of people. Like, for instance, I think I was talking to Get Beget. I was mentioning that I don't know. I don't have he made the 3 proposits of curvature, which I don't know. That seems very nuanced. I feel like I'd have to get some exact measuring tools. You know, I'd have to get something that I felt was accurate enough to measure the shape of the Earth, and I'm not sure what that would be. And as far as like the Earth's spin, that doesn't make the slightest sense to me. I feel like inertia and gravity have to be fighting really hard there. God, that doesn't make any sense. It'd be fun to learn about
that 1.3 million miles per hour going up one direction and 66,000 miles another direction and 500,000 miles another direction. It makes zero sense. And only as an adult, now I'm 35 years old, have I actually listened to what the heliocentric model is. And as an adult, I realized, damn, this is stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah.
So, and what was the third one? So it was the shape, the spin,
gas pressure,
the vacuum,
gas pressure. And that just kind of reminds me of like my favorite experiments back in middle school. We did like water displacement and stuff. I feel like it could be a density or a buoyancy thing. And I think that would have to be the answer on either model, right? Either model should be explained. Like, we should be able to explain it through probably either of those functions. So I don't know. I think they're interesting, and I have to do more research.
Yeah, they traveled the world on a flat map in the past, and they're doing it now on a globe. I'm sure their maps were perfectly fine then, and they're just projecting it over a globe now. That's what I'm feeling and theorizing now as I'm getting into this, to make sense of both worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, shit, really that's the fun way to explore it, right? Is just to follow a map. Be like,
it's a map around a ball. I could put a piece of paper around a ball. Might be a little bit off, but it'll still work.
Yeah.
So yeah, I joined today like 6-7 hours ago. I've still been here. I don't know how I've been here for so long. Listen to that other dude rant about his curvature for 3 hours. We got nowhere, but it's my first day here today. I learned a lot, and well, I didn't learn that much, but I listened a lot, and yeah, I'm glad to be here, and I'll be here more often. I had fun today.
I had a lot of fun earlier today. I was talking to V, or what's his name? His name's all cursive. Vlad. And listening.
Vlad.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say Jews. He said Jews. I don't want to get you guys in trouble, right? But
Juice, as in like a juice box?
No, as in like the people.
Jew.
That's fine. But you can't say juice box here.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure to talk about other containers that I carry the liquids for my fruit in. There we go. Nailed it.
Yeah, man. Where do you live?
He's crazy. I hope you get some help. But I don't know. Just like he needs some friends. Be nice to him. I'm just kind of interested in like everything else connected to the flat Earth, you know? Like, so once we presuppose, sure, the Earth is flat. Now what? Why are they lying to us? What's the benefit of them lying to us? All of that, that's fascinating to me, because that's already kind of some stuff that I think is fun to talk about.
Oh yeah, I can get involved on that side because I understand why they would do it because of my upbringing. I'm South African, so we got a very religious background this side. It doesn't matter if you're Christian, Roman Catholic. It actually all boils down to almost the same thing. Yes, they're both obscured in their own ways, but they basically go do the same thing. And I do believe it's got to do with that. They're masking a lot of that stuff.
Where in South Africa are you?
I'm in Cape Town, Bloubergstrand.
Bloubergstrand. Okay.
Ja, ek het gedink jy klink 'n bietjie Suid-Afrikaans. Sorry, we spoke a bit Afrikaans there. I thought you sounded a bit Afrikaans, yes.
Yeah.
Oh no, wait, this is Sophia. Sorry, someone else sounded. I think it was Ariel sounded a bit Afrikaans. Okay, that was Sophia that spoke. Okay, where about are you, Sophia?
Bloemfontein.
Okay, up north. Nice. All right, sorry guys, we got my second South African in with us here.
There's a cool black swan. There's a cool black swan that you can go and photograph for us. If you go to Dustin Island, you can see Table Mountain from there.
So you are South African. I thought so.
Yeah,
you sounded a bit.
I just checked the distance from Dustin Island to Table Mountain.
Yeah. Yes, I did that. Yeah. I brought that up today. I brought from Eysterfontein to Table Mountain, and you see Table Mountain perfectly fine.
But I don't know how people get to travel to Dustin Island. I don't even know.
I've got a contact for that. I know someone who lives on Dustin Island.
But there's a cool lighthouse on that island as well.
Yeah, I know someone who lives on it.
Over that distance, once again, missing the curve.
Yep, 100%. Perfect. That's what I DM'd a few guys. They didn't post it. But 100%. You can see Table Mountain. There's no obscurity. You can even see it on Google Maps. And there should be 300 meters or 286 meters on Google Maps. And this is a basic camera. And you can see the full Table Mountain. This is not even with a high zoom camera. And you can see the whole damn thing.
I use Google Maps to plot the distance.
Yeah, 67 kilometers.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Welcome to Flat Earth. I consider myself still new here.
Yeah, same here. It's my first day here.
I found some rather alarming things last year.
Nice.
And I did some research, and I came to the conclusion that we are being deceived So I found this Discord, and I have learned so much ever since. I mean, I only had like maybe a third of the picture. I have learned so much since then. So it's cool to have you.
Yeah, so the way I got into it is about 2 or 3 years ago, and the first few months I mentioned it to my best friend, and he totally disowned me, and I lost one of my closest friends just for mentioning it to him, and I was so scared to ever mention it again. I kept it to myself, and through my life I just carried on as normal, but I always had the feeling like, yes, Earth could be flat. And then I had a calling about a month or two ago, and I just started looking into it again, and then I started finding David Weiss's videos, and he convinced me completely. Just his videos, his evidence, his proof, his explanations just made me realize we don't live in a spinning ball. So I'm not saying that the Earth is flat until I buy myself a P900 or a P1000 to prove it for myself. So I'll just say I'm a believer in flat Earth. Oh wait, someone's got heavy static. Just mute this dude.
Limmer.
There we go. So until I prove it to myself, I just started a business in February, so I'm a bit stingy with my money at the moment. But as soon as everything stabilizes, I'm going to buy myself a nice, decent super zoom camera, and I'll prove it to myself that I can say I know the Earth is flat, and I don't have to say I believe the Earth is flat. But at this current moment, I believe the Earth is flat, and I don't believe that we'll go on a spinning ball.
All you got to do is go to the coast and just look out over the ocean, because people always think that you should see the cove straight ahead, but you should also see it from left to right. And
that's what I also realized.
It just ain't there.
Yeah, it's crazy. But I would love to measure it. I would love to have the whole worldwide scientific evidence proof why. So I want to prove it to myself that way. So at the moment, I'm full on. I'm totally on FE side, flat Earth side, but I would like to prove it to myself as well. So yeah, that's why I'm here. And I don't know who brought me here. Actually, someone brought me to this Discord, and I'm here now.
Well, it's cool. I heard you remark earlier that people spent like 3 hours on a conversation with one guy. That frequently happens here because we don't want you to believe anything. So we will take you through every single issue that you raise, every question that you have.
Right.
Do all the research, gather all the facts that you want and bring them. That's what we do here.
Yeah, nice. Awesome. That's why I've been here for like 7-8 hours already.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you're not going to find a better place to learn.
Yeah. No, I agree. And Google's going to just give you crap. I'm sorry. I've tried to. I remember Googling back in the day. I had way better stuff to read. Now it's just crap. So I actually bought David's app, and I enjoy watching his videos and going through his content that he has. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, you're advised to download stuff that you like as well, because we don't know what's going on with the internet.
Yeah.
Things keep disappearing for no apparent reason. Because we all know that the Earth is like not flat. Why is it even an issue? If we are just lunatics sitting here talking about something that couldn't possibly be real, then why are they so hell bent on removing this topic from in front of everyone?
Yeah, and what I find ironic, which I brought up earlier today, is that they always say it's the uneducated that will believe in the flat Earth, or the uneducated that this and that. And I'm educated. I'm a qualified IT engineer. I've got project management behind my name, and I studied business management. I'm pretty qualified, pretty educated, and I see through their bullshit. So yeah.
Yeah, the good thing is that you don't need degrees to be able to grasp this.
Yeah. And us as South Africans, we've been brought up in a very religious country, very Christian. So I think we're pretty humble people in South Africa. So yeah, we're not too indoctrinated yet, luckily.
What will you say, Sophia?
I'm not completely in agreement with that one.
Nah, I don't know.
If I look around around me, I see a lot of sheep.
Okay, but if I'm asked, how old are you now?
32.
So you're my generation. I'm 35. Come on, we still had Bible class. Don't you remember what do you call it? Grade 12. No, in school I was in Fairmont. Yeah, we had Bible classes and all that.
Kasasi.
Yeah, no. Well, I was brought up very Christian. Okay, I don't go to church. We did a little bit of Sondag school.
I agree. The people in South Africa can tend to be quite conservative.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have the full exposure that. I mean, I live in Europe now, and I know it's a total culture shock. You never know, what you can't think what it is to live in the West. It is worlds apart.
Yeah, it's first world countries. You guys have Hollywood or whatever. You got your movie stars. You got everyone's got YouTube and everyone's aware of YouTube. In South Africa, not even a tenth of the population watch YouTube. Not even a fifth of the population watch YouTube. You know what I mean? It's just that we just, they watch Seven Delan and they do little stupid things, and it's a little boring country. It's only starting to wake up to the great stuff in life, or what the rest of the world are doing. So
careful with the first world.
What's that? Ooh, you're breaking up, dude.
Be careful of the first world, second world, third world analogies there. Be careful, because the first world isn't as good as you think it is. Yeah, the first world.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but what I mean is just you need to live here for at least 5 years to understand what I'm probably getting at. I got friends in the US, I got friends in Europe. It's just totally different to the way they look at life. You guys look at life. We look at it way differently. We're very closed up here, and we live behind bloody safety gates and burglar bars in our homes. We don't really get out as what we should. As beautiful as this country may be, as much as it sucks as well, because you don't get out. You can't get to live. Yeah. So you guys just see a lot more than what we do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's a far bigger rat race here.
Yeah. But I'm glad I woke up to this. So, like I said, I'm still learning, and I'm glad to be here, and I will be here more often.
Cool.
We're glad to have you here. Welcome, and it is 24/7, so stop by anytime.
Yeah. I have to go to bed soon. I've got to wake up for golf in the next 5 hours. I play golf every Saturday with a good bunch of friends. So yeah, it's already 12:37. But I'll stick around for another few minutes.
Early.
Good luck. I hope you get a really low score.
Yeah, I play pretty good golf. I do play pretty good golf, so I should play all right.
Yeah, what's your handicap?
It's currently I think it's a 5 or 6.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
I used to play.
You can get on the pro circuit any day soon.
I played on the Sunshine Tour for 2 years, in 2012 and 2013. Then I had an elbow injury, and I got a husky, and she pulls me on the skateboard, and blah blah blah. I fell, and they wanted to amputate my right elbow. So I got a second opinion, and 7 years later, my doctor said I could play golf again. So I'm playing again, and currently playing. I think it's a 5 or 6. I'm playing golf now. So yeah. I used to play golf for a living for a bit.
Oh, that's good.
So yeah, I enjoy it, but it's more hobby now because I've got the metal joint in my elbow. It does hinder it a bit, so I play it as a hobby. So I play every Saturday now with good friends of mine.
Oh, Brill, nice talking to you.
Yeah, thank you. I'll still stick around for a few more minutes. Yeah, what you guys got to say, and I'll just silently hop out of here and see you guys next time.
There's quite a few other people in here that we haven't spoken to.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go through. Do you guys notice anybody new? Sorry, fumbling over my words.
Hi, Becky. Becky hopped in.
Oh, yes. Hello, Becky.
Hey guys, how's everybody?
Good, and you?
Good, thanks, Dal.
Hi, Becky. How's it there in Upside Down Australia?
Yeah, it's beautiful this morning in Upside Down Australia. But believe it or not, I am the right way up.
You got a bit of a head rush?
This guy said to me yesterday, "You got to be some special kind of stupid to be a flat earther in Australia." I said, "That's interesting because Australia is the flattest inhabited continent in the world. So I don't see why I'd have to be some kind of special kind of stupid when I'm living on a plane." And then I said, "I guess you guys think it's a potato Earth," and then he got offended with that.
Which way does like the water spin when you flush it?
Exactly. The same way it spins where you flush it, darling.
Oh,
Same
cool.
way. Yeah, we've done all this before.
I've
I've literally flushed my toilet before to test it.
You've like flushed your toilet on like stream or something? That's cool.
No, I didn't do it on stream, but I would have done it here probably a couple of years ago now when all this went down and we were checking, like literally checking. Yeah, let's flush together, says Justin.
That's funny.
I know, believe it or not, it's not a conspiracy. I have flushed my toilet before.
I've joked about it with Australians in the past, but I feel like given my current location, it's probably a funnier thing to talk about.
It is. So are you in Canada?
No, I'm in California.
California.
Although I lived in New York, and people asked me if I was from Canada, so I don't know what that's about.
I just think you've got a slightly, like your accent could be Canadian.
Uh-huh.
That's why. But I was wrong.
Well, I lived in upstate. I lived on like the border of Canada for a long time, so you could be picking that up.
Maybe. Jeez. I wonder. So what's the new talk in the flat earth community? Is there anything new, guys? Or is it still this rock solid evidence that we always stand on?
It's still very flat.
Go flat.
Yes. I was sitting with my dad yesterday, and he had the television news on, and there was this big NASA program. I don't know what they're doing, but it was in the mainstream news, and I just thought to myself, wow, no wonder the world believes it. Put it in mainstream news, and enough money, and you can do anything.
Yeah, it's absolutely true.
Yeah, a little bit of cash and a little bit of propaganda, and the globe's in business.
Propaganda machine is huge in this day and age.
Oh, yeah, that gentleman that was saying about the Google search before, he's so right. Google's just been saturated with just nonsense. It's just hard to find anything anymore.
Yeah, that was me.
Last few years. Yeah, it's terrible.
That's rough.
It is rough.
So that's why I actually downloaded David's app just in case I lose a YouTube channel or something, that I know that he'll eventually start a new channel and put it up to his app just to get some new information or re-uploads.
Yep. And then you hang around these kind of communities and people find information on alternate websites that aren't YouTube, and you get your information that way. If I want serious information that I know is detrimental to the government or to the general narrative, I do not use YouTube anymore. I use different sources because YouTube's just, for fun these days. If you want to watch, some reality TV or some crazy cat videos to cheer you up.
Yeah, I don't even get proper suggestions anymore. Like if I subscribe to a random person, my wife subscribes on the TV, and then all of a sudden I got all these random suggestions on my page, because now we go onto the TV with my account, and then I got all these random suggestions. I subscribe to David, I subscribe to whoever, Globebusters, whatever. Just giving examples here, and I never get suggestions of their videos, never. But I got all her nonsense crap Kardashian shit that she watches.
Yeah, yeah.
I get
Well,
all those suggestions. It's come on, man.
in
Give me.
in the
I want something new.
in the that so yeah. So in the flat Earth circles, you find there's a lot of censorship. There's massive censorship in the Christian circles right now. A lot of my Christian friends that have YouTube accounts have all got warning strikes recently, and that's us. And I get them all the time. I'm banned from uploading until August on YouTube. So I've been caught that many times. But that's just me talking about, things like our beliefs and how the Bible, looks like the things going on in the world could marry up to current events, and bam, there's a ban. I mean, it's crazy.
Nah, it's ridiculous.
Mm.
But yeah,
Absolutely
so-
is.
But I'm glad I bought his app. It's also to support the guy. He built that app himself.
Oh, good on you.
He does need the money, but I don't. They say that you can email him and ask him for a free copy. Damn, the thing was so damn cheap. 40 rand. It's probably what, $3 Australian. Because give the guy a bit of bucks. It goes and buys him a few beers.
Yeah, exactly, for his efforts.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, that's
Thanks,
a good
and
thing
you-
to do.
Yeah, you email him, he responds to you. You have a question, he responds to you. So I'm happy to support the dude.
Thanks again for my Javianas, Becky.
Oh, sweetie, that's my pleasure. I'm glad that you got them. They're the hot flip flops in Australia. Everybody's got Havianas.
I love them. I'm a flip flop and boot. It's kind of a strange thing, but I love my boots and I love my flip.
Yeah, well, you need flip flops on a flat Earth.
By the way, I used to hunt, and I never used Coriolis effect. I never needed that shit when I was hunting.
Yeah, I don't either to this day. We homestead,
God.
so
I never even knew about it until the whole flat Earth thing came into my life. I never even knew about it.
I'm sorry. I used to be a scope smith, so every once in a while the Marines, the local Marines, would invite us to come out because they want to butter you up because they want to get a discount on a really expensive scope. So they'd call us out to go take 50 cal 1,000-yard shots. And if you factor that in, I mean that's a lot of curvature in that space of time. You don't aim. You don't. We're talking about mile-long shots with a 50 cal. It's just a straight shot.
Yeah. Dude, just any distance. The Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's amazing. You take the shot and you hear the boom. Wait, then you're nothing. Seriously, like 10 seconds later, ding.
Oh yeah, those long shots. Yeah, you do that with you can probably do that with a 270, about 500 meters, and a 220, maybe a little bit further. What, a 22.22? You can shoot a bit further. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's just a while before you actually the shot actually hit whatever you're aiming at. But a 50 cal, that's something I've never shot. The biggest I've shot is a 375.
My boss used to have a custom made. It was all aluminum, and it was bare aluminum, just polished aluminum. It was just the trippiest looking, lightest weight gun you've ever seen.
Oh wow!
The barrel had to have been lined with steel because the bullet would tear the aluminum.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
There were
Sorry, fellas. Not to get too far from the plane topic. I have something to read from what Elijah posted. It's about the West Siberian Plain in Russia, Zapando-Zibrovskaya Ravnina, one of the world's largest regions of the continuous flatland central Russia. It occupies an area of nearly 1.2 million square miles. That's 3 million square kilometers between the Ural Mountains in the west and the Yenisei River Valley in the east. It is one of the largest regions on the north on the north, the West Siberian Plain is bounded by the Kara Sea, and in the south, it is by the Torgay Plateau, the Kazkhan, and the Altai Mountain. The plain is drained by the okay, hold on, these too many Russian names. It is a region of the Earth's crust that has undergone prolonged subsidence and is composed of horizontal deposits from as much as 65 million years, blah, blah, blah. Glacial deposits extend as far as south as the Ob confluence, forming occasional low hills and ridges, but otherwise the plain is exceedingly flat and featureless and has very poor drainage. And then the other one says, occupying slightly more than 1/3 of the terrestrial surface, plains are found on all continents except Antarctica. Yeah, so that's very interesting. Thank you for that, Elijah. Yeah, so I mean, there's a whole bunch of... Yeah, because you mentioned, Becky, like you live on one of the flattest continents, so it's like there's a whole bunch of these all around the world.
I live on the flat. I live on the
yet,
Cumberland. I live on the Cumberland Plain, but that's just one plain of Australia. There, I've just put in the text chat an article from the government of all the plains and penny plains of Australia with all the measurements. So if anyone's interested in doing that and having a look at the measurements, you could probably prove flat Earth just from that document.
Yep, exactly. Like, how many flat planes do you need to make a ball?
7.
Well, that's why I said to them, then it can't be a ball. It has to be something like a potato. Because if you factor in Australia, we are not part of the ball. We're part of the potato, the flat side, the flat plains. So if they want to believe in a ball, they've got to believe in a potato instead or something of that nature.
Asinine.
Okay. Matthew's here. Hi, Matthew.
Hello.
Bonjour. Oh, you was here early on.
Yeah, I just saw your response. Of course, the Australian government means curved at the same elevation around the globe when they say level.
Yeah, when people say the oceans are level, the plains are level, that's what they mean, like gravitationally equipotential. So
that's not what they mean.
That's what they mean. It might not be what flat earthers mean, but so there's a difference in definition there.
Yeah, I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry. A plane is plane.
I'm saying the Australian government doesn't believe the Earth is flat, is what I'm saying.
Can I interrupt to say, can you also read the definition?
You're kidding me.
Which I also
No, they know it's flat.
Thank you. Is we have a definition of plane, so if you're going to say that it's defined another way, you're going to have to provide a citation because plane is already defined, it's already taken.
What's with this contrary?
Yeah, but I think it's funny that you think that I would assume that the Australian government thinks that the Earth is flat because my government pays millions of bucks a year in propaganda. We've got our own space station now. I mean, agency, Australian Space Agency, ASA.
Go
Aussies.
Yeah. I just noticed that you quoted the Australian government in the...
to get our measurements, it's Australian Bureau of Statistics. Maybe click on the article and have a little look.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't need to have a disagreement about some measurements. I'm giving measurements in that article for people that want to look. It's the Bureau of Statistics. Have a look instead of just changing the definition of plane and thinking that I would somehow assume Australian government would claim a flat Earth. That's crazy.
No, I said the opposite, that they're not claiming a flat Earth.
Obviously, what government would? Why would you even say that?
Yeah, so therefore, when they say level, they mean something different because they're not.
No, they don't. No, they don't. A plane is a plane, and the definition of plane means the same in Australia as it does anywhere else.
Check. Sorry.
Yeah, so Elijah posted the definition of a plane, just in case we have a confusion there. It means a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it would wholly lie. A level of existence through, existent thought or development. So, which definition of plane? Yeah.
The Freemasons are so arrogant. They don't think that anyone is capable of breaking the brainwashing. But yeah, here we are.
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, Elijah, that's a plane, Plane. They're talking about the geographical feature called plane, Plain.
Hey, contrarian boy. Shh.
Okay. Will do.
I think I'm still in the best seat to get both sides, to hear both sides with an open mind. And I just get fed evidence and...
Hey guys, a plane is a large, Plain, is large flat land with trees, okay? So a plane is a plane, and if I don't understand why you would try and change the definition of it.
I do.
It also says, it says in the Encyclopedia Britannica that these flat and level areas, savannas, desert, they occupy slightly more than 1/3 of the terrestrial surface. I mean, that's a lot of surface area for you to come in. For you to come in here and claim that these places do not exist is a bit far-fetched.
The other thing is only 30%. Hang on. Sorry,
my bad.
No, go
yeah.
I posted the
Go ahead,
definition for PLAIN. Matthew, please respond. Thank you.
Also, as that lovely lady just pointed out, the land mass that we have is only 30% of the surface of the Earth, supposedly. So if that's the amount of plains on the size of this dry land, doesn't that really tell you guys something of the nature of where we are?
Okay, so hold on. Matthew, you're saying by flat land they mean land that is at the same elevation.
Yeah, obviously, that's what flat means in geography. Same
is it Sophia that's meaning?
No, there are undulations. Don't be so disingenuous.
Okay, so yeah, there are undulations, but mostly the same elevation. I mean, that's what sea level means, right? The same elevation, zero elevation, basically.
How can we have things at the same elevation if it's curving 8 inches per mile squared?
Oh, because elevation curves. The level of elevation curves.
I love these stories.
What?
Geez, you must be so enthusiastic.
How can it be at the same elevation if the elevation is curving?
It's gravitationally equipotential. That's how.
What?
Because gravity.
Because the plank that he's walking is bent. It's made out of metal, and he's wearing boots that keep him to it while he's walking it.
No, look, I understand you guys don't agree with this, and I understand that you don't buy that definition. I'm just accurately relating.
Because level means level; it doesn't mean curve.
Just repeating how clever you are and how you've absorbed the propaganda.
I'm explaining the propaganda. Yeah.
You are. You're an incredibly intelligent person that explaining the propaganda like you believe it. Is it what you believe? Oh,
yes,
you do believe the propaganda?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's why you tried to change the definition of what a plane was. So you don't believe you're on potato Earth. You believe you're on spinning ball Earth.
I wasn't changing the definition. I was explaining to you the accurate definition of what people mean when they say that.
And it's not. And you can't speak on behalf of people because you don't know what people.
No, I can pretty much.
Okay, so you're part of the Australian government.
I'm familiar with what they think. Yes.
Oh, you know what they think. Wow.
Dude, why is this guy still allowed in here? It's my opinion.
You don't even know what you think, let alone somebody else.
Entertainment purposes.
Well, no. Okay, so Matthew has been he has admitted that he's already conceded that it is a belief. That's why he's
Yes,
honest
belief.
about that, at least. That's why he's still here. He's not like trying to con anybody into thinking that this is like a legitimate, provable thing. He already conceded that this is a belief system that he has.
Exactly.
So he's just trying to defend a religion, and we're cool with that.
I'm not even trying to defend it. I'm just trying to
your mouth.
describe what we believe accurately, so that you have a good
Yeah, but no, but everybody has we're posting the definitions for you, and you're still not agreeing with it, which is okay, but it is what it is. So
got it.
Yeah, I'm like Matthew, just the opposite. I also don't say the Earth is flat. I just believe it's flat. Only recently, though, but I don't know it's flat. So
None of us
yeah,
know it.
I'm okay with saying that I have a different definition
Yeah.
of plane and level than you do. That's fine.
That's okay. That's okay. We're in reality, and you're in a dream state, and that's fine. You can be there. I know how much you guys love the globe. I
Dude,
know
I
how much
was
you love
there.
space. I get it. I respect your belief.
I was right there with you, big guy.
Thank you.
I fought it for years. But
Ryan,
truth is
what
truth
tipped
and
you over the
facts
edge?
are facts. Truth, many truths, many facts, many observations.
The best part is,
So,
though, is when we die, we do get to find out who's right. That is
That's
the best
true.
part.
I think that's true.
No, but
Hopefully-
you don't
But
have
in
to
your
wait
belief- in
until
your
you
belief-
die, though. Here's
in his
the
belief, he
thing, though. You
doesn't.
have reality. You have measurable, objective things that we can all agree on. But you fail to agree on because you first say it is a plane, PLAIN. Then when that's being presented to you, then you change to no, flatland means this. It's never going to be to your satisfaction because you always have to bend backwards to make it fit into your worldview. But reality, like everybody, what we all experience is the same thing.
Got
Flat,
it.
motionless plane.
The mental gymnastics with this guy, yeah, it's through the roof.
I was just trying to describe accurately what the answer you'd get if you talk to a professor of geography or a
But
geologist.
you don't know that because every professor is different. What you're saying and suggesting here is there's some kind of hive mind that all think exactly the same thing. Now, if we're right and the whole world is being deceived, do you not think that there's professors out there that might actually know that this doesn't work and that isn't reality? I mean, I'm sorry, but you are not the authority on every single professor in the Australian government or in any government for that matter.
No, but I do understand what they say, and so I was just trying to explain the
And
best
so
I
what
could
you're
with
trying
it.
to say is that we don't understand what they say and that you're trying to change the definition of a
No.
plane, PLAIN. Yes, you are. And
I
you're
was-
very
I was
relaxed
trying-
about it too.
Yeah, I was trying to describe the difference between your definition of plane and my definition.
It's not my definition, it's the definition. There is only one definition, or there's several definitions, but the noun plane is flat land that has trees on it, okay? That's what it is. I mean, you can try and make it as complicated as you like, and you can try and change it and contort it and tell us that, scientific minds think differently to us, but we're all on the same place. We all get the same definition, and we all experience over here a flat and level plane, okay? In Australia, I'm sorry, that's just what it is. So you can
Sure,
have your potato Earth, but you sure as shit can't have a globe.
Sure, I can be okay with that definition of a flat land with trees on it. Of course, you and I are going to have a different definition of what flat means.
I didn't make that up, mate. That's just what it is.
What's the definition of flat, though? Like, how can you have your own definition of flat, Matthew?
I would call
my mind's
flat
spinning.
something that has the same distance to the center of the globe. Something that has the same elevation.
That's your everyday definition. of
How
flat.
do you measure the center to the center of the Earth? How do you measure that?
Well, measuring is a whole different thing. I'm just talking about the definition. I recognize that your definition of flat means that flat is a perfectly straight line, right? something flat.
How
as opposed
levels
to
work,
straight.
it's how plumb bobs work. But the thing is that when you say it's just parallel to the surface of a sphere, which is what you've been describing,
Yeah.
is that you have to first presume a sphere, and you can't prove a sphere, right? You can't measure it. You don't know the distance to the center, so how can you measure whether something is parallel to the surface if it's curved without first presuming that it's curved?
Yeah, I presume that it's curved. You're right.
All right.
So if you would like me to not use plane and level, do you have a suggestion for what word I could use to describe what I mean when I say the same distance from the center of the Earth?
Say the
Well,
same distance to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, like I said, parallel to the surface of a sphere,
Okay.
according to your belief.
Okay, that's fair. I'm just saying that many people, when they say flat, when they say level,
No,
that's
they
what they
don't.
mean.
No, they don't.
Wow.
No,
really?
that nobody
I do,
ever
and many
ever
people do.
in my life have I ever met anybody when they tell me your table, when I tell them your table is flat, they're thinking of the distance from the center of whatever it is that they're looking at.
Yeah,
Nobody ever,
yeah.
I've never met anybody that nobody thinks that when they're thinking of flat. Matthew, come on, don't be.
And
don't
No, I'm talking about in the context
totally
of oceans and
dishonest.
planes.
Every
I
builder,
just
every
vouched for
construction
you that you are honest.
every builder, every construction worker you will ever meet, anyone in reality has the same definition for flat. You seem to be the only person that I've met that has changed the definition.
Maybe you should speak to some geologists and geography people, I guess. When we're talking about small scales, yes, right, we have the same thing.
No, I'm sorry, but a geologist, geography, anything like that, they're going to tell you that a flat plane is flat. You can go and look at articles, mainstream articles on Australia, and even NASA. Even NASA quotes publicly that that Australia is extremely flat. So
What do you think they mean by that?
they mean flat. They mean flat plains. We have train lines that run in straight lines for hundreds of kilometers along the Nullarbor Plain. You can go out there and you can take whatever P900s. You can go out and do observations all over Australia. It's the flattest inhabited continent in the whole world. So
What
my
word-
point that I was making before is, why would someone call an Australian flat earther stupid when we live on a flat plane?
Oh, that has to do with the southern stars and the way that
We're talking about the land,
yeah.
sweetheart, not the sky.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
You're getting very confused, because I have a belief too. I'm different than the other flat earthers in here. I don't claim I know 100%. I believe 100% that the earth is flat, but I'm not going to get into a massive argument with you about that, because
Yeah.
I will claim belief as well as you do. But your belief, I don't know what you're using for your belief, but what I use for my belief literally says the same thing as what I'm experiencing here in real life, real time.
What I want to
But
know
your
is
belief
what-
describes
Oh,
something
sorry.
different. Sorry, sweetie.
No, I'm so sorry to rumpus you. I just want to know, what word would we use then to describe a surface that isn't concaved or convexed, that is just absence of any indentation? What word would you use
Straight.
then?
Straight would be a better word.
Straight.
Flat
Got it.
works. Flat and level and straight are all synonyms on the small scale, but when you're talking about
Okay.
oceans and plains, then you might have to distinguish.
What size does it change at?
Oh, I don't know, like the size of a building. If you're doing something larger than a building,
Okay, so that's so
like a railroad.
So over 1,000 feet, we should not have level anymore. Is basically what you're saying.
Something like that. I mean, you can treat it as if it were level, because it won't make much difference. I mean, you'd have to build building a mile long before it would make 8 inches of difference, right?
We have buildings miles long.
I'm not familiar with that.
Try the auto plants.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna head out soon, or probably in the next 3 or 4 minutes. I just got one question. I don't know if you guys are aware of it. I found it 2 years ago when I was first researching this. Is a very old cyclopedia where they took the first picture from space example, they say from space towards Earth or from above the Earth, and they took a photo of the Earth. And it's in the encyclopedia. And it was on a YouTube video. This chick opens up a encyclopedia, and there it's in this book. I cannot find that. Are you guys aware of it? You guys know what I'm talking about? Because I would love to see that again.
You mean the one where they're talking about the dome?
No, not the one that they're talking about, the dome. That they're opening and they read it. This is an actual image that they took. It's the first ever from above the Earth that they took of the Earth. It's a very interesting thing that I saw, and I cannot find that video anymore. And the reason why I found it so interesting then, when I started looking at this, is it looked completely different to the blue marble or whatever they've put together for us now. And that was an actual image that they took.
It wasn't
the
an
whole
actual image.
No. It wasn't of the whole one. It wasn't of the whole one.